hope our listeners aren't tired of hearing Happy New Year, because all of the people connected with this program wish to extend their hearty and sincere greetings, with every wish that 1936 will be full of gladness for you. Few companies have been so long identified with the history and growth of America as DuPont. And so it's fitting that DuPont should present the Cavalcade of America, a series of programs which tell you stories of traditional American spirit. It is the belief of the sponsor that a very real expression of the nature and tempo of American life is found in the ideal of DuPont's research chemist. Better things for better living through chemistry. Your comments on this series of programs will be appreciated very much by the sponsor. Just mail them to DuPont, Wilmington, Delaware, or to your radio station. This evening's story concerns the Declaration of Independence. Our Cavalcade Orchestra sets the stage with Victor Herbert's American Fantasy, which makes use of historic American airs.
Freedom, our dearest heritage, was won only after a long and determined struggle, and the document which sets forth our reasons for founding an independent nation did not spring into being spontaneously, as many think. Let us go back to a June evening in 1776. On a street corner in the metropolis of Philadelphia, a crowd has gathered. On the near side of the street, two well-dressed middle-aged gentlemen and a young man stop to see what is happening.
Hardly an evening goes by without a gathering such as that one yonder. Go over and see what it is, Philip.
Yes, Father. Talking politics as usual, I suppose.
How will it all end, Mr. Dickinson?
Well, peacefully, I hope, Mr. Temple.
I stand with our king. Like him, I have no patience with these fellows who are always shouting independence.
Perhaps if the king had a little more patience, these cries of independence would not be heard.
When did you join the ranks of the rebels, Mr. Dickinson? I thought you were one of the staunchest supporters of reconciliation.
I am, Mr. Temple. But I admit that our colonies have been sorely tried.
Sorely tried. Bah! This cry for freedom from the mother country is only from the riffraff. It's not popular in the best circles.
Well, I can't agree with you there, sir. There's General Washington, Dr. Franklin.
Washington is a fire-eater. Franklin is a supreme egotist. I'm speaking of men like
yourself, sir?
Well, yes. I owe allegiance to my king, and I brought my son up to think as I do.
Father?
Yes, Philip?
It's a man handing out pamphlets. I brought you one. It's called Common Sense.
Common sense. Something that's needed in these colonies.
I've seen the booklet. It's a dissertation on independence and the rights of man.
Revolutionary twaddle, eh? Well, it should be burned.
It's well written, and though I don't agree with the author, it's worth reading.
Who wrote it?
I don't know. Some say John Adams. Others say Dr. Franklin himself.
The whole Continental Congress ought to be strung up. With a few exceptions, such as yourself, Mr. Dickinson.
Oh, I'm not the only delegate who wants reconciliation with the Crown. Some of us think that's where our interests lie. Last year there was a plan to introduce a resolution for independence, but I managed to stave it off.
But your Congress sent that renegade Washington to Massachusetts to take charge of a force of rebels.
Not rebels, Mr. Temple. Englishmen like ourselves who are proud of our rights.
I'm an Englishman, too, and... our discussion seems to have attracted a crowd of your freedom-loving citizens.
Tories! Oh, hold on, Tories! Mr. Temple, Mr. Dickinson. He's a member of the Continental Congress from our own colony. He has always been fair.
Great. Well, I'm surprised to see you in such company. A bricklayer should build, not destroy.
Wait a moment, gentlemen. Don't let's have any argument. The watch will be along shortly, and
then I suppose we'll be arrested and shipped to England for trial. He wants reconciliation with the king.
I've seen the petitions he wrote. We're loyal subjects of the king, dutiful children.
Why don't you have you this pamphlet on common sense, Mr. Dickinson?
My answer will be made at the proper time. I'm not against you. Truly, I'm not. I'm as fond of my country as you are. I sympathize with her ills. I only deal with you regarding the remedy.
The remedy?
I can't help feeling that if the colonists could convince the people of Great Britain that we're in earnest about our rights and willing to defend them, the British government will back down as they did in the case of the Stamp Act.
Well, why argue with them, Mr. Dickinson? Traitors should be sent to prison. Mark my words, this country will never be free of British rule.
Never! Listen to Tom Paine.
Thank you, Gratz. This bickering won't get you anywhere. If you're looking for a fight, I'm sure that General Washington will welcome you as recruit. Go on about your business. I want to talk to this gentleman myself.
Yes, go along, all of you. Go.
I thank you, sir. I'm in your debt. Did I catch the name as Paine?
Yes, sir. This is Thomas Paine, Mr. Temple. An Englishman by birth and an American by adoption.
You handle those curs superbly, Mr. Paine.
Don't call them curs, sir, lest they turn on you and bite. I felt I must send them away because I am more or less responsible for their overzealous demonstration.
How so, sir? It was this treasonable booklet called Common Sense that made them yelp at their betters.
This booklet, sir, was written to excite the minds of the people. It was conceived as a protest against tyranny and oppression.
You are familiar, then, with this seditious pamphlet?
I wrote it, sir.
What?
And my intervention in your behalf was to ask you to read it. You and your son.
I'll do no such thing. Nor Philip.
Yes, Father, I'll read it. Perhaps it will explain to you why there are men like these who have just left us.
What do you mean, sir?
We have men like these, sir, because of men like you. Good night, gentlemen.
There were three schools of thought in the colonies. The Tories, or Loyalists, the Moderates, who sought reconciliation, and the Patriots, who desired separation. But all the Patriots were not as aggressive in their demands as the group that threatened Mr. Temple. we find representatives of two of these schools talking together as the Continental Congress assembles on the 7th day of June, 1776. John Dickinson, whom we have met, is speaking with John Adams, one of the delegates from Massachusetts.
Good morning, Mr. Adams.
Good morning, Mr. Dickinson. I think we have a surprise for you today.
Indeed.
Last year it was your turn. Congress adopted your petition to the king, and I submitted. This year I trust you will give way with as good grace.
Well, what do you intend to...
You'll learn soon after Mr. Hancock calls us to order.
Take your seats, please, gentlemen. Good morning, Dr. Franklin.
Good morning, Mr. Dickinson.
May I sit with you and the other members of the Pennsylvania delegation?
With pleasure, sir.
What is Adams hinting about? What are you planning?
What am I planning?
You know you're deeply interested in every move Congress makes.
I'm interested in everything that goes on in the world, Mr. Dickinson.
Oh, yes.
Congress, please come to order. There is no we will dispense with the roll call, the readings of the minutes. Proceed to new business. Do I hear any objection?
Any objection, Mr. Dickinson?
No, Dr. Franklin. I'm waiting to see what new move you and your friends are planning.
The floor is open for new business. Mr. Chairman, the chair recognizes Mr. Richard Henry Lee of Virginia. Mr. Chairman, as instructed by my colony, I move this resolution. Resolved that these united colonies are, and of right ought to be, free and independent states, that they are absolved from all allegiance to the British Crown, and that all political connections between them and the state of Great Britain is, and ought to be, totally dissolved. Gentlemen, please. Do I hear a second?
I second the resolution.
The resolution is seconded by Mr. John Adams of Massachusetts. Discussion.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Dickinson.
This is far too important a matter to pass without proper discussion and serious consideration. I move you, sir, that Congress resolve itself into a committee of the whole to consider this resolution.
I second the motion.
Wow. Mr. Dickinson's motion is seconded by Dr. Franklin.
Right. You, Dr. Franklin? I thought we disagreed.
We do, John. But the more obstacles you put in our way, the surer we are of reaching our goal. It's one of the best traits our English heritage has given us.
Question. I'll put the question. All in favor of Mr. Dickinson's resolution? Aye.
Both sides were eager to postpone the actual vote on the resolution. But many members felt that it had a good chance of passing, and so a committee was named to draft a declaration stating the reasons for such a resolution. The committee consisted of Benjamin Franklin, John Adams, Thomas Jefferson, Roger Sherman, and Robert Livingston. Jefferson, considered by many to be the best writer in the colonies, was chosen to make the original draft. Let us visit the Gratz house on Market Street, Philadelphia, late in June. Gratz is talking with his wife.
But Mr. Jefferson hasn't come down to his supper. I think I should call him.
No, don't disturb him. Mr. Adams and Dr. Franklin are with him. There are serious matters being discussed upstairs.
Well, maybe Dr. Franklin and Mr. Adams would like some supper, too.
Must you always be thinking of food? Important plans are being made for the welfare of our country. Tom Jefferson says that some delegates have been instructed to introduce another resolution for independence this session.
Oh, you're always talking politics and worrying about the country instead of attending to your business. More members of the Continental Congress to track up my floors, I suppose.
You don't appreciate the honor they do us boarding here in our home. Someday this house will be known as a place where history
you
was
wouldn't
made.
call it an honor if you had to sweep up after them. Oh, good evening, Mr. Phillips.
Good evening, Mrs. Gratz.
It's young Mr. Temple, Father.
How are you, Mr. Gratz?
Oh, come in, Mr. Phillips. Well, how can I serve you?
I was wondering you could tell me where I could find more books or pamphlets like this Common Sense. Has Mr. Payne written any more?
I don't know, Mr. Phillips, but I'll ask Mr. Jefferson. He will know.
I'd be very grateful if you would.
Mr. Jefferson's busy now. He mustn't be disturbed. How does your father feel about your sudden interest in this kind of literature?
Father doesn't know. But I'm convinced his ideas are wrong, Mr. Gratz.
Yeah.
Our country must come first, before England or any other place. Don't you think so?
Yes, Mr. Phillips, I do think so. My parents came from Germany and settled here. They are like your father. They are always talking about the old country, but I am an American.
So am I. And our duty lies, I think, with the new country rather than the old. The place where we intend to live and bring up families. We owe it to future generations so that they may have a happy and a better place to live in.
Meanwhile, in Jefferson's room, he and his colleagues, John Adams and Benjamin Franklin, are formulating the document that was to help make the country a happy and a better place.
Well, Dr. Franklin, now that you've read the draft, what do you think?
As a whole, Mr. Jefferson, I am delighted with it. But I hope you won't be offended if a much older man makes a few slight suggestions.
Certainly not, Dr. Franklin.
For instance, you say, when in the course of human events it becomes necessary for a people. Now, wouldn't one people be more significant?
Yes, one people, that's right.
And you say, we hold these truths to be sacred and undeniable. Now, I would prefer we hold these truths to be self-evident.
Self-evident is stronger.
Above all, we must be careful not to alienate any of our colonies at this time. Unless this declaration of our reasons for freedom is passed unanimously by the Continental Congress, it will utterly fail in its purpose.
You're right about that, Dr. Franklin. It must be the unanimous will of the United Colonies.
Now, I've called the colonies the United States of America. Do you like that term, Dr. Franklin?
Yes, Mr. Jefferson, I do. The United States of America. May they ever stand so.
Discussion after discussion caused further postponement of any definite action. On July 1st, 1776, the Committee of the Whole met and advised the passage of the Lee Resolution. The vote was 9 colonies for and 4 against. We find Franklin, Jefferson, and Adams the night of July 1st discussing the situation.
9 votes out of 13. No, it's not enough. If the resolution isn't passed unanimously tomorrow, the rest of the world will never believe our colonies are united. Never believe we are the United States of America.
4 colonies against. Delaware, South Carolina, Pennsylvania, and New York.
The Delaware delegation is evenly divided. The New York delegation has no instructions, and none could possibly arrive by tomorrow. The South Carolina delegates feel that their instructions aren't broad enough to allow them to vote affirmatively.
Rutledge has called them together tonight. Perhaps his eloquence may persuade them.
I'm worried about Delaware. The vote will always remain 1-1. McKean for and Reed against. We can't count on Delaware.
McKean told me that he'd sent a postwriter for Caesar Rodney. As the third member of the delegation, he's sure to favor the resolution.
Rodney's 80 miles away, and they say he's a sick man. We can't expect him to arrive in time to vote.
It's your own Pennsylvania delegation that worries me most, Dr. Franklin. That's a negative majority that no amount of eloquence or persuasion can change.
I know. Dickinson and Morris are sincere. So are Willing and Humphreys. 4-3 against. Come in.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Dickinson.
I trust I'm not interrupting.
Why, not at all. Come in, Dickinson. We were just discussing you.
Not too harshly, I trust.
Gentlemen, I was much impressed with the vote today.
So much so that you wish to change yours, I hope.
No, Doctor. I still believe in reconciliation. But I love my country too well to hold out against wishes of majority. I know that independence must pass, and I realize the necessity for an undivided front. My conscience won't permit my voting for the resolution, but I can stay away from the Congress.
That would make a tie in the Pennsylvania delegation, Mr. Dickinson.
I'm on my way to talk to Morris. If he also remained away tomorrow, you would have a majority in the Pennsylvania delegation.
Mr. Dickinson, you and I have long been opponents. Now I want to express my appreciation and gratitude, sir.
Of course, I can't promise for Morris.
Tomorrow will tell the tale. We must wait for tomorrow.
On the morning of July 2nd, the delegates of the Continental Congress assembled to vote on the Lee resolution. Franklin and Adams are seated together not far from the chairman, John Hancock, as the voting proceeds.
There's 8. New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island, New Jersey, Maryland, Virginia, North Carolina.
4 more to come, with New York not voting.
The chair calls on Mr. Gwinnett of the Georgia delegation. Georgia votes in favor of the revolution. The South Carolina delegation, Mr. Rutledge.
Mr. Chairman, last night we held a meeting of the South Carolina delegates. It lasted well into the morning. But we have come to the conclusion that our instructions are broad enough to allow us to vote on the question. South Carolina votes in the affirmative.
Rutledge must have been very eloquent. Well, I'm beginning to breathe easier.
There are still 2 more, and...
At the request of Colonel McKean of Delaware, I have postponed calling on that colony until an attempt has been made to secure a full representation. Yesterday, the vote was even.
Mr. Chairman.
Here's Colonel McKean now. I was just calling on you.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to report. Our third delegate, Mr. Cesar Rodney, has just arrived. He has ridden all night and wishes to apologize for rushing in so unceremoniously. But thanks to his arrival, the Delaware delegation supports the resolution 2-1.
Only your own colony left, Dr. Franklin?
Yes, only Pennsylvania.
Dr. Franklin, have the other members of your delegation arrived as yet?
No, Mr. Chairman, and I am certain now that Mr. Dickinson and Mr. Morris are not coming. I therefore announce that the Pennsylvania delegation stands 3-2 in favor of independence.
12 ayes, with the New York delegation in sympathy, but not voting. I think we may call it unanimous.
It is unanimous.
Mark my words, Dr. Franklin. July 2nd will be a day of rejoicing and celebration in these United States until the end of time.
July 2nd, the day the resolution was passed, is not the day we celebrate. On July 4th, after much discussion as to its wording, a formal Declaration of Independence, little changed from Jefferson's original draft, was adopted unanimously by the assembled representatives of the United Colonies. On July 8th, the people of Philadelphia are gathered outside the State House to hear the Declaration read by John Nixon. On the outskirts of the crowd stands young Philip Temple with his father.
I can't see why you dragged me here, Philip. You've read that document yourself at Mr. Jefferson. You almost know it by heart. We can't hear anything here anyway.
I want to see how the people take it, Father.
People, eh? I notice not many of our friends are here.
Many of our friends have fled the town, Father.
Yeah, that is true, sir.
I'm glad you're staying.
I'm waiting to see the outcome of all this. Anyone can put words on paper, but will they live up to their word? Will they sign this declaration?
Indeed they will, Mr. Temple. I'm sure of that.
We'll see, Gratz.
This is a great occasion, isn't it, Mr. Gratz?
A day to remember, lad. I'm glad to see you taking an interest, Mr. Temple.
Huh?
I feared perhaps you'd left town with your friends.
Father's staying in Philadelphia, but I'm leaving town, Mr. Gratz.
You, Philip?
Tomorrow I start for Boston to join General Washington.
Oh, good lad. Does your father approve?
The boy's of age. If I tried to stop him, your Liberty boys would try to run me out of town, I suppose.
Don't mind what Father says. I really think he's rather proud of me.
Mr. Nixon has finished reading the Declaration.
Those men in Congress have pledged their lives, their fortunes, and honor. Could I do less? Every church bell in Philadelphia seems to be ringing.
Yeah, ringing in a new era.
They've given us the ideal. It's our duty to make it real.
On August 2nd, the delegates assembled. 56 signatures were affixed to the document, each man pledging his life, his fortune, and his sacred honor to uphold the principles of freedom and equality so that we and future generations should have life, liberty, and the chance for happiness. There are no braver names than these in the cavalcade of America.
The American spirit of independence is well exercised by the American housewife as she does her daily shopping. A good example of Mrs. Housewife's firm intention to get the things she buys in first-class condition, fresh, clean, and sanitary, and to see exactly what she's buying, is shown by the revolutionary improvements in packaging during recent years, particularly transparent wrapping. The story of transparent wrapping, or cellulose film, which is another name for it, is a mighty interesting story of chemistry. First manufactured in 1898 in England to wrap the famous Pears soap, and improved in 1908 by a French chemist, this material is now made in the United States. DuPont makes and sells it under the trademark cellophane. Maybe you have seen, or you will see, the recent spectacular moving picture A Midsummer Night's Dream, in which 700,000 yards of cellophane were used to create the beautiful illusion of fairyland. Or you may have seen pianos and automobiles wrapped in cellophane. But these are the novel and unusual uses. The importance of cellophane to you is the way it protects your health by guarding things from dirt and germs, and also the way it keeps foods fresh and delicious. How can man produce a substance as shimmery as a moonbeam and as elusive as thin air out of the towering spruce tree? Because that's exactly where cellophane cellulose film comes from. Chips of spruce wood go through various chemical processes to end up as a thick liquid. Then an amazing transformation takes place in one step. As the liquid cellulose is forced through a long, narrow slot, it flows evenly into an acid bath. And the instant it touches the acid, it coagulates and becomes solid. Then it's purified and bleached until it's as clear as crystal and made flexible for easy and secure wrapping. DuPont chemists made many improvements in the original discovery. They found how to make this transparent wrapping moisture-proof to protect the freshness of foods and tobacco. In short, the thing to remember is that cellophane cellulose film is something chemistry has created to protect you by protecting the things you buy. It well illustrates the creed of DuPont research chemists: better things for better living through chemistry.
This program has come to you through the courtesy of DuPont, one of America's oldest enterprises, makers of chemical products since 1802. It's one of a series of programs in the Cavalcade of America, presented by DuPont each Wednesday evening at 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time over the Columbia Broadcasting System. When presented on the air, each program also contains a short, interesting story of chemical achievement, illustrating the DuPont chemist's creed: better things for better living through chemistry.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. What I Saw in America by G.K. Chesterton. Section 9, Chapter 5, Part 1. Some American Cities. There is one point, almost to be called a paradox, to be noted about New York, and that is that in one sense it is really new. The term very seldom has any relevance to the reality. The New Forest is nearly as old as the Conquest, and the New Theology is nearly as old as the Creed. Things have been offered to me as the New Thought that might be more properly called the Old Thoughtlessness, and the thing we call the New Poor Law is already old enough to know better. But there is a sense in which New York is always new, in the sense that it is always being renewed. A stranger might well say that the chief industry of the citizens consists of destroying their city, but he soon realizes that they always started all over again with undiminished energy and hope. At first I had a fancy that they never quite finished putting up a big building without feeling that it was time to pull it down again, and that somebody began to dig up the first foundations while somebody else was putting on the last tiles. This fills the whole of this brilliant and bewildering place with a quite unique and unparalleled air of rapid ruin. Ruins spring up so suddenly like mushrooms, which with us are the growth of age, like mosses, that one half expects to see ivy climbing quickly up the broken walls, as in Nightmare of the Time Machine, or in some incredibly accelerated cinema. There is no sight in any country that raises my own spirits so much as a scaffolding. It is a tragedy that they always take the scaffolding away and leave us nothing but a mere building. If they would only take the building away and leave us a beautiful scaffolding, it would in most cases be a gain to the loveliness of the earth. If I could analyze what it is that lifts the heart about the lightness and clarity of such a white and wooden skeleton, I could explain what it is that really charming about New York. In spite of its suffering from the curse of cosmopolitanism and even the provincial superstition of progress, it is partly that all this destruction and reconstruction is an unexhausted artistic energy, but it is partly also that it is an artistic energy that does not take itself too seriously. It is first because man is here a carpenter, and secondly because he is a stage carpenter. Indeed, there is about the whole scene the spirit of scene shifting. It therefore touches whatever nerve in us has since childhood thrilled at all theatrical things. But the picture will be imperfect unless we realize something which gives it unity, and marks its chief difference from the climate and colours of Western Europe. We may say that the back scene remains the same. The sky remained, and in the depths of winter it seemed to be blue with summer, and so clear that I almost flattered myself that clouds were English products like primroses. An American would probably retort on my charge of scene shifting by saying that at least he only shifted the towers and domes of the earth, and that in England it is the heavens that are shifty. And indeed we have changes from day to day that would seem to him as distinct as different magic lantern slides, one view showing the Bay of Naples and the next the North Pole. I do not mean, of course, that there are no changes in American weather, but as a matter of proportion it is true that the most unstable part of our scenery is the most stable part of theirs. Indeed, we might almost be pardoned the boast that Britain alone really possesses the noble thing called weather, most other countries having to be content with climate. It must be confessed, however, that they often are content with it, and the beauty of New York, which is considerable, is very largely due to the clarity that brings out the colours of varied buildings against the equal colour of the sky. Strangely enough, I found myself repeating about this vista of the West 2 vivid lines in which Mr. W.B. Yeats has called up a vision of the East, and coloured like the eastern birds at evening in their rainless skies. To invoke a somewhat less poetic parallel, even the untravelled Englishman has probably seen American posters and trade advertisements of a patchy and gaudy kind, in which a white house or a yellow motor car are cut out as in cardboard against a sky like blue marble. I used to think it was only new art, but I found that it is really New York. It is not for nothing that the very nature of local character has gained the nickname of local colour. Colour runs through all our experience, and we all know that our childhood found talismanic gems in the very paints in the paint box, or even in their very names. And just as the very name of Crimson Lake really suggested to me some sanguine and mysterious mere, dark yet red as blood, so the very name of burnt sienna became afterwards tangled up in my mind with the notion of something traditional and tragic, as if some such golden Italian city had really been darkened by many conflagrations in the wars of medieval democracy. Now, if one had the caprice of conceiving some city exactly contrary to one thus seared and seasoned by fire, its colour might be called up to a childish fancy by the mere name of raw umber, and such a city is New York. I used to be puzzled by the name of raw umber, being unable to imagine the effect of fried umber or stewed umber. But the colours of New York are exactly in that key, and might be adumbrated by phrases like raw pink or raw yellow. It is really in a sense like something uncooked, or something which the satiric would call half-baked. And yet the effect is not only beautiful, it is even delicate. I had no name for this nuance until I saw that somebody had written of the pastel-tinted towers of New York, and I knew that the name had been found. There are no paints dry enough to describe all that dry light, and it is not a box of colours but of crayons. If the Englishman returning to England is moved at the sight of a block of white chalk, the American sees rather a bundle of chalks. Nor can I imagine anything more moving. Fairy tales are told to children about a country where the trees are like sugar sticks and the lakes like treacle. But most children would feel almost as greedy for a fairyland where the trees were like brushes of green paint and the hills were of coloured chalks. But here what accentuates this arid freshness is the fragmentary look of the continual reconstruction and change. The strong daylight finds everywhere the broken edge of things, and the sort of hues we see in newly turned earth or the white sections of trees. And it is in this respect that the local colour can literally be taken as local character. For New York, considered in itself, is primarily a place of unrest, and those who sincerely love it, as many do, love it for the romance of its restlessness. A man almost looks at a building as he passes to wonder whether it will be there when he comes back from his walk, and the doubt is part of an indescribable notion, as of a white nightmare of daylight, which is increased by the very numbering of the streets, with its tangle of numerals, which at first makes an English head reel. The detail is merely a symbol, and when he is used to it he can see that it is, like the most humdrum human customs, both worse and better than his own. 271 West 52nd Street is the easiest of all addresses to find, but the hardest of all addresses to remember. He who is like myself, so constituted as necessarily to lose any piece of paper he has particular reason to preserve, will find himself wishing the place were called Pinecrest or Heather Crag, like any unobtrusive villa in Streatham. But his sense of some sort of incalculable calculations, as of the vision of a mad mathematician, is rooted in a more real impression. His first feeling that his head is turning round is due to something really dizzy in the movement of a life that turns dizzily like a wheel. If there be in that modern mind something paradoxical that can find peace in change, it is here that he has indeed built its habitation, or rather is still building and unbuilding it. One might fancy that it changes in everything, and that nothing endures but its invisible name. And even its name, as I have said, seems to make a boast of novelty. That is something like a sincere first impression of the atmosphere of New York. Those who think that is the atmosphere of America have never got any farther than New York. We might almost say that they have never entered America any more than if they had been detained like undesirable aliens at Ellis Island. And indeed there are a good many undesirable aliens detained in Manhattan Island too. But of that I will not speak, being myself an alien with no particular pretensions to be desirable. Anyhow, such is New York, but such is not the New World. The greatest American republic contains very considerable varieties, and of these varieties I necessarily saw far too little to allow me to generalize. But from the little I did see, I should venture on the generalization that the great part of America is singularly and even strikingly unlike New York. It goes without saying that New York is very unlike the vast agricultural plains and small agricultural towns of the Middle West, which I did see. It may be conjectured with some confidence that it is very unlike what is called the wild and sometimes the woolly West, which I did not see. But I am here comparing New York not with the newer states of the prairie or the mountains, but with the other older cities of the Atlantic coast. And New York, as it seems to me, is quite vitally different from the other historic cities of America. It is so different that it shows them all for the moment in a false light, as a long white searchlight will throw a light that is fantastic and theatrical upon ancient and quiet villages folded in the everlasting hills. Philadelphia and Boston and Baltimore are more like those quiet villages than they are like New York. If I were to call this book The Antiquities of America, I should give rise to misunderstanding and possibly to annoyance. And yet the double sense in such words is an undeserved misfortune for them. We talk of Plato or the Parthenon or the Greek passion for beauty as parts of the antique, but hardly of the antiquated. When we call them ancient, it is not because they have perished, but because they have survived. In the same way, I heard some New Yorkers refer to Philadelphia or Baltimore as dead towns. They mean by a dead town a town that has had the impudence not to die. Such people are astonished to find an ancient thing alive, just as they are now astonished, and will be increasingly astonished, to find Poland or the Papacy or the French nation still alive. And what I mean by Philadelphia and Baltimore being alive is precisely what these people mean by their being dead. It is continuity. It is the presence of the life first breathed into them and of the purpose of their being. It is the benediction of the founders of the colonies and the fathers of the Republic. This tradition is truly to be called life, for life alone can link the past and the future. It merely means that what was done yesterday makes some difference today, so what is done today will make some difference tomorrow. In New York it is difficult to feel that any day will make any difference. These moderns only die daily without power to rise from the dead. But I can truly claim that in coming into some of these more stable cities of the States, I felt something quite sincerely of that historic emotion which is satisfied in eternal cities of the Mediterranean. I felt in America what many Americans suppose can only be felt in Europe. I have seldom had that sentiment stirred more simply and directly than when I saw from afar off, above the vast grey labyrinth of Philadelphia, great Penn upon his pinnacle, like the graven figure of a god who has fashioned a new world, and remembered that his body lay buried in a field at the turning of a lane, a league from my own door. For this aspect of America is rather neglected in the talk about electricity and headlines. Needless to say, the modern vulgarity of avarice and advertisement sprawls all over Philadelphia or Boston. But so it does over Winchester or Canterbury. But most people know that there is something else to be found in Canterbury or Winchester. Many people know that it is rather more interesting, and some people know that Alfred can still walk in Winchester, and that St. Thomas at Canterbury was killed but did not die. It is at least as possible for a Philadelphian to feel the presence of Penn and Franklin as for an Englishman to see the ghosts of Alfred and of Becket. Tradition does not mean a dead town. It does not mean that the living are dead, but that the dead are alive. It means that it still matters what Penn did 200 years ago, or what Franklin did 100 years ago. I never could feel in New York that it mattered what anybody did an hour ago. And these things did and do matter. Quakerism is not my favourite creed, but on that day when William Penn stood unarmed upon that spot, and made his treaty with the Red Indians, his creed of humanity did have a triumph, and a triumph that has not turned back. The praise given to him is not a priggish fiction of our conventional history, though such fictions have illogically curtailed it. The nonconformists have been rather unfair to Penn, even in picking their praises, and they generally forget that toleration cuts both ways, and that an open mind is open on all sides. Those who deify him for consenting to bargain with the savages cannot forgive him for consenting to bargain with the Stuarts. And the same is true of the other city, yet more closely connected with the tolerant experiment of the Stuarts. The state of Maryland was the first experiment in religious freedom in human history. Lord Baltimore and his Catholics were a long march ahead of William Penn and his Quakers on what is now called the path of progress. That the first religious toleration ever granted in the world was granted by Roman Catholics is one of those little informing details with which our Victorian histories did not exactly teem. But when I went into my hotel at Baltimore and found 2 priests waiting to see me, I was moved in a new fashion. For I felt that I touched the end of a living chain. Nor was the impression accidental. It will always remain with me, with a mixture of gratitude and grief. For they brought a message of welcome from a great American, whose name I had known from childhood, and whose career was drawing to its close. For it was but a few days after I left the city that I learned that Cardinal Gibbons was dead. The end of Section 9, Chapter 5, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. What I Saw in America by G.K. Chesterton. Section 10, Chapter 5, Part 2. Some American Cities. On the top of a hill on one side of the town stood the first monument raised after the Revolution to Washington. Beyond it was a new monument saluting in the name of Lafayette the American soldiers who fell fighting in France in the Great War. Between them were steps and stone seats, and I sat down on one of them and talked to 2 children who were clambering about on the bases of the monument. I felt a profound and radiant peace in the thought that they, at any rate, were not going to my lecture. It made me happy that in the talk neither they nor I had any names. I was full of that indescribable waking vision of the strangeness of life, and especially of the strangeness of locality, of how we find places and lose them, and see faces for a moment in a far-off land. And it is equally mysterious if we remember, and mysterious if we forget. I had even stirring in my head the suggestion of some verses that I shall never finish. If I go back to Baltimore, the city of Maryland. But the poem would have to contain far too much, for I was thinking of 1,000 things at once, and wondering what the children would be like 20 years after, and whether they would travel in white goods or be interested in oil. And I was not touched, it may be said, by the fact that a neighboring shop had provided the only sample of the substance called tea ever found on the American continent. And in front of me soared up into the sky on wings of stone the column of all those high hopes of humanity 100 years ago. And beyond, there were lighted candles in the chapel and prayers in the antechambers, where perhaps already a prince of the church was dying. Only on a later page can I even attempt to comb out such a tangle of contrasts, which is indeed the tangle of America and this mortal life. But sitting there on that stone seat, under that quiet sky, I had some experience of the thronging thousands of living thoughts and things, noisy and numberless as birds, that give its everlasting vivacity and vitality to a dead town. 2 other cities I visited which have this particular type of traditional character, the one being typical of the North and the other of the South. At least I may take as convenient antitypes the towns of Boston and St. Louis, and we might add Nashville as being a shade more truly southern than St. Louis. To the extreme south, in the sense of what is called the Black Belt, I never went at all. Now English travellers expect the South to be somewhat traditional, but they are not prepared for the aspects of Boston in the north, which are even more so. If we wished only for an antic of antithesis, we might say that on one side the places are more prosaic than the names, and on the other the names are more prosaic than the places. St. Louis is a fine town, and we recognize a fine instinct of the imagination that set on the hill overlooking the river the statue of that holy horseman who has christened the city. But the city is not as beautiful as its name. It could not be. Indeed, these titles set up a standard to which the most splendid spires and turrets could not rise, and below which the commercial chimneys and sky signs conspicuously sink. We should think it odd if Belfast had borne the name of Joan of Arc. We should be slightly shocked if the town of Johannesburg happened to be called Jesus Christ. But few have noticed a blasphemy or even a somewhat challenging benediction to be found in the very name of San Francisco. But on the other hand, a place like Boston is much more beautiful than its name, and as I have suggested, an Englishman's general information, or lack of information, leaves him in some ignorance of the type of beauty that turns up in that type of place. He has heard so much about the purely commercial North as against the agricultural and aristocratic South, and the traditions of Boston and Philadelphia are rather too tenuous and delicate to be seen from across the Atlantic. But here also there are traditions, and a great deal of traditionalism. The circle of old families, which still meets with a certain exclusiveness in Philadelphia, is the sort of thing that we in England should expect to find rather in New Orleans. The academic aristocracy of Boston, which Oliver Wendell Holmes called the Brahmins, is still a reality, though it was always a minority, and is now a very small minority. An epigram invented by Yale at the expense of Harvard describes it as very small indeed. Here is to jolly old Boston, the home of the bean and the cod, where Cabots speak only to Lowells, and Lowells speak only to God. But an aristocracy must be a minority, and it is arguable that the smaller it is, the better. I am bound to say, however, that the distinguished Dr. Cabot, the present representative of the family, broke through any taboo that may tie his affections to his creator and to Miss Amy Lowell, and broadened his sympathy so indiscriminately as to show kindness and hospitality to so lost a being as an English lecturer. But if the thing is hardly a limit, it is very living as a memory, and Boston on this side is very much a place of memories. It would be paying it a very poor compliment merely to say that parts of it reminded me of England, for indeed they reminded me of English things that have largely vanished from England. There are old brown houses in the corners of squares, and streets that are like glimpses of a man's forgotten childhood. And when I saw the long path with posts, where the autocrat may suppose to have walked with the schoolmistress, I felt I had come to the land where old tales come true. I pause in this place upon this particular aspect of America because it is very much missed in a mere contrast with England. I need not say that if I felt even about the slight figures of fiction, I felt it even more about solid figures of history. Such ghosts seemed particularly solid in the southern states, precisely because of the comparative quietude and leisure of the atmosphere of the South. It was never more vivid to me than when coming in at a quiet hour of the night into the comparatively quiet hotel at Nashville in Tennessee, and mounting to a dim and deserted upper floor where I found myself before a faded picture, and from the dark canvas looked forth the face of Andrew Jackson, watchful like a white eagle. At that moment, perhaps, I was in more than one sense alone. Most Englishmen know a good deal of American fiction and nothing whatever of American history. They know more about the autocrat of the breakfast table than about the autocrat of the army and the people. the one great democratic despot of modern times, the Napoleon of the New World. The only notion the English public ever got about American politics they got from a novel, Uncle Tom's Cabin. And to say the least of it, it was no exception to the prevalence of fiction over fact. Hundreds of us have heard of Tom Sawyer for one who has heard of Charles Sumner, and it is probable that most of us could pass a more detailed examination about Toddy and Budge than about Lincoln and Lee. But in the case of Andrew Jackson, it may be that I felt a special sense of individual isolation. For I believe that there are even fewer among Englishmen than among Americans who realize that the energy of that great man was largely directed towards saving us from the chief evil which destroys the nations today. He sought to cut down, as with a sword of simplicity, the new and nameless enormity of finance, and he must have known, as by a lightning flash, that the people were behind him, because all the politicians were against him. The end of that struggle is not yet, but if the bank is stronger than the sword or the sceptre of popular sovereignty, the end will be the end of democracy. It will have to choose between accepting an acknowledged dictator and accepting dictation which it dare not acknowledge. The process will have begun by giving power to people and refusing to give them their titles, and it will have ended by giving the power to the people who refuse to give us their names. But I have a special reason for ending this chapter on the name of the great popular dictator who made war on the politicians and the financiers. This chapter does not profess to touch on 1 in 20 of the interesting cities of America, even in this particular aspect of their relation to the history of America, which is so much neglected in England. If that were so, there would be a great deal to say even about the newest of them. Chicago, for instance, is certainly something more than the mere pork-packing yard that English tradition suggests, and it has been building a boulevard not unworthy of its splendid position on its splendid lake. But all these cities are defiled and even diseased with industrialism. It is due to the Americans to remember that they have deliberately preserved one of their cities from such defilement and such disease, and that is the presidential city, which stands on the American mind for the same ideal as the president, the idea of the republic that rises above modern money-getting and endures. There has really been an effort to keep the White House white. No factories are allowed in that town. No more than the necessary shops are tolerated. It is a beautiful city, and really retains something of that classical serenity of the 18th century, in which the fathers of the Republic moved. With all respect to the colonial place of that name, I do not suppose that Wellington is particularly like Wellington, but Washington really is like Washington. In this, as in so many things, there is no harm in our criticizing foreigners, if only we would also criticize ourselves. In other words, the world might need even less of its new charity if it had a little more of the old humility. When we complain of American individualism, we forget that we have fostered it by ourselves having far less of this impersonal ideal of the Republic or Commonwealth as a whole. When we complain, very justly for instance, of great pictures passing into the possession of American magnates, we ought to remember that we paved the way for it by allowing them all to accumulate in the possession of English magnates. It is bad that a public treasure should be in the possession of a private man in America, but we took the first step in lightly letting it disappear into the private collection of a man in England. I know all about the genuine national tradition which treated the aristocracy as constituting the state. But these very foreign purchases go to prove that we ought to have had a state independent of the aristocracy. It is true that rich Americans do sometimes covet the monuments of our culture in a fashion that rightly revolts us as vulgar and irrational. They are said sometimes to want to take whole buildings away with them, and too many of such buildings are private and for sale. There were wilder stories of a millionaire wishing to transplant Glastonbury Abbey and similar buildings as if they were portable shrubs in pots. It is obvious that it is nonsense as well as vandalism to separate Glastonbury Abbey from Glastonbury. I can understand a man venerating it as a ruin, and I can understand a man despising it as a rubbish heap. But it is senseless to insult a thing in order to idolize it. It is meaningless to desecrate the shrine in order to worship the stones. That sort of thing is the bad side of American appetite and ambition, and we are perfectly right to see it not only as a deliberate blasphemy, but as an unconscious buffoonery. But there is another side to the American tradition which is really too much lacking in our own tradition, and it is illustrated in this idea of preserving Washington as a sort of paradise of impersonal politics without personal commerce. Nobody could buy the White House or the Washington Monument. It may be hinted, as by an inhabitant of Glastonbury, that nobody wants to, but nobody could if he did want to. There is really a certain air of serenity and security about the place, lacking in every other American town. It is increased, of course, by the clear blue skies of that half-southern province from which smoke has been banished. The effect is not so much in the mere buildings, though they are classical and often beautiful, but whatever else they have built a great blue dome, the largest dome in the world, and the place does express something in the inconsistent idealism of this strange people. And here at least they have lifted it higher than all the skyscrapers and set it in a stainless sky. The end of section 10. The end of chapter 5.
These are our men. Parker Watch Company and its dealers throughout America dedicate this program to the United States Treasury Department for the sale of war bonds. With Robert Merrill as our special guest today, we proudly present the 12th in this series of dramatic programs, These Are Our Men. Fight for total victory. These are our men. King, Vandergrift, Eisenhower, Nimitz, MacArthur, Arnold, Wainwright, Halsey, and these too are our men. Jones, Smith, Brown, Cohen, Riley, Popper, Walensky, Snyder. In the past weeks, we've brought you the stories of our leaders. Today, we bring you the story of the men who fight under them. Yes, you've heard the stories of the leaders. Today, we bring you the stories of the men under them. Stories written under fire by the little guy who holds the respect and affection of every American soldier he ever met. These are stories from Ernie Pyle's new book, entitled with Ernie Pyle's simple eloquence, Brave Men.
What is it like before battle? What do they think about? Well, they're afraid. But not afraid of the physical part of dying. That isn't the way it is. The emotion is rather one of almost desperate reluctance to give up the future. To give up such things as seeing the old lady again, of going on to college, of getting married, of holding on your knee just once the kid that you'd never seen. of becoming the champion salesman of your territory, driving a coal truck around Kansas City once more. Yes, even of sitting in the sun again on the south side of a house in New Mexico. It's these little hopes and ambitions for some bright tomorrow that makes up the sum total of the worry and anxiety in the hearts of the waiting men.
Some bright tomorrow, we two will meet again, while on high in the sky there will be a canopy of rainbows. We'll do every little thing that we did before we parted. We'll feel our hearts take wing when we complete all the dreams we started. Sunshine and laughter, the joys that we once knew, they will come on that some bright tomorrow with
you. I don't think you can ever fully understand the ties that grow between men who live savagely together, relentlessly communing with death. They're ties of great strength. There's a sense of fidelity to each other in a little corps of men who've endured so long and whose hope in the end can be so small.
Lieutenant? Yes, Sergeant? I'm supposed to go back to rest camp tonight. I know, but we're due to attack tonight. Yes. Lieutenant, well, I don't think I'd better go. I'll stay if you need me. Of course I need you, Buck. I always need you. But it's your turn. I want you to go. Well, I'd just as soon stay, sir. I know. But you're going. That's an order, Buck. Yes, sir.
Oh, I can't leave my buddies. No, I can't leave my buddies. I'm a poor, lonesome cowboy and a long way from home.
This was in Italy. Sergeant Buck, a cowboy from Idaho, came back to the little group of old-timers with whom I was standing. Well, you'd have thought he was leaving forever.
Well, I guess I'll be going. Good luck to you all.
Thanks, Buck. Get yourself a good rest.
Yeah, I'll only be gone 5 days.
Sure, you'll be back before you know it.
Yeah? Well, so long, everybody.
So long, Buck.
Well, good luck.
Thanks, Buck.
Take me back to be near them. Take me back to be near them. I'm a poor, lonesome cowboy and a long way from home.
It was drizzling, and the valleys were swathed in a dismal mist. Artillery of both sides flashed and rumbled around the horizon. The encroaching darkness was heavy and foreboding. I walked with Buck to the waiting truck, and he kept his eyes on the ground. I think he might have cried if he'd known how.
Ernie?
Yes, Buck?
This will be the first battle I ever missed with this battalion.
Yeah.
I sure do wish him luck.
They know that.
I feel like a deserter.
I went back and lay down on the ground with my other friends, waiting for the night orders to march. I lay there in the darkness, thinking, terribly touched by the great simple devotion of that soldier who was a cowboy. Thinking of the millions of people far away at home who would remain forever unaware of this feeling of the soldier for his comrades.
And you know what's the first thing I'm going to do when I get home?
What?
I'm going to fix it so my kid won't have to fight in the next war.
How are you going to do that?
Well, I'll tell you. First of all, I'm going to take him up on the garage roof, see?
Yeah.
Then I'm going to put 10-pound weights in his hands and make him jump off. That ought to break down the arches. Then I think I'll feed him a little ground glass every now and then to give him a bad stomach.
That ought to make him 4F, all right.
Yeah, and I'll make him read by candlelight to ruin his eyes. When I get through with him, he'll be double 4F.
Joe, if I didn't know you so well, I'd say you don't like it over here.
Oh, you know me better than that. I just love this nice mud and that German artillery.
Yeah.
Listen, if I ever get home, they'll have to catch me to bring me back again.
Go on, you'd be home a couple of weeks and read about us over here and remember these bull sessions, and you'd bust out bawling. You'd be so homesick.
Yeah, well, just give me the chance, that's all. Just give me the chance.
Oh, the guns, guns, and the pretty, pretty Huns. What a war, what a war. Oh, the guns, guns, and the pretty, pretty Huns. What a lovely, lovely war.
But they tell me that a lot of American soldiers who have returned to America do get homesick for the front. They get an itch for the old miserable life, a disgusting, illogical yearning to be back again in a place they hated. I'm sure it's true, but I know a lot of soldiers who'd like a chance to put that theory to the test. Behind me is a distinguished and unbroken record for being sick in every country I ever visited. I'd been in Sicily 5 days when I decided to get sick and get it over with. They established me in a clearing station and finally decided I had battlefield fever. Well, you don't die of that. You just think you will. Then, as I began to feel better, I became aware of the wounded and the dying men who are constantly being brought into the tent.
I feel okay. I think I'm going to make it, Doc.
Of course you will. You'll be all right.
Oh, let me go. I can walk all right. Hey, you got beds here? Lord, how I want to go to bed. Oh, there's nothing wrong with me. You don't call that little scratch anything. Come on, let me out of here.
You've got to take care of that wound, son. We're going to send you back to the hospital.
I don't want to go to any hospital. I want to get back to my outfit.
Well, you wouldn't do your outfit any good right now, son. You go on to the hospital. They've got some good-looking nurses there.
I don't care about any nurses. I want to get back to where I belong to.
Now, take it easy, soldier. Just take it easy. It was flabbergasting to me to lie there and hear wounded men cuss and beg to be sent right back into the fight. Of course, not all of them did that. It depended on the severity of their wounds and their individual personalities, just as it would in peacetime. But the main impression that I got from all the wounded was their wonderful spirit and the thoughtful and attentive attitude of the men who cared for them. Well, eventually, after having indulged myself long enough to keep my sick record unblemished, I got back to the front. Frontline conversation covers almost every topic in the world.
For $25, I'll eat a double-edged razor blade. Now, what you think of that? I wouldn't give you 2 bits.
You can't do it anyway.
You just put up $25 and I'll show you, and I'll let you examine the inside of my mouth afterwards. How do you do it? I just chew them up. I haven't got $25. Oh. Listen, you could all pitch in. I'll take a double-edged razor blade, chew her all up, and swallow her down. Now, what you say?
Nah. Can you really do it, Sam?
Why, sure I can, Ernie. I used to do it all the time before the war. I was offered a job in a carnival.
That's so.
Say, Ernie.
Yeah?
How about you putting up $25?
No, Sam, I think I'll wait and see it for 2 bits at the carnival.
Oh, it's worth $25 to see a guy eat a double-edged blade. Oh. Hey, I wonder if we'll ever get those galoshes they promised us. They've been promising us galoshes for months. What you want with galoshes? To keep my feet dry. My feet haven't been dry for 6 weeks. Take a drink of that lousy cognac they sell in Naples. That'll dry your socks before it hits bottom. No kidding, though. I sure like some galoshes.
Oh, forget the galoshes, will you? That's all you talk about, galoshes.
What's the matter? You got to talk about something. Anyway, it's not civilized to go around with your feet wet for 6 weeks. What you mean, civilized? What's that? Back home, we thought we were civilized because we took a lot of baths. I haven't had a bath in 2 months, and I don't feel any different. Maybe people take too many baths anyway.
Maybe they do. Now, take me. I dreamed about hot baths. But when I got home, I'm almost ashamed to admit it, I didn't average more than 1 bath a week all the time that I was there. Now, maybe what we were fighting for is the right to be as dirty as we please. Suits me.
It always rains in the infantry, but we never take a bath. I found a hunk of soap one day, but the dirt began to laugh.
I took a walk along the historic coast of Normandy after D-Day. It was a lovely day for strolling along the seashore. Men were sleeping on the sand, some of them sleeping forever. Men were floating in the water, but they didn't know they were in the water, for they were dead. You know, on that beach lay expended sufficient men and mechanism for a small war. They were gone forever now. And yet, we could afford it. We could afford it because we had our toehold.
Now we lie in the waters with the tanks and the mortars. We're poor, lonesome soldiers and a long way from home.
There were soldiers' packs, socks, shoe polish, sewing kits, Bibles, letters from home, snapshots of wives and sweethearts. Staring up at you from the sand. Always there are dogs in every invasion. There was a dog on the beach now, still looking pitifully for his masters. He barked appealingly to every soldier who approached, trotted eagerly along with them for a few feet, and then, sensing himself unwanted, he'd run back to wait in vain for his own people at his own empty boat.
Where the sand is our tombstone, where the water is our graveyard, where our bodies are like driftwood, we're a long way from home.
The strong, swirling tides of the Normandy coastline shifted the contours of the sandy beach as they moved in and out. They carried soldiers' bodies out to sea, and later they returned them. They covered the heroes with sand, and then in their whims they uncovered them. I walked around what seemed to be a couple of pieces of driftwood sticking out of the sand, but they weren't driftwood. They were a soldier's 2 feet. The toes of his GI shoes pointed toward the land that he'd come so far to see, and which he saw so briefly.
Why don't you tell him, pile? Why don't you tell him back home what it's really like? All they hear about is a lot of victories and glory stuff. They don't know that every time we advance, somebody gets killed. Why don't you tell them?
I told him that was what I tried to do all the time. You see, this soldier was fed up. His outfit had suffered heavy casualties, and he was exhausted. He was filled with bitterness. And yet, a few days' rest to take it all out of him. He didn't want any credit or glory for himself. He just wanted to be sure the folks at home realized that men were dying.
Some folks at home keep thinking of steak, while the bullets they give us a bellyache.
Hey, Mike, look out! Don't step on it! Oh, my gosh, a mine. Where? I don't see it. It's not a mine. Look, it's a little baby rabbit. A rabbit? Hey, don't ever do that again. I thought I was stepping on a mine.
Say, he's a cute little fella.
Yeah, he's cute. But look, Bill, don't ever do that again, see?
Yeah. Hey, this little fella's hungry. I'm going to take you back and get him some canned milk.
You better leave it here. You can't be toting a rabbit around with you.
Yeah, he's a cute little fella, isn't he?
Strange little things happened on the battlefield. Private Bill Westcott found a little rabbit. He fed it tenderly through an eyedropper. It was quite a little rabbit at that. It hopped around everywhere after Westcott. When the distance got too far, it'd go hopping back to the pup tent and snuggle up in Westcott's blanket. All of the boys were crazy about it. And then, after about a week, we found the little rabbit dead on the grass. Private Westcott, whose own life was in the balance every day, felt awful bad about that little rabbit. It was raining heavily one night. We were all soaked through. We were on our way to clean out an enemy strong point. The young lieutenant kept barking his orders.
Spread it out now. Want to draw fire on yourselves? Come on. Don't bunch up like that. 5 yards apart. Spread it out.
The men didn't talk among themselves. They just went. They weren't heroic figures as they moved forward a few seconds apart. There was a confused excitement and a grim anxiety in their faces.
Spread it out. Come on. Spread it out.
They were afraid, but it was beyond their power to quit. They had no choice.
Hey, Ernie, duck in this doorway. Right. Hey, where's your rifle?
Correspondents can't carry a rifle. It's international law.
Yeah? Sounds like a silly law if you ask me. Hey, I used to read your column back in Cincinnati, Ernie.
Oh, you did? We're pals then.
Ernie, could you put my name in? Well, the family had better big kick out of it.
Well, sure. Yeah, let me get the name right. Here, you hold my helmet over the pad?
Yeah.
Thanks. All right, go ahead.
Private First Class Hospital. Cincinnati, Ohio.
Yeah. Even with the bullets winding down the street, the soldiers were eager for me to get their names so that their folks back home would know they were in there. I ducked from one doorway to another, getting as many names as I could. Names of the actors in one little drama of the war, along a rain-soaked street of a French village.
Oh, will you tell how I died in the infantry so everyone will know? Tell how I killed 100 men before they laid me low.
A final story. I've told you of the feeling that soldiers who face death together have for one another. The feeling those who've stayed at home will never be able to comprehend. Well, this takes me back to Italy and to Captain Henry T. Wasco of Belton, Texas. I have never crossed the trail of any officer so beloved by the men under him.
After my father, he came next.
Yeah, he always looked out for us. He always went to bat for us.
I never knew him to do anything unfair.
I was at the foot of the mule trail the night they brought Captain Wasco down. The moon was nearly full, and you could see far up the mountain trail. Dead men had been coming down the trail all evening, lashed on the back of mules. They came lying belly down across the pack saddles, their head hanging down on one side, their stiffened legs sticking out awkwardly from the other. I don't know who the first one was. You feel small in the presence of dead men. You don't ask silly questions.
This one's Captain Wasco.
The unburdened mules moved off to their olive grove. The men in the road seemed reluctant to leave. They stood around, and I could sense them moving one by one close to Captain Wasco's body. Not so much to look, I think, as to say something in finality to him and to themselves. I stood close by, and I could hear.
Damn it, sir.
That's all he said. Damn it, sir. And he walked away. And another man came. I think he was an officer. He looked into the dead captain's face and then spoke to him as though he were alive.
I'm sorry, old man.
Then a soldier came and stood beside the officer and bent over. And he said very tenderly,
I sure am sorry, sir.
And then the first man squatted down and took the captain's hand. He sat there a full 5 minutes, looking into the dead captain's face. Finally, he put the hand down. He reached over and gently
straightened the points of the captain's collar. And then he sort of rearranged the tattered edges of the uniform around the wound. And then he got up and walked away down the road in the moonlight, all alone.
I'm just a poor wayfaring stranger, traveling through this world of woe, and there's no sickness, toil, or danger in that bright land to which I go.
Such is the powerful fraternity in this ghastly brotherhood. Something that only our fighting men will fully understand. Thousands of these men will be returning to you before long. They have seen and done and felt things you cannot know. They'll be changed. They'll have to learn how to adjust themselves to peace. And all of us will have to learn how to reassemble our broken world into a pattern so firm and so fair that another great war cannot soon be possible. To tell the simple truth, most of us over in France don't pretend to know the right answer. All we can do is fumble and try once more. Try out of the memory of our anguish and be as tolerant of each other as we can.
Thank you, Carl Swenson, for your fine portrayal of Ernie Pyle. Now the NBC and Victor Record singing star, a young man destined for brilliant new achievements in radio, the concert, and operatic fields, Robert Merrill.
Well, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm a singer. I'm not a speaker. I think on these programs you've heard all the reasons for buying every war bond you can possibly buy. Even that war bond you can't afford. But perhaps I can sum it up and phrase it a bit differently if I sing a song for you. It was written by the conductor and composer of the music for These Are Our Men, Joseph Chernyavsky, and the lyrics are by Mr. A.I. Parker. It is called, as these programs are called, These Are Our Men.
These are our men. These are our men. They'll fight for the right to be free beneath the sun. The price may be high, but the job must be done. No matter the price, till the victory is won. They'll give 'em the gun till the foe's on the run. In stinking hot cold or shift the world around, sweating and bleeding. Someone never found. Hitler and Ojo said they couldn't fight. It makes a difference when you know you're right. And keep on fighting till victory is won. It's up to us for all they have endured to remember
Thank you, Robert Merrill. These are Our Men, featuring today a dramatization of Brave Men by Ernie Pyle, with Robert Merrill as our special guest, has been presented each Saturday by the Parker Watch Company and its dealers throughout America, but not to sell watches. What we ask you to buy is war bonds. Now the message I promised you at the start of the program. The message is this. The Parker Watch Company has prepared a brilliant book portfolio, a wonderful booklet in brilliant colors with the pictures and biographies of all the great American war leaders being dramatized on this series of programs. And in combination with it, a portfolio for the safekeeping of your war bonds, as well as a handy chart for recording the serial numbers of your bonds. For your copy, send 10 cents to cover cost of mailing and wrapping. Address your request to the Parker Watch Company, Post Office Box 14, New York 19, New York. Write today, enclose 10 cents in coin only, and mail to the Parker Watch Company, Post Office Box 14, New York 19, New York, for your copy of our combination book portfolio entitled These Are Our Men. With this program, we end this special series dedicated by the Parker Watch Company to the United States Treasury. Thank you for being with us these Saturday afternoons. Our music was composed and conducted by Joseph Chernyovsky, with today's special effects by Tom Glazer, and the entire production was under the direction of Anton M. Leader. This is Jack Costello speaking.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
By transcription.
The first great international arbitration ever attempted. I'd like to see if it can't work.
Mr. President, starring Edward Arnold and written by Gene Holloway. Mr. President, at home in the White House, the elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who've lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True, human stories of Mr. President.
In a moment, we'll bring you Edward Arnold as the man in the White House. Many years ago, the president sat in a ladder-backed, cane-bottomed chair and read reports written by young men whose wages he paid out of his own pocket. No telephones plagued him. He could come and go as he pleased, take a swim in the Potomac, or ride in the woods around Washington. Today, the president sits in an air-conditioned office, surrounded by telephones, dictating into a wire recorder. If he wants to walk, he must stay inside the black iron bars enclosing the White House grounds. From the ladder-backed chair to air conditioning, from then to now, many presidents have lived in the White House. Men of differing personalities, tempers, and talents. Edward Arnold portrays one of them each week at this time. Listen now and see if you can name the president upon whom this episode is based.
story that happened in Washington a few years ago. Listen closely and see if you can tell who the president was. It was dinner time, and the president, his wife, his father, and his father-in-law, and his small son were at dinner.
Cornbread again.
Well, we're having it in honor of Colonel Dent, Father. He's quite fond of cornbread.
The swell eat down south. Up north, we feed that kind of stuff to the pigs.
Now, you just listen to me. Cornbread is one of the best things a man can eat.
Maybe, in the south.
I'll thank you to repeat what you just said, sir.
I said maybe cornbread is one of the best things a man can eat in the south.
Will you remove your glasses and step outside and say that?
I most certainly will.
Grandpa's having another fight with Grandpa.
Now, boys, wait a minute.
Now, you keep out of this, son. We're quite capable of settling this matter between ourselves.
Well, we might be able to eat a lot of things in the South if it hadn't been for you ding-busted Yankees.
Now, Father, please.
Well, are you coming outside or aren't you?
Just give me a minute till I finish my cornbread.
Grandpa, the Civil War's over.
Not in this house it isn't.
When you attack a man in his cornbread, you're really going too far, sir. You really are.
The trouble with you Southerners is you're all too thin-skinned.
And what about you Northerners, Father?
Yeah, did you hear that? Your own son said that. Out of the mouths of babes.
Oh, I hardly think you could call me a babe, Father, then.
This whole argument is silly, and I'm not going to permit it to continue. I'm going to ring for dessert. You may clear for dessert, George.
There's time before dessert to go out and settle the argument, Grandpa.
Now, son, that's enough. Father, I want you and the president's father to sit down and put your glasses back on.
Now, see here, Julia, you can't treat us as though we were children.
When you act like children, I see no other way to treat you.
Did you hear what he said about the South?
He was just trying to get your dander up, Father.
Well, he certainly succeeded.
Thin-skinned, that's what I call it, thin-skinned.
Father.
Why don't we all have a fight?
Because it isn't nice to fight.
My father's the greatest fighter in the world.
Oh, I don't know as I'd say that, son. There are a few other brave fighters that are entitled to some consideration, too.
Yes, and a lot of them come from the South.
That's quite true. There were brave men on both sides, but the war is over now. If you and Colonel Dent would just try to realize that, Father. It's one nation. And the South and the North and the East and the West and everything in between are all part of that nation. It's time to forget the bitterness of the past and look towards the hope of the future.
Well, all right. Give me a piece of that fool cornbread.
Good. That at least is a step in the right direction.
Grandpa, when are you going to give me that watch you promised me?
Now, son.
But he promised to give it to me when I wrote him a letter. And I wrote it.
Well, my boy, I think you're a little young yet for a handsome watch like this, but I consider it yours.
How can it be mine if you're keeping it?
I can't wait to see you get out of that one.
It is your watch, boy. I'm just taking care of it for you.
That's Northerner for you. Cheating a little boy out of his watch.
I'm not cheating him out of it. I just want to be sure he's big enough to take care of it by the time he gets it.
I'll give you my watch, son.
No, Father, that isn't necessary. I think our son can wait a little longer for his watch.
I was going to tell time.
He can tell time from the clocks in the house.
Northern time.
I resent your tone, sir. What's wrong with Northern time?
I shall be very happy to tell you. In the first place...
No, Father.
No?
No.
Oh. Oh, well, I guess you're right, Julia. Dratted Yankees just can't take criticism.
Oh, I don't think that's true, Father Dent. We can take criticism. But there's a limit to how much criticism we can take, just as there's a limit as to how much criticism you can take.
Well, now, sir, let me tell you something. In the Shenandoah campaign...
Now, Father Dent, I don't want to seem rude, but could we take this up another time? The Secretary of State is due any minute, and I have a very important matter to take up with him.
Here, you take the watch, boy.
Thanks, Grandpa.
No, son, I think Grandpa is quite right. You're really not old enough to have a valuable heirloom like that. When you're grown up, it's quite time enough.
All right, Mother.
Well, excuse me, everyone. I really must get into that meeting. Mr. Secretary, would you mind going over the basic facts for me again?
Not at all, Mr. President. The ship, the Alabama, was built for the Confederacy at Birkenhead, England. When our government learned of the ship and of her purpose, we asked England to detain the ship. But this was not done. England permitted the ship to sail. and she was used to great advantage by the Confederacy.
Well, she certainly was. I have the statistics on the operation of the Alabama right here on my desk. And if England had detained her, which as a neutral she should have done, none of this would have had resulted.
Hand in hand with our problem concerning the Alabamas, our problem with the Newfoundland fisheries. There have been continual clashes between the fishermen all along the coast. And Fenian movements against Canada are taking place from all the Irish centers.
Well, Mr. Secretary, have you a recommendation to offer?
I would rather hear your recommendation first, Mr. President.
Well, as you know, we have received a suggestion from the British government that a joint high commission made up of members of each government be created to arbitrate the differences of our respective countries. I think I would like to see such a commission established. It will be the first great international arbitration ever attempted. I'd like to see if it can't work.
Mr. President, that is exactly what I was going to recommend.
Then let us notify England immediately that we accept her suggestion and that we would like the commission to be put into action as soon as possible.
I'll see to it immediately, sir. Well, unless there's something else you want to take up with me, I think I'll get back to my office and start getting the wheels in motion to bring this about.
No, I haven't anything else, Mr. Secretary. I'll walk to the door with you. Ah, my, isn't this a beautiful day? I don't know when I've seen such glorious weather this time of year.
And isn't it nice to be able to enjoy it and know there is peace within our country?
I don't care what you say. You did not win the battle.
We did too win the battle. You can read it in the papers for yourself.
The Yankee papers.
Don't you start attacking our newspapers, or I'll start telling you a thing or two about you.
Oh, you read our newspapers, do you?
No, we use them to light fires with. Our own are too valuable.
Now, see here, you've gone too far. You've really gone too far.
Is it possible to get a safe conduct across the battlefield for the President of the United States and the Secretary of State?
Cross at your own risk.
It would seem as though the war was long since over. Every place but in your own household, Mr. President.
Oh, I don't know what to do with them. They're too old to spank and send to bed without supper. And besides, I know they don't mean a word they're saying. When my father was ill last year, Colonel Dent never left his bedside.
Well, I was afraid he might recover.
Well, I did. There's good Yankee blood in me.
Well, thank him there's none in me.
Well, good day, Mr. Secretary. Let me know as soon as there's any news of the commission, will you?
I'll do that, Mr. President. Good day, sir.
Good day. Isn't it time for you two to take your naps?
I don't need a nap. Only the old gentleman here needs a nap.
Don't you refer to me as the old gentleman. You'll be dead before I am.
I will not.
You will, too. You're on the verge of apoplexy right now.
Well, I can't listen to any more of this. I'm going out for a ride. Try and end the hostilities before I come back, will you? Look at that wagon travel.
Father, that butcher wagon has a better horse than we have. We've never stopped and we're going fast. And he stopped to make deliveries and overtaken us twice.
Yes, I've noticed. He's stopping up ahead now. I think I'll have a talk with that butcher. Whoa. Whoa, boy, whoa.
Hey, you! My father wants to talk to you.
I didn't do it.
You didn't do what? Come on, son.
I didn't do anything.
Who said you did?
Well, the boy said you wanted to talk to me. Usually if people want to talk to me, they've got something on their minds. Something they think is my fault. But it never is. Whatever it is, I didn't do it.
Is that your horse?
The horse didn't do anything either.
My dear fellow, don't be so antagonistic. I just want to talk to you.
Besides, your horse did too do something. Your horse passed my father's horse.
What did you want him to do? Kneel and let you go by?
Do you know who you're talking to? My father is the President of the United States.
Quiet, son, quiet.
President of the United States? I'm ruined. You goat that dares to call yourself a horse. Why didn't you kneel and let the president go by?
Tell me, would you like to sell the animal?
Sell that fine animal? Sell that beautiful horse? Well, that horse is the only family I got.
Well, I'll offer you a good price for him.
A good price?
A very good price.
Well, like I said, what's a horse? You can get a horse any place. How good a price?
$200.
$200? For that magnificent animal? Look at those legs. Look at his eyes. Come around, put your hand in his mouth, feel his teeth. $200. I couldn't consider it.
Well, I've got $1 I'll loan you, Father. $201.
$201. You're joking, of course. $201 for a horse that passed the president's horse, the first horse in the land? and passed him so fast it looked so he was standing still.
Now then, $225.
$225. You hear what he's offering for you, Charlie? I'm ashamed to have you even hear this. $225. Well, one hoof alone is worth that.
Well, if that's the price of one hoof, I'm afraid your horse is beyond me. Good day, sir.
What's your hurry? Let's take a little time in discussion. Perhaps I should let Charlie go at something less than his value. After all, how many horses get a chance to belong to the President of the United States? I don't want to stand in his way.
Well, you name a price.
Well, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll let you steal this magnificent animal from me for the paltry sum of $300.
$300? No horse is worth that much money.
Little boy, why don't you go someplace and play and let your papa and me discuss this matter?
I'll give you $280. Take it or leave it.
$280? $280 for a steed such as few men are fortunate enough to gaze upon in a lifetime?
Well, come on, son. We're wasting our time here.
Make it $290. For $290, I might reconsider. But $280, never.
Well, it's nice to have met you. Good day, good day.
Don't go, Mr. President. It's robbery. It's stealing. It's thievery.
Good day.
But you talked me into it.
What?
I'll take it.
You'll what?
I'll take it. I could never look that horse in the eye again if I stood in his way today. No. He's yours for $280.
All right. Bring him around to the executive mansion tonight, and I'll give you the money. Get up. Come on, Aaron.
You know something, Father? I'd rather have the $280 than that horse.
So would the butcher, son. So would the butcher.
Mr. President, I've talked with the English minister, and we'll proceed in establishing the commission at the earliest possible moment. Her Majesty's government is most anxious that this affair be settled as quickly and amiably as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. That's very gratifying news. Now we must think about who we would like to appoint to the commission.
I hope it works, Mr. President.
It must work. I'm a fighting man, and yet I believe that the problems of the world must be settled at the peace table, not on the battlefield.
And yet, if this arbitration cannot work, then we may be forced into war.
Oh, Mr. Secretary, I hope not. I hope not. But if it does come, then we will fight, of course. We are not going to be dictated to by any foreign power, now or ever. The peace of our countries will be in the hands of this joint commission. But I believe they'll be able to keep peace. I pray Almighty God they'll be able to keep peace.
In just a moment, we'll come back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
The American economic system has always preserved the basic freedoms of the individual, the freedom to work in the place of his choice, to bargain collectively, to contract his own affairs, to own property, to start an enterprise, to profit from his inventiveness and his investments, freedoms which are basic to our economic system itself. Since 1910, we have more than doubled the output of each of us for every hour we work. In the same period, we have increased our supply of machine power 4.5 times. Since 1910, we have also increased our annual income. Yet in the same period, we have reduced our working time. Remember, our unrivaled production goes hand in hand with the preservation of our basic freedoms. Our system may have its faults, but it has brought more benefits to more people than any other system, so at all times work to protect and strengthen our American economic system. And now back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Well, have you guessed who the president was when all this happened? It really did happen, so listen closely. Representatives of our government sailed for Europe. As soon as they landed, they started their conferences. But the problems were weighty ones, and they found it hard to reach compatible decisions.
Mr. President, I wish I had better news for you. But they just can't seem to get the problem straightened out. I understand now that England is asking us to state exactly what we want.
Why, that's ridiculous. They know what we want. We've told them repeatedly. We want at least an expression of regret and the establishment of some sort of international law to govern the future. And we want reparations for all damage actually done by the Alabama. and any other Confederate ship supplied by the British.
Sir John Rose is being very helpful, I know.
Yes, he's the Canadian agent in London. He's a very shrewd man.
But I must say, public feeling seems to be running high in England against us.
Well, public feeling is running high here against England.
What shall we do? Shall we make some sort of threat?
No. I don't want to use threats. Not yet. Tell our representatives to be firm, but to make no threats. You're shaking your head. What's the matter? Don't you agree with me?
I agree with you in theory, but not completely in practice. Perhaps we need to show them that we do mean business.
A conference table is not a battleground. The entire aim of a conference fails if any member of it lays a gun on the table and says, if I don't like your decision, I'm going to start shooting. The aim of a conference is peace. You don't achieve peace by sticking a gun in your neighbor's back.
But suppose it becomes impossible to find a solution.
It must not be allowed to become impossible.
I received word today that as soon as Sir John had something definite to talk about, he would come to this country and confer personally with us.
Do you think things might be settled more quickly if we made a definite demand as to exactly what we want? Would that help?
I think it would.
All right. Tell them we want $15.5 million for the damages we suffered.
I'll send that message immediately, Mr. President.
Now then, let's see what happens. Oh, there's my new horse out there. Come and have a look at him. Oh, he's a splendid animal.
Hey, looks it.
Evidently my father and my father-in-law had him hitched up.
Fine animal. You can tell he has southern blood in him.
Southern blood, nothing. That horse was born and raised in the north, Mr. Dent.
Colonel Dent.
No, don't go pulling your rank on me, and don't try to pull it on this northern horse.
Any fool can look at that horse and see that he's got southern blood in him.
Well, as long as you admit that it's a fool that would think that, I accept your statement, Mr. Dent.
Colonel Dent, and don't call me a fool.
I'm only calling you one by your own admission, Mr. Dent.
Colonel Dent!
Oh, go jump in a mint julep. That's a northern horse, whether you like it or not.
I'm afraid it isn't, Father.
There, I told you it was a southern animal.
But it isn't a southern animal either.
It isn't a southern animal?
Well, it has to be something, son.
Well, that horse was born and raised in the West.
Northwest?
Southwest?
West, just plain West.
If you'll excuse me, Mr. President, I'll get this message off right away.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I'd appreciate it very much.
Good day, sir.
You coming for a ride with us, Father?
I don't know. I should really work.
Oh, come along, darling. A few minutes relaxation will do you good.
You know, there's two things I've never been able to resist. A pretty woman and a fine horse. Well, you've talked me into it. Come along, dear. I'll help you in.
Is there any further word on the conference abroad?
No, nothing new. But I think we'll have some very interesting developments in the next few weeks. Sir John, it's a pleasure to have you with us here in Washington.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's a pleasure to be here. I spent all last evening conferring with the Secretary of State, and I think we're going to be able to come to the end of our labors at last.
I'm very happy to hear that, Sir John.
England will pay the reparations you have asked, so that will settle the Alabama question. The other points are all written out so that you can study them at your leisure.
I'll study them at once, Sir John. And then if it meets with my approval, my Secretary of State will take the papers to Senator Sumner, who is chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee in the Senate. We will need his approval, too, you know.
Mr. President, I've just come from Senator Sumner.
Yes?
He's going to oppose the agreement. He seems to be quite anti-British at the moment.
I know. And more than being anti-British, he's anti-me. He doesn't like me, and he doesn't like my administration, and he has certainly not tried to hide it.
Well, my personal opinion is that this whole question should be settled as soon as possible. The sooner the better.
Yes, mine too. Well, suppose you canvass the Senate and find out how many of the senators will help us. The plan is that the British delegates will come here now and go in session with our members of the Commission, and isn't that it?
Yes, that's right.
All right, John. Canvass the Senate. The tail is not going to wag the dog. No man is going to hold up our negotiations. We'll get this treaty approved with the chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee or without him. Julia, look here, I want to show you something.
Oh, what a lovely watch. What's it for?
Well, it's a Christmas present I got for the boy. He wants a watch so bad.
And you're going to put it away until Christmas.
Oh, yes, of course. That's what I bought it for.
Yes, I know. That's also what you bought the books for last year, and the sled, and...
Oh, yes, well, last year I hadn't been a father as long as I've been this year. This year I won't do it.
Well, I hope not, but we shall see what we shall see.
Have you heard the news, Mr. President?
It's all over town. Everyone's talking about it.
What news?
Yes, now we're really getting someplace.
Getting where?
Is it exciting, Father?
Well, what is it? What's exciting?
By George, maybe you can get action out of a Yankee after all.
Why, thank you, Colonel Dent.
Well, truth's truth. I never want to be unjust.
I guess it's the best news we've had in weeks.
It's only a matter of time now.
Will somebody please tell me what's going on?
You mean you don't know?
No one told you? There's a Yankee town for you.
Oh, Father, Washington is a southern town.
Well, maybe it was once, but it's full of Yankees now.
I want to know what's happened, and I want to know right now.
Well, Mr. Sumner has been removed as chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee.
No.
Yes. Finest Senate we've ever had in this town. I said it the minute I saw him.
Oh, darling, isn't that wonderful?
Yes, it is wonderful news. Now there will be no obstacles in our way, and we'll be able to reach a peaceful settlement with England.
How about the rest of the senators, Father?
The Secretary of State talked to all of them individually. The vast majority are in our corner, and Sumner's removal as chairman of the committee assures us that the Senate wants to help the commission settle our differences once and for all with England.
Well, sir, now that that's settled, where were we?
Oh, I don't know. Had we reached Sherman's March to the sea?
Yes, that's exactly where we were. Now, let me tell you where you Yankees made your first mistake.
We didn't make any mistake.
Oh, yes, you did. And I'm going to show you. We take the march to the sea from the very beginning.
Oh, now, wait a minute, boys. I wish you wouldn't.
Let him take it. I'll show him up from the very beginning.
Well, I'm afraid you won't be able to do it right now, Father. It's time for your nap.
Oh, sure.
Julia, you have all the makings of a very domineering woman. Didn't I teach you not to interrupt when men were talking?
Yes, Father, you certainly did. But in those days I was younger, and so were you. In those days you could send me for a nap. But now I'm afraid things have turned around a little, and I have to take care of you.
From the time a man is born, he's in trouble with women. All right, Julia, all right, we're going.
See you after a while, Grandpa.
Don't you have to take a nap, son?
Oh, no.
Oh.
I'm too big for that stuff.
Well, have a good rest, Father. We'll see you at dinner.
You know, it isn't right the way she orders me around.
Colonel Dent, I agree with you. Now, if you just put your...
Look at them, thick as flies again.
They really like each other.
Why, of course they do. The people in this country have always liked one another. And they've always been able to get along until that one serious squabble that developed into a real war. But I don't think anything like that will happen again. I think from now on until the ending of recorded time, this will be one nation indivisible, because there is our strength. Standing together, no one can harm us. But if we let dissension grow in the ranks, if we permit ourselves to lose our common understanding and our common bond of freedom and democracy, then and only then would we be in real danger. We must all stand together, son. Remember that. And live by it. The freedoms we love and cherish must be defended by all of us, and by all of us standing together. Well, you've probably figured out by now who the president was when all that happened. It really did happen, you know, and you'll have the answer in just a moment.
Despite aid by various government agencies, immediate day-to-day help is still urgently needed by countless people overseas. It must continue to come from private agencies and individuals. The most efficient way to send it is through CARE, a non-profit organization which guarantees delivery of any one of its several different types of packages to addressees designated by you. CARE has inaugurated a $5.50 thrift package, and of course the familiar $10 package is still available. Just mail your check or money order to CARE, New York, and specify the type of package you want to send. Give your name, address, and the name and address of the recipient. If you don't know anyone, a needy family will be chosen for you. That's CARE, New York, New York. And now back to Edward Arnold.
Son, I have a little box here I've been meaning to give you.
What is it, Father?
Well, you just open it and see.
It's a watch. Oh, Father, thank you. Thank you. Mother, come and see what Father gave me.
Mr. President, I thought you were going to wait until Christmas.
Oh, sure. Jesse couldn't wait until Christmas.
Oh, yes, he could. He didn't know anything about this watch. It was Jesse's father who couldn't wait.
Well, you're right, Julia. I just couldn't.
Someday, Jesse, you can tell your children, my father always gave me my Christmas presents months ahead of time.
But he always gives me more at Christmas.
Yes, I know.
No. What I'm going to tell my children is that I had the most wonderful father in the world.
There, you see.
And when I was a little boy, he was President of the United States. President Ulysses S. Grant.
Be with us again next week, won't you, for another interesting story that happened in Washington a few years ago to Mr. President. Until then, goodbye.
This program is produced and directed by Joe Graham. Edward Arnold can currently be seen in the MGM picture Annie Get Your Gun. Heard with Mr. Arnold in today's cast were Gertrude Warner, William Adams, Kermit Murdoch, Maurice Cavell, and your narrator, Santos Ortega. Mr. President was created by Robert G. Jennings and is written by Gene Holloway. Today's story was based on incidents in the life of President Ulysses S. Grant.
Be sure to listen again next week when the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations bring you Edward Arnold with another interesting factual story of Mr. President.
Preceding program is transcribed. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Cavalcade of America. This evening's broadcast in the Cavalcade of America, brought to you by DuPont, is a tribute to American music and American composers. In a very real sense, this broadcast likewise is a tribute to our Cavalcade Orchestra, a symphony group under the direction of a distinguished conductor, Harold Levy. This symphony group has been assembled from master musicians. A number of them are members of the New York Philharmonic Symphony Orchestra. Mr. Levy was formerly conductor of the Los Angeles Symphony Orchestra and is known as an authority on concert music, operettas, and motion picture music. He has composed or arranged most of the music used from week to week as the background to the dramatic episodes in the Cavalcade of America. Art and science are very much akin, and so it is fitting that this story of American music should be linked by its sponsor, DuPont, with the science of chemistry, to typify the ideal of DuPont's research chemist. Better things for better living through chemistry.
Many years ago, a philosopher named Andrew Fletcher wrote, "If a man were permitted to make all the ballads, he need not care who should make the laws of a nation." Truly, music has been a vital factor in our national life since our Puritan forefathers sang their songs of thanksgiving in the New England wilderness. But it was many years before any American writer of songs rose to fame. It is the year 1826. A 4th of July celebration is being held in Lawrenceville, Pennsylvania, a small town near Pittsburgh. The mayor is introducing the speaker of the day.
Good
and gentlemen, to introduce the Speaker of the Day, member of the state legislature, our esteemed friend, neighbor, and fellow citizen, William B. Foster. Mr. Foster will respond to the toast, the independence of the United States.
Foster's a good speaker. He'll tell him something.
My friends, ladies and gentlemen, on this 50th anniversary of the birth of our great republic, may I remind you that the independence of our nation was acquired...
I want to speak to Mr. Foster. Keep still. Can't you see he's speaking?
Yes,
I know, but this is important. Nothing's as important, Bill Foster, just now as celebrating the 50th birthday of our nation.
Well, he may think differently. He's wanted home to celebrate the birthday of a new son.
A new son? Born on the 4th of July. Say.
Well, he ought to do something for his country.
That baby born on the 4th of July was Stephen Collins Foster, who may well be called the father of American song. It was appropriate that he was born as the bands blared forth the national anthem and proclaimed the birthday of liberty. His songs became a part of our nation's very life, and even during his lifetime were sung by thousands. He was only a little over 20 when the covered wagons moved westward. The gold rush to California is symbolized today by a Foster melody.
Well, hold up there. Hold up. Here's a place to camp, folks. Pull your wagons around in the circle, and we'll build our fires in the center. Joe? Yeah? Get that old banjo of yours out, and let's have some music while we work. All right, Tim. What'll it be? Well, do I need to tell you? All right. I'll join in.
Oh, I come from Alabama with my banjo on my knee. I'm going to Louisiana, my true love for the sea. It rained all night today, I left the weather, it was dry. The sun so high, the froze to death, Susanna, don't you cry. Oh, Susanna, oh, don't you cry for me. I come from Alabama with my banjo on my knee. Oh, Susanna, oh, don't you cry for me. I come from Alabama with my banjo on
Susanna, Open Thy Lattice, Love, Camptown Races, Nellie Was a Lady, Uncle Ned, all were written before Foster was 25. But there was one song that was to surpass all others in popularity. One day, in Pittsburgh in 1851, young Stephen Foster enters the office of his elder brother, Morrison, a cotton merchant.
Oh, Morrison. Morrison, are you busy? Am I disturbing you?
Why, no, Steve. I'm never too busy for you and your music. What is it? A new tune? I see you have your banjo with you.
Well, I've been writing a song that I think should be popular if I can only get the right words for it. Do you know a good two-syllable name for a southern river?
A southern river? Oh, well, let me see.
It has to be two syllables. I thought of Petey, but it didn't seem to fit. Too harsh a name.
How would Yazoo do?
Yazoo? Upon the Yazoo River. No, I don't care much for that. I think the name's been used before, anyway.
You're hard to please. But there's an atlas over there. You might find a name on a map.
Oh, an atlas? Good. Yes, let me see. Is there a map of the southern states? Oh, yes, here it is.
Let's see. Well, there's a river in Florida emptying into the Gulf of Mexico. See where my finger's pointing?
Oh, yes.
I never heard of it before, but...
Swanee. That's it. Swanee. That's good. Thanks, Morrison.
Hey, wait a minute, Steve. Aren't you going to let me hear your tune after I found your river for you?
Oh, yes, of course. Now, I'll play it on the banjo. I have an idea that people will like this tune.
Way down upon the Swanee River, far, far away, there's one
Folks at Home, and many other songs of Stephen Foster became famous through Negro minstrelsy. And his were not the only ones that were first introduced through this form of entertainment. Let us go behind the scenes of one of these shows, Dan Bryant's Famous Minstrels, which is playing at Mechanics Hall, New York City, during the winter of 1859. Here is Bryant, the manager, talking to Daniel Decatur Emmett, one of the company.
Yes, we need a new walk-around to liven up the end of the first part there. Something that has the spirit of the South in it. I wish you'd try your hand at it over Sunday.
Well, that's pretty quick work, Mr. Bryant. Songs don't just come to you, you know.
Well, you're usually fast with your verses and your jokes. Why not with a tune?
I'll try, Mr. Bryant, but you're asking a lot when you expect a man who was born and brought up in Ohio to write convincingly about a place below the Mason-Dixon line.
All that night, Dan Emmett tried to write a song that he thought would please the manager of the Bryant Minstrels. Tune after tune he tried on his violin and quickly discarded. We find him with his wife in their boarding house early on a snowy Sunday morning.
Dan, are you ever going to stop? You've been at that all night.
I can't seem to find the right idea. I can't think of a tune, and when I think of a tune, I can't think of a name. The weather outside isn't any help. Imagine trying to write about the South with the wind whistling and the snow falling.
Yes, and if you haven't been too busy to notice, there's no heat in this room either.
Well, I've noticed it, but I can't stop.
Dan, I'm surprised I haven't heard you complaining like all show folks do at this time of year. The old slogan that you wish you were in Dixie.
Wait a minute. That's an idea. That's it. You've got it.
What?
I wish I were in Dixie. That's my song for the walk-around. Get a pencil and a piece of paper. There's a tune that's been going through my head all night. I'll try it on the fiddle, and you write down the words as I give them to you. Are you ready?
At Mechanics Hall the following night, the Bryant Minstrels come to the end of their first part.
Ladies and gentlemen, grand closing chorus and walk-around, specially composed and written for this occasion by our talented singing member, Daniel Decatur Emmett.
I wish I was in the land of cotton, old times gone, not forgotten of the way, look away, Dixieland. In Dixieland, where I was born in early almond frosty morning, look away, Dixieland. I wish I was in Dixie, hooray, hooray. In Dixieland, I'd take my stand to live and die in Dixie. Away, away, away down south in Dixie. Away, 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 away down south in Dixie. I wish I was in Dixie, hooray, hooray. In Dixieland, I'd take my stand to live and die in Dixie. Away, 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 away down south in Dixie. Away, 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 away down south in Dixie.
And so the anthem of the South was written by a minstrel singer from Ohio during a New York winter. Dan Emmett lived to a good old age and received many honors as the composer of one of the greatest of all American songs. In 1854, in Washington, D.C., while the songs of Stephen Foster were the rage, a man was born who was to set the feet of a nation in marching rhythm. John Philip Sousa, later to be acclaimed the March King. At 13, he had assembled a small dance orchestra, all grown men under the baton of a mere boy, which became popular at Washington functions. John Philip himself played the violin, and one day as he is practicing, opportunity knocks at the door.
Come in.
I'm sorry to disturb you, young man, but I've been outside listening to your playing. I'm the leader of the circus band. We're showing over near Pennsylvania Avenue. If you'd care to join, I have a place for you.
Well, I'd like to join, all right. But I don't think my father would let me.
Then why tell him?
Oh, I couldn't go away without asking him. My father's an awfully fine man.
Yes, but he wouldn't understand the advantages of a boy joining a circus. He'd be sure to object.
Yeah, I'm afraid he would.
I'll tell you. Here's what you can do. When we strike the tents tomorrow, you come over and join us, and after you've been gone a day or two, you can write your father, tell him what a great time you're having, and then it'll be too late for him to object. How about it?
Sounds wonderful. Traveling with a circus and being paid for it.
Next morning, John Philip's father awakens him bright and early, and after donning his Sunday clothes at his father's bidding, the two start out for a walk.
Where are we going, Father?
You'll soon see, son.
But this is the Marine barracks.
Yes, the Commandant's a friend of mine. I've played trombone in the Marine band myself. We were talking about you last night, and we came to the conclusion that you'll keep out of mischief as an apprentice of the Marine band and learn more about music than you ever would in a circus.
Father, you knew?
Yes, son. Well, how about it?
Just as you say, Father. And I promise, I won't desert.
As an apprentice, John Philip Sousa joined the Marine Band, and later he became its most famous bandmaster, serving under 5 presidents. But a greater audience was calling for the music of this talented young man. Sousa resigned from the Marine Band and founded the great organization that bore his name. He wrote a number of successful musical comedies, but his real fame was as a composer of marches. Semper Fidelis, The Liberty Bell, The Washington Post, El Capitan, The High School Cadets, all are favorites. But it was in 1896 that the most famous march of all times was to be written. Sousa's band had been traveling through Europe, and Sousa himself was planning to visit Sicily on a well-earned vacation. We find him and Mrs. Sousa in a hotel in Naples. He has been reading the Paris Herald.
Jenny, did you see this?
What is it, dear?
It's a report that David Blakely dropped dead in his office.
David Blakely, your manager? Why, that's terrible.
This paper is 4 days old. I'll cable at once for confirmation. Poor old Blakely. We've had a great many quarrels and disagreements, but he's been a loyal friend and a good manager.
But, Philip, how will it affect the band?
It means that I will have to take hold myself. I'm sorry, dear, but our little holiday to Sicily is off. We'll make arrangements to sail Saturday on the Teutonic.
As the ship sails for the United States, day after day, John Philip Sousa paces the deck, absorbed in the problems he must face on his arrival. He whistles softly to the rhythmic beat of his footsteps, and deep in his brain he hears the melodies and counter-melodies that are to form the march of all marches. As the vessel enters New York Harbor, he and Mrs. Sousa watch the passing shore.
You've been preoccupied all through this trip, Philip. I'm sure you'll find everything all right.
It hasn't been business alone, dear. It's a tune. A tune that's been echoing and re-echoing in my brain since I left Europe. I can hear it distinctly, as if the band were actually playing. The trumpets here, the piccolo coming in, the trombones, the clarinets.
What? Have you thought of a name to call it?
Not yet. But it's so clear in my mind that I can write it down fully orchestrated just as I hear it, without changing a note.
Oh, look, dear. There's the first American flag we've seen for a long time. Beautiful, isn't it?
The most beautiful flag in the world. The Stars and Stripes. The Stars and Stripes forever.
Cavalcade of America, presented by DuPont, moves on. Just as John Philip Sousa set the feet of a nation stepping to his martial airs, so another young man was to set the feet of a nation dancing to a new and fascinating rhythm that stamped a new character on American music. Let us take a quick trip around the country in the year 1911. A small suburban home.
Say, honey, here's a phonograph record I bought. It's that new song everyone's whistling. You want to hear it?
Of course I do. Well, Mrs. Smith was telling me that her husband did.
Yeah, here you are, dear. Now listen.
Betty, it's catchy, isn't it? Makes you feel like dancing.
It certainly does. Hey, let's try it.
By George, you haven't danced with me for years.
A western mining camp.
Here you are, boys. Mail from the east.
It's about time. Anything from me, Bill?
Yeah, sure. A couple of letters from Rich. Looks like a newspaper.
Newspaper, eh? Maybe we'll find out what's going on in the world. No, it isn't a newspaper. It's some sheet music from my sister. She says, I'm sending you the latest song hit from New York. Try it over on your piano, and maybe we won't. Hey, Tim, dust off those ivories in the corner there, and let's see what we've got.
I sure will. Give me the music.
Say, this song has a sway.
Makes me feel like dancing.
See, if I had a girl here, would I show you some steps?
A diplomat ball in Washington, D.C.
What's that tune they're playing?
I don't know. They've repeated it several times this evening.
Well, the young people seem to like it. Look at that daughter of ours. It's the first time in weeks I've seen her without that bored debutante expression of hers.
Howard, do you think she's dancing, well, quite in a ladylike manner? Shaking her shoulders that way?
Well, she seems to be enjoying herself at any rate. It's good exercise, too. Say, it has a fascinating sort of rhythm. Insinuating, you might say, huh? Makes my feet want to keep time. Do you think we're too old to dance?
I don't know if you are, but I'm not.
A famous restaurant on Broadway.
Well, how about this table?
I'm sorry, sir. That table is reserved for Diamond Joady, and the president himself couldn't have it.
That's it, George.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Brady.
Say, what have you done with this place? It looks like a dance floor.
That's right, Mr. Brady. We had to do it. The town is dance crazy. People won't come anymore unless they can dance, and that tune did it. Alexander's Ragtime Band.
And I know the young man that wrote it. His name is Irving Berlin. A few years ago, he didn't have a nickel. If he keeps up, he'll be able to buy more diamonds than I have. It's progress, George. The day of the Lobster Palace is gone. I'm afraid if I want to keep up with the rest of the world, I'll have to learn to dance.
Come along, let's take this by the hand. A good man, who's the leader of the band. Let's hear to hear the Swanee River playing. Ragtime, come on here, Alexander's Ragtime Band.
Reluctant to confess it, we Americans are sentimental people, and that trait is reflected in our songs. There is an instance of this form in a composer who wrote because of her love of family. It is in Iron River, Michigan, in the year 1895. A charming lady, recently widowed, is talking with her lawyer.
Mrs. Bond, I'm afraid there's little left of your husband's estate after the debts are paid. I wish there was something I could do. A woman left with a young child faces a pretty hard struggle.
I can face it, Mr. Bruce.
Have you any plans?
There's always my music.
But music isn't really a business. At best, it's a hobby.
It's going to be my business.
Oh, I know, of course, that you're talented. But so are hundreds of others.
I've written 4 songs. No one else will publish them, so I'm going to have them published myself. At least that's a start.
Even when a song is published, one success, 1 in 1,000 is a moneymaker.
My songs must succeed. My memories of the past and my hopes for the future are in them. Even their titles have been chosen because they remind me of my life. My husband, just a wearying for you. My boy, I love you truly. My hope for the future, a perfect day.
When you come to the end of a perfect day, and you sit alone with your thoughts.
They come from my heart, Mr. Bruce. I had to write them, even if I'm only one who will ever sing them.
Never fear, dear lady. Someday the whole world will be singing them.
Do you think what the end of a perfect day can mean?
Let others write the nation's laws. Let me write its songs. All honor to the minstrels who have given voice to the undying harmonies that have cheered and inspired the countless millions marching onward in the cavalcade of America.
In this evening's program, we have heard how America began to win a place in the world of music. Similar stories could be told of America's progress in other arts and sciences. The art of pottery making or ceramics is no exception, and it also happens to be an industry in which chemistry plays an important part. The principles of pottery making are based on the crude experiments that primitive man made 4,000 years or more ago. Much of your pleasure from this art comes from the colored decorations. How often you hear someone say at a dinner party, for instance, "What lovely plates." The speaker little realizes that the discovery of decoration came because different districts produced different colors of clay, and the primitive potter simply daubed one clay upon another to satisfy his sense of the artistic. With the discovery of the art of glazing, other native earths containing coloring material were used to cure a beautiful effect. Modern ceramic technique has greatly extended the process of glazing, and the skillful potters of today would be the first to tell you that much credit for this advance in their art must be given to the science of chemistry. Chemists working with manufacturers of ceramics have produced entirely new coloring materials and created new varieties of pottery, china, glassware, and porcelain. Chemistry has made these products more durable and less expensive, so that even modestly priced ware can now be obtained in a wide range of artistic effects to harmonize with home interiors. DuPont chemical processes produce a number of the colors and metallic decorations used in the ceramics industry, thus affording another apt example of the DuPont chemist's pledge: better things for better living through chemistry. We have been receiving some very interesting letters from our listeners, and now again we invite each one of you to send us your comments on this program. Your letter will be greatly appreciated. Just address it to DuPont, D-U-P-O-N-T, Wilmington, Delaware. Perseverance, a dramatization of incidents in the lives of American inventors, will be heard next Wednesday evening at this same time when DuPont again presents the Cavalcade of America. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
WABC, New York.
Performance USA, the greatest entertainers in America, as requested by you, the men and women in the United States Armed Forces throughout the world. Command Performance, presented this week and every week till you're home from the hospitals and back from over there. Hi, guys and gals. This is Howard Petrie, pasting up the posters for another three-ring circus known as Command Performance. It's another carnival of the stuff asked for in those letters care of Armed Forces Radio, Los Angeles, USA. And ringmaster tonight is the gal who wowed him on Broadway in such hits as Oklahoma, and who's wowing him these days in such fine pictures as Gentleman's Agreement. The one and only Celeste Holmes.
You don't know that I felt good when we up and parted. You don't know I knocked on wood, sadly broken-hearted. Worrying time, I sleep all night, appetite and health restored. You don't know how much I'm bored. Sleepless nights, the daily fight, the quick toboggan when you reach the height. I miss the kisses and I miss the bite. I wish I were in love again. The broken days, the endless wait, the lovely loving and the hateful hate, the conversation with the flying plate. I wish I were in love again. No more pain, no more strain. Now I'm sane, but I would rather be the pulled out fur, a cap and cur, the fine mixed mating of him and her. I've learned my lesson, but I wish I were in love again. The furtive side, the black and eye, the words I love you till the day I die, the self-deception that believes the lie. I wish I were in love again. When love congeals, it soon reveals the faint aroma of performing steel, the double talking of a pair of heels. I wish I were in love again. No more pain, no despair. I'm all there, but I would rather be punch drunk. Believe me, sir, I much prefer the classic battle of him and her. I don't like quiet, and I wish I were in love again.
Swell, Celeste. The gang will certainly want more of that.
Well, that was popular music. Perhaps now we should have a touch of the classics.
Oh, wonderful, Celeste. Oh, I'll play my big bass drum.
No, Howard. Gang.
I want to play my big bass drum. I just gotta pound my drum. Come on.
No, Howard.
If you don't let me play my drum, I'll just kill myself. I really will. I'll kill myself.
Howard. Why are you so anxious to play your old drum?
No, I don't know. I get such a big gang out of it.
Oh, brother.
Celeste.
Yes,
Well,
Howard?
there comes a time in every show when one tires of the passing falderall, when one hungers for a taste of the finer things, the culture of uplifting lectures.
True, Professor. Luckily, we have present a man who can satisfy that yearning.
Oh, good.
It's that lovable, generous guy who told his girl that she got into his hair, so she clipped him. It's Gary, Command Performance, Moore.
Oh, great, great. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Celeste, thanks for that wonderful introduction.
Not at all.
You are, as the French would say, malgré-tout, un contre-champ de la derrière, un vote de la zone.
Gary,
Eh?
is that good?
Must be good. I got it off the wall in the French locker room. But enough of that. Enough. My little Stradivarius, and I call you Stradivarius because I would love to fiddle around. You can call me Morris. I'm a guy with plans. Celeste, I arrived during a brand new lecture.
Oh, I just knew you would, Gary. You're a lecturous old soul.
Well, bless your little lantern slide. What is it? Anyhow, I'll tell you, Celeste, I have given a lot of educational talks in the past on this program. I remember I gave a special lecture for old maids first visiting Hollywood entitled How to Keep from Being Accosted on the Street and Which Streets to Go on to Make Sure You'll Be.
I remember that. It was stinking with culture. Gary,
Let's keep those phrases closer together, shall we?
what made you start giving lectures?
Well, first of all, Celeste, my parents taught me to be keenly interested in other people's affairs, to hunger for an insight into the private lives of others.
And where did you learn the most? As you gained the threshold of a Ph.D.?
No, as I climbed the transom of a YWCA. Oh, Mother, bring me my sleeve garters. I'm snapping them tonight. But after that, soon, Celeste, the news of... Abbott and Costello are going to hate us for this. But soon, Celeste, the news of my education spread. People started coming to me for advice.
Mr. Moore, I have a problem. Last night, my boyfriend took me off in his car, and we drove into the country and parked on a dark road. Tell me, did I do wrong?
Probably. All very high-class material here. We come to a clean line. Somebody yell bingo, will you? And today, ladies and gentlemen, that girl that we just talked to is the kind of woman you take home to your father. And then your mother throws all three of you out.
All right. So you started by just settling problems.
Yeah, I thought it was fun telling people what to do. You take the day Uncle Smedley had that big fight with my Aunt Lolly Lesnore's mortal. Don't laugh at your relatives. Though we had a terrible fight, my Uncle Smedley, my Aunt Lolly did. You see, he wanted to buy curtains for the house, and she insisted on a new rug. Well, I got sick of hearing him insisting on curtains, and I tossed him out into the street, where he was hit by a large beer truck, thereby winning the argument.
Gary, he won?
Yeah. It was curtains for Uncle Smedley. There's a clean line. Now, let's go back to the other stuff. But then, Celeste, I decided to tell people facts and let them solve their own problems.
So you started giving lectures?
Yes, my first lecture was on manners.
Ah, Mr. Moore, your lecture certainly taught me how to act around my mother-in-law. Before I heard you talk, I didn't know whether to walk on her left side or her right side.
And now you know?
Yeah, I walk on her stupid face.
And thank you, Andrew Christian.
Say, Gary, you have given 1,000 superlative, scrumptious lectures.
True, Howard, but tonight I am giving one that tops them all, entitled
how to be a radio comedian, or who was that flute player I seen you with last night? That was no flute player, that was my fight. Could happen to anybody. Any questions, Howard?
Yes, there are. Gary, what does a person need to be a comedian?
What does a person need?
Well, first of all, he needs plenty of time to stand on the corner of Hollywood and Vine.
Why Hollywood and Vine?
I don't know. All comedians stand there. You see, that's so they can say, you know, folks, a funny thing happened to me today. I was standing on the corner of Hollywood and Vine. I was standing on the corner of Hollywood and Vine when a girl came up to me and started staring at me. Well, she must have thought she knew me because she finally said, "Are you Harry?" And I said, "Oh, just a little, around the chest." Oh, you just gotta you gotta stand on the corner.
I see. And something funny always happens there.
To everyone but me. 3 days last week, I stood on the corner of Hollywood and Vine, and nothing happened until a blonde walked by.
And then what happened?
My case comes up in the morning. But even more important, Celestia, every comedian has got to have... You don't mind if I call you Celestia,
Oh,
do you?
not at all, not at all. It's in the script. I understood, John.
You may call me Garrison. That's my real name, Garrison.
Yes, the more the merrier.
Oh, no! You made a joke. Let's go back to this. But even more important, Celestia, You don't mind if I call you Celestia, do we? Oh, no, get back to this stuff. All right. Even more important, Celestia, every comedian has got to have an uncle.
I don't get it.
Well, you got to have an uncle, so when somebody says to you, "I work on a dairy farm," you can say, "Well, I had an uncle who worked on a dairy farm once, but he got fired for milking the cows while..." Don't tell me anything about milking cows. I'm an old cow milker from way back. That's where you milk cows from, way back. Oh, no! Where am I?
But he got fired.
Well, you got to have an uncle, so when somebody says to you, "I work on a dairy farm," you can say, "Well, I had an uncle who worked on a dairy farm once, but he got fired for making the cows lie on their backs while he milked them."
Why did he milk the cows upside down?
He was from Oklahoma, and he was mighty homesick to see a gusher.
Well, now, as I understand it, Gary, in other words, all you need to be a comedian is a funny street, a funny corner, and a crazy relative, huh?
Well, yes. That and a telephone.
I don't understand.
Well, anytime you're on the air and you're stuck for a joke, the telephone rings, and you first thing... Oh, excuse me. There's my telephone now. Hello? Oh, hello, Charlie. Huh? You say tomorrow's your girl's birthday and you don't know what to get her for a present? Well, I'll tell you, Charlie, some girls like pink ones, and some girls like white ones, and then there's the type of girl who prefers black ones. But I'd play safe. Get her a box of assorted jelly beans. So you see, there's nothing to this comedian racket. I've got a telephone. Sounds like it. I've got a telephone now. If I just had one more thing, I could be a success.
And what's that?
I need a great big sound effect to get off with.
Would you clarify that a little?
All right. Well, let's say we're doing a sketch about the wild and woolly West. I'm playing the part of Cactus Head Moore. A rootin', tootin', hootin', shootin', highfalutin', Big Newton. I walks into a cowtown saloon, and the piano is a player. And I say, "Hey, piano player, cut out that darn melody making. Listen, you, when I say stop playing, I mean stop."
Oh, Professor Moore, he killed the piano player. But he's still playing. How come?
Strong union.
Edifying, Garrison. You're peachy. In fact, I might go so far as to say peachy with sugar on it, but I've got to watch my figure.
Yeah, that's right, Celeste. If you don't watch it, the boys never will.
Love those old friends.
Yeah.
Now, gang, as long as people like Seaman First Class John Galliente keep asking for the better type of music, we've got to keep filling their orders. And there's no better way of doing the same than by calling on Cliff and Claude, the Trenier twins, I always have trouble with that, for a sample of their best. Here they are with Sometimes I'm Happy.
Sometimes I'm blue. My disposition depends on you. I never mind in the sky, long as there's moonlight in your eyes. Sometimes I hate you. Sometimes I love you. But when I hate you, it's 'cause I love you, baby. That's all I am. So what can I do? I'm happy when I'm with you. I'm blue. My disposition depends on you. I never mind in the sky, long as there's moonlight in your eyes. Sometimes I hate you, sometimes I love you, but when I hate you, it's 'cause I love you, baby. That's all right. So what can I do? I'm happy when I'm with you.
Please come calling again.
Say, Celeste, are there any more classical selections on the show tonight?
Well, Command gives its listeners only the best. We're featuring tonight an opera written by the famous composer Garibaldi Moore.
Oh, that's just Jim Dandy. Can my father play the piccolo part? He practiced his fingering for 18 years, developed a very delicate touch.
Well,
come to think of it, he's not in town. He got a job with the Bureau of Precision Standards.
Really? Doing what?
Sealing the holes in Swiss cheese.
Nevertheless, Mr. Petrie, the opera shall go on. I sing the part of the hero, and for the villain, we brought in the neighborhood good humor man.
Good humor man? But, Gary, this is the bad-tempered guy who does those nasty parts on the Jack Benny show.
Yeah, they say he's so awful he tears the wings off of flies.
Go on. Mister, do you really tear the wings off of flies?
So what do you think I'm doing with these pliers in my hands? Tightening the nuts on my Tutti Frutti?
You're Frank Nelson, all right.
Yes, I've heard you on Take It or Leave It.
Oh, then you're familiar with my program, I take it.
Mr. Moore, you take it. I'll leave it.
This boy talks like Phil Baker. All right, Frank, I'll tell you what. You play the part of the villain.
Oh, no. You haven't made me a villain again. Frank Nelson, who helps little ducks up on high curbstones.
Quiet, Frank. Celeste, you, of course, will be my daughter, Nell, and the special choral effects will be under the able direction of our announcer, Mr. Howard Petrie.
Oh, don't I just get the best of everything?
Someday he's going to wake up inside the bag on the vacuum cleaner. And now, Maestro Perrier, the music for the opera.
The story of our opera tonight concerns a theme as old as time itself. High on a hilltop there stands a man, ancient, dense, and weary, his rheumy eyes searching the path from town, hoping to see the beloved form of someone he knew a long time ago. And from his aching heart, there springs a song of recollection.
It's been 20 long years since Manelli went away. I never will forget her till my dying day. She ran away from home with the smooth, sippy slicker. Manelli was a peach, and he was a picker. They left before dinner without any food except the goose liver sandwich that she carried in her snoot. It was cold that night. It was freezing by a hunky, cold enough to freeze the ears off a brass monkey. I wish the kid was home again like she was before. Who's that to knock him at my door?
Hello there, Paul.
Oh, well.
Don't you know me anymore? It's your little Nell.
Well, where's that the bacon guy who used to call you honey? Did he send you home when you asked him for some money?
He's a slick-tongued devil and he lies with ease. He's got more women than a dog's got fleas. He left me on the night that I was most forlorn. The very same night little Bunky was born.
Is that fair, Bunky? He was born in New York. Why, she should have sent him back and kept the stork. You can't stay in this house with that there child.
Oh, Father, dear Father, you're driving me wild.
Honk, John. Honk, John. Honk, John. Honk, John.
And here he comes, folks, the unscrupulous husband who deserted his wife and child. Let's all hiss!
Toity, me proud beauty. Thought you'd lost me, eh, my beauty? Well, now that I've found you, I'll show you no pity. I'm a-taking you with me right back to the city. Will too. Ever since you left me, I've been living in the quandary. Had to dry my dishes with my last month's laundry. Been cooking my meals in my derby hatter. You're coming back with me, gal, and that's a that. Will too.
Wait a minute. You know, this could replace spit in the ocean. Could too. It could too. Hot dog. Son, I'm glad I sent you to Harvard. Fagin, leave this house. We got no room for Regal Journal a bum. I'll thank you to return to where you was before. Take along your stomach so that I can close the door.
Now listen, partner, hold your tongue. Your body's well built, but the timbers are strung. You know that I can do you heaps and heaps of harm, 'cause I own the mortgage on the gosh darn farm.
You can have the farm, but don't take Bunky.
I'll take the farm and Bunky by hunky.
Who said Bunky? Fagin, you're just a viper. Here I stand bleeding in my ragged old diaper. You travel to the city, you travel to the race. Let me stay home, 'cause I need a change.
Hot dog.
I'd give $1 million to be here when that guy flies south for the winter.
Now, who's that coming down the road? Sounds like a mule with a heavy load.
Ain't no mule, you gosh darn fool. Can't tell by my badge on the constable what to do. Come now, tell.
Oh, well, he ain't done right by our little Nell.
I did too.
Wait a minute. Dialogue is the kind of thing even Does wouldn't do.
It is not.
It is too.
It is not.
It weenie you wrote. Well, under the law, I'll settle this case. I'll wipe that smile off of Fagan's face. You stole her farm and you left his daughter. The fine will be $1.25, which goes to show the price of sin. Tomorrow night, we're going to play East Lynn. Shave that haircut, and then go.
Like that. I'll speak to the Metropolitan about you.
Please don't. They already threatened to cancel my policy.
Celeste, there's always something wonderfully distinctive about your singing.
Oh, there is not.
Here's two.
There's not.
Here's two.
Hot chaw, and let's get on with the show. Now, Celeste, I hear that some really terrific letters came in when Command ran its big contest.
Yes. We asked the gang to tell us what the Constitution of the United States means to me.
And one of the most outstanding letters came from Master Sergeant Donald E. Ogletree, who is with the Army Air Force in Okinawa. Frank Nelson, would you read us that letter? I'll try.
Except the Holy Scriptures, our Constitution is the most important document in my life. It's a guarantee of the possibility of attaining certain phases of the ideal way of life advocated by the Bible and universally recognized as desirable by free men. It provides access to the paths to justice, knowledge, and freedom of personal action, short of infringement of the rights of others, which are inherent American goals, as opposed to the restrictions of individual action and thought present in countries less liberally governed. The flexibility included in the wise structure of the Constitution, and the fact that it is not a document bound to a period or by a set way of thinking, makes it invaluable to the American way of life. But for the Constitution and my good fortune in being born under its influence, I might today be unable to seek knowledge, unable to be a neighbor, unable to raise my voice against injustice, selfishness, and fraud, or even to offer suggestions, or dare to think of improvement. And were it not for the stout souls who have so strongly defended it, I might today be subject to a dictatorship and tyranny, which would be all the more loathsome in contrast to the freedom and prosperity and personal peace I have enjoyed as fruits of the Constitution. The ideals of the Constitution rest largely in our hearts and hands. As long as we hold to the faith which inspired it, it shall survive.
And congratulations, Donald Ogletree. Well, gang, we filled all the orders. There's room for tonight. Besides Howard Hawkshaw Petrie, we had visits from the Trenier twins. Oh, I made it that time. Frank Nelson, Constable Bud Whittam,
Celeste Holmes, Sweet Home,
and Gary Moore. Gosh, Gary, I still haven't gotten over that opera. That masterpiece really sent me.
True, which raises the question, will we ever get him back?
I'm not worried. Well, gang, this is Celeste saying good night.
So long and lots of luck, guys. Do you hear me?
The program is arranged with the aid of the Hollywood Coordinating Committee. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
These are our men. The Parker Watch Company and its dealers throughout America dedicate this program to the United States Treasury Department for the sale of war bonds. With Ralph Bellamy as our special guest today, we proudly present the third in this series of dramatic programs, These Are Our Men. In the fight for total victory, these are our men. Arnold, Nimitz, MacArthur, Vandergrift, Wainwright, Halsey, Patton, Clark, Somerville, Bradley, Marshall. Today we give you the Supreme Commander of the Allied Invasion Forces, General Dwight D. Eisenhower. General Eisenhower's story will begin right away, but first let me steal 15 seconds to introduce our guest bond salesman, star of radio, stage, and motion pictures, Ralph Bellamy.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And thank you, Jack, for stealing those 15 seconds. I'm going to use a few of them to say that I'll be back later on in the program with a little story of my own. Meanwhile, make a mental pledge to buy another bond today.
Incidentally, listeners, where do you keep your war bonds? Lying around a desk drawer someplace in an old teapot? Remember, they're valuable, extremely so. You should keep them all together where you'll always be able to find them. And to make this easy for you, we have an offer to make. I'll tell you all about it at the end of the program. Right now, listen to the authentic profile of another of our men. December, a year ago. The historic conference at Tehran is drawing to a close. The eyes of all the world are on the three men who ponder decisions that will affect the destiny of all mankind. Roosevelt, Churchill, Stalin. Marshal Stalin speaks through an interpreter.
Gentlemen, Marshal Stalin wishes to say that the date you have selected for the opening of the front in Western Europe is quite agreeable to him.
Splendid.
Только один вопрос.
Да, товарищ маршал?
Сначала я хочу знать имя человека, которого они выбрали командовать вторжением.
Хорошо, товарищ маршал. However, the marshal wishes to know the name of the man you have chosen to command the invasion.
Why, Mr. Roosevelt and I are agreed on General Dwight Eisenhower.
Они выбрали американского генерала Dwight Eisenhower.
Прошу передать, что я доволен их выбором, так как нет никого другого, кому бы я выразил больше доверия, чем американскому генералу Eisenhower.
Marshal Stalin wishes to say that he is delighted with your selection. There is no one in whom he has more confidence than in the American general, General Eisenhower.
6 months later, June 6, 1944, the beaches of England are crowded with men and machines, thousands and thousands of tense, nervous shadows waiting in the darkness.
No smoking, no lights of any kind, no smoking.
The men on the beaches and at the flying fields, the bombers and the fighters and the paratroopers and the infantry all wait for the word from one man.
Let's go! This is it!
The broad-shouldered man with a ruddy complexion and the sparse hair paces the wooden floor of the headquarters tent. He half smokes innumerable cigarettes, and he speaks to no one. Because, in a sense, there is no one he can speak to now. He is alone in the great responsibility of leadership.
Lines of anxiety furrow his brow. At his word, thousands of men, hundreds of ships, have set out on the greatest military undertaking in all of history. He smokes, and he paces, and he thinks. What does he think on this day, this D-Day, when Allied forces storm the beaches of Normandy, when the great armada draws close to shore and the guns boom and the men leap from the barges and plunge through the surf into the face of enemy fire? Well, of course, his thoughts are of his men and of his cause. But perhaps other thoughts crowd into his mind. Perhaps he thinks of his son, John. His son, who this very D-Day is graduating from West Point, as he himself did many years ago. Who can say what thoughts filled the mind of four-star General Dwight D. Eisenhower that D-Day, June 6, 1944? Does he think back through the years, through the long years back, yes, centuries back, when another Eisenhower said,
"We must leave."
Leave Germany. How can we leave Germany? It is our home, the only home we know. Where can we go?
Any place is better.
It's true that things have been bad here, but to leave, it seems like such a big thing to go away forever.
It is a big thing, very big. To stay here means that we cannot live and think and worship God as we believe. We must be free. Else, what good is living? My mind is made up. We go. It may be hard, but we will be free.
If you say go, I go.
Did four-star General Dwight D. Eisenhower think of them that morning of D-Day, June 6, 1944? He might well have, for those were his ancestors who left Germany centuries before because they rebelled against religious persecution. They left to be free, and now their own flesh and blood was coming back to Germany in the cause of the same freedom for which they left it. He paced the wooden floor of the headquarters tent on the coast of England and waited for the first report. This was his plan. He had given the word, and on that word hung the lives of men and the fate of the cause of freedom.
No word. No word of any kind?
Nothing, sir.
More cigarettes. Half smoked and stamped out. Deeper furrows in the brow. The weight of leadership bearing heavily on the broad shoulders of General Dwight D. Eisenhower. What thoughts crowded into his mind? Did they go back to Kansas, perhaps? To the town of Abilene? And to one of the best friends of his youth, Six McDonald?
Thanks very much, sir.
What do you say, Six? Any luck?
Nah, the school can't help us, Ike. Looks like the end of the team.
What'd they say?
Same thing. There's no money in the athletic fund.
But we're supposed to play over at Chapman tomorrow. We've got to get the team there.
I know. I told the principal that, but he just said he was sorry. There's no money for the railroad fares. I guess we'll have to call the game off, Ike.
No, we won't.
The team can't walk to Chapman, Ike.
No, but there ought to be some way of getting there. Doggone, I'll figure something out.
We'll have to do it by tomorrow morning, Ike. What's the idea, Ike? Getting the whole team down at the depot.
We're going to Chapman, Six. Hey, here comes our train now.
How'd you do it, Ike? I thought they wouldn't give us any money.
Leave it to me, Hank.
All right, fellas, here she comes. Listen, Ike Eisenhower, let me see the ticket. Who needs tickets? This is our train, fellas. Everybody down the track. Let's go. Down the track? What's the idea? Hey, Ike, come on, Six. All right, everybody, down the track. Hey, Ike! This is a freight train. Sure, I know, but it goes to Chapman, doesn't it? Pile on, fellas!
And so the football squad of Abilene High rode a freight train to Chapman, Kansas, won its game, and rode a freight train home again. And Ike Eisenhower had solved his first problem in logistics, the fine art of getting men and materials to the scene of action.
No, sir. No report yet.
Perhaps he thought of that early problem of logistics as he paced the floor that morning of D-Day, June 6, 1944, as he awaited the outcome of the greatest logistic gamble ever undertaken by any military leader in the history of the world. And who knows, he may have thought of a decision he made on a hot summer day long years ago, a decision that had started him on his way to this headquarters tent on this fateful day.
Six, I've been thinking.
Yeah, Ike? What about?
About the future. I've been out of high school a year now, and all I've done is knock around at odd jobs. Helping Dad at the creamery and stuff like that. Not getting any place.
Ike, you can't get very far in just 1 year.
I know, but I'd like to get started. Six, how about you and I trying for Annapolis or West Point?
Where'd you get that idea?
I've been reading about it. They're holding the examinations at Topeka in the fall.
We wouldn't have a chance.
If we started studying now, we would. Six, how about it?
Nah, not for me, Ike.
It means 4 more years of football, Six.
I'm not going to spend the rest of my life in the Army for 4 more years of football.
Well, what about the Navy?
Or the Navy, either. No, Ike. You try it if you want to.
I think I will.
Good luck. Hey, which one, Annapolis or West Point?
Well, I like the idea of the Navy, but then I don't know. Maybe... Hey,
what?
I think I'll try for them both.
Say, hear about the Eisenhower boy?
Which one?
Ike.
Well, what about him?
Goes up to Topeka, takes the examination for Annapolis and West Point, and what do you think?
What?
Finishes first in the Annapolis exam, second in the one for West Point.
Well, I'm not surprised. That boy's shot.
Yes? Oh, hello, Sid.
Hello, Mrs. Eisenhower. Is Ike... is Dwight at home?
Yes, he's home. Come in.
Boy, I bet he feels good. I just heard about the exams.
No, I'm afraid he doesn't feel very well. Dwight?
Yes, Mother.
Six is here.
Oh, hello, Six. Congratulations. I ran over just as fast as I could. Put her there, Admiral.
Admiral? I'll never be an admiral.
Oh, now don't feel too bad, Dwight. It just wasn't meant to be. The pies are about ready now.
Yes, I guess it wasn't meant to be.
Hey, what's the matter? I expected to find a celebration going on. What's wrong?
I'm not going to Annapolis, Six.
You're not going to Annapolis? What are you talking about? You won the competition, didn't you?
Yeah, I won the competition.
It's his age, Six.
Huh?
You can't go to Annapolis if you're over 20. And Dwight will be 21 in June.
Somebody forgot to tell me that little item.
Now, don't fret about it, Dwight.
I'd only finished first in the West Point exams.
What difference would that make?
The age limit there is 21.
Oh, tough luck, Ike.
Come on, boys. How about some nice hot pie?
And so the Navy lost a possible admiral. But the fates that watch over the destiny of the United States Army knew what they were about.
Six.
Yeah, what's the matter, Ike?
Six, I'm going to West Point.
What?
I'm going to West Point.
Ike, you're out of your head. You can't go to West Point. You didn't win the competition. You came in second.
Sure, I came in second, but you know what happened?
No, what?
The fellow who came in first couldn't pass his physical. Senator Bristow is giving the appointment to me.
Gee, that's great. Now I got to change your title. General, put it there.
Imagine me a general.
And what might have been the other memories as General Eisenhower paced the floor on D-Day? Of those first wonderful days at West Point?
Suck in your gut. Pull in your chin. You're the worst. Eisenhower, you'll say sir to upperclassman, Mr. Eisenhower?
Yes, sir.
And wipe off that smile.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Eisenhower, report to me tonight after taps.
Yes, sir.
In full dress coat.
Yes, sir.
And even as a plebe at West Point, Ike Eisenhower believed in carrying out an order to the letter.
Come in.
You told me to report in full dress coat, sir.
Oh, yes. Eisenhower.
Yes, sir.
Where are your trousers?
You said full dress coat, sir. You didn't mention trousers.
But of all the memories of West Point, the grind of study, the lighter moments, the football he liked so much, no memory was like this one.
I do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States and bear true allegiance to the national government, that I will maintain and defend the sovereignty of the United States, paramount to any and all allegiance, sovereignty, or fealty I may owe to any state, county, or country whatsoever, and that I will at all times obey the legal orders of my superior officers and the rules and articles governing the armies of the United States.
The minutes crawled by that D-Day morning of June 6, 1944. The great armada moved closer to the shore. And in the skies above, the paratroopers waited tensely for the word to jump. And in the headquarters tent back on the coast of England, General Ike Eisenhower paced the wooden floor, waiting for words. It was not a time for memories. Or was it? If it was, certainly this was one of them.
Miss Dowd, may I present Lieutenant Ike Eisenhower? You've heard of him, the big football star from West Point.
Oh, cut it out. How do you do, Miss Dowd?
How do you do, Ike?
I'll leave you two together. Tell her all about what you did to Navy, Ike.
He's a great kid, Ike. I hope you're staying for dinner, Miss Dowd.
No, I'm afraid not. I have an appointment in San Antonio.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Well, I wonder if I might show you around Fort Sam, Miss Dowd.
Well, really, I'm afraid I
It's
can't.
a very interesting place. I have to make a tour of the post anyway. I'd be very happy if you'd...
I'm afraid
It's a very interesting place, Miss Dowd. I'm sure you'll find it interesting.
Well, all right, Ike.
Yes, Miss Dowd found the walk very interesting. And the lieutenant, too. For not long after, she became Mrs. Dwight D. Eisenhower.
Ein Schiffer, Kapitän. Ein großes Schiff.
Was ist sie? Englisch?
Amerikanisch.
Wie heißt sie?
Lusitania.
Lusitania. Sehr gut. Wir haben unsere Befehle.
Aber sie ist doch amerikanisch.
Wir haben unsere Befehle. Achtung, Torpedorohre 1.
Jawohl.
Munition nach England, Lusitania.
Feuer!
It came. The war that Ike Eisenhower had hoped would never come. But once we were in it, he wanted desperately to go overseas. But that was not to be. Destiny was not yet ready for the great rendezvous with Ike Eisenhower. Instead, he was put in charge of a tank training school, training men to man the tanks in France, under a young lieutenant colonel named George S. Patton. But finally...
Mamie.
Yes, dear, I'm here.
Mamie, I've finally got them.
What, dear?
My orders. I'm going overseas at last.
Oh. I know it's what you wanted, Ike. I'm glad for you. When do you go?
November 18th, Mamie. November 18th.
November 18th. 1 week after the armistice. It seemed fate had sidetracked Ike Eisenhower again. Peace again. And what is there for an officer to do in peacetime? Plan. Plan against the next time, however desperately you hope there never will be a next time. Ike Eisenhower was a planner. He continued to work with tanks, lots of tanks now, American, British, French, German. These weapons of the latter days of the war were sure to be all important if war came again. Ike Eisenhower worked out a plan for tanks. There were tanks by the hundreds aboard the landing craft as the great armada drew close to the beaches of Normandy, as General Eisenhower paced the floor of headquarters and waited for the fate of his plan. Perhaps he thought back to another plan, when he was assigned to General Fox Connor to draw up a new plan for the defense of the Panama Canal. If he did, certainly he remembered the prophetic words of his superior in one armchair chat.
They called it the Great War. Historians won't call it great. It was nothing more than a large-scale maneuver.
Do you think there'll be another one soon, sir?
Sooner than anyone thinks. It'll come in Europe and in the Pacific.
In spite of the four-power pact and the disarmament treaty?
They've hastened the next war by a good 10 years.
When do you think it'll begin, sir?
Oh, I don't know exactly. 15, 20, maybe 30 years. Now, you listen to me, Ike Eisenhower. The men of your time at the Academy are going to be the generals in the next war. Get ready for it. Study. Make yourselves strong. Don't overlook a bet. The country will be pacifist up to the last minute. You won't have much to work with at first.
Not a very rosy outlook.
No, but you be ready. I've worked with you for 2 years, and I know the kind of head you've got on your shoulders.
Thank you, sir.
You be ready, Ike, because you're the kind of man that other men will follow and put their trust in. You be ready with a plan.
And he was always ready with a plan, a sound, carefully worked out plan that overlooked nothing. Under General MacArthur, he planned the defense of Bataan. Under General Kruger, he planned the now historic Louisiana maneuvers. He had a plan for the invasion of North Africa, of Sicily, and Italy. And so, when Marshal Stalin, Prime Minister Churchill, and President Roosevelt met at Tehran, they chose this man with a plan. Eisenhower, the man with a plan, waits on the morning of D-Day, June 6, 1944.
Oh, Major.
Yes, sir?
Oh, nothing, Major.
Yes? All right, let's have it. Right.
Well?
It's just a first report, sir. It was badly garbled. As far as they could make out...
Yes?
There seems to be a possibility, sir, that our first assault wave was destroyed.
Go back and check it.
Yes, sir.
Yes. It was his plan that had sent them over to crash the coast of France. His plan that had sent them on their way to Germany in the name of the cause of freedom for which the Eisenhower forebears had left it. Yes, the first news is bad. And it was his plan that had been responsible for it all. And he is well aware of it in this terrible moment as he thinks of the thousands of letters he has received from American mothers.
Dear General Eisenhower, I just want you to know how glad I am that my son is serving under you. From all he's written me, I know, General Eisenhower, that you'll send my boy home safe to me. You will, won't you?
Yes? All right, hurry. Right. General.
Well?
An error in the first message, sir. They've got it straight now.
What is it? What's the news?
The first wave has landed, sir. The entire invasion is proceeding according to plan.
Thank you, Stotts Cotsworth, for your narration, and thank you, James Meehan, for a fine performance in the title role in this story of General Eisenhower. And now may I present our guest again. Here he is, Ralph Bellamy.
Thank you. About a half an hour ago, I was on my way to this program, and by mistake, I got into the wrong studio. There was a rehearsal going on there, an orchestra and a girl. The girl was singing a number I know you'll be hearing many times in the days ahead. I'll Be Home for Christmas. Of course, I'm not much of a judge of songs or singing, but despite the fact that I was in a hurry, I couldn't help waiting to hear that girl sing the song all the way through. Why, I don't know. Maybe because the song is so pretty, or maybe because it's so sad and so true. I guess you all know how it goes. Yes, that's it. I'll be home for Christmas. I guess you get my point. They won't be home for Christmas. Not this year, and maybe not next year either. Unless we help them to the utmost of our power. Let's not kid ourselves. The Japs and Germans are dug in for a last-ditch fight. Dug in good. It's going to take plenty of shells and plenty of bombs to blast them out with their hands above their heads in surrender. We at home provide those bombs and shells through our purchase of war bonds. Naturally, the less ambition that reaches the fronts, the less ammunition that reaches the fronts, the longer the war will take to win. The longer it'll be before a lot of lonely men come home. It's just that simple. When you buy bonds, you make a foolproof investment. You also help to stave off inflation. But most important of all, you help to bring nearer the time when millions of mothers and wives and sweethearts will open a telegram that really says, I'll be home for Christmas.
Thank you, Ralph Bellamy. These are Our Men, featuring today the dramatized story of General Dwight Eisenhower, with Ralph Bellamy as our special guest, is presented each Saturday by the Parker Watch Company and its dealers throughout America, but not to sell watches. No, what we ask you to buy is bonds, plenty of them. And when you can't buy bonds, buy war stamps. Now, a special announcement. We are currently preparing a beautiful combination book portfolio for our listeners. It's in 4 brilliant colors, with the pictures and biographies of all the great American leaders being dramatized on this series of programs. And in addition, this portfolio has a place for the safekeeping of your war bonds, as well as a handy chart for entering the registration of your bonds. It's yours for 10 cents to cover cost of mailing and wrapping. Address your letter to the Parker Watch Company, care of NBC, New York 20, New York. Write today and close 10 cents in coin only, and we'll send you your copy of our new combination book portfolio entitled These Are Our Men. Next week, These Are Our Men will bring you the story of General Henry H. Arnold, with Paul Muni as our special guest. So be sure to tune in. Same time, same station. Our music was composed and conducted by Joseph Chernyovsky, and the entire production was under the direction of Anton M. Leader. Much of the material in this broadcast is contained in the new biography of General Eisenhower, General Ike, written by Alden Hatch and published by Henry Holt and Company. These Are Our Men is recorded by the Office of War Information for shortwave rebroadcast to foreign countries. Don't forget now, for your copy of our new combination book portfolio entitled These Are Our Men, send 10 cents in coin only to the Parker Watch Company, care of NBC, New York 20, New York. This is Jack Costello speaking.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you William Bendix, Preston Foster, and Lloyd Nolan in Guadalcanal Diary with Richard Jacob. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. 50 years from today, an old man slowly walks down Main Street. All his life, he's been justly proud that he was one of the famous few. And as he walks, his neighbors point him out as a stranger in town. That man was at Guadalcanal, they say. And perhaps they add, I wonder what it was really like. Right now, that old man of the future is a youngster, with a confident set to his shoulders and a hint of a swagger in his walk. And rightly so, because he is a United States Marine. A Marine who helped to turn the great retreat in the Pacific into a great attack. A Marine who made American history. But behind the confident shoulders and the slight swagger lingers the memory of other Marines who rest forever in the green jungles of Guadalcanal. The war correspondent, Richard Tregaskis, wrote the story in Guadalcanal just as he saw it happen. From that book, 20th Century Fox made one of the really great motion pictures of the war. And tonight we bring it to you with the same stars you saw on the screen. Preston Foster, William Bendix, and Lloyd Nolan. They happen to be three of Hollywood's busiest citizens. Lloyd Nolan is just back from a Bond tour. Bill Bendix is currently adding radio laurels to his screen honors with a weekly show called The Life of Riley. And Preston Foster runs a 600-acre ranch in addition to a full picture schedule. Most of us have seen pictures of Guadalcanal in the newspapers and magazines. Pictures of the wreckage of war in the midst of choking jungle, with perhaps here and there a lonely coconut palm still standing above the debris. Strangely enough, that lonely palm tree has a very direct connection with Lux Flakes. You see, before the war, there were rather large coconut plantations on the island. And from these and many others scattered over the globe came raw materials that were used in making our products. So the next time you pour some Lux Flakes into a dishpan, you might remember that a lot of people and places all around the world are helping to wash your dishes. And turning from dishes to drama, we raise the curtain on the first act of Guadalcanal, starring William Bendix as Taxi, Preston Foster as Father Donnelly, and Lloyd Nolan as Hook, with Richard Jacob as Chicken. They were all in school a dozen or so years ago. They were taught geography from books and maps, and many forgot the lesson. Now they are Marines. Again they're learning geography, but it is taught with fire and blood and steel, and this time no one will ever forget. Let's suppose it's February 1942 instead of 44. Only 2 years ago. And suppose someone asked the question,
what is Guadalcanal?
Now, the answers would run something like this.
Huh? Guadalcanal? Never heard of that place.
How about you?
Oh, sure, Guadalcanal. That's in South America. They send us bananas.
That man next to you, do you know?
Yeah, it's a canal, like in Panama in the Suez Canal. I think it's in Spain.
And you, Mr. DeMille, in February 1942, how would you have answered the question?
Well, the chances are I'd have run blushing to the nearest encyclopedia.
Yes, few people knew much about Guadalcanal. Among those few were these officers in the Marines.
Guadalcanal, one of the Solomon Islands lying in the South Pacific. About 6,000 miles from the United States, 3,340 miles from Japan, 1,100 miles northeast of Australia.
It's adjacent to several other islands, Savo, Bougainville, Tulagi. Guadalcanal itself is 90 miles long, 30 miles wide. Mountainous and heavily forested. On it are a few copra or coconut plantations.
Guadalcanal recently has assumed tremendous strategic importance following its occupation by Japanese troops who are now using it as a base of supplies and the site of an airfield.
This island must be taken from the enemy at any cost and at the earliest possible moment.
The earliest possible moment was 6 months in coming. Then, in August 1942, 3 transports loaded with Marines plow through the placid waters of the South Pacific. On one of the ships is a chaplain. His name is...
Donnelly. William Donnelly. Yes, I'm a chaplain. I'm not a fighter. I carry no weapons. But there's a place for me in this war. I'll find it sooner or later and then do what I can. They'll need help. No one knows where these ships are going, not even the colonel. But it's very pleasant in the beautiful white sunshine of the signal bridge. We watch the blue sea slip by. Colonel Grayson and the other officers, like Captain Davis and Captain Cross, are relaxing, as contented as if they were on their front porches back home.
What a way to travel to war, Colonel.
Yeah, just wish we had the funnies. I'd sure like to know if Mammy Yoakum ever got the termites out of the turnip patch.
The enlisted men are below, on the port deck. As usual, the favorite occupation is shooting the breeze, exchanging scuttlebutt.
Boy, I'd sure like to be back home right now, sailing me a boat on Chesapeake Bay.
If I was home, I wouldn't be on no boat. Ebbets Field, that's for me. Watching them beautiful bums.
Yeah, bums is right.
Just leading the league, Sergeant Malone, just leading the league.
Oh, sure, that league.
You got any dough that says the Yanks will take the bums in the series?
And look, Taxi, the Dodgers ain't even in the World Series yet. And what good is dough gonna do you where you're going?
How do you know where we're going?
Pipe down. Besides, I don't care if I never see any more dough again in my life. Of course, you guys know I'm talking about Confederate dough.
Hey, yeah, chicken.
Ain't that guy over there a war correspondent or something?
Yeah, that's him.
Hey, you.
Hiya, Leatherneck.
How's about putting my name in the paper?
The funny paper.
Sure, son. What name is it?
Johnny Anderson.
You can call him chicken on account of he's just sprouting his pin feathers.
Boy, will a certain party I know get a kick out of that.
Oh, you and that certain party
Look, chicken, you know your mother don't let you go out with dames yet.
Yeah, well, listen, you guys. Me and this certain party...
Look, pipe down, will you? Pipe down!
To live again
Yes, just like a pleasure cruise. At night, we're out on deck again. The boys singing. It's funny in a way. You never hear them singing war songs or boogie-woogie or that fast jitterbug stuff. It's always the old familiar song. Slow and sentimental and corny. And then you remember how young they are.
Dear Mom, we are still somewhere on the Pacific Ocean, and I do not know, Mom.
Right into that baby of yours again, chicken?
Oh, sure, why not?
Some doll, huh?
Yeah, she's a real hunk of woman, and she don't give me no arguments either.
She don't, huh? I knew a dame like that once, but so did a lot of other guys. Well, see you later, chicken. I'm going back on deck.
See you, Tack.
Hey, Tack.
Yeah?
Hot, ain't it?
Yeah. How would you guys like a nice tall glass of ice-cold beer?
Beer. Strictly a middle-class beverage. The last time I was home in Brooklyn, we was having cocktails. My old lady brought them in. I'd take one taste, and boy, what a kick. You know what she did, my old lady?
No, what?
She took them out and put in another slug of gin. What a sweet old lady.
Yeah, well, time to turn in, guys.
Yeah.
Good night, Hook. Taxi. Okay, boys, come on. Better knock off Skylock and hit the sack. Lights out, 10 minutes.
See you below, Sarge.
Yeah, after I get these kids to bed.
Okay, good night, Huck. Say, do you know yet what we're up to?
Oh, it's the same old thing, Seuss. Maneuvers. Go on, now turn in.
Maneuvers? I'm getting pretty tired of this whole business.
Yeah, well, one of these days you're going to run into the real thing.
The sooner the better. Good night, Huck.
Good night, partner.
Another lazy day has ended. As uneventful as all our days had been for more than a week now. The only difference is that we're a few hundred miles closer to whatever we're heading for. At dawn the next morning, we learn the answer. Up on the bridge, I see Colonel Grayson, Captain Cross, and Captain Davis. They're looking through binoculars at something big beyond the mist. Their men are on the deck below. And what they see is something they have never seen before.
Look at it. Just look at it.
What's going on here, boys?
Look, Father, look. There's 1,000 of them. Transport, cruisers, destroyers.
And over there, you see? Plane carriers.
I knew something was up. I knew it. So we're out of maneuvers, huh?
Well, if he only knew where he was going.
Wherever it is, Chicken. It looks like we mean business.
Boy, I never seen so many ships before. That is, outside the Brooklyn Navy Yard.
Hey, something's heading this way. You see that launch?
Yes, with a civilian.
Maybe he wants to enlist. How about me swapping places with him, Hook?
And you wouldn't miss this for a week's pay, and you know it.
Well, gentlemen, at last I have the news for which we've all been waiting. We're going to attack the Japanese strongholds on Guadalcanal and Tulagi and the Solomon Islands. You have a question already, Captain Cross.
Yes, sir, if I may. The question is, when?
Well, it may be tomorrow or the next day or the day after that. If we choose, we can sight Guadalcanal within 18 hours. But whether we do or not depends upon the strength of the enemy's defenses. Captain Davis?
I was wondering, sir, if this task force is going to remain with us.
No, I doubt it. The Navy and Coast Guard will lay down a barrage and remain offshore until we've established a beachhead. The carriers will give us what reconnaissance they can. B Company, that's you, Captain Cross, will take the left half of the beachhead. A Company, Captain Davis, the right. Our chief objective is an airfield, which the enemy has almost completed. Now, I know you're all wondering about this gentleman here, whom the Navy just brought aboard. He's Mr. Weatherby. He supervised the copra plantation on Guadalcanal, and he can give us an idea of what it's like. Mr. Weatherby, please.
Well, gentlemen, after crossing the beach here, you'll have to penetrate a field of grass, as you can see on this map.
Oh, grass sounds easier than pillboxes.
Yes, but it's 4 to 6 feet high.
Good stuff for the Japs to hide in. Now, 2 rivers border the section you're particularly interested in. At the north, of course, is the beach, and at the south, the airfield.
Like a square?
Exactly, Colonel. I'm not a soldier, but my guess is that your toughest problem is crossing the beach and getting your men under the cover of the palm trees as quickly as possible. There's a grove of these trees just beyond the grass.
Yes, we're going to lose men. But remember this, don't stop to help the wounded. The corpsmen will take care of them. You have to cover the men who will be landing behind you. Is that clear, gentlemen? While I'm on the subject, Captain Davis.
Aye, aye, sir.
Post the following order.
Aye, sir.
Annex E to General Order Number 3. Burial. Graves will be suitably marked. All bodies will wear identification tags. And now, Mr. Weatherby, Hook Malone has a mimeographed paper in his hand. The ink is still wet. He holds it carefully as he reads it to the men of Company A.
The coming action marks the first offensive in the war against the enemy involving ground forces of the United States. The Marines have been selected to initiate this action.
Ain't it always the way?
Which will prove the forerunner of successive offensive actions that will end in ultimate victory for our cause.
Yeah.
We are meeting a tough and wily opponent, but he is not sufficiently tough or wily to overcome us because we are Marines.
Now you're talking.
Each of us has an assigned task. Let each vow to perform it to the utmost of his ability with added effort for good measure. Good luck, and God bless you. Walter E. Grayson, Colonel.
Very well done, Hook. Very academic. But when do we do it?
Okay, boys. Inspection, 10 minutes. On the double.
Like the girl that married dear old dad.
Oh, Chick. Looks like it won't be long now, huh? Looks that way, Taxi. Hey, what time is it? Back home, anyway.
Let me see. How many hours difference is it?
Well, there's 19 between here and San Francisco, and there's 3 more between there and home. But I can never tell which way it is.
Me too. I can never tell whether today is yesterday or tomorrow. Oh, well, take it easy, kid. See you later.
Yeah, so long, Taxi.
I want a girl just like the girl that
Small talk, scuttlebutt, is not a privilege of enlisted men only. The officers shoot the breeze, too. But Captain Davis and Captain Cross have been doing that for years.
What are you looking in the mirror for, Walter? Getting bald?
Oh, it sure looks like it.
What do you suppose Peters and the kids are doing right now?
Sleeping, I hope.
How do you feel? Scared?
Sure, but I try to look at it as just another job, like selling a big order when there's a lot of sales resistance.
Funny that we should end up like this. The first 2 companies in. 3 to 1 says my outfit lands.
I'll take that. 1 coconut says you don't.
one who loves nobody.
All right, now wait a minute, you guys. Wait a minute. Pipe down, will you? Now, most of you have never had any experience in the jungle before, but the Japs have. Plenty. So let me give you some advice. Keep your mouth shut. Stop yelling your heads off. We can beat them at their own game of silence if we try, but... Well, you know how Marines are. Some dope will yell, "Hey, Mac, is that C Company over there?" Yeah, well, it ain't funny. Keep an eye out for snipers all the time. You see a bunch of bananas and a coconut tree, shoot them down. Makes sense, don't it?
You're a very profound guy, Hook.
Now, look. Hey, wait a minute. What's that you got? A blackjack? That thing ain't no government issue.
No. That's Flatbush issue. I just made it. If it'll make the Japs happy to die for their emperor, I'm going to try to make them happy.
Oh, you're going to take the island all by yourself, I suppose.
Well, that would cause no surprise in certain circles of Brooklyn.
And one thing more, guys. Don't go around picking up any helmets or anything else that Japs leave laying around.
Yeah, but supposing you promised a certain party a souvenir.
Just forget it, chicken.
Sure, you're liable to find it's been rigged up with wiring and it'll blow right up on your kisser. Oh, hiya, Father.
Hello,
boys. Say, Padre, is there any natives on that island?
Mr. Weatherby said several thousand.
Cannibals?
No, I believe they're strict vegetarians, chicken. But then, of course, they have never tasted marine meat. Well, don't worry. We may land tomorrow. Tomorrow is Friday.
Oh, yes, that's right. It is Friday.
Friday, the 7th of August. It's here. The day of landing. Now on the decks, there is smell of oil and steel. Every weapon has been cleaned and checked a dozen times. Bolo knives and bayonets. So sharp that they sing when your thumb touches the blade. The talk and the laughter are gone now. Hearts are pounding, nerves jumping. Perhaps because what's happening is so unbelievable. Like a dream. Here and there a man wets his lips. Breathes a little harder, eyes strained. Waiting for a sight of that high, irregular mass lying beyond the sheen of water. Guadalcanal. Well, there she is. We must have passed the Jap batteries by now, Colonel. Either it's a trick or they're awful dumb. Well, anyhow, Colonel, if it works out, it'll make a swell story for me to write about. Let's not think of it any other way. It's got to work out.
Looks like this is it, huh?
Yeah.
You better unbuckle your chin straps and cartridge belts, man.
Bring on them Japs, brother.
Yeah, this ain't no turkey shoot, Tex. Make 'em all count.
Don't worry, Sarge, I will.
Sorry, we're not going in the same boat, Walter.
No use putting all of our eggs in one basket.
Funny how we can stand here preparing to force a landing on the Japs and act as if it were the most normal thing in the world.
Yeah, it is, rather. Hey, look. You see the turrets on that cruiser? They're getting ready to lay it down.
You know, Sarge, times like these kind of make me wish I was back in Brooklyn driving my cab with the fast meter and keeping an eye on them bums.
What are you talking about? When the Yanks get another crack at them, they'll take them apart.
Oh, I should live so long. Hey, what am I saying?
All right, here we go.
Good luck, men. Same to you. Okay, boys. Over we go.
Now, before Mr. DeMille presents Lloyd Nolan, Preston Foster, William Bendix, and Richard Jekyll in Act Two of Guadalcanal Diary, here's our fashion reporter, Libby Collins, to tell us about a style show that has a Treasury Department agent as its star.
She's Linwood Relaine Gisclair, the maid of cotton for 1944, and she's selling war bonds in over 40 cities, and in her spare time modeling her all-cotton wardrobe. The clothes are all ones you can make yourself in easy-to-follow patterns. And all the fabrics are luxable cotton.
So you can put what you save on cost and on upkeep into war bonds. An excellent idea, Libby. Won't you tell us more about Miss Gisclair?
Well, she's a tall, dark Louisiana co-ed, and she was selected maid of cotton from contestants representing all the southern cotton-growing states. She's touring the country showing women how practical and pretty an all-cotton wardrobe can be. So watch your local newspapers to see when she'll be in your town.
Is everything she wears made of cotton?
Mm-hmm. Dresses, stockings, undies, even shoes. There are slacks, play clothes, suits, lovely feminine afternoon frocks, evening dresses, too, all made of cotton and all luxable. The fabrics were all tested by the Lux Laboratories and will still be bright and new-looking months later if you always wash them with gentle Lux flakes.
Yes, Libby, nice cottons are really fine fabrics. They deserve the same gentle Lux care you give rayons to keep them lovely long. Harsh soaps, too hot water, and cake soap rubbing can make them look drab and old before their time. Always use lukewarm water and mild Lux flakes. Then you can be sure your pretty cottons will lead a long, long life. Listen while we sum it up for you in both words and music. Cottons lead a long life when they lead a Lux life. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act Two of Guadalcanal Diary. starring William Bendix as Taxi, Lloyd Nolan as Hook, Preston Foster as Father Donnelly, and Richard Jekyll as Chicken.
We know the Japs are full of tricks, but we haven't counted on the surprise awaiting us as we land on Guadalcanal. Everything points toward a bloody battle on the beach, but nothing happens. Not a shot, Japanese or American, is fired. The Japs have vanished. Either the Navy and the Coast Guard have blown them all to bits, or what? We don't know.
Boy, I gotta sit down. I'm all wore out landing against such stubborn resistance.
Don't worry, Taxi. We'll hear from them yet.
Yes, me, it's too good to be true. It's a trap.
We'll know soon enough. The old man says the Japs are hiding in the hills. We're to stay here and hold this village. Yeah, it's very wasteful. They didn't even stop to mind the runway. I'd say they're very considerate little sons of heaven.
Hey,
Where?
In that hut. Look out, guys. I'm going in. Hey, Chicken, you cover Taxi from here.
I'll go around back.
Right, son. Watch out, kid. Here I go. All right, you little yellow... Well, what do you know?
Hey, relax. Chicken them is pigs.
Pigs, say they're pigs.
Yeah, look at them go. I'm sorry I called you a nasty name, pig.
Hey, give me a cigarette, will you?
Yeah, sure. Since when did you start smoking cigarettes?
I'm going to start right now.
Hey, fellas, what's this? They got a warehouse full of Jap beer and caviar.
Yeah, fish eggs. I had some. They taste pretty good.
Maybe the Japs poison it. If nothing happens to you, Butch, let me know.
Gangway!
Oh, hey, Padre, where did you get the bicycle?
Now, don't crowd me, boys. There's plenty more where this came from.
Boy, that's honey.
There must be a couple of hundred Jap trucks over there. Radios, guns, everything.
Well, Padre, I guess we really caught them with their kimonos down, huh?
Well, if you want to be elegant, Taxi, that's one way of putting it. But from the reports we're getting from Tulagi, things over there aren't going so well.
Get behind those trees, guys. On the double.
Hey, Taxi.
Yeah?
This is it, huh?
Yeah, maybe.
Sergeant Hook! Sergeant! Aye, sir.
What's going on there?
Oh, we can't tell, sir. The shots came from the edge of the jungle.
Hey, Sarge. There they are. 3 monkeys on a rope.
Hey, sir. Looks like Private Steinhaus got 3 prisoners.
Bring them in here.
Hey, Taxi, they're pretty small guys, huh?
Yeah, they don't smell so good either.
Hey, Snow White, where's the rest of the 7 dwarfs?
That ain't no use, guys. They don't speak English.
That's Hart, that's Schaffner, and Marks.
Good work, Steinhaus. Where'd you pick them up?
Found them sitting under a bush, sir.
Sir, these the monkeys we're fighting?
No, these are laborers.
They keep pointing off toward the hill, sir.
I guess that's where the rest of them went to.
Hey, what are they doing, playing?
They think we're going to shoot them, Sergeant.
Sergeant! Aye, sir.
Get them something to eat, and then turn them over to the MP.
Aye, sir. Get moving, Tojo. Come on.
No, cut now.
Yeah. Avocado! Avocado!
We ain't got no avocados.
We don't have to wait long to learn what tropical weather is like. The sky suddenly blackened. We're drenched in a steaming cloudburst. The rain comes down in torrents. And through it sloughs the steady plop, plop, plop of the sentry's feet. And then it comes. The solitary shot. And one of the sentries sighs and crumples silently into the black mud. He is dead.
Holman! Holman!
Forget it. Too late.
Is he dead?
Yes, he's dead.
May God have mercy on his soul.
The next ease is General Order Number 3. Burial. Graves will be suitably marked. All bodies will wear identification tags.
There was little sleep this first night of occupation. We know now that the enemy has not fled. That in the denseness of the jungle, men are lurking. Silent, dangerous, watching us. How many are there? Where are they hiding? How grave is our danger? Not one of us can say. All we can do is wait. Wait and watch in the rain. In the distance, we hear the dull rumble of naval guns. Our ships have met the Jap Navy. And we realize that if our people out there lose the battle, we'll be fighting for our lives before morning. Suddenly, most of us know the awful feeling of being pitifully small. Tiny particles of humanity, caught up in the gigantic whirlpool of war. At such a moment, without knowing it, we thank God for men like Taxi. Yes, leave it to Taxi to break the tension, one way or another.
Help! 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 It's a Jap! A Jap! He's coming!
Taxi, hang on to him. Stay with him. Oh, for the love of... Oh, yeah. Hang on to him, Taxi. Tojo himself.
That's the best looking Jap I ever seen.
I'm sorry, Sarge. I could have sworn I felt his buck teeth.
All right, Corporal, here's your first Jap prisoner.
Well, it ain't nothing but a hunk of palm tree.
That's right.
I guess the rain must have knocked it off the tree and dumped it in my arm.
Yeah, you captured it bare-handed. The Flatbush Sergeant yours.
Oh.
All right, you guys, pipe down. Shove off. Go on. All right, shove off.
We feel better in the morning. The rain is over. We dig foxholes, and on the airfield, steamrollers and tractors roar out, taking up where the Japs had left off, finishing runways, setting up defense against the day when we'd have our own air support, and knowing that until that day arrives, we have but one course to follow on Guadalcanal. Dig in, and wait.
WO1, bless all the corporals and their moving.
Well, Colonel, anything I can write about for the folks back home?
You can tell them that our task force beat off the Japs last night. It cost us 3 of our cruisers to do it, though, and 1 Australian. The fight was just off Savo.
What about our casualties on Tulagi?
Pretty heavy. The Japs are holding up in caves, fighting to the last man.
Any idea how many we got?
About 400 on Tulagi, 800 on Gavutu.
Oh, that's good news, sir. Now that I've got it, how am I going to get it to the States?
Well, there's a Navy plane scheduled in here today or tomorrow. I'll write it up, and I'll see if I can get it aboard for you. I think they'd like to know it back home.
Thank you, sir.
I do them all.
Yeah.
Hey, how's about lending that razor when we get through?
What do you want a razor for?
Oh, I must have lost mine coming ashore.
But you ain't got no use for a razor, chicken.
Oh, I don't know about that. Here, look.
Huh?
No,
Where?
not there. Down here. You see? Under the chin.
Under the chin?
Yeah. Kind of run your finger there.
Hard to say, though. Sure it ain't sand?
No, I just washed my face, Tacky.
You did, huh? Yeah, I guess maybe you got a whisker there. Yeah. Yeah, you can see it now with the naked eye.
Yeah, that's what I said.
You want I should lather you up and take her off?
No, I just assume you loan me the razor.
The chicken's got feathers. What do you know? Hey, it's kind of cute, ain't it? Oh, there's the Padre. I got to tell him. Hey, Father.
Yes, Taxi?
Chicken's turning his whiskers loose. Look.
Hey, that's right. Congratulations, Chicken.
Boy, there's a certain party I'd like to know. No, I guess it'd be kind of silly to tell her.
I imagine she's assumed as much all along, Chicken. Look, I just found something, too.
Limes. They're limes, huh?
Yes.
Hey, Hook, come on over here. Chicken's got whiskers and the Padre's got limes.
Oh, yeah? Now, if we only had some gin and ice, fizz water, a couple of maraschino cherries, I'd picture a Tom Collins. We could drink the chicken's beer. Excuse me, partner. I'm just thinking out loud, you know.
Well, that's all right, Sergeant. You furnish the other ingredients, and I'll supply the limes.
Here we go again.
Hit the dirt, you guys. Condition red. Condition red.
Get into those foxholes, Ben. Into the foxholes.
Somehow I can't get over how enemy planes, with the obvious intention of dropping a bomb on my head. It looks so beautiful.
Get down, Padre. You ain't kidding about those bombs.
Hey, chicken. He's hit. Me? Hey, shit. Look at the blood. Hey, guys, I'm wounded.
Let me see. You're okay, Chicken. It's just a concussion.
You're in the burrow so deep, kid. Cushion yourself on your elbows.
Yeah. Hey, look, they're dropping something out of the plane.
Parachutes. They're failing out troops.
Those ain't men, Sarge. They're baskets.
Yeah, baskets.
Supplies, probably for the men in the jungle.
Yeah, most of them are going to land right here, though. Come on, guys. Let's take a look. Good ammunition. Hey, look, a box of candy.
They need candy like the Dodgers need a fourth umpire.
Wait a minute. Look, papers. Look like messages.
Yeah, they're full of good writing. I wonder what it says.
We'll soon find out. Hey, Manuel.
Yes, buddy. Yes, buddy.
We have a Jap letter for you.
Oh, that's me, all right. Me speak Japanese almost good as speak English. That's what I'm afraid of.
Here, it was in this basket, Manuel.
Let me see this. Oh, it say here, the enemy before your eyes is collapsing. They mean us. Hey, Sarge.
No.
Look, I'm collapsing.
Shut up. Go on, Manuel.
Be assured of help from Imperial Heaven. By no means run away from your position. The enemy has suffered enormous losses. All transports have been sunk and their choicest troops annihilated.
That's funny. I never thought of it. Maybe we're dead and we don't know it.
How about that, Padre?
Well, if we are, at least it's not Imperial heaven.
Sergeant Malone.
Aye, sir.
Find Captain Davis. Ask him to come here.
Well, he's got a touch of cat fever, Colonel. They just took him to the sick bay.
Captain Boston. Right away.
Aye, sir.
Come in, Walter.
Colonel?
I've just had a report. The natives say there's quite a large bunch of Japs at Matanikau village.
Aye, sir.
That's about 5 miles from here. And maybe you'd better take a patrol down there and see what it's all about.
It'll be a pleasure.
You'd better go by boat. Take a Higgins. You keep offshore far enough so they can't snipe you. And then come in where and when you can. Oh, you might take Sergeant Malone with you.
Aye, sir.
Maybe the report is true, maybe it isn't. Be careful, Walter. Don't take any unnecessary chances.
They leave at noon. Captain Cross, Hook, and 24 men. 6 hours later, about dusk, Taxi and the boys return to the beach to watch for them. It is almost dark when they see something offshore.
Tell you it ain't a log. It's moving, see?
Step aside, Chest. I'll show you how I used to win them Cupid dolls at the Coney Island Shooting Gallery.
A buck you miss. Hey, wait a minute, Taxi. It's a guy. Look, he's swimming.
Yeah, that's right. A Jap.
Coming this way, too. Probably a one-man suicide squadron with a load of dynamite. Gonna sneak in soon as it's dark.
If it's a Jap, where'd he come from?
Some of these gooks is pretty good swimmers, kid. Maybe he come down the coast where Hook and them went.
Taxi, it is Hook. Put down that gun.
Trying to run out on that bet, huh? You're nuts.
Look, Taxi, it's Hook.
Hook! Hook! Sarge! Sarge! I might have shot him.
Gangway, guys. I'm going in after him.
You all right, Hook? You all right, kid?
Yeah. Yeah, give me the colonel. I got to see the colonel.
Sure, Sarge, sure. Come on, guys. Pick him up.
Go on, Sergeant. After you dug in on the beach, then what?
Well, they started closing in, sir, one by one. We got it. Captain Cross asked for volunteers to bring back word to you. So McDonald went. He got about 50 yards. And then Alvetti, Blandick, Zemansky, all killed. They kept coming closer and closer. Grenades, machine guns. We got lots of them, sir, but after a while, when I looked around, I find out I was the only one left. They were all dead. Captain Cross and 24 men, dead. I figured it was no use, so I made a run for the ocean. That ain't quite true, sir. The ocean was right there. The tide had come in, and some of the bodies that...
Keep talking, Sergeant.
Hey, aye, sir. Anyway, I started swimming. I kept underwater as much as I could, and I managed to get back here. But I ain't staying here, sir. I'm going back. I'm going to go back there.
Easy, Hook. Now, take it easy. Take it easy.
I could see them. They come out of the jungle and ran their bayonets into them. They were dead, and they ran their bayonets into them.
Yeah.
We got to go back there, sir. We got to go back.
Yes. We're going back to Matanikau. This time we'll go in force. And not just to take a look around, Malone. Yeah. This time we go for blood.
Thank you, sir.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille returns with Preston Foster, William Bendix, Lloyd Nolan, and Richard Jekyll for Act 3 of Guadalcanal Diary.
Mr. Kennedy, I have a wonderful new way to shop that saves time and energy. Every time I want to buy something, I buy a war bond instead. And then just imagine how I'll spend it after the war.
Let's ask a couple of people from the audience what they'd do with it.
I'd like to buy something for the house, like new curtains or an electric mixer. I'm going to buy something pretty for myself.
Well, I'm going to buy nylon stockings, half a dozen pairs, right at one clip.
Yes, that's what many women say. But so far, those post-war nylons are only a dream. So why not let's face the fact? Lots of women didn't like nylon at first, remember? Then after they'd worn them for a while, they raved about them. Probably you didn't like the new rayons much at first. Neither did their makers. But they needed time to work out improvements. Now there really are some lovely ones.
And if they're given the right care, they wear as well as silk. Every time you put a pair of those pretty rayon stockings in the wash bowl, remember...
That's practically $1 bill in that wash bowl, so I hope you're using Lux suds, because dollar bills don't grow on trees.
If you're tempted to be careless and use strong soaps for stockings or rub with cake soap, remember those stockings cost money. Give them the Lux care they deserve, and they'll repay you in extra wear.
Yes, strain tests prove stockings washed with Lux Flakes last twice as long as those rubbed with cake soap or washed with a strong soap. Nightly Lux Care cuts way down on runs. Helps you to get 2 pair wear from every pair. If your dealer is out of Lux Flakes, try again soon. More is on the way. Remember, Lux is worth waiting for. Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
We'll investigate the private lives of our stars after the play. But now here's the curtain for the third act of Guadalcanal Diary, starring Preston Foster, Lloyd Nolan, William Bendick, and Richard Jacob.
We're going back to Matanikau, and this time for blood. Men are going, and boys. Going into battle for the first time in their lives. Boys just out of high school. Grocery clerks, truck drivers, insurance salesmen. Filled with the memories of tricks and ambush and slaughter. The memories of dead friends. It will be another hour before we reach Matanikau. We slip through the jungle, a few at a time.
Yeah?
This is it, huh?
Yeah, we're getting closer, chicken.
Hey, how do you feel about killing people?
Kill'll be killed, ain't it? Besides, those Japs ain't people.
Yeah, but I mean the first time you got one of them.
Yeah, it was kind of rugged, I guess. It's just a matter of repetition. Quit thinking about it, you'll go crazy.
Yeah, but I wonder what it's going to be like.
Hey, chicken. Yeah? You got plenty of cover here behind these trees. I got an idea those monkeys will be coming this way. You can pick them off from here like fish in a barrel.
Look, where are you going?
I'm going to see how Taxi's making out with a mortar. I'll be back. Just keep your head down, kid.
Look, there's one over there in the clearing. He's dead.
Oh, yeah, he's an officer, too. See his sword?
That's for me, Hook, that sword.
Oh, you nuts. Get down.
Oh, he's dead, ain't he? And I promised a certain party a souvenir.
You got enough to think about without going after souvenirs. Now, you just stay put. Yeah, nice work, guys. Keep laying it down there, Taxi.
I'll be running for the woods any minute, Sarge. There's any of them left to run.
Any sign of snipers?
Not yet. There ain't. Tex is watching for them over.
Hey. You better watch closer than that. You heard, Taxi?
Would you look at that? Right through my helmet. Look, Hook, it ain't possible.
Put it back on you. We'll get back to the mortar.
Big enough to drive me cab through.
Hey, Texas. What I see?
Yeah.
Up on a coconut tree. Watch.
What do you think you are, Gary Cooper or Roy Rogers?
Well, they're pretty good, too. This'll put him out. This'll put him out. Gobble, 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 gobble! Hook, you see? He's sticking out his greasy kisser. Watch. Scratch one, squint-eyed Jack.
Hey, it's okay, Tex.
That was for Captain Cross. I got 24 to go. Hey, Taxi. Yeah?
I'm going back over the ridge. Join us up there when you're through. What the...
Hey, Chicken, where are you? All right. Chicken, you crazy kid.
I tried to get the sword. I thought he was
dead. Yeah, I know. Now, take it easy.
I killed him, but he shot me first. Look, am I going to die?
No, you'll be all right.
I promised a certain party.
I got to get you out of here. You think you can walk?
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay. Come on now. Up. That's it. Put your weight on me.
The sword.
I'll come back later and get it for you.
Thanks.
We'll get you a couple of Japs to put on it, too.
What time is it?
Will you say your breath?
I mean back home. I never figured this was going to happen to me. What time is it, Hook? What?
Chicken.
We'd better get him to an ambulance, Doctor.
You'll never make it, Father.
Is it that bad, Doc?
He lost too much blood. Needs plasma. Needs it fast.
Can't we give it to him here?
With all these other men waiting?
Well, he's just a kid.
They're all just kids.
I've watched you often enough. Perhaps I can do it myself.
You? Well, why not? You'll die if you don't. Nothing to lose. Foreman, plasma. Over here, quick.
Yeah, partner.
I think he'll be all right. You'd better get back. I'll watch out for him.
All right. Thanks, partner.
It was over by nightfall. The Battle of Matanikau. In this war of mighty armies, of masses of men, of tanks and planes, it has been nothing more than an episode, an incidental skirmish. Only a few hundred will ever remember it. The boys who fought there and the families of those we buried. But the enemy has at last been met, and we have wiped him out. Those who can walk trudge back to our village in silence. They're weary and stunned, moving like drunken men or men in a nightmare. Heads and legs bandaged, clothes torn, unlit cigarettes dangling from their lips. Old before their time. Veterans. We rest at the village. We sleep. And then in the morning, as if from heaven itself, comes the one thing that can best snap us out of it. Mail. Mail from that distant, hazy spot, filled of hopes and dreams. Home.
Mail! Yahoo! Mail! Come and get it! Come and get it! Dubois here! Here, give it to me. Alvarez! Yo! Malone!
That's me. Smells delicious.
Come here, give me that. That's mine. Hand it over.
Captain Cross!
Oh, I'll take it, Corporal.
Yes, sir. There's 2 more forms, Captain David.
Yeah.
Come on, Tex. What about me? Aloysius Teapot.
Take it easy, Flatbush. We'll get around to you. McElvoy! McElvoy! Hey, where's McElvoy?
That's you.
Huh? Oh, yeah, me. Bassett! Jalinsky! Faber! And...
Hey, fellas, I'm a mother. Look, her name's Geraldine. She's 3 months old. Hey, did you hear that? I'm a mother, fellas. 3 months old.
He got up a little soon, didn't he?
Yeah. Who'd you hear from, Taxi?
Me? Oh, from the Flatbush Athletic Club. It says, are you keeping fit these difficult days? You owe it to yourself to exercise regularly so that you will keep your body in the pinkest condition.
You think we've been neglecting our health out here?
Yeah, I think I'll join up. Come on, Hook, let's go over and see the chicken. I told Tex I'd bring it with me.
It was weeks before we had reason again to celebrate. Weeks of rain and disease and malnutrition. Weeks of digging graves, of watching the enemy slip more and more men ashore from Bougainville and Rabaul. Weeks of being a target, day and night, of their bombers and Zeros, against whom we're lucky to put up 6 or 7 Grumman fighters. We wonder if this will be another Bataan, another Corregidor. And then they come. Reinforcements. They're finally here. Immediately we start to push inland, and the Jap runs to his hills and his caves, sweeping us down with machine guns, chained to them sometimes, rather than surrender. One by one, these fanatics must be blasted out, and the job goes to men like Taxi and Hook. They do it with dynamite and grenades, with gasoline, and sheer guts. To them, it's all in a day's work now. And when the job is done, back to camp they come and rush for the portable radio.
Pipe down, you guys. I got it. Listen.
And now for the world of sport.
All right, shut up.
Sportsman's Park, St. Louis was packed with 34,000 wild-eyed fans as the Cards and the Yanks tangled in the second game of the current World Series.
Come on, you Redbirds. Come on, give us the score.
Give us the score,
In
will
the
you?
8th inning, with the score tied 1-1, the fans got the thrill that they've been waiting for.
Yeah, but will you give us the score?
The Cards had 2 men out when Enos Slaughter caught a fast one and slid into second base for a double.
That's it, Enos. I knew you could do it.
It's all right, Sammy. It's all right. Think nothing of it.
Then Phil Rizzuto at second let the ball slip away, and Slaughter dashed safely to third.
Oh, I was expecting that.
And that brought Stan Musial to bat. He worked on him for a 3-2 pitch. And then with the home crowd screaming for a hit, he crouched over the plate.
Wait a minute. Coming in again. Listen.
And so, baseball fans, today's game ended with a final score. And that's the way today's game ended. Thanks for listening, folks. See you tomorrow.
Condition back! Condition back! Condition back!
The worst one yet. They're throwing everything at us but the kitchen stove.
There's the stove now. Here, chicken. Take a drag on that cigarette.
I don't mind the one with my name on it. The one addressed to whom it may concern that I don't like.
Anybody who says he ain't scared is a fool or a liar.
You hear what I hear?
What do you mean, Padre?
Those are not all bombs. They're 8-inch shells.
They got nothing anywhere near that big unless...
Yeah, unless we got visitors. The Jap Navy.
There's a report that a couple of battleships and 8 cruisers are off Savo.
They're really pasting us. I don't mind saying I don't like it.
Yeah, I got things on my mind, too, but I don't know how the Padre will like it.
Go right ahead, Jackson.
Well, I don't know about you guys, but me, well, I'm telling you, this thing's way over my head. It's going to take somebody bigger than me to handle it. I ain't much at this praying business. My old lady always took care of that.
Yeah, my old lady was like that, too.
Well, I don't know as I mean that kind of praying. You know, the Lord's Prayer and things like that.
I know. I used to pray like that back when I was a kid. You know, Lord, give me this, give me that. Please let the Yanks win. But I've never been in a spot like this before.
I don't like to hear you guys talk that way.
Me either. You guys are different. I don't believe you're scared. If you were, you wouldn't have gone up under those cliffs. Right under their noses, dropping gasolines and grenades in their caves.
Stop it, chicken. I'm just a guy. I come out here because somebody had to come. I don't want no medals. I just want to get this thing over with and go back home. I'm just like everybody else, and I'm telling you I don't like it. Except maybe I guess there's nothing I can do about it. I guess it's up to God. And I'm not kidding when I say I hope he knows just how I feel. I'm not going to say I'm sorry for everything I've done in my life. Maybe I am, and maybe I'm not. The only thing I know is I didn't ask to get in this spot. If we get it, and it sure looks that way now, well, then I only hope he figures we've done the best we could and lets it go at that. Maybe this is a funny kind of praying to you guys, but it's what I'm thinking and praying.
Amen. You feel sick at your stomach. Your head rings like a giant bell pounded with a giant sledge. It's as if God grabbed the world by the shoulders and shook it, trying maybe to bring it to its senses. And then it's over. You're not certain because you still hear it on your head. The earth doesn't leap up at you anymore, and the shells have stopped screaming, but the planes are still there. Dozens and dozens of planes. Hook stands up. A funny look in his face. He starts to leave and you grab at him, but he shakes you off and runs outside.
Hey, look, those aren't Japs, they're ours. Those are our planes, our planes.
Thank God. At last.
Morning, Captain Davis.
Hello, Taxi. Hard to believe, isn't it?
Yes, sir. Men, planes, food, hot food. I almost feel good. Captain.
Yeah?
What's up, sir? We ain't getting all this for nothing. I figure when we get hot chow, it means it's time for us Marines to push on somewhere else.
Your guess is as good as mine, Taxi. I'll know later today.
There are 10,000 Japs on Guadalcanal. They have good equipment. The jungles and rivers are all in their favor. We've done very well at Matanicao, Sonaro, and Bloody Ridge, but we've got to take over this entire island. It means an all-out effort, and I can think of no better date to begin it than tomorrow, November the 10th, the 167th anniversary of the Marine Corps.
Dear Mom, I'm fine, and I hope you and Dad are not worrying. It's funny you writing to me how you went to the blood bank, because a few weeks ago, they gave me some of that plasma when I got hit a little. Maybe it was your blood. That would be funny, wouldn't it? Everything here is okay. Okay. Maybe I'll go home soon.
I bet you never expected to hear from me again, but I fooled you. Because when a gentleman like I tells a lady like you something, that's something.
It's here at last. The great offensive. The men have written their letters home. For many, their last letters. We start at dawn. Along the shore and through the jungle, there was but one command. Attack, attack, attack. They pour it on with tank and plane, grenade and machine gun, pistol and bayonet. It's forward, ever forward, in one gigantic charge across the width and breadth of Guadalcanal. Hook and taxi are loaded down with grenades. They carry them in slings. And you can't help but think of those pictures of old-time farmers sowing grain. They, too, are sowing grain. The lethal grain of sudden death.
Hey, ain't that General Vandergrift over there with the colonel?
Yeah.
Don't he know it's dangerous here?
Well, why don't you go tell him? Come on, taxi.
Yeah.
There is Seuss, born in some tiny Mexican village. He came to the United States and he liked us, and we liked him. Now he is behind 5 feet of bayonet and rifle, fighting for us, like some dark-skinned demon. Ahead of him, a Jap is fleeing for cover. He has dropped a knife.
Hey, Jap, you forgot something.
Seuss picks it up, aims and flings the knife with the speed and accuracy of a striking rattlesnake.
He forgot something. Funny, yeah.
And so he dies. Dies in blood and laughter in the green jungle of Guadalcanal. Seuss never knew what hit him. Chicken hears the shot. He comes running up. There's another shot. And Chicken sprawls grotesquely beside the body of his comrade. And then, out of nowhere, appear 2 Japanese. With their rifle butts, they prod the motionless bodies. Banzai, honor to Emperor. And back to nowhere, they disappear again. But not quickly enough. Chicken is on his feet and his rifle at his shoulder. And 2 quick shots make 2 dead Japs.
That's one you taught me, Joe.
Chicken has remembered a Jap officer and a shining sword for a certain party. And on it goes, an avenging army, yard by yard, mile by mile, drunk with righteous hate and fury, until at length this island is cleansed of its plague. Those few Japs who are still alive dash headlong to the sea, and the waters of the Pacific rise and ring down on infamy, a green and foamy curtain. It is December the 10th, 1942. We are leaving Guadalcanal today. They have told us our job is done. More soldiers are landing now, and from this tiny foothold in the Pacific, in good time, we'll go forward. We are all at the beach. Offshore, we see the ships that brought them here and will carry us away.
Okay, you guys, stay put. We'll be going aboard in a few minutes.
Hey, taxi, look at him. Whiskers all over. Look at him.
Hey, I thought you guys here'd be fighting in foxholes. This joint looks great.
Give it time, Bud. The beauty will wear off.
Hey, Sarge, what's it like out here?
Oh, it's not too bad, soldiers. Pretty rugged.
Come on, guys. See you in Tokyo.
Okay, we'll be there waiting for you.
And then Colonel Grayson says he has something to read to us.
From Admiral W.F. Halsey, commander of the South Pacific Force of the United States Pacific Fleet. Never throughout the long and brilliant history of the Marine Corps have your deeds and sacrifices been surpassed. Your shining courage has surmounted every hardship and conquered a vile and treacherous enemy. By your zeal and accomplishments, you have added a new verse to the Marine hymn, set the pattern for our inevitable victory, and tower as an inspiration for every American on every front. Today, as never before, we, the Navy, are justly proud of you. In deep appreciation for a job superbly done, and knowing that you will win again and again unto victory, we say, God bless you all. Yes, God bless you all.
We stand there looking out to sea. The waters seem misty. We wonder why we're the ones who are leaving, and why so many of us, a mile or so back in the little clearing, are the ones who shall stay on Guadalcanal forever. We know we shall never forget them. We pray that you at home will never forget them, too.
So the curtain falls on one of the most stirring real-life dramas of our time. In just a moment, Mr. DeMille will return with our stars for a curtain call. Have you ever noticed how music can be used to express a mood, to picture a situation? Take 2 women, both doing the daily job of washing dishes. Here's how Mrs. Jones feels about it.
Oh, dear, I wish I were through. And just look at my red dishpan hands.
But, Mrs. Smith.
Oh, they're all done. In plenty of time for our first ink class. And my hands look soft and smooth as ever.
That doesn't sound like the same job at all. Tell us, Mrs. Smith, how come you're so cheerful?
Oh, dishwashing's no chore, not with Lux. Such suds, so rich and so kind to my hands.
Guess that's why more and more women are changing to Lux Flakes for dishes. Richer suds that wash the dishes fast. Gentler suds that leave hands soft and smooth. A good combination, isn't it?
Yes, and it's surprising how thrifty Lux is, too. Goes further and does more dishes.
Actually, up to twice as many dishes, Mrs. Smith, as the same weight of other well-known dishwashing soaps. A little goes a long way. Now, here's Mr. DeMille with our stars.
In the diary of the Lux Radio Theater, Guadalcanal Diary will occupy an honored page. And here are three of the artists responsible: William Bendix, Preston Foster, and Lloyd Nolan.
Thank you, C.B. Glad to be back with you.
Yeah, me too.
Hey, how are things in Brooklyn, Chum?
Brooklyn? Oh, I was only acting. I'm really from New York.
Huh? You're not really a Dodger fan?
Please, I used to be a bat boy for the New York Giants.
Hey, by the way, are they still in the league?
Don't kid about that. We are very sensitive. Besides, it makes me remember the great tragedy of my life. The time I had the chance to go south with the Giants for spring training and couldn't make it.
Accident, Bill?
No, my mother wouldn't let me.
Well, a bat boy, that's very interesting work. Another man that's always amazed me on jobs is Preston Foster. He's done everything from setting up pins in a bowling alley to singing an opera. How many jobs did you have before you got into pictures, Preston?
56.
That's pretty hard to beat in Hollywood.
I've just made it, C.B. Guadalcanal Diary is my 57th picture.
I don't think he'll last, you. What's your play next week, C.B.?
Lloyd, the author, is one of the foremost novelists and playwrights of the 20th century. And next week's play is one of his triumphs, The Letter, by Somerset Maugham. And our stars will be Betty Davis, Herbert Marshall, and Vincent Price. Betty Davis' fine performance in the Warner Brothers picture will be long remembered by all who saw it. And next Monday night, she brings us this drama of a few dangerous weeks in the life of a beautiful woman.
A performance by Betty Davis is something you just can't miss, C.B. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, C.B.
Good night. Good night. And remember, the Marines are still attacking. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Betty Davis, Herbert Marshall, and Vincent Price in The Letter. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
William Bendix will soon be seen in the 20th Century Fox picture Greenwich Village, and is currently making the Jules Levy production, The Harry Eight. Preston Foster appeared through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox and will soon be seen in that studio's production, The Bermuda Mystery. Lloyd Nolan was heard through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox, producers of The Sullivans. And Richard Jekyll is currently making Wing and the Prayer, also at 20th Century Fox. Heard in tonight's play were Ed Emerson as Davis, John McIntyre as correspondent, Paul Zaremba as Seuss, and Tom Holland, Eddie Marr, Howard McNear, Herbert Rawlinson, Ken Hodge, Bob Young, Charles Steele, Charlie Lung, Norman Field, Gary Breckner. This program is broadcast to our fighting forces overseas through cooperation with the Armed Forces Radio Service. Our music was directed by Louis Silver. And this is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear Betty Davis, Herbert Marshall in The Letter.
Mr. President, starring Edward Arnold. The American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations present Mr. President. Mr. President, at home in the White House, the elected leader of our country, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who've lived in the White House, dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President. Now, Edward Arnold as Mr. President. Let's visit him in the White House. It's evening. The old mansion is resting quietly after a busy day. Only one window on the ground floor shows a light. We enter and find ourselves in the president's study.
Good evening. Sit down, won't you? You know, the problem of being peacemaker in an argument is not an easy one, particularly when you have two brilliant individuals involved, each firmly believing that he is right. You have to see both sides, but you can't take either side. And still you have to keep them together, as I tried to do in tonight's story. Later on, of course, I'll tell you which president these incidents really happened to. But meanwhile, you may be able to guess. The personal controversy between Ed Taylor and Tom Faraday had been going on for some time. But one morning it came right out in the open at a meeting of my cabinet. All right, gentlemen, we're ready for the report of the Secretary of State. Mr. Faraday, please.
Mr. President, the newly appointed minister, Charles Montreux, will soon be arriving in this country. I don't know him personally, but I've heard something of his reputation. He'll be very much in sympathy with the ideals of your administration, Mr. President, and with the ideals of our country.
A question, Mr. Faraday.
Yes, Mr. Taylor?
It's not important whether Montreux is sympathetic with us or not. I'd like to know if we're apt to be sympathetic with him. I see a difference.
What do you mean, Ed?
France has just been through a revolution and civil war, and her new government is at war with England. The majority of Americans hope to see England win that war.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Taylor. The overwhelming majority of Americans are pro-French in sympathy, and they should be. The new French government is founded on the same liberal ideas as ours. Besides, France is an ally of ours by treaty.
Mr. President.
Yes, Ed.
I wish to make a motion for the Cabinet's consideration. I move that this government suspend the treaty with France.
Mr. President, we can't do that.
Please, gentlemen, please. Go on, Ed.
I move that this government suspend the treaty with France. We signed it with the previous government of France. That government no longer exists. We can no longer be bound by the treaty.
Good heavens, Mr. Taylor. The treaty is not between our government and their government. It's between our people and the French people. Your motion is dishonest and cowardly.
Calling me names won't change the facts, Faraday. Any mark of favor from us to France will only put us in danger of war with England. I say we should not even receive this new French minister.
Impossible.
Faraday, you're not even listening to my arguments. You're opposing me purely for the sake of opposing.
Gentlemen.
But, Mr. President...
Ed, please.
I beg your pardon, sir.
Gentlemen, we face one big question. Is our treaty with France still binding? Whatever we decide, there's the plain risk of war, and that's the last thing we want. Meanwhile, I want all of you to forget your personal feelings and ask yourselves only what's best for our country. Tom, when is Montreux due to arrive?
In about 2 weeks, sir. But I want to warn this meeting. We'll solve nothing by following advice such as Taylor's been urging. I am Secretary of State, and if I'm to be hampered and obstructed by the Secretary of Treasury, my advice ignored, I can no longer remain in this cabinet.
Oh, Tom, please now.
President, I don't know why you let those two men cause you so much trouble.
Oh, I don't suppose they realize it.
You're more important than Mr. Taylor and Mr. Faraday and the whole cabinet and Congress.
Now, just a minute, Miss Sarah. I'm not more important. My job is.
All right, your job then. But if they can't get together, you'll have to choose between them.
I need them both, Miss Sarah. I know their points of view clash. Taylor favors the notion of an aristocratic monarchy. Faraday is a democratic Republican. One believes in authority, and the other has faith in the people.
And neither is willing to give up his ideas in favor of the other.
Miss Sarah, in times like these, they will have to. England and France are at war. Other nations may join at any moment. We may be involved. We've got to have national unity.
It can't depend on only two men.
It does. I've got to bring them together, Miss Sarah. I've got to talk to them separately. First send for Tom Faraday, then get me Ed Taylor. I've asked you to come here because of what happened at the cabinet meeting this morning.
I would have said more, Mr. President, but I was afraid of losing my temper entirely. You heard Taylor in the meeting. Of all the short-sighted, dangerous, cold-blooded suggestions I ever
Tom,
heard...
listen, just a
I
minute.
have listened to him, sir, for over 3 years. I have seen him twist you around his little finger. Anything to block me.
Well, I have something to say about that, Tom.
Then I've got to ask you, sir. Either demand his resignation from the cabinet or let me resign.
Sour grapes, Tom?
Frankly, it isn't all on account of Ed Taylor. I want to go home, have some time with my family. I'm 50 years old, Mr. President, and I've been in government service for most of the last 20. I've got grown daughters. I want to know them better before it's too late.
I'd like to go home, too, Tom. But I can't.
Of course, but if I'm no longer in the cabinet, sir, things will go much more smoothly. Let Taylor have his way.
I will not. And I won't let you have your way either. I want you to promise to cooperate with Ed Taylor.
I don't see what good can come of it.
Tom, both you and Ed have a great deal to give your country. You've proven it already. You'll go on proving it in the years ahead. I'm not going to let either of you fail in your duty. You belong in the cabinet, and I'm going to do everything I can to keep you both in it.
Mr. President, I don't like Taylor. I don't agree with anything he says or does.
Well, you can compromise. You've got to.
Oh, yes, we can compromise on small points. But when it comes to matters of principle, I'm sorry. I can't compromise. And let me say this about Taylor. I don't think he can either.
Well, what about my principles?
What?
Well, never mind. Do I have your promise? I want you both in the cabinet, almost at any cost. At least until we solve the French question.
Yes, Mr. President. I'll do my best.
Good. Now about the French treaty and Montreux.
Mr. President, you can see how impossible it is to suspend the treaty.
So far, I agree with you. But suppose Montreux insists we join France in her war against England.
I don't know, sir.
It seems to me it depends largely on what orders Montreux's got from his government in Paris. And it depends on public opinion here, doesn't it?
Well, that means it depends on Montreux.
Exactly. So let's not try to decide everything now. Let's wait for Montreux to arrive in this country. Meanwhile, Tom, you won't forget your promise.
I'll try not to, sir.
I'm grateful to you. Thank you. Very grateful. I'm glad to see you, Ed. Sit down, won't you? I want to talk to you about what happened at the cabinet meeting.
If it's about Tom Faraday, that was disgraceful, sir.
I'm sorry that your feelings had to come to a head on such an important question. Ed, England and France are at war. If we're not careful, we can easily find ourselves in the middle. We cannot allow personal antagonism to threaten our nation's unity.
I agree entirely, Mr. President. But the situation's impossible, and you've got to do something about it.
Got to?
Faraday is a schemer. The ideas he gives you are false, dangerous, tricky.
Ed, I frequently get ideas of my own, you know.
Faraday knows how to make you think they're yours. He knows how to fight me through you. I can fight him alone and beat him. I can't fight him and you. I've reformed the finances of the country, but still he resists. And he won't be satisfied till he's spoiled everything I've done. Will you ask him for his resignation?
No, I won't.
Then I want you to accept my resignation.
Aren't you forgetting something? Aren't you forgetting that your work isn't the whole thing? It's only part of the whole?
Spoil a part and you spoil the whole.
I don't want to take any credit from you that's rightfully yours. But I'm the only one who can judge what each of you is.
Exactly, sir. I want you to judge between me and Faraday and choose between us.
I refuse to do that, Fred, emphatically.
Then I'll do it for you.
Ed, will you... And I'm sorry. I don't mean to get angry, but I've got to tell you a simple truth you're losing sight of. You're responsible to me, but I'm responsible to the whole country.
Of course, but...
Just a moment. You're an honest, conscientious public servant, and you naturally think only your ideas are best for the country. But maybe not all of them are. You have your opinion about the French situation. Tom Faraday has his. But we can only find out which is right by a little less fighting and a little more cooperation between you. You've got to learn to cooperate with Tom Faraday.
Me? Let him learn to cooperate.
Oh, cooperate doesn't mean give in, Ed. It means cooperate. If Faraday cooperates with you, give and take. Reasonable compromise. Will you cooperate with him?
Will he cooperate with me?
I've talked to him. I think he will. I'm asking you to do the same. Will you, Ed?
I'll do everything I can, which is in the best interest of my country.
Thank you very much, and I'm very grateful to you.
Good day, Mr. President.
Good day, Ed.
Good day, Miss Sarah.
Goodbye, Mr. Taylor. Well, Mr. President, have you soothed their ruffled feelings?
Well, frankly, Miss Sarah, I don't think I can change their feelings, but I have appealed to their intelligence. I hope it works.
But, Mr. President, if you can't change their feelings, is it really worth it?
As long as it keeps the country in one piece, it is, Miss Sarah.
But you're the one doing that. You as the president, not
Miss
they.
Sarah, with Taylor's financial reform, we're keeping the nation's economy in good shape. That's important to business people in the East. And with Faraday and the cabinet, farmers, small merchants, working men know that we are working for them. Unity in America, Miss Sarah. Unity in America.
Yes, I see. Unity at your expense.
Well, as to the rest of the world, Miss Sarah, I'd admire any country that could have in its government at the same time two such men as Taylor and Faraday.
Mr. President.
Yes, Miss Sarah.
Mr. Taylor is here to see
Oh,
you.
good. Come in, Taylor. Come in.
Mr. President.
How are you?
Montreux has arrived in this country, sir.
Well, didn't we expect him to?
Yes, Mr. President. But where would you expect him to come on his arrival in this country?
Oh, to the capital, of course.
It might interest you to know, sir, that he disembarked at Charleston, South Carolina.
Well, he must have had a good reason. I see nothing to be alarmed about.
I tell you, Montreux is up to something. I wouldn't be surprised if Faraday hadn't arranged.
Now, just a moment, Ed. Let's not start this all over again. If Montreux is up to something, then it's more than ever necessary that we stop fighting among ourselves.
I only wanted to forewarn you, sir.
Thank you, Ed. But let's not anticipate trouble.
Our organization has been anticipating your arrival, Mr. Montreux. I assure you, you have many supporters here, sir.
Thank you, Monsieur Bellows.
We've made all the preliminary arrangements, but these are the best accommodations we could get for you here in Charleston.
Oh, but they are charming, Monsieur Bellows. Charming. Listen to the people outside.
Yes, maybe you ought to say a few words to them, huh?
Speak to them?
Yes, sure.
Yes, a good idea. My friend, I bring you greetings from France, from the people of France, from your fellow fighters for liberté. I know you feel as I do, that France is the champion of freedom in all the world, and that England is the enemy of freedom. Thank you, my friends. Thank you. Close the window, Monsieur Bellows.
Yes.
I am pleased, my friend. The people are most friendly to me.
Yes, sir. I wrote you they would be, sir.
It will make my work and yours so much easier.
You won't have any trouble, Mr. Monroe. You can see for yourself. Nobody's neutral so far as your war is concerned.
Yes, I am satisfied.
Lots of men will be glad to go over to France to fight for you. My committee's got thousands of names already. And shipyards will be glad to sell your ships to fight against England, sir.
Monsieur Bellows, I want much more than men and ships.
More?
I want the United States to declare war on England.
War? Well, that's a little more than any of your friends in this country expected, sir.
It is logical.
Well, you may find some people not willing to go that far, sir.
Then we will change their minds.
But we'd better think about that.
We have thought about it, monsieur, in Paris. And I have orders from my government to work secretly to stir up public opinion in favor of war against England.
Well, yes, that had better be very secret.
Perhaps not. In the cabinet is that great and good friend of France, Monsieur Thomas Faraday.
But don't forget the president.
The president? I have plans for him. I do not think he will give us any trouble.
You'll be seeing him soon.
I do not want to see him soon.
What?
I have decided to take 2 or 3 weeks to see something of your beautiful country, to talk to the people, you see?
Yeah.
Now, Monsieur Bellows, some dinner with some good wine, don't you think? We might even drink to France's new ally in our war.
Tom, Ed, I've asked you both here to find out your opinion about Minister Montreux. I've been reading reports of the speeches he's been making in every town on his way here from Charleston. He's not behaving like a minister. Trying to influence public opinion in a country where he's only an official guest.
It is very strange, Mr. President.
Strange. It's outrageous.
A number of papers are supporting him, too, and pro-French groups are forming. Especially in the South Town, with help from your friends.
Well, that's not my doing, sir. Besides, what about the pro-British sentiment stirred up by Taylor's organizations in New England?
Listen to me, Faraday. You
Now, wait a minute. Wait a moment, both of you. Trying to beat each other isn't any help. Now, let's stick to Montreux.
Mr. President, I think his behavior is a deliberate insult to you.
Ed, I didn't think that would bother you.
I beg your pardon.
Anyway, that's not important. It's true he's taking his own time and coming here to be officially received. But on the other hand...
It's an outrage, sir. I urge you to refuse to see him when he does come. Let him go back to France, a failure, and face the humiliation.
What do you think, Tom?
I agree that Montreux is behaving badly, sir, but let's bear in mind there's great sympathy for France in this country. He may be overwhelmed by it.
That pro-French sympathy you're always talking about, Faraday, it comes from the most stupid part of the population.
Taylor, Well, let's not argue. Since the treaty is still binding, Mr. President, we cannot refuse to accept Montreux as minister. I'm sure he'll be more discreet in the future. Let's not act against him now.
You agree, Ed?
I don't see what difference it makes, what I think.
It does make a difference, Ed. Don't you see that...
Very well, sir.
Now, the important thing to remember, however, is that Montreux's got to be handled very carefully by all of us. For instance, when he presents his credentials, I must receive him as an accredited representative of a friendly power. Mr. Montreux, on behalf of the citizens of the United States, I welcome you to this country. There has always been great fellow feeling between your people and ours, and I'm sure your presence among us will only increase it.
I am confident it will, Monsieur le Président. The people of France look to America as the one nation in the entire world which truly understands their yearning for freedom.
We wish your country and every country the best of good fortune, sir.
Well, Mr. Montreux, how did the president receive you, sir?
Well, he was very polite, but, Monsieur Burroughs, I am not sure that he understands our problem.
Well, when it's presented properly, he will, sir. After all, you have an eloquent champion, the Secretary of State, sir.
Yes, Monsieur Faraday. But why not? Our cause is the cause of freedom. And is that not also the cause of this country? Whoever helps France helps the cause of freedom. Whoever keeps France and the United States apart is an enemy of freedom. But, Monsieur Burroughs, we have many friends here.
Gentlemen, we all realize our tremendous obligations to the nation which once assisted us so generously in our struggle for freedom. A nation to which we are still financially indebted. That nation is now fighting her own battle to win a similar freedom. Gentlemen, as Secretary of State, I am privileged to introduce to this club our great and good friend, the French minister, Monsieur Charles Montreux.
Gentlemen, France is fighting for her life. It is not enough for you, our American friends, to give us sympathy. We need you as an ally.
Gentlemen, as Secretary of the Treasury, I address this meeting of our party in New York. And I want to warn you, don't be carried away by the passions of those who are trying to take us into a war against England. If our sympathies belong anywhere, they belong with England.
Gentlemen of the newspapers, my colleague in the cabinet, Secretary of the Treasury, Taylor, sees fit to arouse public opinion against France. He forgets the bonds that unite us and that great country.
Bonds!
bonds between us and France? I ask you, gentlemen, where can it lead us? Only to a war against England. The Secretary of State should choose his friends more carefully.
Tom, Ed, I can't let this go on any longer.
Mr. President.
Just a moment, Ed. You remember, both of you, just before I received Montreux, I asked you to be extra cautious. You remember that, don't you, Tom?
Yes, but Mr.
Both
President...
of you have ignored that request. Tom, you've openly favored Montreux, deliberately helped him arouse pro-French feeling. Ed, you've deliberately stirred up opposition feeling.
I've only been trying to strike a balance. Faraday...
All right. Which one of you started it isn't important now. The point is, how do we stop it? Gentlemen, I'm going to issue a proclamation of neutrality.
Mr. President, a final copy of the neutrality proclamation for your signature, sir.
Thank you, Miss Sarah. There you are.
Is something wrong, Mr. President?
Oh, the usual, only more so.
Mr. Taylor and Mr. Faraday.
Everything I've done with those two may come to nothing, Miss Sarah. I've just got to hope they'll come to their senses of their own accord, or that something will happen to wake them up.
Monsieur Faraday.
Yes, sit down, Mr. Montreux. You've, of course, you know about the neutrality proclamation.
It is incredible, monsieur. I've talked to many people. I've been through many towns and cities. I know how everyone feels. They are not neutral.
The president wants to avoid war, Mr. Montreux.
And you, Monsieur Faraday, all over France, you are known to be a friend.
I was, and I am.
Do you intend to enforce the neutrality laws?
I am the Secretary of State. That is the law of my country, Mr. Montreux.
The proclamation says it is a crime for any American citizen to aid my country.
That is right.
It would not be a crime for me to help my country, would it?
I'd be very careful, Mr. Montreux.
Careful? Monsieur, I fight for liberty. The time to be careful is past. Come in, gentlemen. Come in. I have invited you here, gentlemen, because I know that the newspapers you represent are already friendly to my country. I know you will be interested, therefore, in these documents.
What are they, Mr. Montreux?
These are copies of the official correspondence between myself and the American administration. You may publish them all.
Well, this is an unusual thing to do, Mr. Montreux.
These are unusual times. In these letters, you will find all the true reasons why this country owes our allegiance to my country. And you will find, too, the ridiculous reasons given by the President and his cabinet for not honoring our treaty.
Mr. Montreux, only yesterday the President proclaimed neutrality. Well, you can't change that by publishing these letters.
You're wrong, my friend. Once the people and Congress read the truth, they will see that the President has acted like a coward.
Wait a minute.
Congress, the true rulers of your great country, will obey the popular feeling. They will force the President and his cabinet to change.
Gentlemen of the cabinet, I think now is the time for me to tell you a decision I've come to. I may hurt some of your feelings, but what I've got to say is more important than anybody's feeling, including mine. I've taken great pains to prevent one part of our country from turning against another part. That's why I've literally begged you, Ed Taylor and Tom Faraday, to stay in the cabinet. But now we find the country split in a different way. Half the people are for France and half for England. And meanwhile, they're forgetting where our own interests lie. That's where our quarreling among ourselves has led us. Instead, let's think only of what's best for our country, now and in the future. I have decided to ask the French government to call Charles Montreux home.
President, sir. Mr. Montreux is very anxious to talk to you, sir.
Of course, Tom. Good evening, Mr. Montreux.
Monsieur le Président, you should be glad to know I have sent my resignation to Paris.
Well, frankly, I'm glad. Though I'm sorry this all happened.
I was, monsieur.
You were, Mr. Montreux?
Well, I am afraid. Well, I admit I made many mistakes. But, Monsieur le Président, I have learned a great deal while I have been here. I have learned a great deal about the kind of freedom we are fighting for. That freedom exists only here. I like this country very much, Monsieur le Président. I am not going back to France.
Well, I'm glad to welcome a new citizen, Mr. Montreux. And what are your plans?
They are somewhat romantic, monsieur.
Oh, really?
I plan to marry.
Well,
congratulations, Montreux. Congratulations.
And I shall settle down in New York State.
Well, that's fine, Mr. Montreux. At the beginning, I wasn't so sure we'd have a happy ending. But thank you for coming to see me. And, gentlemen, I think there's one thing we all agree upon. We all like it here. Well, have you guessed yet which president this story happened to? The time was 1793, when George Washington was Mr. President. The man I've called Taylor this evening was really Secretary of the Treasury, Alexander Hamilton, who was always at swords' points with Secretary of State Thomas Jefferson. Montreux was really Citizen Genet, who settled in New York State after losing his appointment, married a daughter of a governor of New York, and lived happily ever after. And as you know, Thomas Jefferson later became President of the United States and served 2 terms. Incidentally, since today is the day of Thanksgiving, it's interesting to remember that George Washington first proclaimed it a national holiday. Come and see me again next week, won't you? I'll have another story for you about the White House and Mr. President I'm sure you'll enjoy. Good night.
Edward Arnold appears as Mr. President by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Sinclair Lewis, Cass Timberlane, starring Spencer Tracy, Lana Turner, and Zachary Scott. Mr. President is presented each week by the American Broadcasting Company. It is produced by Robert G. Jennings, directed by Dwight Hauser. Miss Sarah was played by Betty Lou Gerson. Tonight's story, by Paul R. Milton, was suggested by incidents in the administration of President George Washington. Music was composed and conducted by Basil Adlam. Be sure to listen again next week when Edward Arnold brings you another story of Mr. President. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
More things are wrought by prayer than this world dreams of. Notice how quick many people are to complain about difficulties and inconveniences? I guess that is only natural. But when you come right down to it, isn't there always so much for which each of us ought to be thankful? Yes, we should be thankful for good health, thankful for our homes, for our families, for the peace and happiness we can have together. You know, a lot of the unhappiness and misunderstanding in a home comes when parents forget God, when they think they can do the job of raising a family alone. We need God's help, all of us do. We need the help of faith and prayer. And because we're really all interested and earnest about peace and unity in our homes, we should take time out for prayer, for family prayer. Daily family prayer is a wonderful practice. It means peace and understanding in a family. It means each one of us living for the other and all living for God.
Mona Freeman returns following tonight's Family Theater story, The Unsung Hero, starring Gail Storm and Lee Bonnell.
There are men whose names are not prominently recorded in the pages of history. Men who helped establish well-known traditions in our nation. Such a man was John A. Logan. This is his story. On a warm afternoon in June 1855, in the river village of Shawneetown in southern Illinois, the quiet of the little town is suddenly disturbed. A horse and buggy are driven swiftly along the dusty road of the main street bordering on the Ohio River. The small carriage slows down and comes to a stop in front of a large, comfortable-looking house. A dark, handsome young man jumps from the carriage and mounts the steps.
Good afternoon. Is Captain, Mr. Cunningham at home?
Yes, sir. Won't you come in?
Thank you.
He's right in here. A gentleman to see you, Father.
Ex-Lieutenant Logan reporting, sir.
John. Why, John Logan. Well, this is a surprise. So good to see you again.
How are you, sir? It's good to see you.
Father, is this Lieutenant Logan who marched to Mexico with you?
The same, Robert. Oh, my son Robert's on. He's often heard me speak of you.
How do you do, Robert? I've heard of you, too.
I'm proud to know you, sir.
Well, what brings you to Shawneetown, John?
The circuit court session, sir.
Oh, I've heard you were a full-fledged lawyer now. Tell me about it. Come on, sit down. Over here by this window, John. It's cooler.
Thank you.
Well, I hear you've become prosecuting attorney. How do you like the law after the Army, huh?
Well, just as exciting, but not quite so dangerous, Captain.
Well, I haven't the same complaint. Running a government land office isn't so exciting, but it can be dangerous the way the settlers are flocking down the Ohio. And it does keep me busy.
I can imagine. Let's hope all the Northerners who are coming in now won't change Southern Illinois too much. Personally, I like our Southern way.
And I. But a little Yankee get up and get.
Father, do you have the right time?
Huh?
Oh, excuse me. I didn't know you had a visitor.
Oh, Mary, my dear, I want you to meet Lieutenant Logan. You've heard me tell how we were together in the Mexican campaign.
How do you do, Lieutenant Logan?
Why, Mary, Miss Cunningham, your father often spoke of his little daughter, but I thought you were a little girl.
Not anymore, sir. I'm 17.
And a very lovely 17, Miss Mary.
Why, thank you, sir. Oh, if you'll excuse me, Father. I see Jerome Watt's buggy turning in. He's taking me to the Miller singing party.
Certainly, my dear.
Goodbye. Goodbye, Lieutenant Logan. Perhaps I shall see you again.
I hope so. In fact, I know you will.
Well, you're welcome to call as often as you can, John. Now, there's some questions in our new land laws that I'd like to ask.
Miss Mary, I've driven down from Murfreesboro for the fair. I was wondering if I might have the pleasure of your company.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Mr. Logan. I promised to go with George Tucker. But Father and Mother would be delighted to have you go with them, I'm sure.
May I take you to the dance this evening, Miss Mary?
Why, yes. Thank you, Mr. Logan, yes. I'll be ready at 8.
I was going to ask you if you'd care to go for a stroll along the river, Mary, but I see you're going out.
I was, John, but I'd much rather go for a stroll along the river. I'll get my
cape. Here's a nice place. Suppose we sit down here a moment.
I'd like to. This has always been my favorite view of the river from these bluffs. I come up here and watch the riverboats.
Mary, perhaps it's a little soon for me to be saying this, but, well, you must know how I feel about you.
Oh.
And I hope it's not too soon for you to know whether or not you like me, or if someday you might be loving me.
It's not too soon, John. I do love you.
Oh, Mary. Mary, darling, and you'll marry me soon?
Oh, John, I was hoping. But I thought you were going to take a long, long time to say it.
With the coming of autumn that year, Mary Cunningham became Mrs. Mary Logan. And before another year rolled around, young John Logan had become a member of the Illinois State Legislature. It was July 1858, the beginning of the famous Lincoln-Douglas debates, when men were being torn between party loyalty and loyalty to a purpose. Through Illinois, throughout the whole country, men listened and weighed the words of Stephen Douglas, the Little Giant, and Honest Abe Lincoln.
Mr. Lincoln, it is my contention that the people of each state and each territory ought to be permitted to regulate their own domestic institutions in their own way.
Judge Douglas, you must remember that a house divided against itself cannot stand. I believe this government cannot endure permanently half slave and half free.
A house divided against itself cannot stand. I'm afraid Mr. Lincoln is right, Mary.
If that's true, John, then you and Judge Douglas...
Judge Douglas and all of us who have been following him have been mistaken. Tragically mistaken.
But you can't reverse your whole position, John.
Oh, I haven't come to this conclusion easily, Mary. The Lord knows I've been the friend and champion of Stephen Douglas for years. I was ready to support him for president, but since listening to Mr. Lincoln, I'm convinced that Douglas has taken the wrong road.
But, John, you've just been elected to Congress, and you're pledged to support Senator Douglas' platform.
I'll support it. And him, Mary, as long as I can support my country at the same time. But if it comes to a crisis, I'll be forced to declare myself on the side of Abraham Lincoln.
Well, perhaps it won't go that far.
Well, I'm afraid the House is already divided. Mary, I must go back to Washington right away.
Well, we can leave...
No, I want you to go home.
Home?
It's the folks there. Southern Illinois is so much a part of the South, I'm afraid they're going to let their sympathies run away with them.
Well, what do you want me to do, John?
Well, try to make them realize, your father, our friends, everyone, that loyalty to their country is more important than loyalty to a section of it.
Does this mean you're going against Douglas? Against the South?
Well, you can prepare them for that, and when the time comes, well, I'm forced to take a stand. I'll personally explain why I've made my decision.
John Logan's immediate fears were unfounded, but with the election of Lincoln came secession. Then, on April 12, 1861, with the firing on Fort Sumter, war between the states began. John Logan quickly concludes his affairs in the nation's capital and hurries back home. past midnight as his train pulls into Carbondale, Illinois, some 20 miles from the Logan home in Marion. Logan steps down and starts across the station platform.
John!
Oh, there you are, Mary.
Oh, John, dear, it's so good to see you.
Yes, your message. Why did you want me to get off here instead of coming directly home?
I'll explain to you, dear. The buggy's right over here.
You drove over alone at this time of night?
It was the only way. John, things are in such a dreadful state here. People, well, some are for the north, but many more for the south. Even Robert.
Your brother?
Yes. He's run away from school and joined the Confederate Army. And there are so many others. Now they're talking of breaking away from the rest of the state and joining the South.
That mustn't happen. Would be disastrous. Would mean all supplies coming down the Ohio and Mississippi would be cut off.
But, John, they're determined. And they're suspicious of you. That's why I had to meet you here and warn you. They've heard rumors that you favor the North.
Well, I'm here to confirm those rumors.
John, do you have to get into public affairs at this time? Wouldn't it be better if...
Mary, every man has a duty to himself to do what he believes is right, even if it means personal sacrifice.
But there's going to be trouble. These public meetings they're having. Oh, John, please promise me something.
You know I'd do anything you ask.
Please keep away from these meetings. It will just mean...
Well, Mary, this is something bigger than either you or I. I can only do what I think is right. Come in, Jeff. Come in. Aren't you a little early?
John, if you're ready, I think we'd better get right over to the square. There's a crowd milling around there for the last hour, and it's getting excitable and unruly.
Oh, John, please.
I'm ready, Jeff.
Good. This is the day that'll decide which way Southern Illinois will go.
John, you will be careful.
Oh, don't worry, Mary. I have friends in the crowd. If there's going to be any trouble, we'll be able to handle things.
You bet we will.
I wish you'd take my advice and not go, John.
Oh, listen, sweetheart. There's nothing you have to worry about.
I only hope you're right. Please, may I get through?
Not through here, lady. This place is taken. You ought to get here earlier.
Miss Mary, I hardly knew you in those old clothes.
What?
You can stand over here. Can't see much, but he's speaking from that wagon.
Oh, thank you.
Sure, ma'am.
Oh, I know you. You were in the same regiment with my father and Lieutenant Logan in the Mexican War.
That's right, ma'am. And there's Dave Cox over there. We got a few of the old-timers sprinkled around. We thought we'd come today in case we might be needed. There's Mr. Logan now, getting up on the wagon.
Which side of the fence are you on?
Apologies to the ladies present. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not a time for me to be lighthearted. It's a serious moment. A serious day and hour. We're all faced with a great decision.
For 2 hours, John Logan spoke, argued, persuaded. His earnestness, his logic held the surrounding crowd.
When a man must be for or against his country, not for or against his state. I, for one, shall stand or fall for this Union, and shall enlist this day in the Union Army. I want as many of you as will to come with me. If you say no, may God protect you. I'll come with you, John.
The war between the states began. Logan was commissioned with the rank of colonel. Colonel Logan's regiment reports at Belmont. Brigadier General Logan leads the Union troops into Vicksburg. Major General Logan commands the 15th Division, Army of the Tennessee. This was war with all the sufferings men in the field endure.
General Logan, sir. We just got word that Claiborne's troops surprised the rear flank 2 miles down the road. General McPherson was killed.
McPherson? Oh, may God have mercy on him. Fine a mess I've met.
You're in acting command now, sir?
Yes, I know.
Will we carry through with the plans of moving into action, sir?
Send out a reconnaissance patrol. This is a dirty business war. The sooner we get it over, the better.
This was war, with all the sorrow that those who remain at home must suffer. The uncertainty, the hazard, the heartbreak.
Mr. Saunders? Mr. Saunders, is there any mail for me this morning?
No, Mrs. Logan. I was trying to creep by so he wouldn't see me. Maybe tomorrow.
I guess there's no mail this morning, Mr. Sanders.
Yes, indeedy. I've got something here for you.
Oh, is it from...
Well, I think it may be from the General, Mrs. Logan. Now, where did I put that? Yes, here it is.
Oh, thank you. It's from the General, all right.
I sure wish I was with him. Why, I remember in the Mexican campaign
Excuse me, Mr. Sanders.
Yes.
I think I'll go in and...
You wouldn't mind if I wait and get any news you might be having.
Oh, of course. Let me just look through it first.
You take your time. I'll sit here on the porch.
Oh.
What's wrong, Mrs. Logan?
Oh, thank heavens he's right. He's all right now.
Well, what happened?
He was wounded at Fort Donelson. That's why I didn't hear from him. But he's back with his command.
Oh, I'm glad to hear that. You had me jumping there for a minute. This old ticker of mine isn't what it used to be in the Mexican campaign.
Oh, this is good news. He thinks the war's going to end very soon.
Oh, I'd sure be glad of that, ma'am.
Headquarters, Armies of the United States. Special orders. Major General John A. Logan will replace General O. O. Howard as commander of the Army of the Tennessee. General Logan will proceed in full command of said army in the Grand Review.
Not like marching through the Carolina swamps, Joe?
Not much it ain't.
Listen to them cheering Logan up there. Sure glad we're with him on our last march.
Yeah, me too. You know, I'd be kind of sorry this is our last march with Logan if the end of this march wasn't home.
It all looks the same, Mary. The town, the gardens. You know, it's remarkable how events and people change so much. The place is so little.
Have I changed, John?
You? Only to grow more lovely.
Thank you, dear.
Ah, it's good to be strolling along these familiar streets again. How do you do, Judge?
Oh, morning, John.
Morning, Joe.
How are you, General?
Well, Sanders, how are you today?
Good morning, General. Glad to see you looking so well.
Yes, I'm feeling fine.
Well, I'll see you at the banquet tomorrow night, General.
Good to see old friends again, Mary. I'm glad you suggested walking home from the church.
I'm just happy to have you to myself for a little while, John. Ever since you came home, you've been so busy. Banquets and reunions and invitations and visitors.
Yes, I know, Mary. But it troubles me a little, all these celebrations for the returning soldiers. Of course, they deserve all the honors, but for the ones who have given most, there can be no celebrations.
I know, dear, but you mustn't let it worry you too much. You've done all any man could do and more. Now enjoy being a private citizen again.
Oh, good day, General.
Mrs. Logan. Good day, Mrs. Randall.
Why, Mrs. Randall, how do you do? I didn't see you at the homecoming celebration.
No. There was no homecoming for my son, General Logan.
Oh, my deepest sympathy, Mrs. Randall. I didn't know.
He was killed, fighting for his country. A country that has already forgotten him.
Mrs. Randall, it will never forget.
Oh, yes, forgotten. The cheers and the speeches and the celebrations, they are for those who came back. Those who didn't come back are forgotten. My son is forgotten, except by me. Good day, General Logan.
Think how much we appreciate their sacrifices. How much we treasure their memories.
I guess all we can do is remember them in our prayers, John.
And I wonder how many do that.
John, a few years ago, Mr. Lincoln gave a speech. It was something about those who gave their lives for our country. It was in the paper. I think I clipped it out and put it... let me see. Yes, it's in one of these books. Here it is.
July 3rd, 1863. 87 years ago, our fathers brought forth on this continent a new nation conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created. Have died in vain, that this nation under God shall have a new birth of freedom, and the government of the people, by the people, and for the people, shall not perish from the earth.
That's beautiful, John. It brings out the real purpose of their sacrifices.
Mary, we must set aside one day a year to be sure that their sacrifices are not forgotten.
And, John, it should be a day in springtime when all the flowers are in bloom.
And so, on a spring day in 1866, in the town square of Carbondale, a simple parade assembles. It is headed by General John Logan. The band is playing solemn patriotic airs. The people of the community and over 200 former soldiers of both the Confederate and Union armies march side by side down the main street and out to Woodlawn Cemetery. At the cemetery, the graves are decorated. Then the crowd stands in reverent silence as a voice is raised in prayer.
O God, from whom cometh all life and peace, grant to those who have given the full measure of devotion to their country everlasting peace. And grant unity to this nation, that we may always remain one country and one people.
General Logan, I want to thank you for what you did today.
Yes, I understand, Mrs. Randall.
It's consoling to know that Eddie isn't forgotten.
His memory will live on. This is going to be an annual ceremony in Carbondale.
If only the whole country could join in this day.
Mary, I've been thinking of that. To designate a day on which our entire nation can join in prayer and remember.
Nearly 2 years later, General Logan became commander of the Grand Army of the Republic, and from his headquarters in Washington, D.C., on May 5th, 1868, he issues his General Orders Number 11.
The 30th of May is designated as a day of memorial to those who died in defense of our country. Let no ravages of time testify to the present or to coming generations that we, as a people, have forgotten the cost of a free and undivided republic. By order of John A. Logan, Commander.
Across the broad fields and white roads of America tonight, there are memories and millions of homes. We salute the unsung heroes who gave their lives that America might live in freedom and peace. Let their memory be ever fresh, and may God in His infinite mercy give them eternal peace. On this coming Memorial Day, let us rededicate our lives to the freedom of this nation and to the peace and unity in all our homes. Let the name of God be on our lips and a prayer in our hearts. For in the strong bonds of family life is the strength of our nation. And in peace and unity, the family that prays together stays together. This is Mona Freeman saying good night, and God bless you.
Our thanks to Lee Bunnell and Gail Storm for their performances this evening, and to Ruth Bourne and Mabel Thompson Rao for writing tonight's play. Music was scored and conducted by Max Kerr. This production of Family Theater Incorporated was directed by David Young. Others who appeared in tonight's play were Barry Kruger as narrator, Cy Kendall, Michael Hayes, Shepard Strudwick, Lillian Bayer, and Bob Purcell. Next week, our Family Theater stars will be Ward Bond and Mary Eleanor Donahue in The High Boarded Fence. Your host will be Lon McAllister. This series of the Family Theater broadcast is made possible by the thousands of you who felt the need for this kind of program and by the Mutual Broadcasting System, which has responded to this need. Be with us next week at the same time. Tony Loprano speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
To keep the peace, to build the future. The new mission of your AAF. Peace is the end of war, but not the battle. Peace is no negative thing. It is vital, positive, and precarious. To guard it is a constant vigil. That is the mission of your Army Air Forces. And to bring the American people an authoritative and frank and up-to-the-minute report on the progress of that mission each week is the function of this program, your AAF. Through our on-the-spot reporters at home and abroad, you will hear
the latest official news on demobilization plans. The story of our occupation air forces direct from your men overseas. The secrets of America's astounding scientific achievements in the air and how they will affect your peacetime future. And tonight, for the first time on the air, the 3 Doolittle flyers just liberated from a Japanese prison camp.
And each week, the Army Air Forces Orchestra will bring you the best of the top tunes of the day.
48 points. How soon can he come back to me?
I just got drafted in the Air Force last month, and I guess I'm going over. But I haven't any special training. What good will I be overseas?
They say we got pilots that fly without a pilot. Are they kidding? What does that mean?
Sure, we built the biggest Air Force in the world, but now it's all over. What are we going to do with all those planes?
Yes, the people want to know, and they are entitled to the answer. Each week on this program, your AAF will bring you an authoritative report on its continuing operations around the world and its plans for the future. As the spearhead of victory, the Army Air Forces were built by millions of Americans in and out of uniform. As your shield for peace, they still remain truly your AAF. And while the men gather in the corners of the earth to start that long, sweet journey back, their closest link with home is still the radio and music. Music in the form Americans they know best. Now the orchestra and Jerome Kern's All the Things You Are. April 1942, in the face of filthy weather, overwhelmingly superior air forces, and the gravest risk of inevitable death or capture, Lieutenant Colonel James Doolittle and his handful of flyers bombed Tokyo. On that raid were Lieutenant Chase J. Nielsen of Hiram, Utah, Lieutenant Robert Height of Earth, Texas, and Sergeant Jacob DeShazer of Madras, Oregon. For 3 years now, listed as missing in action. But with the surrender of Japan, all three were found alive and whole. To meet them as they stepped from a plane at Chungking Airport went AAF combat reporter Captain Howard Sheldon, And now, by Army wire recorder, he brings you the first message home from these survivors of that gallant Doolittle raid over Tokyo. Go ahead, Chung King.
Lieutenant Nielsen, before we ask you one or two questions, is there anyone you'd like to talk to on this wire recorder? Anyone you'd like to deliver a personal message to? I think you've earned the right to break a radio rule here.
Well, sir, I'd certainly like to say hello to my darling wife and my family. It's been a long time I've been away from home, and I'll certainly be glad to get back with them. And back with the rest of you good old American Yankees.
I know they'll be very, very glad to hear that. What's the first thing in the line of food? I know your food hasn't been too good that you want to obtain when you get back to the States.
One large T-bone steak and a good helping of French fries.
How about the other courses? What do you want with that?
Well, I haven't quite decided yet, but it will be plenty.
I certainly hope you get it. What was your job aboard the B-25, Lieutenant Nielsen?
I was a navigator.
Did you ever have any doubts while you were in prison camp as to the outcome of this scrap?
No, sir, I have never had any doubt because I know the cooperation that American people have.
Thank you very much, Lieutenant. I'm going to turn the microphone over to AAF Recorder Corporal J. Miltner, who will interview the enlisted man of this crew. Hello, Corporal.
Hello, I'm Sergeant now.
You're a sergeant now. My ear.
It's a long time it's a long, hard way to make sergeant, but I finally made it.
Well, good. Tell me, what was your position on the ship?
Bombardier.
Bombardier. And when you get back to the States, what do you want most of all?
Cheeseburger.
Anything else?
More see my mother.
Well, that's fine. What was your civilian occupation?
Turkey raiser.
A turkey raiser. Do you plan to go back to that when you get back in the States?
No. I guess I'll go back to preaching now.
Oh, I see. Well, tell me, is there anything that you want to say to your family? We're breaking all rules of radio, but I think it's very appropriate at this time that you come out and say what you feel toward your family, wife, or sweetheart. So go right ahead.
Well, Mother, I'm sure glad I'm alive, and I suppose you are, too.
Well, thank you very much, Sergeant. And now back to Captain Sheldon. Our next interviewee is Lieutenant Robert L. Haight of Earth, Texas. And when did you first hear the news of Japan's surrender, Lieutenant Haight?
I first heard the news of the surrender on the 15th day of August.
Where were you at the time?
I was in Peking, sir.
Did the Japanese advise you of that?
Yes.
They came into your cell and told you? Is that how they did it?
They took us out to take a shower, and they said, well, today the war is over.
And needless to say, you were very, very happy. Now, Lieutenant, I want you to go ahead and talk to whomever you wish. Just say it right into this microphone, and we hope that they catch it over the radio back in the States. Go ahead.
Hello, Yankees. Hello, Mother and loving family. I'm coming home.
That was the first radio message home from 3 survivors of the Doolittle raid, picked up by Army wire recorder in Chungking. But while that wire recorder was being rushed by bomber pouch halfway around the world, the Silver Wings of the Air Transport Command were hurrying these men home to America. And at a microphone in Washington tonight is Lieutenant, now Captain, Robert Haight, home at last. Go ahead, Captain Haight.
I don't know how to put into words what I want to say. I'm still pretty confused. Mainly, I'm home. I don't think anyone could tell you how that feels to me, or to Captain Nielsen and Sergeant DeShazer. We'd like to thank America for remembering us, and we thank God that we are alive today. I don't know what we expected America to look like, but it was a surprise. She hadn't changed at all, and that was good. A fellow doesn't get too much news in a prison camp, and in these last few days we've been sort of catching up. Jet planes, atomic bombs, rocket guns, real Buck Rogers stuff. If there should ever be a next time, America may not stay the same. If we need planes, if we need money for research, if we need men and training, they've got to be there in case. Because take it from 3 guys who spent 3 years thinking maybe they never would see her again. America is a pretty wonderful place.
Thank you, Captain Height. This is your AAF. Join us next week for a half hour of music by the AAF Orchestra and singing voices, first-hand news of your men in the service, and authoritative reports of our continuing operations to keep the peace, to build the future, the mission of your AAF.
Here's a bulletin from our New York newsroom, San Diego, California. Vice Admiral John Sidney McCain, 61, commander of the famous Navy Task Force 38, died of a heart attack at his home in nearby Coronado tonight. This bulletin was from our New York newsroom. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The President of the United States sent a message to the Congress in which he outlined the program which he feels must be adopted to meet the problems of peace. Tonight, Mr. John W. Snyder, Director of the Office of War Mobilization and Reconversion, will discuss from Washington the President's message and the problems of reconversion. Mr. John W. Snyder.
Good evening. We have now begun to work towards the goals for which we fought the war. The enemy would have destroyed our way of living if he could. Fortunately, we have destroyed the enemy. We have proven the strength of the democratic system. Now we can get on with our job of building a greater America with greater opportunities for everyone. We're all working on that job. The Congress has cut short its well-earned vacation to put into force a strong legislative program that will speed the transition from war to peace. Today, President Truman has laid his recommendations before the Congress. Some of the legislation recommended is intended to meet the immediate needs of our economy. Some of it has a longer-range view. Every one of us should know as much as possible about the job ahead. It is no harder than the task we have just completed victoriously. But it will not be an easy job. Nevertheless, we enter upon this new task with complete confidence. We have proven our strength in a production battle such as the world has never seen before. We know that we can build a greater and more prosperous America for every American. When we set out to win the war, we took an inventory of our resources. We looked at the jobs that had to be done, and then we expanded and developed those resources to do the job. That was our national grand strategy. I think we may say, and with appropriate pride, that it was well done. Now we are working out a strategy of equal or greater importance to achieve an enduring and widespread prosperity. Our resources are largely the same with which we won the war. They are the largest production plant in the world. They are the know-how of business, the management that ran those plants. They are the energy and the initiative and the vigor of all our workers, of all our people. This will be increased now because millions of men and women are coming back from the armed forces. They are coming back with eagerness for this new task. It is the one thing they have been thinking about throughout the years of the war, getting home again and becoming once more a working and producing part of the growing America they love. Our resources, therefore, are considerable. We know that we can and will expand them if they're needed. But what is the job we have to do? Briefly, we have to close out our wartime business and speed up on all peacetime activities. Closing out wartime business is complicated, but the steps that have to be taken are largely a matter of using everyday procedures of the business world. Suppose we take a look at how the job is going along. The first step in closing out wartime business is for the government to cancel its contracts for war goods. We have cut our munitions production 60% below the July level. In December, the cut will rise to 80%. The rest is needed to take care of our troops overseas, occupying enemy countries, and here at home. That's a good start. The next step is to settle up accounts with businessmen on the canceled contract. The government intends to complete settlement of terminated contracts within a year. Present performance indicates that this can be accomplished if business will do its part by filing claims promptly. A third step is to clear war factories of government-owned machinery and the odds and ends of war production. This has to be done so that the factories can be retooled quickly for peacetime production. The government is required by law to clear plants within 60 days after a manufacturer requests it. So far, the government has met this schedule very well. So much for closing out war business. Now suppose we look at some of the steps for expanding peacetime production. First of all, the men and women who produce the goods for war have to be free to return to peacetime jobs and peacetime production. Within 10 days after Japan surrendered, 2,700,000 men and women had been released from war work. Of these, 900,000 immediately were shifted to other jobs within the same plant. Within the next 6 or 8 weeks, another 1.5 million to 2 million workers are expected to be released. This is a great many, and they will be further augmented by releases from the armed service. Within 10 months, the Army plans to discharge approximately 6 million, and the Navy 2,800,000. Obviously, our economy as a whole will have to be operating at high speed before all these workers can be put back to work. For some, the wait will be brief. For others, it will be longer. In his message today, the President recommended to Congress that the United States Employment Service continue for the present to operate as a national chain of offices until the shift of war workers and veterans to peacetime jobs is safely made. These offices are important in helping to bring jobs and job hunters together quickly. Only by filling all jobs and filling them as quickly as they become vacant can we be really sure that we will move swiftly through the transition to peace. The second step in speeding up peacetime activities falls into 2 parts. One of these is a swift release of materials formerly needed for war. This is being accomplished by cancellation of war contracts which formerly used those materials, and by the action of the War Production Board in removing a great many of its wartime controls so that the economy can operate freely. The second part of this step calls for parallel and concerted action by various agencies of the government to increase production under the guidance of my office and the Office of Economic Stabilization. Responsibility for speeding reconversion of factories and for assuring the widest possible distribution of materials which remain scarce with the War Production Board. It has retained a few very important controls to accomplish this. The War Production Board also has given special assistance to small business and has set up machinery so that it can swiftly find and break any production bottlenecks that develop. Price and rent ceilings remain the responsibility of the Office of Price Administration and the Secretary of Agriculture. These agencies will protect the consumer everywhere against undue increase. At the same time, they must adjust price ceilings which threaten to slow up reconversion. Prices already have been set on many products which have been off the market during the war years. For consumers, these prices are close to the 1942 level. Ceilings on other articles will be established on the same principles of fairness both to the consumer and to business. Wage adjustment is the responsibility of the National War Labor Board, which has been authorized to increase wages where low pay would interfere with reconversion or would prevent expansion for production, giving full consideration to price ceiling control. Wage increases, like the adjustment of price ceiling, must be watched closely to prevent inflation. The stabilization of our price and cost structure is most important to the expansion of industry, and it is equally important to every individual citizen. Until enough goods are being manufactured to meet the demands of those who want to buy, the government must hold the line against inflation on those articles that remain scarce. At the same time, it must make sure that the national income continues high for the sake of the country's future prosperity. Stabilization is a many-sided problem. There is a great deal of money in circulation, while many of the commodities that people want to buy still are not available for a while. There is a big demand for goods generally, and that is good. But rental and price ceilings must be kept in force for the time being, wherever the supply does not approach a balance with the demand. This is for the protection of buyers everywhere, who must make their income cover the things they wish to buy. It is also for the protection of business, which must be sure its cost, and which would be equally damaged by runaway prices. There will also be pressures towards deflation. Unemployment, even though temporary, will be one of these. Because these factors reduce the purchasing power of the people, they tend to have a depressing influence upon our entire economy. Some parts of the country will feel the effect of this more than others, but if allowed to continue, all of us would feel it. To combat this threat of deflation, as well as to meet the human needs of the workers, the President today recommended that the Congress broaden the government's policy on benefits for the unemployed. This would be done by authorizing federal supplements to the payments made to the unemployed in the various states, and by increasing the duration of these payments. Also by extending unemployment benefits to workers who are not protected now. The President further recommended revision of the Fair Labor Standards Act to provide higher minimum wage. There is a third major step in the drive to change over our economy swiftly from war to peacetime prosperity. It concerns financing. The government already has machinery in operation to cooperate with commercial banks by guaranteeing loans for reconversion of plants and on canceled contracts pending settlement. The government also will assist in making business loans to veterans and to businessmen. In addition, the President recommended to Congress that Congress revise taxes to encourage the expansion of business. These are some of the main steps our nation is taking in order to win for us an enduring and stable prosperity. The President has outlined other parts of our grand strategy, but I cannot in this brief time discuss all of them. But I do want to mention a few. The President has endorsed legislation that would recognize full employment as the economic goal of our country. He has recommended appropriations for state aid roads, for planning public works for the future, and for resuming slum clearance in cooperation with local government and private industry. For agriculture, the President has requested the continuation of the price support and crop insurance program and the stimulation of export trade. Special assistance has been recommended for small business. These acts by the Congress and the operation of the executive agency under the leadership of President Truman provide the framework in which the government will work for the speedy transition to peacetime production. We are going ahead. We're going to build a greater America with greater opportunities for every American. There is no mystery about the way this will be done. We, every man and woman of us, will do this job in the same way that we won the war. We will apply to it every human and material resource of the nation. We have made a good beginning, but we must continue to appraise the situation realistically. So far, we have only begun the task of changing our economy from war to peacetime prosperity. I know that some of us feel that after the long grind of the war, we would like to take things a little easy for a while. I wish this were possible. However, it is no more possible now than it would have been possible to win the war if our armies had stopped at the German border or we had quit fighting at Iwo Jima. We have to keep pushing day by day to get the machinery of production rolling and to build the great America we all want. Yes, we have made a good start, but we shall need the combined efforts of all of us to finish the job. The government will do its full share. Mindful of the interests of the whole people, it will assist each group to do its part in bringing the nation from war to an enduring and prosperous peace.
Thank you, Mr. Snyder. Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, today the President of the United States sent a message to Congress in which he outlined the program which he feels must be adopted to meet the problems of peace. And this evening, from Washington, D.C., we've had the pleasure of listening to Mr. John W. Snyder, Director of the Office of War Mobilization and Reconversion discussing the President's message to Congress on the problems of peace. Mr. Snyder spoke to you from the studios of WMAL in Washington, D.C. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
To servicemen and women everywhere, the Armed Forces Radio Service presents this, your special broadcast commemorating victory. On it, your Commander-in-Chief, the President of the United States, will deliver a special message to you, the men and women of the victorious armed forces, at home, abroad, and on the high seas. We take you first to Washington for an invocation by Brigadier General Luther D. Miller, Chief of Chaplains, United States Army.
Almighty God, with grateful hearts we bow to give thee thanks for the victory which thou hast given to us and our allied nations. In this, our hour of triumph, may we not lose sight of the opportunity which we have won, but may we give ourselves anew to thy service for the welfare of all mankind. Remember, O God, all who have suffered in battle. Heal the wounded, comfort the sorrowing, restore the oppressed, encourage the anxious, and guide with thy might all who seek to serve their fellow men. May we be worthy of the sacrifice of those who gave themselves for this moment, and may the heartaches and sorrows of the years which have passed find relief in the joy of peace. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Yep, the shooting's over. Big guns are stilled. Once again, a bazooka is something Robin Burns plays on his radio program. And a tank is what you fill up at a gasoline station. No coupons necessary. A lot of husbands and wives, brothers and sisters, sons and mothers are closer together tonight than they've been in 4 long years. Thank God it's over. Crosby again. Thanksgiving came early this year, in September, and it's being celebrated today throughout the free world. In the bitter years just past, a lot of families have been separated. Families of individuals and families of nations. Now we're getting back together again. It's a little early for an all-out get-together on the front porch. We can't all throw our arms around each other's shoulders and sing Auld Lang Syne. There's too many round-trip tickets to be punched first. But we've got most of the radio stations in the world tied together tonight. Sort of a Marconi handshake across a couple of oceans. We're offering thanks together tonight, all of us at home and all of us away from home. Diana, how about one of the greatest Thanksgiving songs of them all?
Beautiful for spacious skies, for amber waves of rain, for purple mountain majesties above the fruited plain. America,
have a couple of guys here tonight who really know something about this war. One of them is Private First Class Alton L. Bouchard, combat infantryman. He's been in the Pacific a long time. He was on Saipan. He fought in the Leyte campaign and in the battle for Okinawa. And just 48 hours ago, he landed on home soil from the Pacific. You'll hear briefly from him later on. The other guy I'm talking about is Bill Malden.
Since I've been back in these States, I've realized how much the people at home have come to understand what went on out there. One man did an awful lot to give the world that understanding. His name was Ernie Pyle. Anybody, civilian or soldier, who has spent any time overseas knows how the doggies felt about Ernie. Not long ago, he wrote what he thought about this day of victory. Here is one of Ernie Pyle's best friends to read it to you, Bob Hope.
It will seem odd when, at some given hour, the shooting stops and everything changes again. It will be odd to drive down an unknown road without that little knot of fear in your stomach. Odd not to listen with animal-like alertness for the meaning of every distant sound. Odd to have your spirit released from the perpetual weight that is compounded of fear and death and dirt and anguish. We have won this war because our men are brave and because of many other things. Because of Russia and England and China and the passage of time and the gift of nature's materials. We did not win it because destiny created us better than all other peoples. I hope that in victory we are more grateful than we are proud. All of us together will have to learn how to reassemble our broken world into a pattern so firm and so fair that another great war cannot soon be possible. Most of us don't pretend to know the right answer. All we can do is fumble and try once more. Try out of the memory of our anguish and be as tolerant with each other as we can.
That's it. That's the idea. Maybe on this day of victory, you're looking back, remembering, adding it all up. Take, for instance, the early days. Who's ever going to forget the Louisiana maneuvers, or, for that matter, basic training in boot camps, from Dix to San Diego, Benning, Bragg, Butner, Barclay, Farragut, Roberts, Great Lakes, Quantico, 48 states worth of KP. Close shaved heads, sore feet, CPOs, and top kicks. And those 3 rules governing camp behavior. If it's moving, salute it.
Yes, sir.
And if it's not moving, pick it up.
Yes, sir.
And if you can't pick it up, paint it.
Yes, sir. Oh, my aching back.
A lot of times you were singing. In the showers, on the march. When you first hit camp, I know you limbered up on this one.
I've been working on the railroad all the livelong day. I've been working on the railroad just to pass the time away. Can't you hear the whistle blowing? Rise up so early in the morning. Can't you hear the captain shouting? Dinah, blow your horn. Dinah, won't you blow? Dinah, won't you blow your horn? Dinah, won't you blow? Dinah, won't you blow? Dinah, won't you blow your horn? Someone's in the kitchen with Dinah. Someone's in the kitchen, I know. Someone's in the kitchen with Dinah. Drumming on the old banjo. Dee-fi, diddly-i-ay. Dee-fi, diddly-i-ay, ay-ay-ay. Dee-fi, diddly-i-ay. Strumming on the old banjo.
Pretty soon, pictures of the pin-up gals became the prevailing motif in the GI boudoirs. And the song that became the theme song for the provocative babes was undoubtedly the following, Miss Frances Langford.
Don't sit under the apple tree with anyone else but me. Anyone else but me. Anyone else but me. No. Don't sit under the apple tree with anyone else but me till I come marching home. that just loves to pet, and it fits you to a T. So don't sit under the apple tree with anyone else but me till I come marching home.
I've got sixpence, jolly, jolly sixpence. I've got sixpence to last me all my life.
Ah, yes. But in every camp in the nation, no other song became quite so dear to the hearts of every GI as this lovely, sensitive, sentimental ballad.
The biscuits in the army, they say, are very fine. One rolled off the table and killed a pal of mine.
Oh, I don't want no more of army life. Imam, I want to go home.
The chicken in the army, they say, is mighty fine. One jumped off the table and started marking time.
Oh, I don't want no more of army life. Imam, I want to go home.
The coffee in the army, they say, is mighty fine. It's good for cuts and bruises and tastes like iodine.
Oh, I don't want no more of army life. Imam, I want to go. Imam, I gotta go. Imam, I want to go
History is being made mighty fast these days, almost faster than we can read it. And in a way, there's a bit of history being made with this program. First of all, of course, we've got a mighty important and popular American in Washington talking to a lot of other Americans in uniform all over the world. But there's something else special about this as an armed forces radio show. There have been a good many thousands of those shows in the last 3.5 years, but they've been broadcast only on your facilities to you men and you women overseas. Command Performance, and a long list of other service shows, together with all the regular top programs from all the networks, have carried a hunk of home that was American radio to you guys and gals in foxholes and Quonsets and Nissen huts, all the way from the Galapagos to Iwo Jima, from Reykjavik to Berlin, from Panama to Chongqing. This one time, we're adding Portland and Peoria and Brooklyn, USA. The radio job for overseas in this man's war called for a combined operation, not only for the Army and Navy, but for the whole radio industry. And that's what it's been. Artists, technicians, advertisers, networks, independent radio stations, picture studios, everybody who had anything to do with American entertainment pitched in on the job. In a sincere effort, in order that you overseas and on the seas got the most of the best of the radio of these United States. All of radio has been at the command of you servicemen and women. Your requests have come in from the APOs and the FPOs, and the answers go out on a huge schedule which includes every type of radio program. A request comes in on V-mail. The answer goes out on the radio lanes of the world. Francis Langford, for example, singing this hymn of thanksgiving, accompanied by Major Meredith Wilson and the Armed Forces Radio Service Orchestra.
Private, First Class Al Bouchard. I have the great honor of introducing our Commander-in-Chief, the President of the United States.
men and women of the armed forces. I'm speaking to you, the armed forces of the United States, as I did after V-Day in Europe, at a high moment of history. The war to which we have devoted all the resources and all the energy of our country for more than 3.5 years has now produced total victory over all our enemies. This is a time for great rejoicing and a time for solemn contemplation. With the destructive force of war removed from the world, we can turn now to the grave task of preserving the peace which you gallant men and women have won. It is a task which requires our most urgent attention. It is one in which we must collaborate with our allies and the other nations of the world. They are as determined as we are that war must be abolished from the earth, if the earth as we know it is to remain. Civilization cannot survive another total war. I think you know what is in the hearts of your countrymen on this night. They are thousands of miles away from most of you, yet they are close to you in deep gratitude and in a solemn sense of obligation. They remember, and I know they will never forget, those who have gone from among you, those who are maimed, those who, thank God, are still safe after years of fighting and suffering and danger. And I know that in this hour of victory, their thoughts, like yours, are with your departed Commander-in-Chief, Franklin D. Roosevelt. This is the hour for which he so gallantly fought and so bravely died. I think I know the American soldier and sailor. He does not want gratitude or sympathy. He had a job to do. He did not like it, but he did it. And how he did it. Now he wants to come back home and start again the life he loves, a life of peace and quiet, the life of the civilian. But he wants to know that he can come back to a good life. He wants to know that his children will not have to go back to the life of the foxhole and the bomber, the battleship and the submarine. I speak in behalf of all your countrymen when I pledge you that we shall do everything in our power to make those wishes come true. For some of you, I'm sorry to say, military service must continue for a time. We must keep an occupation force in the Pacific to clean out the militarism of Japan, just as we are cleaning out the militarism of Germany. The United Nations are determined that never again shall either of those countries be able to attack its peaceful neighbors. But the great majority of you will be returned to civilian life as soon as the ships and planes can get you here. The task of moving so many men and women thousands of miles to their homes is a gigantic one. It will take months to accomplish. You have my pledge that we will do everything possible to speed it up. We want you back here with us to make your contribution to our country's welfare and to a new world of peace. The high tide of victory will carry us forward to great achievements in the era which lies ahead. But we can perform them only in a world which is free from the threat of war. We depend upon you, who have known war in all its horror, to keep this nation aware that only through cooperation among all nations can any nation remain wholly secure. On this night of total victory, we salute you of the armed forces of the United States, wherever you may be. What a job you have done. We are all waiting for the day when you will be home with us again. Good luck, and God bless you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
This is Frank Sinatra. For Americans, there have been 4 Christmases at war. The first was the darkest one, Christmas 1941. By Christmas 1942, a faint glimmer of hope appeared, and the giant weapons began to come out of the forge to take shape and to move into striking position with others united. Christmas 1943 and the crossing of the Atlantic, and signs even then that the Pacific might again someday hold title to its name. Christmas 1944 with victory in Europe in sight and a tidal wave moving toward the east. Christmas 1945 will be the Christmas we have all prayed so earnestly for. A Christmas of peace and hope. A white Christmas. Bing?
And may all your Christmases be white.
A Navy enlisted man, Yeoman Third Class William Welch, has written a prayer for this day of victory. Orson Welles will read it. We join in spirit around the world as these words are spoken.
O God of battle and peace, for the blessings of this day, for the lives that have been spared, for the prayers that have been answered, thank you from a full and humble heart. In this, the hour of peace, remember those, O God, who gave so much and asked so little. Hear the voices of these men, rising from the jungles of New Guinea and the Solomons, from the blood-soaked soil of Iwo Jima and the flame-scorched caves of Okinawa. Hear the chorus of their thanks from the mass of wreckage at Salerno and the twisted rubble that was once a German town. Across the length and breadth of every continent, from the hell-scarred places where they fell, their voices in thanksgiving rise. In memory of these and all the other men and women of the world who bled and died, that we might see this day, men of myriad tongues, of myriad faiths, and many races, men who had in common the love of dignity and freedom. To these, the citizens of Earth, we dedicate our future and our lives. Give us strength, O God, and wisdom to use the gift that was so dearly bought with blood and toil and tears.
We take you now to Washington for the benediction by Rear Admiral William N. Thomas, Chief of Chaplains, United States Navy.
Lord bless thee and keep thee. The Lord make his face to shine upon thee and be gracious unto thee. The Lord lift up his countenance upon thee and give thee peace. Amen.
This program has reached you over the major networks and independent stations of the United States of America and through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Pat O'Brien, George Murphy, and Ruth Hussey in The Navy Comes Through. And as our special guest this evening, Lieutenant Francis Rich of the Waves. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. The lifeline of the United Nations is a string of plodding ships that carry the weapons of war across the brilliant blue of the Pacific and through the murky fog of the North Atlantic. The ships of the merchant marine. A torpedo strikes, and a gallant vessel may go down, but the submarine that murdered her may die too, because the merchant marine has fangs of its own. And tonight's play, The Navy Comes Through, is the story of the deadly stingers on those merchant ships, the Navy gun crews, who strike back at the wolf packs of the sea. RKO made the picture, and tonight we have Pat O'Brien and George Murphy from the original cast, co-starring with the lovely Ruth Hussey. Pat O'Brien has just finished Bombardier at RKO. George Murphy's current assignment is Bataan at Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. And Ruth Hussey has just starred in Tennessee Johnson at the same studio. Like the real trooper she is, Ruth stepped into the breach at the last minute to take Joan Bennett's place this evening. As you probably read in today's newspaper, Joan's house burned down last night. She had a rather narrow escape, and the doctor has ordered her to stay in bed for a few days. A lot of activity goes on behind the scenes here in the Lux Radio Theater before one of these productions is ready for the microphone. First, we must secure the right stars, the kind we have tonight. And then comes hour after hour of rehearsal. But the power behind all that activity is you. You make all these plays possible by buying Lux Flakes. And you can't lose because our product has proved its worth. And as a bonus, your whole family has reserved seats in the Lux Radio Theater. We always hope for a favorable verdict on our plays. We know we'll get one on Lux Flakes. And here's the curtain for the first act of The Navy Comes Through, starring George Murphy as Tom Sands, Ruth Hussey as Myra Mallory, and Pat O'Brien as Mike Mallory. Like huge black ghosts, they slip from their moorings in the dead of night and turn their bows to the open sea. Slowly they move, wallowing deep in the heavy waves. For these are the ships of the merchant marine, and their great bellies are swollen with the instruments of war. Food for the people of the world, and food for the guns of the United Nations. Here below are stored tanks and planes, shells and bombs, oil and TNT, while above on the decks face the men of the United States Navy, watchdogs of the convoy, scanning the dark sea for the telltale ripple of the U-boat's periscope. They're short on gold braid, these men who sail with the merchant marine, but they're long on courage. For pacing the decks, they walk on dynamite. One of these men is Michael Mallory, Chief Gunner's Mate, United States Navy.
I guess it's all right to tell this story. Nowadays, you can pick up a newspaper and read stuff like it most every day. You know, convoy reported attacked, a U-boat reported sunk in North Atlantic, stuff like that. Well, the fellows I work with are the fellows who do the reporting and the fighting, so we know it from the inside. However, the beginning of the story you'd find only in the Navy records. That was back in September 1940, down in Washington, D.C. I was in Washington at the time. The Navy Court of Inquiry was in session, and they called me as a witness. The Court of Inquiry, that's just like a civil court, only the judge and the jury down there in the United States Navy.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
State your name, rate, and station.
Michael Mallory, Chief Gunner's Mate, Temporary Duty, Navy Department.
You were on duty aboard the USS Bayonne on April 9th, 1940, when a gun exploded in the forward turret?
Yes, sir.
You inspected this particular gun prior to the target practice, which led to the explosion?
I examined the gun at 10:20 a.m., 2 hours and 40 minutes before target practice.
Was it in good condition?
No, sir. I found the salvo latch improperly assembled.
To whom did you report this?
The assistant gunnery officer.
Who was that officer?
Lieutenant Thomas Sands, sir.
Did Mr. Sands have the salvo latch repaired?
I don't know, sir. He said he'd attend to it, but the explosion occurred on the first salvo.
Confine your testimony to the facts, Mallory, and avoid conclusions.
Aye, aye, sir.
Mr. Sands, do you have any questions?
No questions, sir.
Very good, Mallory. That's all.
Aye, aye, sir.
Lieutenant Sands, will you take the stand? You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
State your name, rank, and station.
Thomas L. Sands, Lieutenant, United States Navy, Temporary Duty, Navy Department, sir.
You were assistant gunnery officer on the ship in question at the time mentioned?
I was, sir.
Did Chief Gunner's Mate Mallory report to you the condition of the salvo latch on one of the guns in the forward turret?
Yes, sir.
What action did you take?
I ordered the turret captain to repair the salvo latch, sir.
Did he do so?
Yes, sir. I supervised the repairs personally.
Then how do you account for the fact that this particular gun backfired on the first salvo, causing an explosion in the turret?
I can't account for it, sir.
Is there anyone who can corroborate your statement that you had that salvo latch repaired?
No, sir.
Why not?
The men who repaired it are dead.
Yep, that was it. They were dead. 3 of my friends were dead because somebody made a mistake. The trial didn't last long. They don't like mistakes in the Navy. When it was over, there was a girl waiting for Sands out in the corridor. Her name was Myra. Myra Mallory. My sister.
Myra, you shouldn't have come here.
What happened? What did they say in there?
Well, I'm resigning my commission, Myra.
You can't. It's your whole life, Tom.
Well, there wasn't any way to clear myself, so there's nothing else for me to do.
But it wasn't your fault.
No, but it was my responsibility, and in the Navy, that's the only thing that counts.
Tom, what are you going to do?
Well, I don't know exactly yet, but there's one thing I'm sure of. I'm going to get as far away from the Navy as possible.
And what about us, Tom? You and me?
Well, Myra, I'm afraid any future we might have had blew up with that gun turret.
You mean your career blew up? I didn't fall in love with a commission. I'm not in the Navy. I'm just a nurse who fell in love with a patient. There's no gold braid on a hospital nightgown.
I know, Myra.
Tom, why did this have to happen to you?
You'd better ask your brother that.
I can answer it, too.
Yes, I guess you can.
Tom, wait.
Goodbye, Myra.
I want to talk to you. Tom!
No, let him go. He's got a lot to think over.
I hope you're satisfied, Mike. If you hadn't testified against him, he wouldn't have had to resign.
Now, look, honey, I'd have had to testify against him if he were our own father. Strictly routine.
You never did have any use for him, did you?
All right, I didn't. I didn't like him the first time I saw him. I liked him less when he started hanging around with you.
I know. The old Navy man's prejudice against the enlisted man's sister and the commissioned officer.
No, the old Navy man's prejudice against seeing friends dragged out of a turret because some two-striper didn't do his job.
He did his job.
Oh, come on, sis. Let's not fight over it. It's finished. There's nothing we can do about it. Forget him, honey.
I'll never forget him.
Well, you might as well. You're not going to be seeing him again.
Why not?
Because he's busted. He's out of a job. Who's going to give him one?
Oh, Mike. Mike, it isn't fair.
Oh, come on, darling. I didn't mean to hurt you. Honest, I didn't. Come on. But it's the truth. Come on, dear, buck up. Here's a handkerchief. Come on, blow. Well, like I said, that was in 1940. Right after that, I was sent to the training station in Newport. I was there that Sunday afternoon in December 1941. I remember the president saying, a date that will live in infamy. But all I could think of was a line of beautiful ships burning and sinking and the men I know who went down with them. I called Myra a couple of nights later to say goodbye. I had my orders already, and she'd had hers, too. She'd enlisted with the Naval Reserve as a nurse.
Company! Hold! At ease, men. Well, you guys have been yelling for action. Now you're going to get it. You've drawn a man who also likes plenty of action. Chief Gunner's Mate Mallory. Company! Attention! Here's your gun crew, Mallory.
Thanks, Bud. All right, at ease. All right, you men are to report to me at Pier 7, Brooklyn. 11:30 tomorrow night. You got that? All right, let's get some names here. Come on, now, talk up.
Berenger.
Chapter. Judson. Kono. Sands.
Bayless.
All right, hold it. Never mind it now. I'll get him at the pier. You're at liberty until then. Dismissed.
Okay.
Hey, Sands.
Yeah?
Just a minute.
You want me?
Yeah. How'd you get here, Sands?
There happens to be a war going on, so I enlisted.
It's fine. You got the whole Navy to pick from. Why'd you have to show up in my outfit?
Oh, it's just a little matter of obeying orders.
Well, take a tip from me and apply for a transfer.
Look, Mallory, if you don't want me and your gun crew, it's up to you to get rid of me. That's Navy regulations.
Okay, sailor. I'll see you at Pier 7. If it's Navy regulations you want, you're gonna get them. I had a good bunch of boys, raring to go. I guess maybe they were hoping for a destroyer, but we drew the Sybil Gray. She was a freighter, small, slow, a little on the rust side. When I was getting the boys aboard that night, they were pretty sad about the whole deal.
Bayless reporting.
Bayless, get aboard next.
Berenger, Chief. Say, we ain't really sailing on this thing, are we?
This is your ship, fella.
You call this a ship? Ain't fit to be a garbage scow.
What'd you expect, a yacht?
Well, I figured we rated a cruiser at least.
You're reserving those for sailors. Hey, wait a minute, you. You see those boxes they're loading?
Yeah?
What's it say on them?
U.S. Air Corps, ammunition 50 caliber. Hey!
Yeah, hey. Well, that's some of the garbage the scow is carrying. Now, get aboard. Next.
Go now.
Get aboard.
Come on, Dutch.
please, not Dutch. How many times have I asked you?
Well, you're German, ain't you?
I'm not German. I'm American.
Okay, Dutch.
Please.
Get aboard. Next.
Dutson, sir.
Never mind us, sir. What's that you're carrying there?
Oh, well, that's my radio set. Is it all right?
Yes, I guess so. Get aboard.
Oh, Chief, my mother came down and that is...
Okay. You can stay on the pier for 5 minutes.
Oh, thanks. Thanks a lot.
Go ahead, sailor.
Mike!
Well, for the love of...
Hello, Mike.
Hello, sis. I thought we said our goodbyes on the phone.
So did I, but I got my orders. I'm shoving off in the morning myself. I wouldn't be surprised if we showed up in the same convoy.
Oh, yeah? Oh, well, fine. I'll wave to you. So long, kid.
Mike, you wouldn't be trying to get rid of me, would you?
No, but I gotta get on board.
Mike, are you expecting a blonde?
Oh, me? No.
Oh, it's all right, Mike. I know why you're in such a hurry.
What?
Tom! Tom Sands! Tom!
Hello, Myra.
Tom, where have you been all these months? Why didn't you write to me?
Well, this new outfit's keeping me kind of busy.
You reporting for duty?
Sands, Seaman Second, reporting, sir.
Get aboard, sailor.
Aye, aye, sir. Well, so long, Myra.
Goodbye, Tom. Mike, why didn't you tell me?
I told you to forget him, didn't I?
You still hate him, don't you?
Well, I don't love him, that's a cinch.
I do, Mike. The Navy gave him the benefit of the doubt. They let him resign and accepted his enlistment. If they can give him a break, you can.
He gets the same break as anyone else, no more, no less.
It took a lot of courage for him to enlist as a seaman.
Or a lot of gall. The men on that turret were my shipmates. One of them was the best friend I ever had. Bye, Myra.
Goodbye, Mike.
Hey, you guys, how do we divvy up these bunks? Take any one you want, Samter. Only that one's mine, see?
Anyone here when we are sailing?
Oh, sure, I got it definite. We sail when and if. When they finish loading this and if the engines wake on this tub. Hey, Dustin, what's that contraption you're rigging up?
That's a radio. Short wave.
That thing ain't gonna wake on ship's current.
Oh, no? I took care of that. A compensating rheostat for the change in voltage.
You fix it yourself, Dutson?
Fix it? I built it. I've been a radio bug ever since I was a kid.
You should have applied for a radio rating. You would be a petty officer.
Thanks. But I've got my sights on a commission.
Hey, speaking of commissions, this guy Sands we got with us, he used to be a lieutenant. Only the Navy kicked him out.
What for?
Oh, nothing much. Just letting a bunch of guys get knocked off on a turret on the Bayonne.
An ex-officer. I don't think I envy him.
Yeah, from all I hear, he's got a nerve to even show his face around here. Well, I heard that he was
You've got awful good hearing, haven't you, sailor?
Yeah. Hello, Sands. Just talking about you.
Something nice, I hope?
Nope. As a matter of fact, it stunk.
Thanks.
Well, is it okay with you, Admiral, or do you want to make something out of it?
Oh, I guess you've got a right to talk.
Yeah, but you ain't giving it to me, sailor. Don't get that idea. And get your gear off that bunk.
Why?
Because it's my bunk.
My gear was in there an hour ago.
Yeah? Well, it's out of there, starting right now. Now, do you want to make something out of that?
I guess I have to, don't I?
Oh, I don't know. Not even a rat will stand up and fight when he's cornered.
All right, Berger.
Oh, come on, you guys. Cut it out.
What goes on in there? Cut it out, will you? Do you hear me? Cut it out. What's the matter here?
Oh, just a little argument over who gets this bunk.
Who had his gear in there first?
Well, Sands did, but I tossed it out.
Well, toss it back in again. Now, I want to tell you something, and this goes for all of you. All the fighting on this ship will be done topside. Everybody understand that?
Yes, sir. We understand.
Okay, we're shoving off any minute. Now, I know you're all disappointed you're not on a battle wagon. But this is the hand they dealt us, and we're going to play it out.
Oh, we ain't kicking, Chief. The only thing is, well, supposing you're out with your sweetie pie and she wants to see your ship. You got to point out this floating pile of junk.
So what?
So you tell her, look, honey, that's where I live. So she says, go home, sailor. Go home and burn your clothes. A guy likes a ship he can be proud of.
That's so? Well, there's a gun up on deck you can be proud of, and get this. Aft here and above and below, and as far as that gun can toss him, it's all Navy. Forward and midships, it's merchant marine, and don't sell those guys short either. It's their job to get this ship across, and it's our job to keep the heinies out of the hair while they're doing it. Now fall in on the gun deck, on the double! Sometime that night, along about 12 o'clock, we slipped out of Brooklyn. Destination, Murmansk.
Hey, Dutson, will you turn off that homemade jukebox? I'm trying to get some sleep.
Can't you get something besides static, kid?
That's not static. That's jumble code.
Jungle code?
No. Jumble code. The words are scrambled.
Scrambled? Like eggs?
Yeah. And I'm trying to unscramble them. Been trying to ever since the war started.
Well, what's it all about?
Well, it's the new way of sending confidential messages. The words are turned back on themselves in the transmitter.
And it comes out double talk.
Sure. But somewhere, some guy is receiving this stuff on a special built unscrambler. And it's coming in nice and clear.
Then somewhere, some guy is talking it straight, too, huh?
That's right. As plain as you and me are talking now.
Well, who is it? Where's it coming from?
If I could unscramble it, I'd know. Maybe a base on shore. Maybe a German sub.
Now, there's a cheerful little earful. Go to sleep.
Sands?
Yes, sir.
You can go below. I'll take over the watch.
Aye, sir.
Just a minute, Sands. Now, look, fella, I don't know who started that argument down there, see, and I don't care. But I want to tell you something for your own good. If you want to get along with those men, be one of them.
I'll hold up my end.
Forget the officer and gentleman stuff, see?
Since you brought it up, Mallory, I'll tell you something for your good. In the Navy, you're not an officer because you're a gentleman. You're a gentleman because you're an officer. And you're an officer because you can do any dirty job of work better than any enlisted man on the ship.
That's so. Who told you that, sailor?
Pretty fair sailor by the name of John Paul Jones. Did you ever hear of him?
Shore Base 526. Shore Base 526. The American freighter sails from New York. Tonight, midnight. Cargo, ammunition. Armament, 1 4-inch naval gun and crew. Registered tonnage, 8,000. Registered speed, 12 knots.
U-boat 604 calling. U-boat 604. We have your message. Standing by for Sybil Gray.
It's funny how you know sometimes. You're on watch, maybe just at dawn, and you've got your eyes glued to the water. And as far as you see, there's nothing but whitecaps. But just the same, you know, there's something out there. Your fingers itch to grab the speaking tube and yell, "Battle stations!" But you hold off. They need their sleep down there. And then broad off the port bow, there's a ripple you don't like. And there it is again, and now she breaks water. She's a submarine and looking right into her gun. Battle station! Battle station! Battle station!
In a moment, Mr. DeMille presents Act Two of The Navy Comes Through, starring Pat O'Brien, Ruth Hussey, and George Murphy. Now, Libby Collins has a story for us.
It's something I read in a newspaper the other day. Perhaps you saw it, too, about a girl who had taken a job in an airplane factory. Her work had to do with one small part of the engine, and she was finding it rather dull, until she found out what that one small part was used for. Without it, the whole engine was useless. Well, that made me stop and think. Isn't it just as true that those of us who are doing our war jobs at home can do them better when we know the reason for them? When we really understand the need for saving. Even doing without some things, well, we don't mind it nearly as much. For instance, did you know it takes the nylon that would go into 186 pairs of stockings to make one medium aircraft tire? Well, Uncle Sam needs aircraft tires a lot more than we need new nylon stockings. We'll get along on what we have, plus a few new rayons and cottons, and do very nicely, thank you.
And if you'll take the right kind of care of the stockings you have, you can get along nicely a whole lot longer. Lux them after every wearing. It's been proved, you know, that luxing cuts stocking runs in half. The United States Testing Company, Incorporated, made a whole series of tests on rayon stockings. They washed them over and over in different ways, then tested them on a machine that pulls and strains them the way you do when you wear them. Stockings washed with new improved Lux Flakes kept so much more of their elasticity, they didn't go into runs nearly as quickly as those rubbed with cake soap or washed with a strong soap. Results showed Luxing cut down runs over 50%.
Well, that sounds as though it would pay all of us to stick to Lux Flakes.
It does pay, Libby, for all your stockings. Nightly Lux Care cuts way down on runs in silk, nylon, and cotton, as well as in rayon. Be sure to let rayons dry thoroughly. Rayon is temporarily weak when it's wet, you know, and doesn't regain its strength until it's dry all the way through. So don't wear your rayon stockings till 24 to 48 hours after you've luxed them. Get a big box of new, improved Lux tomorrow. You'll find it in the same blue package you know so well. But it's the new Lux, the safest, mildest Lux ever made, to help you save not only stockings, but all your washables. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of The Navy Comes Through, starring Ruth Hussey as Myra Mallory, Pat O'Brien as Mike Mallory, and George Murphy as Tom Sands. 1 4-inch naval gun and 10 men who don't know when to quit. This is the fighting equipment of a convoy freighter. Now the 4-inch gun is blasting away at the steel hide of a German U-boat.
Range 300, scale 50.
Range 300, scale 50.
Ready, set, fire! All right, boys. Don't get excited. No, don't get excited.
Come on, raise that dirty heinies.
Get on that gun. Ready, set, fire! Up 25, scale 51.
Bayless is hit. He's hit bad.
Kroner, take over for Bayless. Up 25, scale 51.
Up 25, scale 51.
Bayless. Hey, Bayless.
Doesn't get back to your station.
But he'll bleed to death.
Let him bleed. Get on that gun.
Ready,
set, fire!
You won't let me help him. The guy'll die.
Easy, kid, easy. Mallory's right. This isn't football, you know. There's no timeout for injuries.
Ready, set, fire!
Hey, Chief, they're quitting. Look, they're crash diving.
All right, hold your fire, men.
Yahoo! They're running. Oh, we sure knocked that heiny out of the box.
Yeah, you couldn't even hit an umpire with a pop bottle. Get a load of who's really pitching. It's one of our destroyers over there off the bow.
Hey, they're dishing us out of that sub. Just when we was getting in the groove.
Yeah, 1 more minute, we could have had them.
Don't be handing yourselves any bouquets. If those destroyers hadn't come up, you'd all be shark bait by now. Why? Because you weren't good enough in the pinch, that's why. The only one who acted like he knew what it was all about was Sands here. As for the rest of you, to put it mildly, well, I can't put it mildly. What about Bayless?
I don't know. They just took him below.
Oh, Mallory, the captain wants to see you. Seems that boy of yours was hurt pretty bad.
There was nothing much we could do for Bayless. He had a shell fragment in him down deep. It was a job for a surgeon, and that night we signaled another boat in the convoy. When the surgeon came over the rail in the morning, he had a Navy nurse with him.
Hiya, sailor.
Well, I might have known you'd show up.
I had to come, Mike.
Why?
Well, it might have been you who was hurt.
Yeah, it might have been him, too.
Yes, it might have been him.
Miss Mallory?
Coming, sir. I'll be seeing you, Mike.
Now, don't crowd, boys. Don't crowd.
Hey, Chief, who's the doll?
Say, she was beautiful, huh?
Hey, what's the quickest way to get sick?
Now, pipe down, you guys. I seen her first.
Yes, and it's the last time you'll see her on this ship.
Oh, Chief, how about her? She's just my type.
Well, for your information, she's my sister.
Anybody like to play game pinochle?
All right, get up on the gun deck. We're having a drill. Sands.
Yes?
Change your station. It's below in the magazine.
Till after the medical party leaves, is that
Yep,
it?
till after the medical party leaves.
Mr. Mallory, Commander Murray's instructions. Order the boat to return to the hospital ship.
For what reason?
We can't operate unless this ship lays to. The convoy's proceeding. We're remaining aboard the Sybil Grey. The
Sybil Grey was on her own for the next few days, about 6 hours behind the convoy. And then early one night, the captain ordered her engines stopped. We lay to, drifting in the fog.
Silence all ship's bells. No talking. I want absolute quiet.
Mike.
You better get below, Myra.
Why have we stopped?
Shh. You know where your lifeboat station is?
Yes. What's happened?
How's Bayless?
He's all right. The doctor's with him. Tell me what's going on.
Well, there's a German raider kicking around out there someplace. We can't take any chances. Come on now. Go on back to your cabin.
Mike, is this serious?
Well, if he spots us, he'll blast us right out of the water.
Thanks, Mike.
Wait a minute. Where are you going?
You know where I'm going. To Tom.
Myra, what about Joe O'Connor? Is he out of your life completely?
I don't love Joe O'Connor. I've got to see Tom.
Now look, sis, he has a job to do. So have you.
We may both be dead in 5 minutes. You can't stop me, Mike. You are the whole U.S. Navy.
Well, all right. Wait here. You always were a stubborn little Mick. Sands? Yes. Come here. Myra's down at the rail near her cabin. She wants to see you.
Is this in line of duty?
In a way, yes. Now look, I'm going to tell you something. In case we get out of this alive. There's a fellow back in New York by the name of Joe O'Connor, and he wants to marry Myra. He can give her everything you can't. The only thing that stands between them is you.
I guess you've made that clear enough, Mr. Mallory.
Tom, how much longer do we have to wait like this?
Can't tell. Maybe all night. We can't move till we know where that raider is.
Tom, put your arm around me.
Huh?
Please.
All right.
I'm not afraid if we're together. Are you?
Myra, if anything should happen, remember, get clear of the ship.
Do you love me, Tom?
Listen.
I said, do you love me?
Quiet. Do you hear it?
Is that a German raider?
Yes, it must be.
It's coming right toward us.
Shh, don't talk. Don't even move. Hang on tight, kiddo.
Tom, they passed us.
Yes, they didn't miss us by much.
No. They might as well kill me. You scare me to death.
Well, Myra, I guess we better get back to our jobs.
I've always felt my job was kind of looking after you.
I've got to get back on watch now.
Tom, what is it? Still pride?
No, Myra, not exactly.
Well, there must be some reason.
There is. You see, when I was on the West Coast, I met a girl.
Oh. Well, thank you for letting me make such a fool of myself. Good night, Tom.
Back to your watch, Sands.
Yes, sir. Oh, Mallory, you can stop worrying. The opinion that I'm a heel is now unanimous.
There are times when a convoy trip is like a 10-day pleasure cruise. And then there are times when you run into grief from the night you up anchor. We'd been shot at from below, now they let us have it from the skies. Machine gun stations! Machine gun stations! All right, get on those guns. Get on those guns! Come on! Come on, men!
Myra, get below!
Tom, there's a man hurt here.
You hear what I said? Get below! You can't do anything now!
Just give me a hand with it. If I can get him under the...
Myra, look out! Parents, take over this gun.
Okay, Admiral.
That girl there, she's pinned under the boom. Keep that gun fired till I get back.
Okay, Admiral. Sampler?
Here.
Dutson?
Here. Did we do all right, Chief?
You don't see any Heine planes, do you?
No, sir.
Kroner?
Here.
Behringer?
Behringer's over here, Mallory.
Behringer got it pretty bad, Chief.
Just one of us? Where's Sands? Sands!
Sands isn't here.
Well, didn't anybody see him?
I didn't. He wasn't at his gun.
He was supposed to be with Behringer.
He wasn't.
Mallory, you come here a minute.
How is he?
You can see for yourself.
Hey, Chief.
Hiya, Behringer.
Well, I, I got one of them. Did you see?
Sure I did.
Good job, fella. Yeah. Hey, look. About Sands. I heard you talking.
Well, he wasn't at the gun, was he?
No, he went below. He was...
Easy, son. Don't try to talk.
No, look, he...
Here, Sands.
You want me?
Yes, I did. A little while ago, we could have used you up here.
Oh, what's the matter?
You ran out. That's what's the matter.
Wait a minute. Hold it, kid.
Why weren't you at your gun?
Well, Berenger can tell you that. He was Berenger.
I'm afraid he can't. He's dead.
What were you going to say, Sands?
Nothing.
You know, Sands, I'd like your alibis better if somebody lived to back them up. I didn't know Myra's been hurt until later. I figured she must have been hit and crawled below where we found her. She was unconscious. But the surgeon said she'd live, and that afternoon we had a service on deck for Berenger. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. Unto Almighty God we commend the soul of our comrade departed, and we commit his body to the deep, in sure and certain hope of the resurrection unto eternal life to our Lord Jesus Christ, at whose coming in glorious majesty to judge the world, the sea shall give up her dead. Amen.
I tell you, Chief, I did it. I unscrambled the stuff.
What are you talking about? What's it on the radio now?
He's telling you, Chief, it's German scramble talk.
Yeah, but it's coming in clear. They're talking in German right now.
What are they saying? Kroner, can you translate that stuff?
I'm getting it.
Wait.
They're finished.
Well, what is it?
There's a submarine supply ship, latitude 60, longitude 1115.
Supply ship in these waters?
She's flying a British flag. They're carrying torpedoes.
Which way is she proceeding?
Northwest at 12 knots to meet with subs. Recognition signal, Zieg, by blinker.
Look, Chief, if we went after her, we could intercept her by morning.
Yeah.
Let's go, Chief.
We got her.
That's up to the merchant marine. I'll ask the captain.
You mean you'll tell him?
No, I mean I'll ask him.
What's your plan, Mr. Mallory? To sink this supply ship?
No, sir. I'd like to take her over as a prize of war.
I see. Who will sail her?
Well, if you could spare me enough men for a crew.
Well, I could let you have a quartermaster. Skeleton crew, but with my second officer dead, there's no navigator I can give you.
No navigator, huh? All right, I'll take you up on that.
I haven't agreed yet, Mr. Mallory. You realize this is a very dangerous proceeding?
Yes, sir, but taking her over would mean crippling sub-action in these waters for weeks and maybe months.
Look here, Mr. Mallory. I've had 3 ships torpedoed under me already. I've swum in burning oil. I've floated 10 days on a raft. I've starved and I've frozen. And now what are you asking me to do? Go to war?
Yes, sir.
I thought I was over draft age. All right. Mr. Reynolds, change course. Head us southwest.
Southwest it is, sir.
You should have been in the Navy, Captain.
Yeah, looks like I am.
We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille returns with George Murphy, Ruth Hussey, and Pat O'Brien for Act 3 of The Navy Comes Through. Meanwhile, here it is May, and high time you were getting that victory garden of yours planted. Along with your vegetables, plant just as many flowers as you can. That's a suggestion the Department of Agriculture is making to all victory gardeners. For fresh flowers add so much to the beauty of your garden and home, and give a welcome lift to the spirits, too. Now, if you haven't sent for your Lux flower seeds, don't delay. The orders are pouring in by the thousands. And no wonder. This offer is a real bargain. 6 big packets of flower seeds for only 10 cents and the opening tab from a box of Lux Flakes or the wrapper from a cake of Lux toilet soap. Yes, you get 6 different flower garden favorites for only $1. Long-stemmed Shirley poppies, tall cosmos, giant African marigolds, candy tuft, heavenly blue morning glories, and prize-winning zinnias. You'll have dozens and dozens of plants to fill your garden with color all summer long. Many of them will bloom in window boxes or flower pots, too. They're all first-quality seeds, and every one has been treated with plant hormones to give you bigger, earlier blossoms. They're easy to grow. Simply follow the directions on the back of each packet. Here's how to get your Lux Flower Garden favorites. Take the opening tab from any size box of Lux Flakes or the wrapper from 1 cake of Lux toilet soap. Mail it with 10 cents in coin, no stamps, please, to Lux Flower Garden, Box 1, New York City. Lux Flower Garden, Box 1, New York City. Be sure to enclose your own name and address, of course. You can get an order blank from your dealer or just write out your order on a piece of paper. But whatever you do, don't delay. Your seeds should be planted soon, and it may take up to 3 weeks for them to reach you. Remember, for each set of 6 seed packets you order, send 10 cents in coin and either the opening tab from a box of Lux Flakes or the wrapper from a cake of Lux toilet soap to Lux Flower Garden, Box 1, New York City. No stamps, please. This offer expires May 31st and is good only in the United States. Now Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
After the play, you'll meet our stars. And you'll also meet a lieutenant in the waves. Now the curtain for the 3rd act of The Navy comes through, starring Pat O'Brien, Ruth Hussey, and George Murphy.
We sighted the supply ship at dawn. Like Kroner had said, she was flying the British flag. That didn't stop us from putting a shot across her bow. 2 more in the same place, and she hove to. The British flag came down, and a white one went up in its place. She'd quit without firing a shot. I didn't like it much. I've learned not to trust the Fritzies. I called the men together, gave them the orders for boarding. Then I went below to say goodbye to Myra. I didn't go in, though. The surgeon told me Sam.
Sit down, Tom. It was nice of you to come. They told me you asked for me.
How are you, Myra?
I guess I'll live. Thanks for getting me down here.
Who told you I did that?
No one. But it couldn't have been anyone else.
Well, look, I wish you'd forget about it.
Forget? Why?
Well, just personal reasons. Just don't mention it, huh?
All right. You're a funny guy, Tom.
Well, Myra, I better say so long now. I'm on duty.
Yes, I know all about it. The surgeon told me. And look, Tom, I just wanted to tell you something before you go. That girl, you know, back on the coast, the one you said...
Myra...
Well, it's all right, Tom. I've been thinking it all over, lying here. You know what I think, Tom?
What?
I think there never was a girl out on the coast.
Myra,
Goodbye, Tom. Good luck.
We boarded the Odin inside an hour.
Make fast! Make fast!
The captain met me as I came over the rail, handing me his revolver.
Well, I can't say I'm pleased to meet you, sir, but we carry a load of high explosives. You caught us by surprise.
That was the idea, Captain.
What are your orders, please?
I'm taking this ship as a prize of war.
I imagine you need the tonnage, thanks to our U-boat campaign. And I suppose you want us to go aboard your ship now?
That's it. Get your men together.
Gestanden! Links on! Dort!
Wait a second, as you were.
Well, Sands, what are you sounding off about?
Well, it just occurred to me that this fellow's in an awful hurry to get himself and his men off this ship.
Well, so what?
Considering we're loaded to the gunnels with torpedoes, I thought it might be a good idea to hold these prisoners aboard just for insurance.
I think maybe you got an idea there, Sands. Captain, stick around for a while, huh? Tell your men they're going to stay aboard.
Very well. Wir müssen noch ein Weilchen hier bleiben.
Now tell them we're going to batten them down in the forward hold and keep them there for the rest of the voyage.
Für die Rest der Fahrt werden Sie nach der Baum gefangen gehalten.
Nein! Nein! Immer dicken, dünnen Platz zu
All right, Captain, cool off. What's the matter with that man of yours?
Here, you, come on, step out, talk up. What is it? Ask him, Kroner.
Was ist los, Junge?
Das Torpedo ist miniert.
He says one of the torpedoes has been set to explode.
All right. Time to take you and Sands to it. Everybody else stay put. Go on, get going.
Come on, you. Well, here it is, Mallory.
Is that the fuse? I never saw one like that.
It's a detonator, the type used in delayed action bombs.
How does it work?
This half here is filled with nitric acid, and this part's filled with fulminate. When you screw them together tight, the acid eats through the lead and hits the fulminate and sets off the explosive.
Are there any more of them?
Yeah, there are more fuses, but this is the only torpedo that was set to go off.
Well, then we can let their crew board the Sybil Gray. Take care of it, Santa.
A pleasure, Chief. Okay, you Heinies, get over that rail there.
You know, Sands, you used your head a while ago, but I want to remind you that I'm still giving the orders around here.
I'm sorry, I forgot myself.
Well, that's okay. Now I got a job for you. I want you to go up on the bridge and navigate us into Belfast.
You mean you want me to take charge of this ship?
That's what I said. Sybil Gray couldn't spare a navigator.
Oh, I see. Asking favors, huh?
I'm not asking a favor. I'm giving an order.
That's a pretty strange order for a CPO to be giving a second-class seaman. Seems to me that's over and above the line of duty. That's a job for a volunteer.
All right. Okay, Sands. If it gives you any satisfaction, I'm asking you to volunteer.
I'll volunteer, Mallory, but I refuse to sail her to Belfast.
What do you mean?
This ship is loaded with torpedoes for enemy submarines. I propose we deliver them.
Deliver them?
With one of these fuses in each consignment. Or we can do more damage to the submarine campaign than a whole flotilla of destroyers.
It's my duty to bring this prize into port.
Well, I'll relieve you of that responsibility. I refuse to navigate this ship anywhere except after submarines.
I'm still giving the order.
Yes, I know. You said that before. Now, what about the crew? Looks like a volunteer job for them, too.
I'll vouch for my crew.
You like the idea, then?
Yeah, I like it. The only thing I don't like about it is that you thought of it. Go on up on the bridge and take over. The Sybil Gray shoved off to join the Atlantic Patrol, and then we headed the Odin northwest on the same course she'd been before. With Kroner doing the talking over the radio, we raised every sub for 100 miles around. Then they started flocking toward us. First was due any minute. I had the boys up on deck, giving them some last-minute orders. All right, boys. I've told each one of you what your job is. Now, don't rely on your own judgment. You're liable to throw a wrench into the works. All right, Dutch, try him out on that Heine talk.
Zu Befehl!
No murder.
It isn't very good, Chief.
No, try that other thing.
All together now. Heil Hitler!
Heil Hitler. Phooey.
Cut it out, Samter.
I don't like that Hitler routine.
Well, you got to do a lot of things you don't like to win a war. Try it again.
All together. Heil Hitler!
Heil Hitler.
That isn't very good either.
No, you're not kidding. You know, the more I think of it, the best thing to do is to keep your mouth shut.
Periscope astern.
A periscope.
Hey, Mallory, here comes your first customer.
There she is right behind us. She's coming up.
Get your men set, Mallory. She'll be alongside in a minute.
Go ahead, boys. Get to your post. Kroner, you do the talking.
Don't worry.
Sands, you better go up on the bridge. You know, even with that Heine uniform, that Irish kisser of yours won't fool anybody.
Speaking of Irish kissers, ask the man who owns one.
May I suggest, gentlemen, that neither one of you is exactly the conventional German type.
All right. I'll get below. The sub came alongside, and we loaded her with torpedoes. One of them with a surprise package in it. When she was ready to leave, Kroner stood at the rail giving out with a Heine salute.
Heil Hitler! Heil Hitler!
The sub shoved off. And then about a half a mile, he blew up into a million pieces. 1-0, favor us. That night we scored again. Then again. It was like shooting fish in a rain barrel. When we had 7 of them, we ran out of torpedoes. We turned and headed for Belfast. Sands, where are you?
Up here, on the gun deck.
What do you think you're doing?
I was just inspecting this magazine flood system.
Well, you handle the navigation. I'm still running the gun deck.
Well, why don't you run it right, then? That flood valve is frozen.
I'll run it right. Let me at that thing.
Hey, it is frozen, isn't it? I thought those squareheads were supposed to be so efficient.
Anybody can make a mistake.
Yeah, once.
Oh, Kroner.
Yes?
Check that overflow pipe.
I did.
Is it working?
It's working.
All right. Don't forget to secure that door when you go out. Well, what are you waiting for?
Why are you trying to make the crew hate you more each day?
What the crew thinks about me doesn't make any particular difference.
If you would only make an effort.
Look, Kroner, it's only when you're guilty that you have to make an effort to prove your innocence. And don't forget to secure that door.
It's getting boring, that's all I say.
Pipe down, Samter.
Ah, look at us. All that fun with those subs, and now we're sitting around doing nothing. It's getting boring, that's all.
That Nazi who flew over us this morning broke the monotony a little.
So what did he do? Not a thing.
He thought we were German, that's why.
I wonder if he did.
What do you mean, Kroner?
I tried to speak to him on the radio. He wouldn't answer.
What? What? You mean he might have been wise to us?
Who knows?
Periscope of the port bow.
Hey!
Listen, you guys, watch the periscope, will you?
All right, boys, on the job. Get moving. You'll be coming alongside.
But we have no more torpedoes.
You tell him that, Kroner. Get rid of him as quick as you can.
There he is. See him?
Never mind that gab. Get ready to go into your act. Come on.
Mallory.
Yeah, what?
He's changing his course. They're topside men in the gun.
Battle stations! Battle stations! You merchant marine men, get below.
Get below nothing. We want to get in this scrap. Hard aport. Aye, aye, sir. Full speed ahead. Full speed ahead.
Come on, you men. Come on.
Good crew ready.
All right, let's go. Range 3, scale 5-0.
Range 3, scale 5-0.
Ready.
Set, fire! No change, load.
No change, load.
Load, ready.
Set, fire! No change, load.
Load, ready.
Set, fire!
Hold me. Hey, Mallory, there's another customer to starboard.
Okay, I see him. Swing her stern around.
Right,
ready. Set, fire! Nice going, boys. Nice going. Keep up that rhythm.
Ready.
Set, fire! All right. Keep it going. Keep it going.
Chief, the powder magazine. There's fire in there.
All right, turn on the flood valve.
I can't. It's frozen.
What do you mean it's frozen?
I tell you, Chief, it's frozen.
All right, there's another valve inside the powder magazine. I'll go down and see if that was working.
Wait, Chief. You can't go down
All
there.
All right, take over, Kroner. I'll be right back.
Load, ready. Set, fire.
The inside of that magazine was thick with smoke. I tried to find the valve, but it flooded the place with water, and then I guess the smoke got me. I couldn't reach the valve. I couldn't even get out of the place. I went down on my knees, choking. The last thing I remember was a fellow coming down the ladder and groping his way toward me through the smoke. He got to the valve and turned it on. He got me out of there, too. Don't ask me how, I wouldn't. The fellow's name was Tom Sands. The boys got those subs. Yep, both of them. When we could finally get our breath again, we lined up on the aft rail to take count of the wounded. The Navy and the Merchant Marine, too.
Hey, you Navy guys. Nice pitching in there.
Nice pitching yourself, men. All right, boys, get a load of some real sailors. I guess I knew what I was talking about when I told you not to sell the Merchant Marine short. All right, clear your wounded. Kroner, you were hit, weren't you? Well, you don't have to help.
I'm all right, Chief. I'd like to help.
Okay. Nice going, Dutch.
Oh, I'm not Dutch. I'm an American.
Yep. And I don't think anybody will ever question that fellow. Oh, Sands.
Yes, sir?
Well, you certainly saved my hide. As a matter of fact, all of our hides.
If you'd have done your job right, it wouldn't have been necessary for either one of us to go down to that magazine.
I did my job right.
Board of Inquiry wouldn't think so.
What?
They'd want to know why that valve didn't work.
Well, I could tell them. I fixed it myself yesterday.
Then how do you account for the fact that it wouldn't work when the magazine caught on fire?
Well, I can't account for it.
I had the same trouble once myself in a gun turret. Remember? On the Bayonne?
Yeah, the Bayonne. That's right. Well, I guess if you could take it, so can I.
You won't have to, Mallory. It just happens I know you repaired that valve, and I'm alive to tell him.
Say, wait a minute, sailor. You know, I can't figure how a guy with guts enough to go down in that magazine...
Yeah, I know what it is you want to know. Why I ran away from my gun that day, huh?
That's exactly what I want to know.
Well, why don't you ask your sister?
We were picked up that night by the North Atlantic Patrol, and a month later we were back in the USA in Washington.
The Court of Inquiry is reconvened in the case of Thomas L. Sands.
Oh, they cleared him pretty fast. When we were both set up to Newport to go with another outfit.
Hello, Lieutenant.
Hello, Myra.
I came to see you off, Tom. Your gold braid's beautiful.
So are you.
Oh, by the way, that girl out on the coast.
Yeah?
I spoke to her. She married a Marine.
No, oh, fine.
So I guess I can go right on chasing you, can't I?
You want to know something? You won't have to run very fast.
Company, halt! All right, men. Now, you joined the Navy to see action, and you're going to get it. You're going to serve under a man who likes plenty of action. I know because I've seen plenty of it with him. Lieutenant Thomas L. Sands. All right. Come on, leave first!
Not a bad-looking outfit we've got here, Chief.
Yeah, they're all right. They got plenty to learn the hard way.
Oh, you wouldn't admit it if they were perfect.
Of course not. What do you want me to do, spoil them?
Well, they'll learn all right, and a lot more like them. And when they get rolling, they're going to be a tough outfit to stop.
Awful tough.
You know, there was a pretty fair sailor once by the name of John Paul Jones. He said...
Yeah, I know. We've just begun to fight.
Before our stars return to the microphone, listen a minute. This message is for you. In your kitchen, you've got part of what it takes to fire those guns, to drop those bombs on Berlin or Tokyo. Your waste kitchen fats contain glycerin, one of the things needed to make explosives and other materials of war. Now, it's not a romantic job to collect waste kitchen fat, but every bit you turn into your meat dealer is important. Every tablespoonful counts. If you save a tablespoonful a day, it amounts to a pound a month, enough to make nearly 1.5 pounds of smokeless powder. Save every bit of fat. Use what you can, of course. Strain it, reuse it. Only after it's done its job for you should you turn it in for salvage. Then strain it into a clean can. Any kind of a fruit or vegetable or soup can will do. Don't use paper or glass containers because they leak or break. The cans you turn in will be salvaged as well as the fats. When the can is full, take it to your meat dealer promptly. He'll pay you cash for every pound. And within 21 days, that fat will be going into gunpowder or other war materials. Remember, no amount is too small to count. Save every bit and turn it in promptly. This is an everyday war job for every home in America. Now, here's Mr. DeMille with our stars.
The Navy always comes through, and so do players like Ruth Hussey, Pat O'Brien, and George Murphy. It's curtain call time right now.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. It was a privilege to have a part in this inspiring story of the Navy gun crews.
And it was swell of you, Ruth, to step in at the last minute. You did a grand job.
I was delighted to do it for Joan Bennett and Mr. DeMille and everyone here. I know Joan will be all right in a day or two.
Well, we all hope so, Ruth. Pat, how about a little news on your jaunt overseas? You've seen some of the Navy firsthand while you've been entertaining soldiers and sailors.
Yes, I made the whole trip around the Caribbean by air, CB. Didn't set foot on a boat for the whole 11,000 miles, except for a couple of trips up the river into the jungle. I don't think we missed flying in any crate down there that had wings.
Giving up that trip was a big bit disappointment to me, Pat. I guess I missed some exciting times. Pretty rugged country down there, isn't it?
Yes, it is, and those boys are in some pretty lonely places. We put on 75 shows from Puerto Rico straight on into Dutch Guiana, and I want to do it all over again.
And I'll be with you this time if I don't get out before that, Pat.
George, I've asked a member of a rather new branch of the Navy to come here tonight and tell us something about it. She's the daughter of Irene Rich. She's been a very good friend of mine for some years. But first, let me tell you about next week's play.
What is it to be, Mr. DeMille?
Ruth, it's one of the great love stories the screen has brought us this year. Warner Brothers' distinguished dramatic success, Now Voyager. And our stars will be Ida Lupino and Paul Henreid. The picture has played to packed houses all over the country. And next Monday, we'll bring you this powerful story of a woman's sacrifice for love with Ida Lupino and Hollywood's newest sensation, Paul Henreid.
That was a very fine picture, CB. It's a cinch. Your audience is going to love it.
Now, I'd like to have you all meet Irene Rich's daughter, Lieutenant Frances Rich of the Waves.
Good evening, and thank you, Uncle Cecil. I've enjoyed tonight's play immensely.
Uncle Cecil, huh? You didn't tell us about that, CB.
Well, he isn't really my uncle, Mr. Murphy, but I've always called him that. I went to school with his daughters.
As a matter of fact, George, I'm the proud owner of the first piece of sculpture that Frances ever made, long before she acquired a national reputation as an artist.
Thanks for those kind words. After the war, I hope to go back to my trade. But I have another job now, and I think Pat O'Brien can help me out a little.
Say the word, Lieutenant.
Well, when you visited those Caribbean bases, were the boys getting the news from home?
Well, most of them were, thanks to V-mail.
Well, the amount of mail that must go overseas to our armed forces has presented a terrific problem to the Army and Navy.
V-mail's the way of photographing letters on very small film, isn't it?
Yes, it is, and it saves valuable cargo spaces on ships and planes. V-mail has priority over all other mail, and it's always sent by air. We hope to persuade everyone to use it when writing overseas, and any stationery store has V-mail letter paper.
I'd like to know a little more about your branch of the service, Lieutenant, the Waves.
Well, any woman may join, Miss Hussey, who is a citizen between the ages of 20 and 50 and doesn't have children under 18.
Well, just what Navy jobs have the Waves taken over, Francis? I mean, Lieutenant.
Well, it would take me from now until 2400 to tell you all of them.
Pardon me, but what's 2400?
Well, that's midnight in the Navy, Miss Hussey. You know, every wave releases a man for our fighting ships. They're learning to operate the control towers at Navy airfields. You'll find them working as machinists, metal workers, radio operators, meteorologists, photographers, and dozens of other jobs, all interesting.
In brief, I take it that you think very well of the Waves.
Well, how else can a girl think when each new day is really more interesting than the last? Well, may I thank you all, and good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. Best of luck to the Waves, Francis. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Ida Lupino and Paul Henreid in Now Voyager. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Ruth Hussey will soon be seen in the Paramount picture The Uninvited. Heard in tonight's play were George Sorel as Croner, Eddie Marr as Samter, Edwin Mills as Dutson, Warren Ash as Behringer, and Griff Barnett, Charles Seal, Harry Flashman, Fred Mackay, Noel Madison, Norman Field, and Leo Cleary. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. And this is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in next Monday night to hear Ida Lupino and Paul Henreid in Now Voyager.
Today, you can't afford to be tired or nervous because of a diet low in vitamins. Yet, with food rationing and shortages, it's harder to get vitamin-rich foods. So take Vims. Vims are scientifically designed to help make meals complete. Vims give you all the vitamins government experts say are essential, balanced in the formula doctors endorse. And Vims supply all the minerals commonly lacking. Get Vims at druggists. VI for vitamins, double MS for minerals. Vims. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you George Raft and Harry Carey in Air Force. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Millions of Americans will never forget one certain moment of their lives. The moment on December 7th, 1941, when that news came from Pearl Harbor. I was sitting quietly at home going over a Lux Radio Theater play when my daughter rushed in from next door to tell me it had happened. If it made such an impression on me, quietly reading a manuscript at home, think what it meant to the crew of a flying fortress when they learned that news a few hours away from Hawaii. It's the story of this crew and their plane, the Mary Ann, that's told tonight in Air Force. Warner Brothers made the motion picture, And it's one of the finest tributes the screen has yet paid to the men of the United States Army Air Forces. Now it's radio's turn. And our cast for Air Force is headed by George Raft and Harry Carey. I think it's only fair to call tonight's play a love story. Because when a plane has carried men safely through a rain of death and brought them home again, when they've dared the impossible together and done it, there's something between that plane and its crew that's almost akin to love. Celestial navigation takes mathematics. And a member of our production staff, with a mathematical turn of mind, has just calculated the total of all the audiences that have listened to the Lux Radio Theater for the past 9 years. It comes to about 4 times the population of the whole world. He says that 8,160,000,000 listeners have heard these plays which Lux Flakes brings you each Monday night. Just add up how many times you've listened, and you may account for 400 or so yourself. I don't have any figures on how much Lux Flakes it would take to do the washing for 8 billion people. But I do know a good many millions of you must be very happy with it, because the number's going up all the time. Well, it's time for the takeoff. And here's the curtain for the first act of Air Force, starring George Raft as Joe Winocki and Harry Carey as Sergeant White. Mayfield, California, December 6th, 1941.
Code message to Commanding Officer, 48th Wing, Mayfield. Practice flight of B-17s will take off at 2400, December 6th. Destination, Hickam Field, Hawaii.
There you are, Captain Quincannon.
Thank you, sir. Will we be flying on radio beam all the way?
All the way.
Are we taking bomb sights along?
We're ferrying them fully equipped except for ammunition.
Yes, sir.
Check your planes thoroughly beyond the hangar line by 10 o'clock.
Yes, sir.
That was the way it started. A routine flight of Boeing B-17s out of Mayfield. Well, it was supposed to be routine, only it turned out different. Joe Winocki's my name, Sergeant Winocki, assigned to the flight as a gunner. I had orders to report to plane 0114. The Mary Ann, they called it, so I showed up on the line a couple of minutes before 12. They hadn't told us yet where we were going, and I was sort of down on the whole deal. I didn't feel like making that trip. You'll see why later. The Mary Ann was number 1 on the line. When I walked up, the pilot was checking the plane with the crew chief, an old-time sergeant by the name of White.
How's everything going, White?
Everything's going fine, sir. I put a new magneto on number 2, gear shot. They told me to get it ready for a long trip, but they didn't tell me where.
Oh, they didn't, huh?
No, sir.
Can you keep a secret, Sergeant?
Yes, sir.
That's good.
Yes, sir.
Captain Quincannon?
Yes?
Private Chester reporting, sir. Second radio.
Oh, this is Sergeant White, your crew chief.
Hi, son.
How do you do, sir?
Glad to have you with us, Chester.
Oh, I'm awful glad to be assigned to your ship, sir. I've been hoping to get on a flying fortress ever since I got out of radio school.
How long ago was that?
3 months ago, sir. But I've had experience. I've been in light bombers.
That's fine. Better turn him over to Peterson, Sergeant. I'll be in operations if you want me.
Yes, sir. You'll find Peterson inside, son.
Gee, it must be a big flight. 9 fortresses.
So they say.
Do you know, can you tell me where we're going?
Well, can you keep a secret?
Well, yes, sir.
That's good.
Sorry, sir.
See you later, son.
Hey, are you the crew chief?
Yeah, my name's White. Are you the new gunner?
Yeah, Winocki. Joe Winocki.
We've been expecting you, Sergeant. Put your stuff inside.
Okay.
You're lucky to make this trip, Winocki. One of our regular gunners on furlough.
Oh, I wouldn't say I'm lucky.
Oh. No?
No. What's lucky about it?
Okay, get going.
Looks like everything's okay, Sergeant.
I think so, sir.
How about the coffee and sandwiches?
Got 'em, sir.
I wish we could get hold of an extra supply of oxygen.
Already inside the plane, sir.
How'd you do that?
6 bottles.
Haven't got an extra engine, have you?
Well, almost enough parts to build one, I guess, sir.
Good. You know, I'm getting sort of worried about my wife. She said she'd be here by now.
Oh, Winocki, come over here.
Yeah.
Who's this, our new gunner?
Yes, sir. This is Captain Quincannon.
Winocki, huh? Don't I know you, Sergeant?
I think you do, sir.
You were at Randolph Field, weren't you?
That's right.
About 2 years ago, while I was instructing there?
That's right.
Oh, yes, I remember.
I think you remember. Anything else, sir?
No, not now.
Thanks. I'll get aboard.
Pleasant guy, isn't he?
Yeah.
Anyhow, I guess that new radio man of ours is a pretty good kid.
I guess he is.
Seems like we're getting him right off the bottle now, sir.
Well, we were all pretty young when we started out, Robbie. How old is that kid of yours you talk so much about?
21, sir.
Where is he stationed?
Clarkfield, Manila. They got him on one of those pea shooters. Just got a boost, too.
If he gets another bar on his shoulders, you're going to have a bigger head.
Can you imagine me saluting my own kid?
You'd pin his ears down if he didn't take it. Oh, Weinberg, you haven't seen Mrs. Quincannon, have you?
No, sir, I ain't.
Well, guess I've been ditched.
You better get aboard, Weinberg.
Yes, sir.
Guess we'd all better get aboard. Come on, Sergeant.
Irish! There she is, sir.
Right with you, honey. Tell Lieutenant Williams to turn the motors over.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Mary.
Oh, Irish.
It's about time, Mrs. Quincannon. What happened? Did you have another date?
Flat tire. Did you ever try to get a taxi out here? I was scared stiff I wouldn't make it.
So was I.
And I couldn't bring Michael. It was a little too late for him. But he sent you this package.
What is it?
It's his favorite toy. It's quite a sacrifice.
A monkey on the string?
Mm-hmm. From now on, it's your good luck charm.
Tell him thanks, will you?
Oh, darling, couldn't I stow away?
Hey, do you want to get me court-martialed?
Uh-huh.
It's just a routine flight. I'll be back in a couple of weeks. We'll take time off for that honeymoon.
I remember every honeymoon we didn't take. Even the first one.
So do I. Anyway, you haven't got much chance to be bored with me.
Oh, I'll never be bored with you, Irish. It's been fun, every minute of it. Such good fun that... Well, I guess I'm just lucky.
Yeah, me too.
Irish, Look, when you go out in the rain, you'll remember to wear your rubbers, won't you?
Sure I will.
All ready, sir?
Coming. Well, so long, kid.
So long. I'll be waiting. Don't forget your good luck charm.
Don't worry. Bye.
Bye, darling.
We're all set, sir. Major Roberts just checked the flight.
Good. Everybody in, Sergeant?
Everybody in, sir?
Lock pins out?
Lock pins out, sir.
Check controls for 3 movement. Check.
Major Roberts to control tower. Takeoff instructions for flight of 9 B-17s. Sir, is this a local flight? No, this is not a local flight. Okay to taxi up to north end of ramp. Use runway 28, wind west 15. Go ahead. Roger. Roberts to flight. All planes follow me. Use runway 28, wind west 15 miles. Take off at 30-second intervals. Let's go.
All right. Wheels up.
Coming up, sir.
Well, Robbie, looks like the motors are going to run okay.
Thank you, sir.
Well, by the way, you can tell the crew now. Our next stop is Hickam Field.
We took off at 12 on the nose. Once in the air, they told us where we were headed. Hickam Field, Hawaii, next stop. The crew got pretty excited when they heard about it. But me, I figured it was just another trip. The enlisted men were sitting around shooting the breeze. When we passed over San Francisco, the radio kid, Chester, was just about jumping out of his pants.
Golly, look at it. Don't it look pretty in the moonlight? Christmas crackers, that's an awful big town, San Francisco.
Strictly a whistle stop. There's only one city in the USA, and that's New York.
Oh, you're just another hometown hick, Weinberg. What's wrong with California?
California? The sun shines and nothing ever happens. Before you know it, you're 60 years old.
It's no different from New York. My sister's been trying to get out of Brooklyn for the last 40 years.
Trying to get out? Don't she know when she's well off? Now, me, I was born in Brooklyn. Yeah, and I want to die in Brooklyn. I tell you, when you cross the Brooklyn Bridge, you're out of this world.
You ain't kidding.
Oh, a smart guy, huh?
Me, I'll take Minneapolis.
Minneapolis. Why, the grass still grows in the streets. Besides, that ain't your hometown, Peterson. The hayseed's still sticking out of your hair.
Yeah, but I can still milk a cow. I bet you can't.
And I'll get mine out of a bottle. That's the closest I ever want to be to a cow.
Well, you're sure handy with the old bull.
Gee, you know, we're sure getting a break, huh, Wanaki?
Why? What do you mean?
Oh, this whole trip. Well, there's a million fellas down there'd give anything to be in our shoes right now.
Yeah? Why?
Oh, I don't mean just this flight, Wanaki. I mean, well, everything we've got to look forward to.
Yeah? Well, how far do you think you'll get as an enlisted man?
Oh, a lot of enlisted men get commissions. Look at the training you get. And the experience, too.
Look, if you don't go through flying school, you don't rate.
No, I don't believe that.
No? Well, I know, see?
Well, what are you in it for?
Well, I'm not for long. I've had enough of the Army. I'm getting out next month.
Oh, you're getting out, huh?
That's right, Sergeant.
Well, I'm not.
You stick to what you believe in, kid. Don't listen to guys like him.
What are you going to be in another 20 years, Sergeant? A brigadier?
No, but my boy is. Him and me kind of like the old Air Corps. You stay in a box, Chester, and keep right on pitching.
Yeah, that's what I say.
Yeah, keep right on pitching. You'll be a corporal inside of a year, maybe.
Everybody all right in here?
Yes, sir.
Have some coffee, Captain?
Thanks, Sergeant.
Yes, sir. Want some coffee, Winaki?
No, thanks.
How's it going, Winaki?
All right, sir.
Come up front a minute, will you?
Sure.
Winaki, I want to talk to you.
That's okay. Can I talk too?
Sure. Get it off your chest. I want to get things straight with you.
I think I'm straight. I don't know if you are, sir.
I think I know what's bothering you.
Oh, do you?
Yeah. In a way, I don't blame you. You wanted to fly and be a pilot, didn't you?
Who doesn't?
You had your chance.
Did I?
Yeah, and you blew it.
That's what you think.
No, you couldn't make it. You scraped around for a while, and then when the going got tough...
Yeah, and you washed me out.
I didn't run you into Driscoll's plane and cut his tail off.
You washed me out of the school. I could have been flying one of these if it hadn't been for that.
It wasn't I who washed you out, Winaki. It was the board.
Yeah, on your recommendation.
You lack flying ability. You should have been eliminated sooner. I want you to know that nobody held you responsible for Driscoll's death.
Except you, sir.
Not me either. Get that out of your head. Now, look, Winaki. There are two other men on this ship who washed out as pilots. McMartin's a bombardier. Hauser went in for navigation. And they're both good. You're a good gunner, or you wouldn't have the rating you've got. We need you, just like we need the whole gang. It takes all of us to make this ship function. You played football, Winaki. You know how one man can gum up the whole works. Now, you got to play ball with us and play the game, or I'll have to get rid of you.
Nice speech. But my enlistment runs out in 3 weeks.
You're quitting, huh?
Yes, sir.
Well, that's your privilege. But until that time, you're still in the Army, and don't you forget it.
Yes, sir.
You know, I'm sorry for you, Winaki.
Yes, sir. Anything else, sir?
No, that's all.
Yeah, that was me, all right. Tough guy. Walking around with a sour puss and a chip on my shoulder. Well, I got knocked off pretty soon by a little monkey of a guy with a smile on his face and a knife in his fist. A guy by the name of Tojo. We were in the radio room when we heard about it. An hour out of Hickam Field. I remember everybody was feeling very gay until we got the news.
Hey, Weinberg, lay off, will you? I'm trying to get a weather report
No,
here.
I'm sorry, Pete.
You got Hickam Field yet, Pete?
Yeah, they're on now.
Well, fellas, won't be long now before I see old Diamond Head sticking out of that ocean.
Well, that suits Weinberg. Boy, what I wouldn't give to be in a nice traffic jam back home. This wide open space stuff is the bunk. 2,000 miles and I ain't even seen a fish.
I kind of like it. Like being on the prairies when I was a kid.
You know, it's a funny thing. I never used to think there was anything west of Manhattan but New Jersey.
Hey, you guys. I was just talking to Lieutenant Hauser, the navigator. Do you know who his father was?
Sure. Monkhauser.
Who's that?
What do you mean, who's that? How old were you in the last war?
Well, I was
You were old
about,
enough to read, weren't you?
Yeah, I was old enough to read. What about it?
Well, did you ever hear of Monkhauser with Eddie Rickenbacker's outfit?
Hauser? Well, sure. Well, what do you know? And he was Lieutenant Hauser's old man?
That was him. I knew him. He's plenty good till he knocked him down.
He sure was. The best.
Well, why ain't this kid a pilot then?
Before he started Randolph. Guess he tried a little too hard.
Yeah, like a lot of others.
Hey, that's funny.
What's funny, Peters?
Hickam Field radio went off right in the middle of the weather report.
Oh, maybe it faded out.
Oh, it didn't sound like it.
Hey, listen. What is it?
Wait.
Hey, Peterson, who you got tuned in? Orson Welles?
Shut up.
Listen, you.
Shut up. Better tell the captain.
Radio operator pilot.
Go ahead.
Sir, Hickam Field's off the air. I don't know what I picked up. You can listen in on R2.
What's that? Chinese? Number 4 to Major Roberts. Number 4 to Major Roberts.
Stand by, Irish. I hear it. Keep off the air. 0115 to Hickam Radio.
Hickam radio answer. Hickam radio answer, please. A flight of B-17s to Hickam. Want landing instructions. Hickam radio answer, please. Hickam Field to 0115. Silence your radio. Keep away. We're being attacked by enemy aircraft. Land elsewhere. Land elsewhere.
Holy smoke, that was a bomb landing.
Roberts to flight. Roberts to flight. We're going into emergency landing fields. You know where they are. I'll take the one furthest north. The rest of you in between, get on the ground and stay there to hear from Hickam. All right, you're on your own.
Well, we made it.
Yeah, just about. I think that landing gear's shot.
We came down on the island of Maui. A postage stamp emergency field set right in the middle of the swamp. The undercarriage was cracked, and we sweated over it all day. While we were working, we kept wondering if there were any Japs around. Well, we found out that night.
There's a Jap in that tree, sir.
Are we ready to go, Sergeant?
Yes, sir.
All right, everybody in the ship, get in.
I'm going to take a crack at those guys.
We're not the inside.
Get out of my way.
Down that gun, I'll take a crack at you.
Not without a shot at those dirty...
Peterson, help me load this guy in the ship. All right, Wanaki. Take a swallow of this. Come on, wake up.
Lego. Lego.
How you feeling, Wanaki?
Well, I owe you one for this.
Yeah. How far do you think you'd have gotten shooting it out with those guys? Why, they'd have cut you down before you got to first base.
Yeah, instead you did it.
Yeah. We could have had a fine scrap with them snipers. A couple of shots in the right place could have set this ship afire. Use your head, Wanaki, and stop trying to prove something.
My job's a gunner. What's yours? Lecturing?
No. My job is to keep this ship flying.
0114 to Hickam Field. 0114 to Hickam Field.
Shut off your radio. Stay where you are.
0114 to Hickam. Just cleared emergency field on Maui. Have to come down.
Okay. Give me your call just before you come in.
Roger. Pilot to crew. Take a good look at Pearl Harbor, men. Maybe it's something you'll want to remember.
Hey, gee. Look. Look. It was murder. They murdered those guys. That's what they did. They murdered them.
Easy, son. How do you like it, Wanaki?
Sunday morning. Sunday morning in hell.
Yeah. Now, ain't you glad you're getting out of the Army?
I saw Hickam Field. It was blazing from one end to the other. They were trying to put it out, not knowing when they'd be hit again. I saw the hospital, too. They were laid out in long rows, 10 deep. Army, Navy, civilians, kids. Kids with bandages over their eyes, crying. Not only because they were hurt, but because their folks weren't around. No. They were in the other section, where they laid out the dead.
Mommy! Mommy! Doctor, will you come here? Hurry, please.
Mommy! Mommy! Mommy!
Wanted to see me, Colonel?
Yes. You fellas find something to eat?
Yes, sir.
Good. Keep your men on hand, Captain. We want this airplane out of here before daylight.
You're sending us back to the mainland, sir?
No, you're going to Manila. The Philippines are in bad shape. Our orders are to send them as many B-17s as we can. Think you can make it?
Where do we stop to refuel, sir?
Wake Island. I can't promise you how long it'll hold out or what you'll find when you get there.
Yes, sir. Sergeant White.
Yes, sir?
How do the engines rev up, Sergeant?
Well, number 3 engine's a little rough, sir. The men are pretty tired to work on it tonight, sir, but we'll overhaul it first thing in the morning.
We're taking off in 2 hours.
Sir?
I think you're going to see that son of yours soon.
Manila?
Yes. Think you can get that engine running right?
We'll have a hitting home runs in 90 minutes flat, sir.
Good. Tell the crew they can sleep in the next world.
Hey, where is this Wake Island joint?
Right there, see?
Where?
On the map, Warrenburg, the map.
Oh, I thought you meant we was there.
Not yet. It's about 2,300 miles from Honolulu.
And we're going to land on that little dot?
Yeah. It's not very big, is it?
Like trying to find buckshot in Central Park. Gee, I wish there were some traffic signs around.
We'll do all right. I bet we hit Wake Island right on the nose.
Say, Chief, What happens if the Japs have took Wake Island before we get there?
We should learn to control that imagination of yours, Weinberg.
Well, I was just asking.
Well, don't you know we're not at war?
Huh? We ain't in a war yet?
Hasn't been declared.
I don't get it.
I don't either. They smear Pearl Harbor, smack Manila, raid Wake, Guam and Midway, and still there ain't no war. And then they send a couple of oily gents to Washington with an olive wreath for the president, while the boys back home slough Uncle Sam over the head with a crowbar.
Your Uncle Sam's a pretty tough old gentleman, Winaki. Just wait till he gets mad.
I hope you don't mind if I get slightly annoyed in the meantime.
No, but I didn't expect it of you, Winaki. I thought you only got annoyed at yourself.
Well, what's that supposed to mean?
You figure it out.
All I know is we're getting chased out of places before we can even light. We're getting kicked around by a lot of little monkey-faced weasels. And I'm getting sore.
You're kind of changing your tune, ain't you?
So what if I am? I'd like to do a little chasing myself.
Don't worry. You'll get your chance, mister. Yeah. We'll all get our chance.
In just a moment, Mr. DeMille presents the second act of Air Force, starring George Raft and Harry Carey. But now, a thought on that summer problem of keeping cool while the thermometer climbs higher and higher. We can't jump in the car and take a drive to cool off. Many of us are spending our vacations right in our own backyard instead of at the seashore or the mountains.
But I found a way to be happy in spite of the heat. After my bath, which I take in lukewarm water, not hot or cold, I put on fresh clothes from top to toe. That's a wonderful feeling. Then the clothes I've been wearing get their bath in gentle Lux suds, so they'll be fresh and sweet when I want them again.
Yes, Lux girls know the charm that daintiness lends. A charm that's easy to have.
It only takes a minute or two to Lux onto things. And when you know that everything you wear is fresh and dainty, well, you feel better. And it's so much better for your undies, too, to Lux them after every wearing. They last lots longer when you do.
New improved Lux Flakes are super safe, you know. The mildest, gentlest Lux ever made. Super safe for fabrics, super safe for colors. They help pretty underthings wear better, stay new-looking longer. This new Lux comes in the same familiar blue Lux box. But now, it's better than ever before. New, improved Lux Flakes. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of Air Force, starring George Raft as Joe Winaki and Harry Carey as Sergeant White.
Pilot to crew. Wake Island, dead ahead.
Wake Island, fellas! Wake Island!
We hit Wake on the nose, all right, but we landed through smoke as thick as a fog bank. So far as I could see, everything on the island was on fire. When we pulled up in front of that hangar, a bunch of Marines crowded around to take a look at us.
Hey, gee, look, fellas. There ain't nothing here but Marines.
Well, what did you expect to see, soldier?
Hey, where you guys from? Hickam Field.
Any more coming?
I don't know.
Where you going?
Manila.
Gangway, you guys. Here's the major.
One side, man. Where's the pilot of this plane?
Yes, sir.
Good work, Captain. I'm Major Daniels, commanding.
Thank you, sir. I'm Quinn Cannon. These are Lieutenants Williams, McMartin, and Rader.
I do.
Oh, and this is Lieutenant Hauser, our navigator. We're going to put him in a glass case in a museum.
You did a good job, Hauser.
Well, when I first saw the island, it looked pretty good to me, sir.
Me, too.
Yes, I guess it did at that. It looks better now than it has since Monday.
You mean Sunday, don't you, sir?
Monday here was Sunday in Honolulu. You've crossed the date line.
Major, could we find some place to bunk down for 5 or 6 hours? We haven't had very much sleep.
In 6 hours, you'd better be 5.5 hours out of here. Every fire on this island is a beacon. Japs don't have to wait till daylight to come calling. My orders are to get you out of here in 20 minutes.
20 minutes?
That's right.
Well, Robbie, what do you say?
Well, we're halfway to Manila now, sir. I don't see any reason why we can't make it the rest of the way. We could use some help, though, sir.
Take all the men you need, Sergeant.
All right, sir. You first 5 men. Come with me.
Okay, Sergeant.
I want to pull the cowling off number 3 engine.
Oh, Quinn Cannon, commander of our Air Force, Major Bagley wants to talk to you.
Yes, sir. Come on, Williams. Oh, where is he, sir?
In the hospital. He was hit pretty badly. This way, Captain.
They really got the Arizona, huh?
Yes, sir. Hickam Field was hit just as bad as Pearl Harbor. A lot of fifth column work, too.
We got practically nothing off the ground, sir.
Yeah. I've studied all the wars in history, gentlemen. I've never come across a dirtier piece of treachery.
How many airplanes have you got, Major Bagley?
A week ago, we didn't have any. A few days ago, they flew in 12 fighters from one of the carriers. 8 of them were destroyed on the ground after they came in from patrol.
Only 4 left, sir?
Only 2. One of those can't fly. But those 4 Grumans took on 60 nips this afternoon. Shot down plenty of them, too.
I suppose the Japs will be back, Major. What are you going to do then?
we got a lad catching a few winks of sleep out there. That'll take 'em on all single-handed. Lieutenant Rose.
Oh, Bertie Rose?
That's him.
Oh, you remember Rose, don't you, Irish? Sure, little guy. Everybody kidded him about his size. About that high?
Yeah, that's him.
Well, could we talk to him, sir, before we take off?
Well, I'll tell him you wanted to see him. He needs a rest. See, we may have to roust him out any minute, and he hasn't had much of a chance to sleep lately.
Ship's ready, sir.
All right, Sergeant.
Well, good luck to you. It's been nice seeing you, boys. Go out and blast those Japs. Teach them that treachery can't win no matter how much of a head start it has.
You don't figure you can hold out, sir?
No, but we've got 400 Marines, and they're fighting mad. There's going to be some Jap tail feathers flying around this island, or I'm crazy.
Major Begley, can't we fly you out, sir? You and the rest of the wounded?
No, thanks. I'm fine here. I'm not worth my weight in gasoline. Me or anybody else. They need that ship of yours in Manila. Get it there.
Yes, sir.
Oh, by the way, if you see my old boss, General MacArthur, tell him no matter what the news is, we'll be in here pitching till they strike us out. So long, and I'll see you all somewhere.
Yes, sir. We'll be seeing you, sir.
All right, you Marines, clear the field, will you?
Ah, come on, soldier. Be a regular guy.
Oh, but look,
What's your
fellas.
name, soldier?
Weinberg.
Weinberg? You're from Brooklyn, ain't you?
Yeah,
Brooklyn.
I knew it. Now, come on, Brooklyn. Do like we say, will you? Oh, but that's against regulations, pal. I can't take no dog on board with me. Now, you Marine guys...
Yeah, sure you can. It's just a little dog.
Now, you don't want to get me busted, do you?
Oh,
you're not going to get busted. He's trained, too. Look, Tripoli, do you like Mr. Moto?
Yeah, there. See?
Hey, Wanaki. That's cute, ain't it?
Yeah, he's smart, all right.
Well, what do you say, Brooklyn?
Come on, soldier. Take him along with you. He'll only get in trouble here. Well, gee, I'd like to, fellas, honest, but... Oh, all right. Here goes my promotion.
That's a good fella.
Hey, here comes Quick Cannon. Duck that dog, quick.
Well, goodbye, sir. Good luck.
Same to you, boys.
Anything we can do for you in Manila, Major Daniels?
Well, yes, you might send us some more Japs.
Let's go.
Come on, Weinberg. What's in that bag?
I don't know, Sergeant.
Take it out. Come on, open that bag.
Why, it's a dog.
Who belongs to this?
Well, look at that. Is that your dog, Chief?
No, it ain't my dog. What kind of a crew chief do you think I am?
Well,
Anyway,
I was just asking.
who brought him on board?
Well, maybe he walked on.
And tied himself in his sack. Come on, who did it, Peterson?
I didn't.
You, Weinberg?
Well, maybe the Marines done it.
Oh, sure.
If I'm not mistaken, they had a dog.
And his name was Rope.
No. His name was Tripoli.
Talk fast.
And he had a cute trick.
What?
Well, look, let's see if this is him. Look here, Tripoli. What do you think of this, Mr. Moto? There you are. It's the same dog.
Listen, I know the dog came from Wake Island, and I know you brought him on board.
Me? Oh, gee.
You know you ought to get busted.
Wait a minute. Why don't you ask me, Sergeant?
Huh?
I did it.
You?
I brought them out on board myself. Yeah, me.
Now listen, Joe.
Shut up.
You ought to know better than that to do a trick like that, Wanaki.
Why?
Because it's against regulations.
Oh, what difference does it make? Regulations. You know why this dog is here. And you know what chance those Marines got back on that island. So do they. That's why they give us this dog. Now go on up front and report me. I've been busted out before, and I'm used to it.
Oh, Joe, shut up.
I've got a half a mind to do that, mister.
Well, go ahead. What are you waiting for?
What's the matter back here? Trouble, Sergeant?
Oh, no, sir.
That a dog?
Well, yes, sir.
What is this, Sergeant? Noah's Ark?
I'm sorry, sir.
Who brought him on this airplane?
Well, he could have jumped on, sir.
Yeah, he could have flown in the window, too, but he didn't.
No, sir, he didn't.
You know it's against regulations?
Yes, sir.
And you don't know who did it?
Well,
At least you didn't see anybody do it?
No, sir, I didn't.
Well, can't very well throw him out now, can we?
We could take care of him, sir.
We can?
Yes, sir.
Who back here likes dogs?
Why, I think Wanaki and Weinberg like dogs, sir.
Wanaki, huh? Well, Wanaki, would you like to take care of him?
Yes, sir.
All right, he's your responsibility. Get rid of him at Clark Field.
Yes, sir.
Well, that's that.
Oh, thanks, White.
For what?
Well, for not telling him how the pup got aboard.
Forget it. But I'm telling you to take care of that pup. And if he don't behave himself, you can take care of that, too, see?
0114 to Clark Field. 0114 to Clark Field.
Clark Field to 0114. What's your position? Go ahead.
We're about 4 miles northeast of the field. 2,000. What are your landing instructions?
We've only got one runway, north to south. It's pretty rough. The Japs just had a picnic. Wait a minute.
Someday we're going to find a field that's still flat.
Do not land. Keep your altitude. Do not land.
Sorry. Have to come straight in. Running out of fuel.
All right. Coming low over the fence, south end. Cut it close to the wire. You have much room. Tractors working down the middle of the runway.
Right. Coming in.
Every field was the same. All the hangars burning. Sky lit up for miles around. I got to thinking the whole world was on fire. And for all we knew, maybe it was. Well, we came in low over the fence, all right. In fact, we even took a piece of the fence with us.
Hey there, Irish.
Hiya, Major Mallory.
Say, when we were at Kelly Field, didn't I teach you how to get over a fence?
Well, that's one way to stop quick. I just cut it too fine.
Not bad anyway, after 7,000 consecutive miles. Well, you did a great job, all of you.
Thanks. Robbie, any damage?
Tail wheel clear, sir. No damage.
Good. Any orders, Major?
Take her down the end and get her a full load of gas. Drop your extra tanks and get ready for action.
Okay, Major.
The Japs have been hitting us with 60 bombers at a clip. You've got to be ready to take off at any time. You can see yourself. You're wide open on the ground. Oh, yes. Colonel Blake wants to see you. I'll pick you up in a little while.
All right, sir. Hauser, you got any sectional maps around here?
Hey, Winaki.
Yeah?
You go find the line chief and see if he'll give you a transfer. We'll get somebody to replace you.
But, Sergeant...
All right, get going.
Okay.
Oh, wait a minute. Winaki, you want to get out of this crew?
Well, that's what you want me to do, isn't it, sir?
Not necessarily.
You mean you'll take all that stuff I've been handing you?
Well, we all make mistakes.
Well, I'm beginning to realize that myself, sir. I wanted
Turn
to tell
that dog over to the nearest Marine and get back here and check those guns. Give him a good going over.
Yes, sir.
Be ready as quick as you can, Sergeant.
Oh, Captain. Excuse me, sir. Would you see if you could find out something about my boy?
Sure I will, Robbie. I'll let you know as soon as I can.
Thank you, sir.
Hey, buddy. Any Marines around here?
If there was more around, the place would be in better shape.
Oh, you a Marine?
What's it to you?
Yeah, you're a Marine, all right. Here, I got something for you.
Hey, what's this, a dog?
Yeah, your outfit on Wake gave him to us to deliver. We just landed. His name is Tripley. Feed him good.
He'll eat like a company commander. Come on, Mutt.
That's the situation as it stands right now, Captain. I've given you the facts, and I've given them to you straight.
Yes, sir.
We've taken an awful licking here because we were caught on the ground. Since then, they've outnumbered us 10-1. Yet every time we've been up against them, they've lost 5 to our 1. In other words, if we were anywhere near equal, we could lick them. The record proves it. And from now on, our job's to keep on fighting with what we've got until we can get enough airplanes to blast them off the earth.
Yes, sir.
How long since you've had any sleep, Captain?
We haven't had much time for that, sir.
When did you leave the mainland?
Saturday night.
3 days and 3 nights continuous flying. You've done a good job.
I've got a good crew, sir.
Yeah, I can believe it.
Excuse me, Colonel.
What did you find, Moran?
Well, the PT boat was right. It does look like an invasion fleet.
What's in it?
There's a big transport and a tanker. They got a battleship, a cruiser, and a couple of destroyers with them.
Where?
About 40 miles off Lingayen last time I saw them, sir. I didn't have much time to stick around. The sky suddenly got full of zeros, so I headed for home. I've marked their position and course on this chart, right here. A flight of Boeing B-17s could give them a nice party.
We haven't got a flight of B-17s.
You've got one, sir, loading up now.
You want to tackle it?
Yes, sir.
All right. Study this chart first. Take your time and don't take any chances. Moran will give you all the dope he can. And good luck to you.
Oh, excuse me, sir, there's one more thing. I told our crew chief I'd find out about his son, Lieutenant White. Danny White. Can you tell me anything about him, sir?
Yes. Yes, I can. He was killed the first day.
Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah. Here are his things. His watch and cigarette case. Give these to old Robbie, will you? I've known him for a long time.
How'd it happen, sir?
Captain Anderson out in the other office can tell you more about it than I can. He saw the whole thing happen.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Come on, boys. Finish up there. We gotta get in the air.
Ready, Sergeant?
Just about, sir. Oh, Captain, did you find out anything about my boy, sir?
Yeah. Yeah, I did. Here. These are his things, Robbie. The CO asked me to give them to you.
Oh. Danny's thing. Oh, I see. How did it happen, sir?
He was trying to take his flight off during the first raid. Before he could get his wheels off the ground, they hit the runway right in front of him with a big one.
You mean he didn't even get into the air?
No.
A watch, cigarette case, and his bare wings. It's not much to show for 20 years, is it, sir?
No, Robbie.
Get that airplane off the ground.
All right, Sergeant. Let's go.
Yes, sir. Pull that dolly out. Close the bomb bay.
How many loaded?
3, sir, all big ones.
1,000-pounders?
Yes, sir.
Good. Come on.
Get out, boys. Roll the free. Come on, men. Come on.
We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille returns with George Raft and Harry Carey for the third act of Air Force. Now, here's Sally coming to the microphone. Maybe it's the weather that's gone to our heads. Anyway, we have a rhyme for you. The title of it is Better Be Safe Than Sorry.
I'm sorry, the sales lady says with a sigh, for those days that we just can't forget. When the stores were all full of such good things to buy, we could hardly decide what to get.
I'm sorry, all out. We can't get any more. You'll have to make what you have do. Well, it's in a good cause, so we never get sore. But it brings up some new problems, too.
It's all very well to say, make your things last. We're willing to try, goodness knows. We'd love longer wear than we got in the past from dresses and undies and hose.
Well, here comes a tip that gets 3 rousing cheers from Mom and from Sis and Dad, too. Instead of assaulting the grime that adheres with a strong wash-day soap, as some do, get the habit of Luxing all washable things. Lux is gentle as gentle can be. Those rich, peppy suds just make the dirt take wings. And things thrive on Lux Care, believe me.
Mother beams at the way colored linen stay bright. Sis gets far fewer runs in her hose. But here is the point that is Dad's chief delight. Lux is thrifty, saves money and clothes.
New improved Lux is the mildest yet made. Let it help you join the victory parade. Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
We have a surprise guest tonight, one of the most famous personalities the screen has ever known. You'll meet her after the play. But now here's the third act of Air Force, starring George Raft and Harry Carey.
Pilot to crew. There's a flock of zeros ahead about 2 o'clock. Make it count, boys.
We ran into plenty of grief that day. The Japs knew we didn't have a tail gun, and Zeros buzzed around our rear end like a swarm of bees. But we didn't do so bad. We got about 6 before they got us. Yeah, they got us finally. They winged one right through the cockpit, and Captain Quintanan folded up over the controls. He was still conscious, but he knew we were licked. For the time, anyhow.
Irish, are you hurt? Is it bad, Irish? Yeah, I guess so. What's the matter with that oil line? It's burning. All right, we'll have to bail out. Pilot to crew. Abandoned ship. But look, Irish. Tommy, get rid of your bomb sight. You and Monk go out through the bomb bay. Irish, what about you? Get him gone. I'll use the escape hatch. I know, Go on, get out, get out.
That door open. Come on, Peterson. You first.
Yes, sir. See you later, guys, I hope.
Weinberg, you're next.
I don't think I'm going to like this.
Go on, get out. All right, next. Wanaki. Come on.
Go ahead, I'm coming.
Okay. Keep moving, guys. Come on.
I didn't go out of the ship. I waited till they all went over the side, and then I crawled up to the cockpit. Oh, it wasn't that I wanted to be a hero or anything. I just had to get my mitts on those controls. That was what I worked and sweated for at Randolph. To feel that big, beautiful ship under my hands. To feel her power. I never had the chance again, so I took it. She came out of the spin like an angel. And I turned her and headed for Clark Field. One of her motors was on fire, but I knew she'd make it. She had the stuff. Some guy has called those ships queens. Well, brother, he ain't kidding. 0114 to Clark Field. 0114 to Clark Field. Emergency landing. Emergency landing.
Clark Field to 0114. Get your wheels down! Get your wheels down!
I can't. The gear's jammed. It won't move. Here I come.
What about that ship, Sergeant? What's her condition?
Well, I counted over 100 bullet holes in it, sir. 2 motors hit, props are bent, controls in a mess, wheels damaged. I don't see how they brought it down in one piece.
Neither do I.
I suppose if we had 10 days and plenty of spare parts, we might make her fly again.
I don't know that we'll have 24 hours. Looks like we'll have to ride off the Mary Ann. Send out a demolition squad to burn her.
Yes, sir.
What about the crew?
Oh, they all got back all right, sir.
Where are they now?
Over at the hospital, sir. Captain Quincannon asked to see them.
How is he?
Not a chance, sir.
Oh, too bad.
He's over here. Don't stay too long, please. We're pretty busy.
Yes, ma'am.
Irish. Hi, Irish. Oh, it's good to see you. Hiya, fellas.
Hiya, Chief.
Is Wanaki here?
Yes, sir.
Wanaki, they told me you brought her in.
He did, sir.
She came in herself. I just sat there.
It was a good job. She's all right, huh? Mary Ann's all right, isn't she? Robbie?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
She's all right. She'll fly again.
Sure. Sure she will, Skip. Sure.
What's wrong with her, Robbie?
She's going to be all right, sir.
Tell me, Robbie.
Oh, props, gear, wing tip.
Just the tip?
Well, it's, yes, sir, a couple of days, that's all.
2 days?
2 days, yes, sir.
But she will fly again?
Yeah, sure, sir.
That's fine. Get as many men as you need, Robbie. The colonel will give them to you. I'll get a clearance. We'll leave right away. We gotta hurry.
Hey, nurse. Nurse!
Easy, Irish. Easy.
Get the doctor right away.
No. The doctor can't go. Regulations. Okay. Ready? Start him, Bill.
Sure, Irish.
Everybody in, Chief?
All in, sir.
Doors closed?
Yes, sir.
Here we go. Lock 'em.
Locked.
Wheels up.
Coming up, sir.
Sounds like they're gonna run all right, Robbie.
Yes, sir.
Pilot. The navigator.
Go ahead.
What's our course?
It's due east, Skipper.
Due east? What? That's right into the sunrise.
Where is he? Which one?
Here, Major.
Stand back, please. All right. That's all, boys. Sorry. Well, let's get going, fellas. We got a lot of work to do.
We know what we had to do. We were going to get the Mary Ann into the air again. For Captain Quincannon. All day we sweated over it. We stole parts and gasoline. And then, towards night, the demolition squad showed up. They had their orders to burn her.
All right, boys, get that live ammunition out of there.
Hey, wait a minute.
You gonna burn this plane?
And the colonel said to burn it, so she's gonna burn. You better get your stuff out, Sarge. Okay, boys, bring in the gas.
Wait a minute. Get this gasoline away from that airplane.
I can't help it, boys.
Hey, Butch!
Weinberg, how are you?
I thought you were still on a streetcar in Jersey.
I wished I was, Weinberg. I wished I was.
Lieutenant Williams.
Hey, look, you ain't gonna burn that airplane, Butch.
But I got orders.
Go on, beat it.
I never enlisted to be no
Go
fireman.
on.
Weinberg.
Yes, sir?
If you know this firebug, get him out of here before he gets hurt.
I don't want to do it, Sarge, but orders is orders.
Hey, what's all this? What orders?
To burn the plane.
Who gave them to you?
The CO, that's who.
Yeah, well, you tell that CO to take a...
Take a look at this airplane.
I am looking at it.
Sorry, sir, I didn't see you.
Apparently not.
Well, what I meant to say was, sir, that there's no reason to burn this airplane.
No, sir. She's going to be as good as new.
Better, sir. We're going to rig a tail gun on her.
Sure, we've been working on her all night, sir.
She'll fly when we get through with her, sir.
By that time, we won't have this field.
I know, but...
Now, look. I appreciate what you're trying to do. But right now, our job's to destroy everything that'll be of use to those Japs. You can't get that thing ready in time to...
We can, sir.
Bomb sight still in this airplane?
Yes, sir, the one we borrowed, but we won't let them take it, sir.
Give us a chance, sir, please.
Well, I'd like to, boys, but
Well, excuse me, sir. I've been in this man's army over 20 years, sir, and I've never asked a favor yet. If you'll only just...
We'll get her off, sir.
Yes, sir. We'll burn her ourselves if we can't make it.
I'll give you my word.
Please, sir.
You men are crazy. You know what'll happen if the Japs move in while you're still on the ground?
I think we do, sir.
All the rest of you?
Yes, sir.
And you'll burn her yourselves?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. It's your funeral. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you.
All right, now, boys. Get on this lift. Come on, now, all together. Heave.
Well, there she is, sir. I've got the tail gun rigged.
Think there's room enough in there to work?
Sure.
Okay.
Boy, the Japs will really get a surprise when they come on the tail of this B-17.
Come on. That's got her. Now get a couple of planks across here, will you, boys? Sounds like they're getting closer, sir.
They are. We'll have to be out of here by daylight.
We will, sir.
It's daylight now, sir.
Weinberg's just finished number 3 motor.
Number 4, sir.
4 good. Watch that gas, boys. Handle it carefully.
Keep them level. Hey, look. Here they come. Jap planes.
Hurry up there. Hurry up.
They spotted us. Get those machine guns out.
Got him, sir. Let him come.
Come on, Jap.
They're going to dive. Keep under cover, men.
Get that cowling off.
Here they come.
Come on. Hurry it up.
Hey, Sarge, that'll have to be enough gas. Get everything clear to take her off.
Yes, sir. Hold that gas.
Hold that gas.
Come on, some of you guys get around by the front wheels. Step on it. Hauser, get inside and start her up. See she'll turn around. Wanaki, get inside on the guns.
Come on, Peterson.
Try and hold them off till we're up. All right, Tommy, take care of the bomb sight. Make sure you and Callahan stand by this gasoline. If it won't start, we'll have to burn her. All right, come on, let's go.
Shove her. Come on. Shove her straight back. Come on, shove her. Now get around, boys. Around. Little more. Come on. Come on. That's it.
There she goes. All right, Weinberg, get inside. Everybody inside. Here we go.
We made it all right. All the way to Darwin. Dropping a load of eggs on an invasion fleet off Australia. Straight arming Zeros all over the place. They didn't know we had a stinger on our tail now. When we hit them, they busted wide open, like a cloud of dust. Yeah, we made it. The Marianne lived to fight again. She's fighting right now. And someday, whether it's this year or next, whenever it is, she'll be in that big fight over Tokyo, laying the Star-Spangled Banner for the Nips with 2-ton bombs.
Now, before our stars return to the microphone, a word about that Victory Garden of yours. You may be enjoying those wonderful fresh vegetables and fruits now. They taste mighty good, don't they? But they will next winter, too, if you preserve them now. But don't forget, and here's where Lux Flakes come into the picture. Don't forget that the jars you use must be spotlessly clean. Wash them in rich, hot Lux suds and rinse them well. That's a lot more effective in removing bacteria than rinsing in water alone. Here's what a Department of Agriculture bulletin says. Wash the jars and tops in hot soapy water and rinse. Place them in a pan of warm water with a rack or cloth in the bottom to prevent bumping. Bring to the boiling point and keep hot until required. Then it goes on to say that whether you boil the jars to sterilize them depends on the canning method you're using. Anyhow, Lux the jars first. They'll come out sparkling clean just as your dishes do. And Lux suds leave no soapy or perfume odor as some soaps do. Incidentally, here's something you've probably noticed about using Lux for dishes. You don't get any gummy lumps of undissolved soap. Even in hard water, new improved Lux Flakes dissolve quickly and completely. Give you rich, long-lasting suds that make dishwashing pleasanter, easier, and that leave hands soft and smooth. Yes, Lux Flakes are better than ever for dishes, for every soap and water job. New, improved Lux Flakes. Now, here's Mr. DeMille with our stars.
George Raft and Harry Carey take their curtain calls from the stage of the Lux Radio Theater now. But in England, it's almost 3 a.m. In the Solomon Islands, it's 2 p.m. And the flying fortresses of the United States Army Air Force are getting ready to take another kind of curtain call.
And those flying fortresses were the real stars of tonight's play, C.B. There's no mistake about that. And it's a privilege for me to have a part in your broadcast of Air Force.
Me too, C.B. You know, I've always wanted to work for you because I figured you must be the only man in Hollywood who's been here longer than I have.
I thought I remembered seeing you in a cowboy hat when I got off the train in 1913, Harry. At any rate, I guess we're both among the early settlers. You were probably in grammar school at the time, George.
And dreaming of being able to ride and rope like Harry Carey. Oh, where did you learn to handle horses, Harry?
Driving a horse car in the Bronx.
Now, listen, I'm a New York boy. You can't kid me. They've got subways in the Bronx.
A lad like you wouldn't know about such things, George. I rode most of the horse cars in New York when I was a boy. Where was your run, Harry?
Well, C.B., my dad owned a line that ran from City Island over to Pelham Bay Park in the Bronx. Remember it?
Remember it? My friend, you're looking at one of your old customers.
Well, have you fellas ever ridden on the subway? And don't tell me you two dug it.
All right, George. But the subway doesn't have the romance of the horse car or the atmosphere.
Atmosphere. That was my horse car, all right, you rode on.
So much for the old days, Harry. We have a special guest in the Lux Radio Theater tonight. You both know her well, because she's one of the really great ladies of the screen. I directed her in several pictures. In fact, I once acted with her in a Broadway play. She's one of the people who are responsible for making motion pictures a medium of entertainment for millions the world over. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Mary Pickford.
Thank you, Cecil. I enjoyed the play so much. And tonight I'm here as a member of the Phi Beta Fraternity, an organization which has always taken a great interest in the Lux Radio Theater. It's the Phi Beta Fraternity of music, speech, drama, and the dance, founded 31 years ago to promote the best in music and the arts.
We try for the best in drama here every week, Mary.
And how great your achievement has been, Cecil, is proved by a nationwide vote of the members of the Phi Beta Fraternity. They have voted the Lux Radio Theater the outstanding dramatic program of 1943. And as a symbol of that distinction, I'd like to present you with this trophy. There. Yes, sir. National Phi Beta Radio Award presented to the Lux Radio Theater for excellence in speech in 1943. This trophy shows our appreciation of your program. But more than that, it shows the gratitude of millions for the enjoyment you bring to us each Monday night. Our best wishes go with it, Cecil.
This is a very great honor for the Lux Radio Theater. And presented by you, Mary, it means even more.
That's a darn nice trophy Mary brought too, C.B.
Congratulations, C.B. And now it's time for us to say goodnight. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Come again, Mary. Come again. We told you a story of the Army Air Forces tonight. But we have a word from the Navy, too. It's for the women in the audience. Secretary Knox said the other day that he needs many, many more of you in the waves. You see, the girls who've joined the waves have done such a wonderful job that the Secretary can release a man for combat duty every time another wave enlists. It's as simple as that. So why don't you talk to your local naval recruiting office about it? Once more, the time has come for this curtain to fall on the close of a season. We'll miss meeting you on Monday nights, and we hope you'll miss us. I've tried many times to visualize this audience. Not a gigantic theater stretching all the way across the country with row upon row of people disappearing into the distance, but millions of little groups gathered around their family firesides for this Monday night date of ours. The big parade of stars and plays which has passed in review before this microphone during the last 9 years has all been made possible by you, by your loyalty to the products behind this theater, Lux Flakes and Lux Toilet Soap. That's why we'll be back with you again on September the 13th with one of the finest bills we've ever had on an opening night or any other night. For the 10th season of the Lux Radio Theater, we'll open with the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer hit, Random Harvest. And our stars will be Ronald Colman and Greer Garson. This summer, Gary Cooper and I will keep busy over at Paramount filming the saga of an American country doctor who made history in Java, the story of Dr. Wassel. Besides that, I'm looking forward to some pleasant hours of play reading and casting for the Lux Radio Theater next autumn. Many things may happen before we meet across these footlights again, for destiny is on the march. Great events are at hand. The war is not yet won, but now at least we can see the bright beacon of victory shining in the distance, and it's shining brighter than ever tonight. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes and Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again on Monday, September the 13th, when the Lux Radio Theater presents Ronald Colman and Greer Garson in Random Harvest. Until then, this is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
George Raft's current picture is the Warner Brothers production, Background to Danger. Harry Carey is now making a 20th Century Fox picture, Happy Land, based on the book by McKinley Cantor. Heard in tonight's play were Fred Mackay as Quincannon, Eddie Marr as Weinberg, Art Gilmore as Williams, Stanley Farrar as Peterson, Cliff Clark as Commanding Officer, and Leo Cleary, Vicki Lang, Mel Blanc, Charles Calvert, Dwayne Thompson, Charles Seal, Louise Arthur, Wally Mayer, Earl Keane, Bill Sloan, Peter Chong, Howard McNear, Bobby Larson, Herb Vigran, Mac Gray, and Bob Haynes. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been John M. Kennedy.
Food shortages don't worry me. I'm making sure my family gets enough vitamins and minerals this summer. I just give them Vims. You see, Vims are scientifically designed to help make meals complete in spite of food shortages.
Right. For pleasant-tasting Vims tablets give you all the essential vitamins and all the minerals commonly lacking. Start taking Vims this summer. Ask for Vims at your druggist. VI for vitamins, double MS for minerals. Vims. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Washington, May 30th, the 904th day of the war. Raymond Graham Swing reviews history on the march. A friendly service from your mobile gas dealer at the sign of the Flying Red Horse.
I dislike to think of any of you being cast on a desert island, but let's just suppose you were. Now, if you were able to rescue a limited number of pounds of food, naturally you'd choose the most nourishing kind. Food that would stretch out over the greatest number of days until relief arrived. Now, that's the principle guiding millions of motorists nowadays in the selection of gasoline. They want the kind that will stretch out over the greatest number of days. That is, give them the most mileage possible. Here's a fact to mull over. Today, when mileage counts for so much, Mobil gas is America's favorite gasoline. I can tell you a lot of other fine things about mobile gas, but this fact is so significant that if anyone wants mileage, he should drive in at the sign of the Flying Red Horse. And now, from the nation's capital, Raymond Graham Swing.
Good evening. This is Memorial Day at the first American military cemetery established in Britain, in which many American flyers have been buried since it was opened last December. An order of the day from General Eisenhower was read. It serves well as an appropriate text for this day. We of the United Nations, it said, must live and work together without regard to race or nationality, creed or service, uniform or rank. Supported by our homelands, we must fight side by side, relentlessly at sea, on land, and in the air, so that we shall win together a better world, secure and free for all men everywhere. Appropriate to the day, too, was the news that leaders of the great powers are to meet in Washington to discuss the security of the better world to which General Eisenhower referred. Secretary Hull's announcement last night that Britain, the Soviet Union, and China are to be approached, and later members of the United Nations, as to plans for a security system, was followed by prompt action today. The British, Russian, and Chinese ambassadors were called in, and it was announced that special envoys from London and Moscow are to come to Washington for what are called informal talks. It is to be assumed that an envoy from China also will be invited. This informal talk in Washington might be called the Spadework Conference, at which the details of a security system are to be worked out. It will not be informal in the sense that hard and telling work will not be done. It will prepare the draft of an agreement for which a formal conference will be called, and that one will polish up the final text and end in the flourish of signatures under Klieg lights. It was learned that plans for this next Washington conference were laid at Moscow when the four-power declaration about a post-war organization was drafted. But it was not disclosed today who will be coming to Washington. It is certain that the conference will not be on the foreign secretary level, as was the Moscow conference. However, the spadework is not to be left to the ambassadors already in Washington. Special envoys are to come. And since they will be less than foreign secretaries and more than ambassadors, the range of choice is narrow. For Britain, it may be Alexander Cadogan, the permanent undersecretary for foreign affairs. And for the Soviet Union, Vice Commissar for Foreign Affairs Wyszynski. An American draft for a post-war organization will be laid before them. They will make counter-proposals. And when enough progress in harmonizing these drafts has been made, the spades will be laid aside and fountain pens can be substituted. Then, presumably, the foreign secretaries will meet as they did at Moscow. The informal meeting is expected to begin by midsummer. Below Rome, the Germans grimly defended their temporary anchor at Valmontone, and thus gave their lines to the east and south time to pull back. But the late dispatches, both from Allied headquarters and from London, ring with the tone of coming triumph. General Clark, at a Memorial Day ceremony, declared that before many days have passed, Rome will be liberated. From Allied headquarters in Naples tonight comes the word of mounting signs that the Germans intend to abandon Rome in an attempt to withdraw intact for a new stand in North Italy. The Nazi divisions southeast of Valmontone are striking off through the hills from the Via Casilina along secondary roads that would carry them well to the east of Rome. American tanks are pressing upon Albano, only 13 miles from Rome, and village after village was taken today. Important gains were made on the Velletri-Valmontone road after the repulse of a heavy attack of the Hermann Goering division, in which enemy casualties were heavy. London experts said that Kesselring already had lost a quarter of his 200,000 men in Italy, and it was predicted, perhaps over-optimistically, that 30 to 40,000 German prisoners will be taken in the current phase of the campaign. So it is doubted that the 10th and 14th German armies can make a stand south of the Po. On the Romanian front, the lull since April 11th was broken by a heavy German attack near Iași, which the Russians admitted made some gains, described as insignificant. The Germans, striking first, obviously are trying to throw off balance an expected Russian offensive, and this German attack can be read as the prelude to the renewal of the great Russian campaign. The air war today, it is stated, brought 6,000 bombers and fighters over Axis Europe, attacking 8 aircraft plants and 7 aerodromes in Germany and Austria, as well as rail centers and coastal fortifications in France, Belgium, and Yugoslavia. Perhaps the most unsatisfactory reporting of the war is about this war in the air, and perhaps it can't be done to anyone's satisfaction. News accounts of the sorties by the thousands have worn out their power to awaken the imagination. The temptation is to try to prod the imagination by adding more planes to the total, but the numbers have ceased to convey much meaning. When the information about air operations is given out in London, the exact figure of the planes participating is not known. What is known is the number of planes which would take part from chosen formations if all planes of those formations were able to take part. That's the maximum figure. And then there's the true figure, which may be as much as 25% less. The maximum figure, however, gets into most of the news agency accounts as the real one, and sometimes even that is exaggerated. So we sometimes have an untrue picture of the number of planes participating. That of itself isn't as deceptive as one might think. The effectiveness of bombing at this stage of the war is so much greater than it was a year ago that the higher figure of planes doesn't suggest a wrong idea of the damage done, which is what matters. But it is next to impossible to translate that damage into terms which can be communicated. I was speaking with an air officer about this and found that he was trying to find better terms. He'd been reading over the record which showed that 30,000 tons of bombs had been dropped on Europe in 2 weeks. That's like dropping 1,500 statues of liberty, he said. Well, that may make it somewhat more vivid, but even that doesn't tell the story, which is not the weight of bombs dropped, but the damage they do. And here official secrecy places a screen over the operations because technical improvements now have made bombing far more accurate, particularly the Pathfinder technique for night bombing. And the blockbusters grow heavier each month, it seems, and spread their ruin over a widening area. But until the air forces feel like telling about their new techniques and devices, the story of the damage done can't be intelligible. There's another side of the story, of course. Defense has improved along with attack. The fact that Berlin manages to carry on a routine kind of life testifies to that, for Berlin has frequently had 5 times as many bombs in a few minutes as London ever received in a whole night. And then dispersal of industry must have been reduced to something like a science in Germany by now. The British introduced it early in the Blitz, with the result that production in Coventry was cut down not more than 15% by the great attack on that city, and then only for 2 weeks. The answer to dispersal is pinpoint bombing of the smaller plants, and this is being done in Germany, but the results are not announced. The most eloquent evidence of the effectiveness of bombing is the propaganda now being conducted and on a large scale by the Nazis. Last week, the Nazi radio served notice that protection for downed Allied airmen from the infuriated German public could no longer be guaranteed. Now the Germans have launched accounts of the lynching of 5 American flyers who bailed out over Germany. And the Nazi radio is stirring up hatred for American and British aviators, which is an incitement to the violence which the Nazis say they're not going to control. No official information about the 5 reported lynchings has been received, and the source of the story, a German agency in Sweden, is highly unreliable. That's not the case of the story last week of the shooting of 47 United Nations airmen while trying to escape from a German prison camp. There now is official confirmation that they were shot. London has their names, and Secretary Eden has filed a strong protest. But there still is no reliable statement of the circumstances of that shooting. The German propaganda as to the treatment to be expected by Allied aviators so far is no more than propaganda. It is devised to scare airmen, which it won't do, and their families, which it may. It may not remain propaganda, however, and the Germans may be ready to adopt the practices of the Japanese and go them one worse by officially inspiring lynching. However, there's another possibility. The Germans may be covering up the awkward fact that the Allied bombings have whipped civilian resentment into such a frenzy that the German authorities have lost control over their own population. But the more likely explanation is that the German authorities are trying to hurt the morale of the Allied flyers, and they are so excited that they forget that they themselves ever bombed Britain or any other foreign country. Otto Krieg, German commentator, said over the Berlin radio, "The world has had to take notice of the fact that the German people have now reached that stage of hate in which justice is no longer determined by the letter of the law, but solely by facts. The limitless, murderous lust of American and British air gangsters," he continued, "makes it impossible for the sound instincts of people to continue treating a criminal like an honorable soldier. About this point, there is no longer any doubt among the German people." During the Blitz over England, the rage of British civilians against German aviators was high, but the British officials never tried to incite it or exploit it. That German civilians should hate the Allied flyers is inevitable, but the propaganda campaign is a kind of official exultation at the prospect of dragging the official conduct of the war to a lower level. This is how the Nazi mind works, and one can be sure that the cornered Nazi leaders will not submit to defeat without resorting to every conceivable means of destruction, regardless of law, ethics, or decency. And now a friendly message to wartime America.
Thank you, Mr. Swing. If you had a valuable diamond, you'd pay a few cents to protect it against loss, wouldn't you? Yet you have valuable possessions that you may lose if you're not careful. That winter suit you look so smart in, that overcoat your husband wears with pride, those fluffy woolen blankets, they're moth bait. This summer, moths can ruin 'em and enjoy every mouthful. So protect 'em against moths. Pack 'em away in bugaboo moth crystals that destroy moth worms before they become destructive. And to rid your home of moths, flies, ants, mosquitoes, and other household pests, use bugaboo insect spray. This fragrant insecticide kills 'em right now. When sprayed, it will not stain fabrics. And use bugaboo garden spray for garden pests. Ask for it at your department or hardware store or your mobile gas dealer. Listen tomorrow night to Raymond Graham Swing at this hour over this station. Gasoline powers the attack. Don't waste a drop. This is the Blue Network.
The story behind the song. Dr. Samuel Gridley Howe of Boston was distinctly a liberal. He loved liberty himself and admired in a great measure those who sought personal and political freedom with sufficient zest even to fight. It wasn't strange, then, that liberty-loving 23-year-old Julia Ward, upon meeting Dr. Howe, should fall in love with him and subsequently marry him, even though he was 20 years her senior. It was during 1861 that the Howes, with their friends Reverend Dr. James Freeman Clark and Mrs. Clark, journeyed to Washington, D.C. on government business. As they sped through the night, Dr. Howe broke the silence.
Well, I'm afraid we're going to be in for some excitement.
Why,
Dr.
Sam,
Howe.
what do you mean?
There's war in the air tonight. I feel it.
Well, after all, Dr. Howe, the nation is at war.
I know, but there's something imminent here, near the Capitol. Look out the windows. Those bivouac fires of the pickets, all along the railroad right away. Something's up.
Oh, Sam, you're letting your fears run away with you.
Perhaps, my dear. Perhaps.
The next day, the party rode a few miles out from Washington to witness a series of military maneuvers under the command of Union General McClellan.
Well, Dr. Howe, Mrs. Howe, Mrs. Clark, Dr. Clark. Glad to see you. Come right over here. We're waiting for you.
Be careful of that step.
All right, Colonel. Give the command for the review.
Yes, sir.
Pass in review.
Column of squads right.
Squads right. Squads right. March.
Oh, this is thrilling, isn't it?
Certainly is. Look, there's a rider coming up from the other direction. Do you see him, General McClellan?
Yes. Yes, I do.
General McClellan, sir?
Yes? What is it?
Captain Ransom's complement, sir. He's been surrounded by Confederate troops and needs reinforcements at once.
Where is he?
In a small woods about 5 miles south, sir.
Colonel Brady, stop the review. Command a detachment of 2 battalions to follow this man to reinforce Captain Ransom.
Yes, sir. Major Nichols.
I'm very sorry about this, ladies and gentlemen. But war is war.
I knew it. I said last night something like this would happen.
The worst of it, I'm afraid you're going to be delayed in getting back to Washington. I couldn't allow you to endanger yourselves while the skirmish is going on.
Well, that's all right. Let's go back to the carriage and just wait. I think with a brigade of Federal soldiers about us, we'll be quite safe here.
You're a very brave woman, Mrs. Howe.
Oh, not at all. Well, here we are. You first, Mrs. Clark. And Dr. Clark?
Thanks. All right, Julia, I'll help you. There. Why don't you sing something, Julia?
Sing? Oh, no.
Why, yes. Now, that's a splendid
Yes,
idea.
please, Mrs. Howe. Say, I've heard you sing up in Boston.
Well, all right. I'll start it off, and then you boys, everybody join in. John Brown's body lies a mouldering in the grave.
John Brown's body lies a mouldering in the grave. John Brown's body lies a mouldering in the grave. His soul goes marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His soul goes marching on. Attention! Squads left! March!
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Mrs. Howe, I read some of the beautiful verses you've written to your husband's paper, the Boston Commonwealth.
Oh, yes, Dr. Clark.
Why don't you write some new words for that inspiring tune you just sung? Words worthy of the stirring melody, worthy of this occasion.
Oh, no, Doctor. I don't feel equal to the task. It would take a far greater mind than mine to compose fitting words for that tune.
You owe it to your country, Julia Howe. You do. Why don't you try it?
Well, all right, Dr. Clark. Perhaps I shall.
That night, the excitement of the day passed. In the stillness of her hotel room, Julia Ward Howe lay thinking. Her mind seemed to be on fire, aflame with the glory of creation. Words, words, words were marching row on row across her mind's eye, as the Union troops had done the day before. At last, she arose, walked softly to the small desk, took up a pen in the dismal gray of the breaking dawn, and began to write. With feverish speed, the words dripped from her pen. Entirely unaware of her surroundings, of the fact that her husband had been awakened and was watching her intently, unaware of the time she sat there writing, she finally paused, picked up the sheaf of papers scattered about her, and turned so that the roseate light of a new day could help her to read.
Julia.
Oh, yes, Sam.
What in the world are you doing?
Sam, I've written some words to that tune, as Dr. Clark suggested yesterday.
Oh?
And, Sam, I like this better than anything else I've ever written. Now, I can sleep.
Upon returning to the North, Mrs. Howe took the poem to her friend James T. Field. After reading the verses, it was he who suggested the title for them. And in the February 1862 issue of the magazine, of which Fields was editor, the Atlantic Monthly, the nation read for the first time the heroic words of Julia Ward Howe's immortal epic, The Battle Hymn of the Republic. Like the mad, boisterous flames sweeping rampant across the tender grass of a prairie, the new song swept across the North. Everywhere, the powerful measures of the Battle Hymn of the Republic were raised to the heavens by the voices of men, women, and children. Then, when the last watchfire in the last circling camp had burned itself low, when the last row of burnished steel had marched into the annals of time, when the last trumpet that shall never call retreat had sounded the call for cessation of hostilities, there gathered in the nation's capital a large audience to hear the stirring tales of combat from the lips of fighting Chaplain McCabe. Sitting upon the platform was the president of a once more unified nation, Abraham Lincoln. And as McCabe concluded his speech,
22nd Ohio Volunteer Infantry. It was a glorious regiment, but we finally met defeat. At Winchester it was. And I, with a great number of my fellow soldiers, was captured. We were taken to Libby Prison. Oh, the horror of those days of waiting, of dismal silence within the walls of the prison, waiting for some word from the outside. We didn't know how the war was going. Finally, a little colored mess boy came up to me. His face broadened into a happy grin. Well, sir, Parson McCabe, the Union Army done won the Battle of Gettysburg. At that moment, I knew the tide of war had turned. Then I faced my prison mates and spread the great news to them. As one man, we lifted our voices in the glorious triumphant hymn, Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord. He is tramping out the vintage where the grapes of wrath are stored. He hath loosed the fateful lightning of his terrible swift sword. His truth is marching on.
Chaplain, let me shake your hand for that story.
Thank you, Mr. President. Why, Mr. Lincoln, there are tears streaming down your face.
I know. Yes, and I'm not ashamed of them. Not one bit. I just wish I could have been there in Libby Prison that day to sing that song with you.
Years later, when asked for an opinion by the author, Julia Ward Howe uttered these words.
The wild echoes of that fearful struggle have long since died away, and with them all memories of unkindness between ourselves and our southern brethren. But those who once loved my hymn still sing it. I hope and believe that it stands for what our whole country now believes in, that is, the sacredness of human liberty. My poem did some service in the Civil War. I wish very much that it may do good service in the peace, which I pray may never more be broken.
Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord. He is tramping out the vintage where the grapes of wrath are stored. He hath loosed the painful lightning of his terrible swift sword. His truth is marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His trumpet that shall never call retreat. He is sifting out the hearts of men before his judgment seat. Oh, be swift, my soul, to answer him. Be jubilant, my feet. Our God is marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His truth is marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His truth is marching
Down the long path of history, tramping across centuries and continents and the graves of kings and the necks of dictators, seeking always a way of life where the people have their freedom, believing, praying, fighting, dying, we came this way. The NBC University of the Air, a public service feature of the National Broadcasting Company and its independent affiliated stations, presents another chapter in the historical series, We Came This Way, a dramatic account of man's struggle down through the ages for a democratic way of life. For listeners at home and overseas, we present Chapter 4, Walt Whitman, Poet of Democracy, on We Came This Way.
I, Walt Whitman, poet of democracy, the tendency of whose pages is to destroy those old landmarks which pride and fashion have set up, making impassable distinctions between the brethren of the great family, to make us love our fellow creatures and own that all those social distinctions place others far higher or far lower than we, yet are human beings alike as links of the same chain. Starting from fish-shaped Paumanok, where I was born, well-begotten and raised by a perfect mother, after roaming many lands, lover of populous pavements, dweller in Mannahatta, my city, or on southern savannas, or withdrawn to muse and meditate in some deep recess, and happy, having studied the mockingbird's tones and the flight of the mountain hawk, solitary, singing in the west, I strike up for a new world. The boy said you wanted to see me, Mr. Van Anden.
Come in, Walt, and shut the door. Pull up a chair.
Mr. Van Anden, if this is another warning about what you're going to let me put in the paper and what you're not.
Now, see here, Walt Whitman. You'll grant that I am the proprietor of the Brooklyn Eagle?
You're the proprietor, but I'm the editor. And I put whatever I please in the Eagle so long as I am editor.
Yes, but you listen to me for a minute. I've given you a pretty free hand.
Not on the question of free soil.
I've let you be any kind of a crank you wanted to be in the columns of the Eagle for 2 years now. You're getting out of hand, Walt.
Mr. Van Anden, you make it sound as though I was some bird in a cage. I've never been in hand. Now, about that editorial concerning General Cass's letter to Nicholson.
It's a fair proposition, Walt.
I don't think so.
Well, I agree with General Cass. As the new territories open up, let them decide for themselves whether they want slavery or not.
And I say, well, you've got the editorial there on your desk.
Yes. I was looking it over for the 10th time when you came in. And we don't have to go all over that again. It's a dangerous issue.
And so we'll just avoid it? Mr. Van Anden, the new territories have got to be free by law. And I'm going to keep on saying that in the Eagle just as long as I'm editor.
Walt, you are not editor of the Eagle anymore.
Well...
Sorry, Walt.
No regrets, Mr. Van Anden. And no hard feelings. I'll just move on. Afoot and light-hearted, I take to the open road. Healthy, free, the world before me. The long brown path before me leading wherever I choose. Henceforth I ask not good fortune, for I myself am good fortune. Henceforth I whimper no more, postpone no more, need nothing. Strong and content, I travel the open road. It was 1848 and 49 that I was occupied as editor of the Daily Eagle newspaper in Brooklyn. The latter year, I went off on a leisurely journey and working expedition through all the middle states and down the Ohio and Mississippi rivers.
What widens within you, Walt Whitman? What climbs? What persons and cities are here? What do you hear, Walt Whitman?
I've got an old new learning this gal, 15 years on the Erie Canal. She's a good worker and a good old pal, 15 years on the Erie Canal.
I hear the workmen singing and the farmer's wife singing. I hear in the distance the sound of children and of animals early in the day. Yes, and I hear also the wheeze of the slave couple as the slaves march on, fastened together with wrist chains and ankle chains. Yes, I hear America singing, the varied carols I hear. Those of mechanics, each one singing his as it should be, blithe and strong. The carpenter singing his as he measures his plank or beam. The mason singing his as he makes ready for work or leaves off work. Singing with open mouths their strong, melodious songs.
What do you see, Walt Whitman?
I see diminuate farms, hamlets, ruins, graveyards, jails, factories, palaces, hovels, huts of barbarians, tents of nomads. I see the constructiveness of my race. I see the results of the perseverance and industry of my race. I see the ranks, colors, barbarisms, civilizations. I go among them. I mix indiscriminately. And I salute all the inhabitants of the earth. I lived a while in gay New Orleans. and work there on the staff of the Daily Crescent newspaper. It is time now, Grisette. I must go back to the Crescent office.
No. You stay with Grisette.
Well, I want to, ma chérie, but I must put down my impressions of the carnival for the newspaper. Let's skip down this side street and get away from the crowd. I must get to work. Already the gentleman who owned the Crescent grumbled because
They do not like the piece you write about Grisette, no?
It's not bad.
I know. You go back to your Brooklyn. You leave Grisette alone.
Now, ma petite, now,
But you
now.
will?
Suppose we go now to the place where the old woman sells us coffee. I have a poem. I'll read it to you there.
Is it about Grisette?
You wait and see.
No. You read it to me now. Here.
Well, all right.
What is it about?
It's about a city
Oh.
and a woman.
Oh.
Once I passed through a populous city, imprinting my brain for future use, with its shows, architecture, customs, traditions. Yet now of all that city, I remember only a woman I casually met there who detained me for love of me. Day by day and night by night, we were together. All else has long been forgotten by me. I remember, I say, only that woman who passionately clung to me. Again we wander, we love, we separate again. Again she holds me by the hand. I must not go. I see her close beside me, with silent lips, sad and tremulous. After a time, I plodded back northward, up the Mississippi, and around to and by way of the Great Lakes, to Niagara Falls and Lower Canada, finally returning through central New York and down the Hudson. In 1855, I commenced putting Leaves of Grass to press for good at the printing office of my friends, the Brothers Rome, in Brooklyn. I had great trouble in leaving out the stock poetical touches, but succeeded at last.
Well, Walt, there's your book. The first copy of Leaves of Grass, fresh from the printing press. And it better be the way you want it this time, Walt. Andrew and I have made up our minds there'll be no more changes.
It looks good to me, James. Very good.
My brother and I think so, too. But the real question is, how many copies are going to be sold? How will folks take it?
That depends upon the kind of folks they are.
Professor, have you read the new book by this fellow Whitman?
I regret to say I have. And to think he calls himself a poet. Why, this dreadful stuff doesn't rhyme. Besides, it's licentious drivel.
Now, my dear, I don't mean to gossip, but...
Are you referring to that nasty book that Lucy Morris bought?
Yes, I understand she keeps it hidden away in her bureau drawer for fear it will fall into the hands of her daughter.
Or her husband.
Well, Walt, what does this letter say? If it's like all the others...
It's not like all the others, James.
No? Well, who's it from?
Ralph Waldo Emerson.
No. You mean the Concord sage himself? Why, I always thought of him as sitting up there in that rarefied Boston atmosphere and... Well, what's he say?
Well...
Oh, come on.
Now, let me see. Oh, yes, this much will do. I am not blind to the worth of the wonderful gift of Leaves of Grass. I find it the most extraordinary piece of wit and wisdom that America has yet contributed.
Why, that's a mighty big thing to say.
It's a mighty big book he's talking about, James.
Oh, go ahead. What else does he say?
Oh, just that I am very happy in reading it, as great power makes us happy. I greet you at the beginning of a great career.
Fine words, all right. But what I want to know is, will it sell the book?
Sell the book or not, James, I'm going on in my own way as well as I can. I haven't wavered so far, and I'm not going to. I shall speak my mind as God meant me to. On the night of the 13th of April, 1861, I had been to the opera on 14th Street, and after the performance was walking down Broadway on my way to Brooklyn. When I heard in the distance the loud cries of the newsboys. Boy! Boy! Boy, give me a paper.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
It's happened. They fired on Fort Sumter. The volcanic upheaval of the nation after the firing on the flag at Charleston proved for certain something which had been previously in great doubt, and at once substantially settled the question of disunion. Even after the bombardment of Sumter, however, the gravity of the revolt and the power and will of the slave states were not realized in the North, except by a few.
Walter, I know you say I shouldn't, but I can't help worrying about your brother George.
I know you can't help it, Mother, but it does no good.
This dreadful war, all this fighting is so wrong.
Better to fight than to be slaves.
You may be right, Walter, but I'm an old woman. Just an old, weary woman.
You speak of age in a reproachful way.
Can there ever be good in it?
Of course. Listen to this, Mother. Women sit or move to and fro, some old, some young. The young are beautiful, but the old are far more beautiful than the young.
Oh, sure. I knew it.
Don't you like it?
Why, of course. It says that every woman is beautiful. And I am a woman. And an old one, too. Which, according to your poem, is something extra desirable.
Every woman is beautiful, and all women are men's equals.
Perhaps, Walter. I know you've told me that before, but
I'll go, Mother. Yes?
This the home of Mrs. Louisa Whitman?
Yes, I'm her son.
Here's a message for her.
Oh. I'll take it. Thank you.
Walter, what is it?
It's a message, Mother. I don't know what it is, but...
Oh, maybe it's about George. Walter, maybe George is...
Mother, it is about George, and he's all right.
Oh, thank God.
He's been wounded, but he's all right. He's in a hospital in Washington. I'm going there to take care of him. Washington, December 29th, 1862. Dear Mother, I succeeded in reaching the camp of the 51st New York. I've stayed in camp with George ever since, till yesterday when I came back to Washington. And now that I've lived 8 or 9 days amid such scenes as the camps furnish and had a practical part in it all, I realize nothing we call trouble seems worth talking about. How your heart would ache to go through the rows of wounded young men as I did. Stop to speak a comforting word to them. One young man was very prostrated and groaning with pain.
Nurse.
What's the matter, soldier?
I feel like I'm about to faint.
Well, maybe if I...
You're not a nurse.
No, but I can try to help you, soldier.
Bad enough to be dying in a Yankee hospital with Yankee nurses and doctors.
Easy, lad, easy. Don't wear yourself out being bitter. Maybe you'd like some of this fruit I brought along for my brother. There's some candy, too.
No, I don't want anything. I just want somebody to write a letter for me. That's all. I feel like I'm dying.
Don't think about dying, soldier. You'll pull through.
I ain't so sure.
Of course. I can write that letter just the same.
No, but I'm not a Yankee.
I don't care who you are. You're a man. That suits me. What's your mother's name?
Mrs. Eliza Robbins.
Mrs. Eliza Robbins.
Dear Mother, I want you to know that I'm here in this northern hospital in Washington. I don't like being with Yankees, but I get stronger every day. I keep on thinking of you, of the old place, of the old place.
Don't talk, boy. Try to rest. Just lie back and... Gone. He's gone. bandages, water, and sponge, straight and swift to my wounded I go. To the rows of cots up and down each side I return. To each and all, one after another, I draw near. Not one do I miss. I am faithful. I do not give up. I see President Lincoln almost every day now, as I happen to live where he passes by. He always has a company of 25 or 30 cavalry, with swords drawn and held upright over their shoulders. Mr. Lincoln in the saddle generally rides a good-sized, easy-going gray horse, dressed in plain black, somewhat rusty and dusty, wears a black stiff hat, and looks about as ordinary in attire as the commonest man. And I see very plainly Abraham Lincoln's dark brown face with a deep-cut line. The eyes always to me with a deep, latent sadness in the expression. They passed me once very close, and I saw the president in the face fully, and his look, though abstracted, happened to be directed steadily in my eye. He bowed and smiled. I bowed and whispered, "Mr. President." But far beneath his smile, I noticed well the expression I've alluded to. None of the artists or pictures has caught the deep, though subtle, and indirect expression of this man's face. Over the college rose prophetic a voice. Be not disheartened. Affection shall solve the problems of freedom yet. Those who love each other shall become invincible. Sons of the mother of all, you shall yet be victorious. You shall yet laugh to scorn the attacks of all the remainder of the earth. One from Massachusetts shall be a Missourian's comrade. From Maine and from hot Carolina shall be friends triune. And so goodbye to the war. Future years will never know the seething hell and the black infernal background. It was not a quadrille in a ballroom. The real war will never get in the books. Its interior history will not only never be written, its practicality, its deeds and passions will never even be suggested. But although the war was over and the nation at peace, in the midst of happiness and joy came tragedy.
Six Shepherd Piranhas!
All aboard. All aboard. Oh, Walt. I wasn't sure it was you wrapped up in that blanket that way.
Come inside the tram, Pete. The horse car business isn't very good tonight. And I want to talk to you.
Well, you're the only passenger, Walt. I guess the conductor can lay off work a few minutes.
Sit down. Pete, I understand you were at the theater when it happened.
Yes. I was there.
Tell me about it, son.
Well, everything happened so fast. I had a seat in the second gallery. The place was packed.
But could you see the president?
I could look right at him. Matter of fact, I was more interested in watching his face than I was in the play.
I know.
And then, well, all of a sudden I heard the pistol shot.
Did you know what had happened?
I didn't have any idea what it was, Walt, or what it meant. The shot was sort of muffled.
Then when did you know?
I knew when Mrs. Lincoln leaned out of the box and shouted.
Well, I'll ride to the end of the line and then back. I want to think By many has this union been helped, but if one name, one man must be picked out, Abraham Lincoln, most of all, is the conservator of it to the future. He was assassinated. The Union is not assassinated. One falls and another falls. The soldier drops, sinks like a wave, but the ranks of the ocean eternally press on. Death does its work, obliterates 100, 1,000, president, general, captain, private. But the nation is immortal. Listen, Pete, there's only a little more.
I'm listening, Walt. You're the only passenger left now.
And you can give all your attention to my poem.
Go on.
Yet each to keep and all, retrievements out of the night, the song, the wondrous chant of the gray-brown bird, comrades mine and I in the midst, and their memory ever to keep, for the dead I love so well, for the sweetest, wisest soul of all my days and lands, and this for his dear sake. Lilac and star and bird twined with the chant of my soul, there in the fragrant pine and the cedars, dusk and dim. What do you think, Pete?
Well, it's hard to put it into words, but, well, it's big.
It has to be. For him.
Yeah. Yeah. And a common man, even a man like me, can understand it. I don't know, but I'd guess it was great. Sort of a masterpiece, maybe. What'd you say you called it, Walt?
It's called When Lilacs Last in the Dooryard Bloom. The times are full of great portents in these states and in the whole world. The horizon rises. It divides, I perceive, for a more august drama than any of the past. Old men have played their part. The act suitable to them is closed. Frontiers and boundaries are less and less able to divide men. The modern inventions are interlinking the inhabitants of the earth together as groups of one family. Never did the idea of equality erect itself so haughty and uncompromising amid inequality as today. Never was there more eagerness to know. Never was the representative man more energetic, more like a god than today. What historic denouement are these we are approaching? No man knows what will happen next. Who shall play the hand for America in these tremendous games?
Would you like to know more of the life and times of Walt Whitman portrayed in the program you just heard? A handbook containing life stories of 13 great leaders in the struggle for human liberty has been prepared as an interesting supplement to the broadcast series. To obtain your copy, write for We Came This Way. Address your requests to Columbia University Press, Station J, New York 27, and enclose 25 cents in coin to cover costs of printing and mailing. Tonight's script was written by Myron Golden and was directed by Norman Felton. Original music was composed by Emil Soderstrom and conducted by Joseph Galicchio. The role of Walt Whitman was played by McKay Morris. Others in the cast were Philip Lord, Rita Ascott, Claire Baum, Art Seltzer, Bertha Creighton, Sidney Breese, and Art McConnell. This series is presented each week as a public service of the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. Next week, We Came This Way will be heard at a new time over some of these stations. Consult your newspaper for complete details. Your announcer is Dave Rogers. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont, maker of better things for better living through chemistry, presents Herbert Marshall in What Price Freedom. Later in our program, we will bring you a personal message from Secretary of the Treasury Henry Morgenthau. Before beginning our play this evening, we'd like to tell you how easy it is to make your car look new. DuPont recommends any one of three methods. Number 7 polish will clean away all traffic film and restore the color and luster. Or you can use DuPont Speedy Wax if the finish is fairly new and not badly weathered. However, to get the most protection and the longest-lasting luster, clean the finish first with DuPont Duco Cleaner and then polish it with Duco Wax. Each method is safe, quick, and gives excellent results. And now our play, What Price Freedom? War is more than an army in the winning or losing of battles. War is a projection into action of the will and belief and unity of all the people. The American army is the American people. Its strength stems from one source, the strength and determination of our fight at home. Tonight, the DuPont Cavalcade brings you a story from another war, the War of the American Revolution, from a period in that war, the winter of 1781, when victory and freedom were almost lost, not on a battlefield, but in the wavering faith of the people. A story written by Halstead Wells, which tells how, largely through the efforts of one man, that vital faith of the people in their nation was restored, even before the nation had been born. DuPont presents Herbert Marshall as Robert Morris in What Price Freedom on the Cavalcade of America.
Robert, I've always loved this view. The best glimpse of our home.
It is a good home, and it's good to be living in it for a change.
Yes, it's been almost like another honeymoon.
And nothing's going to stop this one. John?
Yes, Mr. Morris?
Will you let us out of the front door and take the horses right in? They'll take cold in this weather.
I'll rub them down, Mr. Morris, right away. Oh, who's there?
Here, there. Let me help you, dear. And we'll have tea alone.
Oh, I don't think there'll be anyone else. The children are sledding. Oh, isn't this lovely? It's snowing again. Well, we're back, Sally. Is tea ready?
Yes, ma'am. And there's some gentlemen to see Mr. Morris, a Mr. Hancock, and a Mr. Jay, and a Mr. Griffin.
Oh, the end of the honeymoon. Gentlemen from the Congress.
Nonsense, Mary. I'll see what they want, but I'm a free man, and I'm going to stay that way. Are they in the library, Sally?
Yes, Mr. Morris.
I'll get rid of them quickly, Mary. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
Yes, if I'd known I was having such distinguished visitors.
This isn't exactly a visit, Mr. Morris.
No? Well, Mary is seeing about tea for us.
We're in something of a hurry, Mr. Morris.
You see, Mr. Morris, the Congress has decided to appoint a superintendent of finance.
Yes?
You know the situation we face. The British no longer count on a military victory, but on our financial collapse. And they know it will happen soon, that the country faces bankruptcy.
Yes, I know.
And the Congress feels that only a strong man, a man the people trust, can save the situation as superintendent of finance.
Yes?
And so we three were appointed a committee to ask you to take the position.
Oh, I see. No, I can't do it, gentlemen.
Oh, but Mr. Morris...
I can't organize the finances of a nation, gentlemen, unless I first have a nation.
Sir?
This isn't a nation. This is a hodgepodge of selfish communities called states, each refusing to pay taxes as another benefit.
That's true.
We're all locked apart in blind isolation, and no one will lend a penny to the government.
But that's why we need a man who can see beyond his own purse.
We need a nation that can see beyond its own purse. For if we lose the war, we'll lose our purse altogether. We'll lose everything.
And that, sir, should be your first speech as superintendent of finance.
That has been my speech for 4 terms in Congress, Mr. J.
If you would just keep trying.
No. Crying in the wilderness has no music for me. That's what I've been doing until I've lost my voice, lost my heart.
And lost most of your money.
It's more the time than the money.
But if you only knew how people look to you...
If I only had faith that people could be begged, badgered, driven into a commonwealth, then I would give up everything for it. But these years have left me no faith.
Talk it over with your wife, Mr. Morris.
But my wife is one reason why I decline. I'm not young. In the years left me, I should like a few leisured moments with her and my children. No,
Mr. Morris, the Finance Committee meets tomorrow night. Couldn't you come and at least...
I really see no purpose, gentlemen.
At least think about it until then.
Oh, you gentlemen aren't leaving. He will be here in a moment.
We're sorry to say no, Mrs. Morris. We finished our business with your husband, and there's a meeting in the city.
Oh, I'm sorry. So nice having visitors these days now that Robert isn't working hard. I'd hoped we were going to have a pleasant tea together.
Another day, Mrs. Morris.
Well, please do come, all of you.
We will indeed. Then you'll think it over, Mr. Morris?
Yes, I'll think it over, at least that.
Well, we'll hope to see you tomorrow night, Mr. Morris. Goodbye. Goodbye, Mrs. Morris.
Goodbye. Well, dear, tea alone.
Yes, Mary.
Robert, you seem tired suddenly. Are you?
No, just thinking.
What is it, dear? What do they want?
Congress wants me to be superintendent of finance. They were a committee.
Oh.
Naturally, I said no.
Oh, did you?
Of course. Only an insane man would take such a responsibility at a time like this. It'll be ruinous.
I suppose it's terribly important.
But how can I?
No, I suppose you can.
All those years of my life I've given to the public. Now I want time for myself. Is that selfish?
Of course not.
A man has a right to tend to his own affairs.
That's true.
And to spend an evening with his family. Mary, you don't think I should...
Not if you believe you shouldn't.
Think of the money I've already given, and the years. Has anyone in Philadelphia given more?
I know of no one, Robert.
Then, come, dear. Sit here on the sofa with me, and we'll forget all about it.
All right, Robert.
You know, Mary, these last few weeks of leisure have made me realize all over again what a fortunate man I am.
Yes, Robert?
In every way. Children, this house we built. But most of all in the years I've had with you, Mary.
They've been happy years.
Yes. With every kind of disaster raging outside, only this has been sure. Our happiness together.
Robert.
Yes, dear?
Before I came in just now, I stood outside a moment and I heard you say something.
What was that?
I heard you say that if we lose the war, we'll lose everything.
Well...
My dear, it isn't possible that we'd lose this, too. Our happiness together.
Where do you want me to drive you, Mr. Morris?
Oh, I thought I'd spend the morning enjoying the weather. Just drive, John.
Very well. Not like you, sir.
How's that, John?
Well, to begin with, sir, it's not good weather.
It is cold.
Then, well, I've been with you a good many years. I've never known you to waste time.
Ah, but I'm vacationing, John. I'm a free man.
I know, but I always thought that you even worked vacationing.
Do I? Well, I tell you, John, I want to drive because I have some thinking to do. You better stop at the side, John. Let that wagon pass.
All right, Mr. Morris. Too bloody narrow, these streets. Oh, well then. That's a big load he has there.
Thank you, mister, for moving over.
Whoa!
Say, mister, do you want to buy this load of wood?
Don't need it, thank you.
Hard and dry it is. Burn like tinder.
What's that you have there? Cordwood?
Yes, ma'am. Good hickory.
That's what I've been looking for. Are you aiming to sell?
Well, what's your offer?
$200.
Hard money?
No, Continental.
Ma'am, if you filled my wagon with Continental dollars, I wouldn't take it for wood. Wood burns better.
I need wood. My man can't chop. He's dead from the war. My children are sick in a cold house for a month.
Haven't you any silver plates swapped for the wood?
My silver's swapped already.
Or jewelry?
I haven't anything. Anything at all.
Don't blame me, ma'am. Blame Congress for bad money. Well, good day. Good day, mister.
All right, Mr. Morris?
Yes, go ahead.
Mister, what do you think? Isn't there anybody smart enough to fix the money of this country so folks won't freeze to death?
I don't know, ma'am. I don't know. John, isn't that a child ahead?
Yes, Mr. Morris. Boy. Strange.
Yes, in this weather. I'm out here in the field. Stop, John. Maybe we can take him somewhere.
All right, Mr. Morris. Oh, there.
Hello there. You going our way?
No, sir. I'm going down to the shore.
Bad weather.
Yes, sir.
There's no fishing in this weather.
No, sir. I'm going down to boil salt, sir.
Boil salt?
Yes, sir. We haven't any at home, and there's no buying it with rag money, so I boil seawater for it. If I boil a lot, we can use the salt for money.
It's kind of you to give me a ride, son. My leg's bad.
Wounded?
Twice, sir.
Were you visiting home?
No, I'm going there now.
Oh, I see.
You're right. I'm a deserter.
But I didn't think...
I fought, sir, for 4 years. But I can't go on any longer. There are hundreds like me.
Hundreds?
I left my family, wanted to fight. My family's starving. So I'm going back to take care of them.
You haven't been paid?
Yes. Paper money. You know what that's worth.
Well, it's supposed to be...
Where my family is, it's more than 1,000 paper dollars to buy one good Spanish silver one, if you can buy it at all. What kind of money is that?
But if we lose the war...
I can't help that, mister. I'd starve myself, did at Valley Forge. But Congress has to do something. I can't have my children starve. Tell me, mister. Wouldn't you desert, too?
I don't know, soldier. Maybe I already have.
Oh, Robert, you're home early. And I've planned a wonderful evening.
Have you, dear?
Well, there'll be a good dinner for change. Portraits and rice.
Mm-hmm, that sounds good.
And the children want to play music for you afterwards.
They do?
Robert, have you heard what I've been saying?
Mary, I won't be staying at home this evening.
You won't?
I'm going to the city, to the meeting.
Then you're going to accept?
Yes, Mary, I'm going to be superintendent of finance.
Oh, Robert.
You won't mind, Mary. Maybe soon we can...
Mind? No, I don't mind.
You understand, Mary. I didn't ask for this appointment. And I know its dangers. I have to fight all kinds of interests. My reputation may suffer, but I have to try. I have to try to give the people enough faith in the nation so they will lend their money, knowing that war takes money. Do you understand?
Yes, Robert, I understand. And I'm very happy.
You are listening to Herbert Marshall as Robert Morris in What Price Freedom on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont, maker of better things for better living through chemistry.
One of the DuPont better things is lucite methyl methacrylate plastic, now being used for transparent bomber noses, airfield landing lenses, and compass parts for tanks.
Tonight's Cavalcade is a story about the darkest days of the American Revolution. After 5 years of war with people refusing to pay taxes or lend money to the government, the financial collapse of this country was imminent. Congress asked Robert Morris to become superintendent of finance, and Morris accepted the job. Soon afterwards, Colonel Russell Babcock, an aide to General Washington, came to Philadelphia on a secret mission from the commander-in-chief.
I came to see you, Mr. Morris, with a personal message from General Washington.
Sit down, Colonel Babcock. I know your message. There's only one for me. I need money.
Yes, that's right. Here's the letter from General Washington.
Thank you.
You're going to read it?
I can scarcely bear to read it.
But surely you...
From anyone else, yes. I'd read it and feel a kind of bitter satisfaction that I could share my desperation. Is it the spring campaign?
Yes. You see here on the map.
The General's army is here between Peekskill and Kingsbridge?
Yes, and the British hold New York.
I see.
But the British also have a strong force under Cornwallis at Yorktown, Virginia. So General Washington plans to skirt New York and strike south to Yorktown.
That's a daring plan.
It means marching the main army over 300 miles and swiftly. But the army won't fail, Mr. Morris, unless the superintendent of finance fails to provide the supplies.
What supplies?
This letter from the general has a list of what we will need.
300 barrels of flour, 300 barrels of salt meat, 10 hogshead of rum, boats for 6,000 men, 100 head of cattle every week.
Well, sir?
Well, the general's requirements are clear, but how are these supplies to be procured?
Well, I assume, sir, that you would buy them.
Colonel, the cost of the war every month equals $2 million. The total assets of the Treasury equal $300,000. What's the answer?
I don't know, sir.
If I had the bank would be the answer, but the people won't subscribe to the bank.
Then what is there?
There is another chance. The French government. France may invest. I've written Dr. Franklin in Paris and told him to ask for a shipload of hard money. But it can't get here in time.
Mr. Morris, it is imperative.
Then there is the last and slimmest chance of all.
And that?
Congress, Colonel Babcock. Yes, I'll go to the Congress and tell them there's a war. Maybe they'd like to know.
Gentlemen. Mr. Morris, the Superintendent of Finance, asks your attention. Mr. Morris.
Mr. President and members of Congress, the last time I came here, I presented a plan for a new national bank. But all attempts to create the bank have failed. I am waiting today for a loan from the government of France for a shipload of money. I still have hope that another government will have that faith in our nation which we have failed to have.
Mr. President, Mr. Morris is impertinent.
Gentlemen, perhaps I am impertinent, but I have a heavy responsibility, and it weighs upon me. And today, we are on the eve of the most decisive campaign of this long and difficult war. That campaign must be supplied. I have written to the governors of each state, entreating their utmost efforts, and I beg you to join me in this appeal to your own respective states. Supplies must be obtained by loans or taxes. If not by loans, taxation is the only recourse.
Mr. Morris, we're fighting this war against taxes.
Gentlemen, we are fighting this war for a commonwealth.
How do you propose to collect taxes, Mr. Morris? Nobody has any money.
That, sir, is a complaint as old as taxation. That money is scarce. The fact is that men find money when they have a use for it. Hundreds today who cannot find money to pay for their liberty can find it to spend in the gratification of vanity, luxury, drunkenness, and debauchery. Gentlemen, if we will not submit to the enemy, then we must carry on the war. If we carry on the war, we must have the means. And if we do not provide them by law, they must be taken by force. War needs money. War must have money. This is logical. This is inexorable. Gentlemen, Godspeed.
Robert, dear, you look so terribly tired.
I am, Mary. It's been a disheartening day.
Oh, you must get rest, Robert. But there's a man waiting. He says he's a courier from General Washington.
Oh, I'll see him.
Robert, did something happen?
I heard today from Paris from Dr. Franklin.
He didn't get the loan?
No, he got it. Hard money totaling 2,500,000 livres. But the ship is 5 weeks overdue.
Oh, but what could have happened?
Sunk, maybe, or captured. And Washington is marching now to Yorktown.
Oh, the courier, shouldn't you...
Yes, I'll see what he wants. Good evening. I'm Robert Morris.
Evening, sir. My name is James Whitler.
How do you do, Mr. Whitler?
I'm one of the men who's driving the cattle down across Jersey. The ones you will have them brought down for Mr. Washington's army when he gets there.
Oh, yes, I see. The cattle are on the way, aren't they? I was told.
Yes, sir. They're on their way. But I came to tell you, sir, that they're starving.
Starving? How?
For want of pasture, sir.
But what is Jersey but a pasture?
I know, sir. But the farmers won't let them feed.
In heaven's name, why not?
Not unless they're paid. By money. Big money they want, or the cattle can starve, war or no war.
And most of those farmers have sons in the army. You told them what the cattle were for?
Oh, yes, sir.
Well, go back and tell them the government will pay them a fair price in due time. But if they don't make their pastures available, we will send troops to see that they do. Is that clear?
Yes, sir. That's clear.
Robert, Colonel Babcock just rode in.
All right, there. Tell them to come in.
I'll be getting back, Mr. Morris.
Get yourself something to eat before you leave.
Well, thank you, Mr. Morris. I will, gladly.
Now, come in, Colonel Babcock. You've been riding hard.
For 3 days, Mr. Morris. It's urgent.
It's always urgent.
Mr. Morris, General Washington gave the order to march for Yorktown.
Well?
But the army didn't march. All the men from Virginia were willing, but the northern soldiers wouldn't budge.
They want money.
A month's wages in silver.
But we simply don't have it.
The general begged and threatened. They won't move without money.
But But does Washington expect me to get the money?
He can't move on Yorktown without it, sir.
Well, all right. Go back to him. Let him promise the troops the money. When they reach Philadelphia, a month's hard pay. Lord help us if we don't have it. Come in. Oh, it's you, John. You woke me. Isn't it early?
Yes, sir, but there's news. Good news, sir.
News?
Yes, sir, the ship. There was a storm, but she's safe.
Safe where?
In Boston, sir. And the money's safe. 2.5 million livres.
But in Boston.
Well, isn't that good, sir?
But we need to have it here in Philadelphia. It must be here before the army arrives.
Oh, I see.
There must be some way.
Tomorrow, sir.
Yeah?
I could go for it, sir. Bring it overland.
So soon, do you think?
Well, I'm a fast rider, sir.
Yes, you are. But coming back, it's a whole shipload.
I could get carts in Boston, sir. And drivers. I know Boston. I could get good men. Men I can trust, sir.
It will be a risk.
What isn't, sir?
You're right. When can you leave?
Today, sir, if you write the letters I'll need.
Right away, John. Bring me the pen there. I'll start now. General Washington.
Robert Morris. We've been waiting.
You were fast coming to Philadelphia, sir.
Well, there was an incentive for the men. Your good word.
Well, I do have the money.
I knew you wouldn't fail.
We came close to failing.
Is it ready to be distributed?
All ready, sir.
Would you announce it to the men? I think you should.
I'd like to.
Someone, call the men and announce Mr. Morris.
Yes, sir. Mr. Robert Morris, Superintendent of Finance.
Soldiers, the news you are waiting for. I have money for you. 1 month's pay in silver. I hope soon to establish the currency of the nation so that in the future you will be paid regularly by establishing a national bank, a bank the people will trust and lend their money to. The money we have today is a loan from the government of France, but it is yours, and it will help you win a victory at Yorktown. Well, General Washington?
A little silver, and it's like new blood in their veins.
Mr. Morris, sir.
Yes, my boy.
I'm the drummer, sir, who announced you.
I know. You have your pay already?
Will you take it, sir?
I take it?
To put in your bank, sir.
But, my boy, we don't have a bank yet.
But you said if we'd invest, everybody.
That's true.
Someone has to start. And until then, I'll know my money's safe.
You'll know it? You'll really know it?
Oh, yes, sir. With the government, what else could be safer?
My boy, I was wrong just now.
Wrong about what, Mr. Morris?
We do have a bank.
Yes, sir.
The strongest bank of all. Yes, in spite of everything, we have your kind of faith. What could be sounder?
My faith, sir?
Yes. And out of it, we have a nation's future.
Thank you, Herbert Marshall. Ladies and gentlemen, our star returns in just a few moments. Now here is Gain Whitman speaking for DuPont to tell us what science has done for the loneliest man in the world.
All of us have thought many times since the war began of the loneliest man in the world, a flyer forced down at sea. On the rough water of the English Channel or far out on the South Pacific at this moment, some boy, his bullet-battered plane destroyed and sunk, is riding a life raft. How about that boy in his frail rubber boat? Will he reach safety? He has an excellent chance. Think what science has done for him. A pneumatic lifeboat is made of fabric impregnated and covered with neoprene, a chemical rubber developed by DuPont that makes it airtight so it floats and that protects it against salt water. In the fabric are pockets that hold the things the flyer needs on his lonely voyage. There's his food, given double protection against exposure and immersion by metal containers, the contents of which are individually protected by moisture-proof cellophane. A cellulose sponge is provided to soak up the last few inches of seawater which remain in the raft after bailing. And the flyer in the lifeboat may catch fish with a nylon fishing line. We don't mean that every part of the life raft is a DuPont product, not by any means. But nearly everything in the raft does owe something to chemical science. For instance, drinking water is manufactured by dipping seawater into a bag and adding chemicals to remove the salt. Life rafts have covers made of a special rayon and nylon fabric. They can be used as a roof, as protection against sun or rain, or as a sail. The covers are chemically coated, blue on one side and bright orange on the other, so they can be used either as camouflage or to signal friendly planes. To help the men who are searching for him, the flyer can also toss a chemical compound overboard that will dye the sea a bright color and will shine at night as a luminous phosphorescent spot on the water. The dye is carried in a small packet made from a synthetic resin-coated fabric. Some rafts carry a radio that sends out an automatic SOS signal. Its aerial is carried aloft by a neoprene balloon. Neoprene rather than rubber, because neoprene resists sunshine. Also, the flyer has a reflector, so he can use the sun's rays to signal in the daytime. All told, he has a far better chance of making his way to safety because of science, because of the kind of chemical know-how that brings you DuPont's better things for better living through chemistry.
And here is Herbert Marshall, star of this evening's cavalcade.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It is my privilege to read a telegram from the Honorable Henry Morgenthau, Jr., Secretary of the Treasury, which he has sent to the cavalcade audience, and which reads, I regret that the pressure of government affairs makes it impossible for me to speak to you directly, as I had wished and planned. But I have read with deep interest the play just presented. Today, as in the days of Robert Morris, the need is great and urgent. Our forebears stood then, in a sense, on the eve of an invasion. We have successfully passed that point, but only passed it. Final victory is yet to be achieved. Supreme effort becomes the order of the day, effort that will reflect itself across the seas to our men, our kith and kin, who tonight fight and die for that victory. We have a continuing and increasing obligation to participate with them in the fullest measure. They need and must have our moral and material support for a sure victory and a decent and enduring peace. We at home can help provide that support by buying bonds and still more war bonds today and every day. Signed, Henry Morgenthau, Jr., Secretary of the Treasury.
Next Monday evening, Cavalcade presents Jose Ferrer, Everett Sloan, and Barbara Weeks in My Friend McNair, the unusual story of an American soldier on bleak Attu Island who heard the Liberty Bell ringing its message to him, and the way this soldier influenced the lives of two people, the man who fought by his side and a woman whose husband was a prisoner of war. Cavalcade is pleased to remind its audience that Herbert Marshall appeared through the courtesy of Metro Goldwyn Mayer Studios, which this week celebrate 20 years of motion picture leadership. Tonight's Cavalcade music was composed and conducted by Robert Armbruster. This is James Bannon sending best wishes from Cavalcade sponsor, the DuPont Company of Wilmington, Delaware. Monday night is good listening on NBC. For your further pleasure, may we suggest that you stay tuned for the Firestone program, the Bell Telephone Hour, and Information Please, which follow over most of these stations. The Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont, came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Noxema's two famous products.
Noxema Skin Cream for a smoother skin.
And Noxema Shave Cream for a cooler shave. Presents The Mayor of the Town, starring Lionel Barrymore. help to softer, smoother, lovelier-looking skin. That's Noxima's promise to you girls with facial problems, like rough, dry skin or externally caused blemishes. You see, Noxima is a medicated formula, a real aid to healing. Noxima helps smooth and soften rough, dry skin, helps heal ugly, externally caused blemishes quick, and I mean quick. Prove it for yourself. Apply Noxima night and morning. It's greaseless, non-sticky, quickly vanishes into the pores to form an ideal base for powder. And what a thrill when you discover how quickly Noxima helps your skin become lovelier to look at, softer to touch. So don't wait. Get Noxima Skin Cream right away. And now, the mayor of the town, starring Lionel Barrymore, with Agnes Moorehead as Marilli and Conrad Binion as Butch. Well, it's a fine Memorial Day morning in Springdale. The sun has risen bright and warm, and the mayor and his housekeeper, Marilli, are in the kitchen. His ward, Butch, is just coming in the back porch door.
Yeah, Marilli? Can you throw that screen door just one more time?
Oh, now, look. What do you expect him to do? Snub the door with his nose like a seal?
Oh, bang him, bang!
Well, he's only got two hands, you know. And you've had him lugging in armloads of those peonies all morning.
Tiny.
I said peonies.
Well, you can say peonies till you run out of breath, but my mother grew 'em and my grandmother grew 'em, and what they raised was Tiny's mare.
Is that a fact?
Yes, that is a fact.
Well, sometimes I think how much more peaceful life would be around here if your mother had confined herself to raising posies.
Oh, where'll I put these, Marilli? In the sink, Roscoe, in the sink. Oh, I got 24 red peonies and 22 white pionies and 18 pink peonies.
Now, wait a minute. Let's not speak in foreign tongues.
Oh, that's what Abby Peters calls them, there.
No.
Oh, well, Abby Peters is practically illiterate. He can't add 7 and 5 and get 11.
Can you?
Well, didn't you just hear me? Why?
Never mind.
Well, anyhow, the correct pronunciation is Tiny.
No.
You want me to get the dictionary, Marilli? Well, no, that wouldn't prove anything, Roscoe. It was written by a man, and men always stick together. No matter what Mr. Webster and his family choose to call them, we Joneses will still say Tiny.
There, I got your mason jars all washed.
Oh.
Where do you want them?
In the market basket with the phone. My land, that phone. Oh, I'll get it, Marilli. It's probably old Abby Peters wanting to know what time we're going to start.
Oh, doggone, Marilli. Did you promise to take Abby and her mother to the parade?
Well, I was just forced to, Mayor. He hinted and hinted.
They're two of the world's greatest backseat drivers.
Well, Abby doesn't have much joy and jollity, you know. Won't hurt you to spare her a few drops of the milk of human kindness.
Oh, I would gladly give her a whole gallon of Gray A homogenized. Every time the car goes over 20 miles an hour, she wouldn't yell, "Look how the boiler's going to bust."
Well, as I told you before.
I know. Abby learned to drive 30 years ago in a Stanley steamer.
Well, it's like I guess, Marilli. It was old Abby Peters, and she wanted to know what time we'd be coming by. Oh, well, I do hope you can find us a nice shady spot to watch the parade, Mayor.
Yes, sir.
It always makes Abby's mother faint to her stomach when she perspires, you know.
That's right. Say, look.
Huh?
Why don't we stop at Tony's and pack her bustle with dry ice?
Oh, Roscoe, you might as well carry these things out to the car on your way. Oh, okay. My camp stool and my rubber cushion, and yeah. my umbrella, my thermos bottle, and my flag to wave, and my sunglasses.
Aren't you going to take your wading boots and your snowshoes?
Oh, there's no need to put in a sarcastic or, Mayor. These are small necessities that allow me to enjoy the parade in comfort.
Yeah.
Now, go along, Roscoe. Yes, guys, it's really getting hot out. Roscoe, Gordon, if you slam that screen door one more time...
Oh, doggone it, Marilli. There's no sense in picking on him all the time.
Well, if you could see how that banging sets off my whole nervous system...
Oh, sure.
Bang from the top of my head right down to my toes.
Fine. So why don't you enter your name as Miss Atom Bomb in 1946?
Oh, you may laugh. You may wax ironical, Mayor, but you won't think it's so terrible funny on the day I fly to pieces and they deliver in my straitjacket.
Well, you better get your order in now.
Well.
Or didn't you know there was a clothing shortage? You might reserve one for me if they have size 42 with an extra pair of pants.
Oh.
Mayor.
Yeah, Butch?
Hey, one of the tires is kind of soft. Will you unlock the back so I can get the part?
I'll be right out.
All right.
Here, Merle. I guess you'll have to take over pruning these posies.
Oh, now don't go and get yourself dirty. Don't forget you have to be in the parade, you know, and you don't want to ride up the main street looking like an oil gorilla.
The term, I believe, is grease monkey. And it's a noble calling. Each man is master of his pit, pouring oil on the troubled joints and differentials of outrageous fortune.
What?
Never mind, Rosie. Come on out to the car whenever you're ready to start.
Oh, Mayor, it's the right back tire.
Yeah.
And with old Abby Peters and her mother both in the back seat.
That's a load, isn't it? But why pump it? Can't we stop at a service station?
Oh, we might miss the parade. You know what always happens. They both head for the ladies' room to look at their faces, and we don't see them for 20 minutes.
Oh, yeah, I guess you're right.
Good morning, Mayor.
Hey, good morning, Mrs. Atkins. Here's Steve Bush.
Oh, thanks, Mayor.
The way you've been keeping yourself. I don't think you've been here in months.
Oh, I haven't been much of anywhere except home, Mayor. But today I left the baby with Mother and decided to take a long walk.
Aren't you going to parade?
No.
Well, quite a few of Charlie's friends will be marching.
Yes, I know. And if Charlie were with them, I'd be standing on the curb watching for him, proud as all the other wives. But he won't be. So there's not much sense in my going, is there?
Well, maybe not, Mrs. Atkinson.
Instead of standing on the curb and envying other wives, I'm going to walk out toward Blueberry Hill.
Yes?
I used to go out there a lot. Picnics, wiener roast. Charlie often mentioned it in his letters. Once the Army censor took it out. Guess he thought it was code or something. Well, it was, in a way. Blueberry Hill meant, gee, I wish I was there. Gee, I'm homesick. Gee, I love you.
Oh, sure. I know, Mrs. Atkinson. I know because I knew Charlie.
Well, I mustn't keep you. Goodbye, Mayor.
Goodbye, Mrs. Atkinson. Goodbye. Sir, please stop and see us whenever you're passing this way. Will
Thank you, Mayor. I will.
Roscoe? Yeah, are you ready to go?
Yeah, I'm just doing the work for her.
Well, go right in and do it. It's getting late. Mayor?
Yes, Marilla, right over here.
Abby just called again, and we've got to pick her up before she has nervous prostration. What in the world are you doing out here?
Nothing at all, Marilla. Just looking at the rose bushes.
Oh, Aphis?
Now, come on. Let's load up and get started for the Memorial Day parade.
Mister, if you think you have a tough time shaving, listen to the story of Harold Schaefer of Sayreville, New Jersey, as written us by Mrs. Schaefer.
My husband works in a plant where they use acid. Sometimes the fumes are so strong his face burns terribly and his skin becomes dry, tender, and sore-looking. Imagine the torture of shaving over a skin like that. His razor just pulled and burned. Well, one day my druggist wrapped a jar of Noxema shave cream.
Well, the Springdale Memorial Day Parade is now moving slowly along the route of march to Greenwood Cemetery. A band is playing. And now and then, scattered hand-clapping or cheers are heard as some particular group of veterans pass by. The mayor is riding in a car draped with red, white, and blue bunting. And as he sits there, the May sun warm on his uncovered head, his thoughts run like this.
Well, now, here we are. Going up Main Street again on another Memorial Day. Let's see now. How many times have I done this? 19 from 46. Good Lord. This is my 27th Memorial Day parade. Too many years. Too many wars. Too many dead. I used to like Memorial Day when I was a kid, but not anymore. Too many people I used to know aren't marching. It's funny, I can't seem to get that Mrs. Atkinson out of my mind. Now we're swinging into Maple Street by Barman's car. That signboard with Springdale's Roll of Honor looked white and clean against those new green leaves. People don't stop to look at it anymore. Before VJ Day, they used to stand and watch whenever a man appeared to paint a new gold star. 12 gold stars. A stranger would say that was a reasonable price to pay for victory. But a stranger wouldn't know the men and boys those gold stars stand for the way I knew them. Yeah, I certainly knew them well. First star is Charlie Atkins. Charlie taught mechanical drawing and coached the basketball team at Springdale High. He was married to Sandra Holmes, and they went on picnics and wiener roasts at Blueberry Hill. It was very clear in Charlie's mind what he was fighting for.
Like it or not, it's a job that has to be done, Mayor. It's got to be done so the kids growing up can have the same things we have.
Yeah. And gold star number 2 is Fred Baker. It's police reporter for the Morning Pariah. Tough, hard-boiled, disillusioned about the human race at the ripe old age of 24. Yet people down in their luck called him the softest touch in town. I remember Fred...
Well, it's like this, Mayor. No mug's got the right to push little punks around. So I don't like it. So I joined the Army. So long, Mayor.
Sure. And our 3rd and 4th gold stars stand for Art Casey and Johnny Eric. Soda jerks at Grayson's drugstore. Well, you'd hardly expect a couple of kids to trade their jalopy for a Jeep or their hot trumpet for a bazooka. But as Johnny explained it sounded reasonable.
Look, Mayor, if a guy likes Harry James or Bing Crosby or Red Skelton, that's his own business, see? And when anybody thinks he can tell people what they can hear or read or say, nuts to him.
Yes, sir. Then Joe Green was awarded our 5th gold star. Joe Green, ne'er-do-well, jack of no trade, lived in a shack down by the Coon River Dam. He never owned a thing that could be stolen, borrowed, or taxed. I didn't think Joe owned anything he wanted to fight for either, but it seems he did.
Well, I figure it this way, Mayor. We can't have a lot of hoodlums running wild through the world's backyard, tearing down clotheslines, trying to scare fellas that never wore no man's collar into wearing a black or brown shirt. You just keep the fish bite until I get back.
Sure. And then comes Ben Jones. Yeah, Ben Jones, our gold star number 6. Ben refused to carry a gun and was referred to as our conscientious objector. He went away to serve as a stretcher bearer and was mentioned several times in dispatches for bravery under fire. And now, still unarmed, he sleeps honored and at peace under a cross in some far-off island. Yes, it was Ben who said to me,
War isn't right, Mayor. No, war's never right. But when it comes, a man's got to do what he can, the very best he can. The Lord's got a bad job ahead with all the hurt and dying. Even 2 hands as weak as mine can help him out.
Yep. Then gold star 7, 8, and 9 stand for T. Koisu of the Satsuma Nursery, Carl Ottermeyer of the Frankfurt Market, and Tony Rico of the Neapolitan Cleaning and Pressing. 3 names that emigrated in friendly years from Japan, Germany, and Italy. But Coiso, Ottermeyer, and Rico traded in their pruning shears and butcher's cleavers and pressing irons for 3 gold stars painted on a white board in Barman Park. What did they do it for? Well, as Mrs. Ottermeyer told me...
I just got a good sight, Mama. That's what Mankau said to me, Mayor. I just got to show that adult fella he don't speak for all the people over there. But he don't talk for you and me and all us now Americans.
Well, that brings us down to gold star number 10. That's Joe Reed, a boy who lived just across the street from me. I watched him grow out of rompers into overalls and into his first long pants. Yeah, Joe was in his last year at high school, and he planned to be an electrical engineer. And he dreamed of marrying a girl named Louise. Yeah. And The sniper couldn't possibly know when he pressed the trigger that it wasn't a soldier he killed at all. It was only a red-headed kid in a sweatshirt and corduroy pants. Well, why did Joe leave the green leaves of Elm Street to die on the beach of a coral island? Well, I don't know. Maybe you can figure out for yourself.
Yeah, I couldn't really tell you why I got to get in it, Mayor. I hear a lot of stuff and I read a lot of stuff. You know, fancy talk from the big shots. But it ain't that with me. I guess it's just a feeling I'm on the right side. And that side's got to win, regardless.
Yeah, and our Gold Stars 11 and 12 belong to Carlos Santana, section hand of the CS&O Railroad, and Wilhelm Van Dorn, chairman of the board of the Springdale State Bank. Well, death doesn't inquire your professional, financial standing, or marital status, color, or religious preferences. Death has no prejudices at all, no intolerance, and no class distinction. Well, here's Greenwood Cemetery just ahead. The real end of our Springdale Memorial Day Parade.
It was a real nice Memorial Day, Mayor.
Yes, it certainly was, Millie, sure.
Oh, am I tired? My goodness, I must have walked 20 miles around that cemetery.
Yes?
Mm-hmm. Well, I guess I'll go in and lie down and listen to the radio before I go up to bed.
Yeah. Go ahead. I'm going to sit here and smoke a while.
Oh.
Too nice a night to be inside.
Yeah. Well, good night, Mayor.
Good night, Millie. Good night. Good night.
My goodness, the house smells real stuffy. Mayor?
Huh? Who is it?
Mrs. Atkinson.
Oh, sure. Come on in for a few minutes, won't you?
Thank you. How was the parade?
Oh, fine. Very nice. How was Blueberry Hill?
Very peaceful.
Yeah,
Mayor,
Mrs. Atkinson.
I've been walking and thinking, do you believe my baby will ever have to go to war and die like his father?
Well, it all depends on us, Mrs. Atkinson.
On us?
Yep. On all of us who belong to those thousands and thousands of men who died in this war.
I don't think I understand.
Well, they gave their lives because they'd been promised that this was to be the last war, final war, to bring lasting peace forever. Those boys believed that promise, and they died for that promise.
Yes, but...
Yeah, we won the war, all right. Never in all history has there been a more complete, decisive, and unconditional victory. Now it's our job to hold the world to its part of the bargain. Now, it's got to be made to hold to its promise of everlasting peace as made to those boys. And if one man, any man, tries to go back on that promise, somehow, in some way, we've got to destroy it.
Yes, you're right, Mayor. Remember that speech of Lincoln's that we learned in school? That from these honored dead, we take increased devotion to the cause for which they gave their last full measure of devotion.
Oh, yeah, sure, yeah. And that these dead shall not have died in vain. Yeah, for no more wars, Mrs. Atkinson. No more wars ever. And no new recruits for our future Memorial Day parade.
Have you written us your Noxema experience? Remember, if we read your letter on this program, we'll say thanks with a grand gift jar of Noxema. Here's a letter that sent a gift jar of Noxema skin cream to Mrs. A. Cahill of Chicago, Illinois.
I use Noxema both as a night cream and powder base. Noxema helps my powder stay on all day. My face looks as nice when I come home in the evening as when I leave in the morning. I especially like Noxema because it's greaseless, non-sticky.
You'll be thrilled with Noxema, too, once you see what Noxema can do for your skin. Noxema quickly helps smooth and soften rough, dry skin. Quickly helps heal externally caused blemishes. So get Noxema Skin Cream right away. Be sure to be with us next week at the same time when the makers of Noxema again present The Mayor of the Town, starring Lionel Barrymore, in a chapter called Two Votes for Marilli. Our script tonight was written by Charles Caswell, music by Bernard Katz. Mr. Barrymore appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn Mayer, producers of Two Sisters from Boston, starring Katherine Grayson, June Allison, Lawrence Melchior, Jimmy Durante, and Peter Lawford. Stay tuned in now for Ned Calmer and the news over most of these stations. Now, this is Ken Peters wishing you all a very pleasant good night for two famous products.
Noxema Skin Cream for a smoother skin.
Noxema Shave Cream for a cooler shave. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is the story. Stories of people, of nations, of the world, of yesterday and today, and the meaning they hold for tomorrow.
Let me introduce myself. Walt Whitman's the name, a reporter by trade, a loafer by inclination, and a poet by accident. In my day, during the middle 1800s, America was growing so fast it bust out of its britches every 6 months. And the only reason men wore their hair so long was because nobody had time for a shave and a haircut. It was like being on an express train where people would say, "This is a nice town we're coming to," wasn't it? But there's only one trouble with people in a hurry. They usually forget something. And this time, people forgot America.
Hear it, Walt? Hear it? I told you it'd work. Now we can get our news direct to the editorial office.
What good is a telegraph key, Jeff, if you can't decipher the babbling insect?
Oh, that's easy. G,
behold, the instrument has spoken.
G-O-L-D.
Gold, that's a fine start, Jeff.
V-E-R-E. Discovered. Gold discovered.
Who says the days of miracles are past?
Wait. Gold discovered in C-A-L.
In California. Mexicans out, Americans in, and pronto, gold's discovered. Hey, Jeff, where do you think you're going?
Out to tell the boys.
The boys will have to wait. If they want news, they'll have to read it in our paper.
Hello, Walt? Interrupting?
Not at all, Colston. Just toss those books on the floor and sit down.
No matter, I'll stand. Walt, I want to talk to you. Well, say something.
Thought you said you wanted to do that, Colston.
Walt, when I bought part ownership of this paper, I thought you were the best editor in Brooklyn. And I still do, believe it or not.
Are you telling me or challenging me, Colston?
All I'm trying to tell you, Walt, is what's the idea behind an editorial like this one here in today's paper?
On the gold rush?
Yes. The rush for California gold is as ignoble a scramble for pennies as it is indicative of a weakness and a greed in our national character. You wrote that, didn't you?
Did I?
Who else around this office has a vocabulary of more than 6 words?
Webster.
I'm not asking for sarcasm. I'm asking for an explanation. Here's another item. Yesterday, our country was excited over a tremendous moral issue, slavery. And with so much attention and thought, it seemed the issue might at last be solved. Today, all this is forgotten. Honest citizens have dropped their honest jobs and rushed pell-mell to seek for pots of gold at the end of rainbows.
Didn't know you could read so well, Colston.
You know this paper's policy, Walt?
Sure. I know my own policy, too.
What's that, may I ask?
Don't write what you don't believe.
You can at least be more polite.
I can't be polite to slavery.
Walt, I'm completely dissatisfied.
Well, so am I. It so happens this country's sitting on a powder keg labeled slave question. That's more important than you or me or your piddling newspaper.
Whitman, I've tried to be open-minded about...
Just a minute. Jeff, bring over that envelope I left on Mr. Colson's desk.
Sure, Walt.
I'm not interested in envelopes, Whitman.
Here you are, Mr. Colson.
I pay you to edit the paper, and you spend your time writing me
I'll
letters.
save you the trouble of reading it, Colson. It can all be boiled down to half a dozen immortal American words. You can't fire me. I quit. That was a fine supper, Ma.
The man with your appetite say that to anything, Walt.
You made your mind up about helping me build that house, Walt?
He's had enough time lying on the beach and just gazing at the ocean.
Hush up, George.
What do you say, Walt?
Sure, I'll help you, Pa, but only part-time.
Part-time? Why, got another job?
Yep,
Well, you're the silent one. Why don't you tell us? What's the job?
writing some poems.
For who?
You, me, everybody. America.
George, I wish you'd think a bit before you open that big mouth.
Poetry for you, me, and America. Pass me those toothpicks, Ma.
How come, Walt?
Well, Pa, there's two reasons. First of all, America doesn't have much poetry of her own, just fancy imported European stuff full of fuss and highfalutin talk.
And what's the second reason?
Well, that's harder to explain, Pa. You see, America's sort of like a big kid, all brawn and brag. Well, that's important because we're growing. But I think somebody has to holler out every so often. Just remember, America, you can't eat gold and timber and railroads. You can't preserve a free government with just brag. Take it easy. Remember, you've gotten yourself hitched up to a star called Liberty, but if you don't watch out, you're going to trip over the Milky Way. Maybe you have the guts, but don't forget, it takes a heart and spirit to make a complete man.
You want to say all that, Walt?
Pretty much all of it, Ma.
You don't need a poem, Walt. You need a rooftop.
My mother was only half right. I needed more than a poem or a rooftop. I needed readers. I set up the print and published the first book of my poems, Leaves of Grass, myself. And people bought copies the way they might buy 50-cent pieces on sale for $1. Poetry is like a musical concert. You need a good audience to complete the job. But one day, while I was at home...
Pardon me, does... Why, you're Walt Whitman, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
I recognize the beard. Let me introduce myself.
Oh, wait. Your face. Why, you're...
That's right.
Emerson, Ralph Waldo Emerson.
First time I've ever heard my name used as a battle cry.
Why, your name's been like a flag to me. I marched behind it.
I see your hat's on. Were you going marching?
No, just an ordinary walk this time.
May I join you?
Sure.
I have a lecture in New York tonight, but I thought I'd stop and see you first.
Yeah?
I got that copy of Leaves of Grass you sent me.
Sent you the first copy off the press. What did you think of it?
Hello there, Walt.
Oh, hello, Jack. How's Helen?
Oh, Doc says another week in bed and she'll be fit as a fiddle and skipping rope again.
Good. I'll be up to see her later. Bye.
Bye now.
You know, Whitman, you look like your poetry reads.
How's that?
You're big, powerful. You're a walking barn door.
With the accompanying odor?
Oh.
Hello, Walt.
Hello, Horace.
Why don't you come over Manhattan more often? Walt, we got whiskey there that burns all the way down.
I'll take you up on that, Horace.
Horse.
That's Little Horse. We call his older brother Big Horse. You know, a man's nickname is more important than his given name. It labels his character, it describes him to the world.
You know these people, these everyday people, very well, don't you?
Well, they're the only kind I do know.
That's why you write about them so well. I will sing the song of companionship. And who but I should be the poet of comrade?
Hey, Mr. Emerson, if you're going to quote my poetry, you'll need a drink. What do you say to a beer in here?
I'll say yes. Just one, though.
Hey, I forgot to ask. How'd you like my book?
Mr. Whitman, your book is the most extraordinary piece of wit and wisdom America has yet contributed. It not only encourages, it fortifies.
You mean that?
Sincerely.
One beer? Why, that calls for a whole round of beer. If Ralph Waldo Emerson, one of America's most eminent literary men, liked my book, I knew that a door I thought closed was really open, and I could walk forth into the sun. And so, between jobs of writing newspaper articles, I kept writing poems about people, about Manhattan, and most of all, about America. But then, in 1860...
Fort Sumter, fired on by Southern troops. Hey, Pa, we're going to go to war.
You've enlisted, George? A man with a Quaker upbringing?
Sure, I've enlisted. You're 42, you wouldn't understand. And I always thought you hated slavery.
I do. But do you think we'll solve everything by killing our own people in the South?
What other way is there?
Fellow citizens, I stand before you tonight not as President of the United States, but as a man humbled before the great sorrow of carrying through a necessary, though terrible task. The battle has begun, and our nation is embarked upon days which yet face.
Telegraph message for Mrs. Louisa Whitman.
I'll take it, son.
Any answer?
Your son, George.
Is there any answer?
What?
You want to send an answer? I'll write it down.
Yeah, sure. Arriving Washington Hospital Friday. Courage. All our love, Walt. I thought that as soon as I reached the capital, I would go directly to the hospital. But when I got there, I found that every other building was a hospital. I learned that my brother's regiment was only about 12 miles away at the Virginia front. And I got a pass to visit him there because the line was temporarily quiet. And then a new nightmare began.
Pardon me, soldier.
Huh? Which way to the 51st New York Volunteers?
Down around the next band.
Thanks. Thanks very much. What's the matter, soldier? Hit?
Yes. My leg.
Here, I'll help you through it.
No. Plenty worse than me. He's over there. Shot for the stomach.
I'll see. Here he is. Soldier. Oh. Can't help him anymore. Poor fellow.
Dead?
Afraid so.
He was my brother. My youngest brother.
There had been a skirmish that afternoon. And all that terrible night, I kept stumbling across more wounded men. It wasn't until dawn.
Walt! Hey, Walt! George! I thought I recognized that beard. Where the devil did you come from?
Your face, the bandage.
That's nothing. Hey, how's Ma?
And I kept seeing her dying.
They haven't got my number yet. Gosh, it's good to see you. Come on over to my tent. You're still writing poetry?
No. More important things to do now.
Good morning, Manners.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Whitman.
Going to play a melodeon for us again this morning?
Yep, the boys have asked me to.
Who's the lowest this morning?
New boy. Dead 9. Both legs amputated. Gangrene set in.
Dead 9, I'll see him.
Morning, Walt. Hello, Jim. Orange is getting scarce. I brought you only one today. Here, catch.
Got it? Say.
Hello, Walt. Hello yourself.
Hey, can I see you later about that letter?
I'll be there with bells on.
Hey, good morning, Walt.
Good morning, Jonathan. Here's your hometown newspaper, I promise.
Oh, gee, thanks, Walt.
And how are you today, you bandy-legged horse thief?
Don't you growl at me, you conscorn grizzly bar. Hey, hiya, Walt.
Hey, look,
My wife finally had the baby. Honest, fellas, look.
A
It's here
baby?
in the paper I just got. You want to see it?
Who says I'm a grizzly bear? I'm a blamed 200-pound store.
At 9. What's your name, son?
Roger Sloan, sir.
Mind if I sit down here?
Oh, I'd be pleased to have you, sir.
And drop that, sir. Everybody and his brother calls me Walt.
All right. They call me Slim. It's because I was always so darn thin. Thanks for stopping here.
Why? Didn't you expect me to?
I'm a Confederate soldier. Your own side comes first.
Both sides are my side, Slim. Drink of water?
No, thanks. I'm chilly now. It's crazy. First I get hot, and I'm chilly. That's the fever, I guess. That melodeon plays pretty nice, doesn't it?
Yeah. How old are you, Slim?
21.
And when's your 17th birthday?
August 3rd. Doggone, I fall into that trap every time.
You know why I'm asking all these questions?
Sure. I heard the other men say you wrote letters to their folks so they wouldn't be listed as just missing.
Oh? What shall I write to your folks?
Oh, that I'm being treated well and think of them all, especially Sarah Ann. Better not mention my legs.
Oh, I won't. Oh, don't.
I'm not.
Man isn't any less a man because he can't walk, you know?
Can I have a glass of cold water now? I feel feverish all of a sudden.
Sure. Here. I'll hold it for you.
Wait. Bringing that folding white screen down the aisle. When they put that around a man's bed, that means the end, doesn't it?
Not always. Not always, Slim.
They're bringing the screen this way, Walt. Walt, they're bringing it this way.
Pardon us, please. We just want to stand this around the bed.
Steady, Slim.
When you write 'em, tell 'em.
Here. Let me wipe your head.
Melodeon. My sister used to play one back home.
Oh, you'll see them again, Slim. You can't lose a battle until you surrender.
Under my pillow, you'll find a little Bible with gilt edges.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
To carry my boy through till he comes home again, Mother. She has nice handwriting.
She wrote that just before I left. What? Oh, I don't want to die.
You won't. You'll be all right. Remember this part. The Lord is my shepherd. I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside still waters. He restoreth my soul. He guided me in the paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. I opened my notebook again, and on the last page I wrote, "My songs cease. I abandoned them. From behind the screen where I hid, I advanced personally to you. Camarado, this is no book. Who touches this touches a man." After Slim came thousands more like him. Every year the boys in new uniforms were getting younger. Bull Run, Chancellorsville, Gettysburg.
That this nation, under God, shall have a new birth of freedom, and that government of the people, by the people, for the people.
Hello, Mrs. O'Connor.
Well, we haven't seen you in such a long time, Walt.
I've
been pretty sick. Infected hand.
Oh, yes, I heard about that. As I was saying to Mrs.
Mrs. O'Connor, will you forgive me if I rush off?
But what's the hurry,
I've
Walt?
got to keep my daily appointment with the president.
Hey, here comes Abe now.
Looks pretty tired, don't it? Good morning, Mr. President.
Good morning, sir. John, who's that big fellow with a beard who says hello every morning?
A fellow named Walt Whitman, sir.
He radiates vitality the way a stove radiates warmth.
He's helped lots of wounded men think about living again instead of dying.
I can see how, too. Well, you know, John, his hello every morning sort of makes me feel I'm shaking hands with the American people.
Each day, I walked past the White House when Abe... I called him Abe in my mind like everyone else. When Abe went for his daily ride, I watched the carved lines of his face grow deeper month by month, as though the war were an acid that ate away even his iron courage. And then suddenly, Grant and Lee were meeting at Appomattox. Before we knew it, the war was over. The great brass tongues of church bells sang out the joy that swept the nation. The bayonets could gather dust. The cannonballs turned to rust. The war was over! Oh, Captain. My Captain. Our fearful trip is done. The ship has weathered every wreck. The prize we sought is won. The port is near. The bells I hear. The people all exulting. While follow eyes the steady keel. The vessel grim and daring. But oh, heart, heart, heart. Oh, the bleeding drops of red. Where on the deck my captain lies, fallen, cold, and dead.
Oh, Papa Fab! Walt, Gott in Himmel, it's Walt.
Sure, it's Walt. Stop polishing those glasses and shake hands.
Wait, praise God, it's good to see you again. Here, sit down here. Oh, you're looking fine, Walt.
I see your business looks fine, too, Papa Pop. Full house tonight.
Business, huh? Say, let's talk about you, Walt.
Any of the old gang around? I'd like to see him.
Sure, over there. Henry, Ada, Charlie, look who's here. Stand up, Walt, stand up. See, Walt Whitman is back in Manhattan.
Hello, folks!
Are you working on a new book?
Look at him.
Are you?
Hey, wait a minute. Hit me with one at a time.
This calls for beer, Papa Fly.
Beer?
Beer, you insult me. Champagne it is. This calls for bubbles, not for foam. I get it myself.
Same old Papa Pop, all right.
So the prodigal son is back in his native town.
Back to Manhattan, sadder and wiser, as the old folks say.
How long, Walt?
Don't know myself, Charlie.
All right, gang, let's ask him all together. Ready? Still writing poetry?
Yeah, still writing. But a different kind this time.
The war changed your tune, eh?
More than that, Harry. I learned what it felt like to lose all your faith, all your hope, and worst of all your courage.
Yes, 4 years of war did that to all of us, Walt, all over the country.
I know. We were swaggering toward the 20th century with plenty of elbow room and jeans full of silver dollars. We had no tolerance and no compassion. I guess the war taught us both. We can still taste the blood and tears.
And that's what you're going to write?
No, that's past. Coming over on the ferry boat from Brooklyn, I saw the towers of Manhattan outlined against the sky. Fingers pointing toward God. We're older now and wiser, I hope. And we've got to learn a new faith in ourselves. A new belief that what we're doing is important. Not only to us right here and now, but to the whole world for generations to come.
Well, here we are. Here we are. Bertha, set out the glasses.
He meant it, by gosh. Real champagne.
Wait now. Now we drink to Walt. Walt? Hoch soll sie leben. May you live high with love and happiness.
Now, wait a minute, folks. Thanks, but I'd like to change that. Let's drink to America and her future. One song, America, before I go. I'd sing o'er all the rest with trumpet sound. For thee, the future. Oh, I see flashing that this America is only you and me. Its Congress is you and me. The officers, capitals, armies, ships are you and me. Past, present, and future are you and me. What whispers are these, O lands, running ahead of you, passing under the seas? Are all the nations communing? Is there going to be but one heart to the globe? Turn your undying face to where the future, greater than all the past, is swiftly, surely preparing for you. Thunder on! Stride on! Democracy!
You have been listening to This is the Story, one of a series of radio dramas selected and rebroadcast for the men and women of the American Armed Forces in every overseas theater of operation. Stories of the free people, of the free nations of the world. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
This is John Daly on a little sagebrush-covered mesa overlooking the Mission Alamo. The besieged and completely surrounded garrison of Free Texans, less than 200 men, are still blocking the advance of Santa Anna's 3,000 Mexican troops into the heart of Free Texas. They still hold out, but it may be that on this morning of March 6, 1836, Santa Anna's troops will storm forward in their final all-out attack. For a short while ago, Santa Anna's cannon, which for 11 days have kept up a relentless bombardment of the Alamo, suddenly ceased firing. And there are signs of activity in the Mexican lines. Couriers began to dash to and from Santa Anna's headquarters.
The Alamo, March 6, 1836. CBS is there.
The defense of the Alamo. CBS asks you to imagine that our microphone is present at this unforgettable moment of Texas history. All things are as they were then, except for one thing.
CBS is there.
This broadcast, the sixth in a special summer series produced and directed for Columbia by Robert Louis Cheon, is based on authentic historical fact and quotation. And now,
The Alamo, March 6, 1836, and John Daly.
Out before us, we wonder, as the whole world wonders, what is going on inside the Alamo. The little mission, which looks like a brown roosting hen, its head the bell tower, and its body the rectangular stockade that stretches back from the mission proper, is ominously quiet. Our CBS mobile unit is outside the Mexican lines and about a half a mile away from the Alamo. The Mexicans have taken no notice of our unit since they first questioned us when we arrived on the scene. The fact that the United States is officially neutral in this revolt of the Texas patriots against the Santa Anna government still protects us and permits us to continue our observation and reports without let or hindrance. No military action in all history can be compared to this siege. These men, these Texans, could have escaped. They had full warning of Santa Anna's approach with his army of 3,000, but they chose to stand because they knew that unless Santa Anna was stopped, if only for a few precious days, unless his relentless march was stalled, all of Free Texas would fall before the invaders. Of course, it's still possible that the Alamo may be relieved. It's still possible that reinforcements may come. Involuntarily, we keep staring toward the east. Along the road, relief may come, must come, if it is to come, a road swept by a cold March wind. Actually, we know that the chances for relief are so small as to be practically non-existent. These Texans, these farm boys and trappers and cattle raisers, these lads who a few weeks ago were plowing fields and milking cows, have almost overnight become soldiers. And meanwhile, one of the most puzzling aspects of the situation has been the continued silence of the portable radio transmitter we know to be inside the Alamo. Our technicians have been on the alert constantly, day and night, but so far we have not been able to get any signal from within the walls. Meantime, the panorama of battle stretches out before us. It looks like some toy battlefield, but we know it is real. The bodies of white-clad Mexican soldiers sprawled on the ground are real. The red blood flag denoting no quarter flies from Santa Anna's lines. Soldiers always say that waiting is worse than battle. We know what they mean now, but we will wait here. And this is John Daly, returning you to the temporary capital of this infant nation, Washington on the Brazos, and Ken Roberts. This is Ken Roberts inside the small, rude, unpainted building which houses the Free Texas Convention, or Consultation as it is called. That cold March wind John Daly spoke about is blowing on the browsers, too, and the windows of the building have been covered with canvas in an attempt to hold out the cold. The convention, which is working on the Free Texas Constitution, is in recess. Most of the delegates are standing about in small, solemn groups. They're talking quietly and soberly of the news they've just heard from John Daly, the news that the final all-out attack on the Alamo may be impending. Mrs. Eliza Benson, who lives in the neighborhood, is here with me now. She has kindly consented to answer a few questions. Mrs. Benson, I understand you have a son with Lieutenant Colonel Travis at the Alamo.
Yes, I have, Mr. Roberts.
Well, how long has he been in the Army?
Oh, not long. 2 weeks, maybe. We only been in Texas all told less than 3 months.
Where did you come from, Mrs. Benson?
From Indian Territory out near Independence Way. See, we had a few acres that Sam, my husband, bought from the land office.
Uh-huh.
And the Indians come and Sam was killed. We didn't have anything, not even a wagon. So I took my boy Philip and we walked down here. 250 miles. Sure was a long walk.
Yes, it must have been. And now you have a home here in Texas?
Well, we got some acreage near Goliad. But just when Philip was getting set to put in a crop, all this trouble started. All the young men went into the Army, and Philip, he went too.
Do you think those boys, Philip and the others, will be able to hold off Santa Anna?
Well, I didn't know anything about that. Philip is where God put him. It's not for his mother or anyone else to decide such questions. But I know the men who are with him, Billy Travis, Colonel Boyd, David Crockett, and the other lads from our little town, other towns in Texas. They'll be doing what they should be doing. They'll be brave.
Thank you, Mrs. Benson. I wish you could see these faces around me now. They're American faces, wind-bitten and square-jawed. The language is the language of the Tennessee hills, the Mohawk Valley, the farmlands, the old frontiers, the places you and I know. Although until 4 days ago, when the Texas Declaration of Independence was signed, this land had been politically foreign, it has long been culturally and physically allied to the United States. These people, these Texans, are the cousins and the brothers and the husbands of our own families. They are our kin. For example, the Texan, the typical Texan who's standing at our CBS microphone now. He's a tall, bony figure of a man in buckskin breeches and homespun shirt. He's grinning at the description. What is your name, sir?
Smithwick. Noah Smithwick.
And where is your home, Mr. Smithwick?
Well, I got a parcel out San Felipe way.
Well, where was your home before you came to Texas, Mr. Smithwick?
Kentucky. Hopkinsville.
And what brought you to Texas?
Well, I reckon the same thing that brought the others. A chance to own some land, new start. Maybe just a kind of itch to haul up anchor and see some new ports.
You talk like a Navy man.
Well, I was one during the war against England, 1812.
I see.
Yeah, gunner's mate on the good old Constitution. Ironside, that was.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I came home after the war and kind of couldn't get used to things, you know. And a fella come through town, he talked mighty big about this here place called Texas and said as how old Moses Austin got himself a whopping big grand of land and was offering farmland and some 400 acres of pasture to folks who'd come down this way. So I pack up my kit and caboodle and come down.
Well, did you get all that was promised to you, Mr. Smithwick?
Got some.
Well, is Texas what you expected it to be?
Well, I reckon it's a mite different from what we was told it to be.
How's that, sir?
Well, this fellow who signed us up, he's a tolerable good liar, you know.
Liar?
Yeah. He said that there'd be no taxes, and he said as how the country was so full of game. Now, get this. Wild horses, turkey, and buffalo, that all one would have to do to get a meal is pitch a bowie knife over his left shoulder. And he said as how when you planted corn, you'd have to back up real fast so as the stalk wouldn't bash in the chin coming up. Terrible good lie he was.
Well, Mr. Smithwick.
Yeah?
How do you feel about what the boys at the Alamo are doing? Holding off Santa Anna, I mean. Giving Texas time.
Oh, well, I tell you, I figure this way, Mr. Roberts. That's your name, isn't it?
That's right, sir.
Well, those boys, they kind of calculated what the situation was and did what they figured was needed. And it's a right grand thing they're doing, and we ain't forgetting that either. Those boys know what they're fighting for.
Yes, I guess they do.
Well, we got no more reason to be part of Mexico than we has to be part of China, you know.
How's that, Mr. Smithwick?
Well, we don't speak the same language, think the same way, and that ain't all. We've been doing our best, you know, to mind our own business, asking precious little. But now what's happened? Well, I tell you, Steve Austin goes down to Mexico City to speak our cause, and Santa Anna smacks him into a dungeon for almost a year. Now tell me, is that how free citizens get treated in a decent country?
Oh, I guess it isn't.
No, you guess right. We ask for schools for our kids and little things like trial by jury and the right to speak a piece when we're in a mind to speak. Now, I know what the talk is how we're all of us here nothing but a crew of pirates and ruffians out to stir up trouble. Well, that just ain't so. We're plain ordinary God-fearing
Excuse me, Mr. Smithwick. A rider has just entered the convention hall. His clothes are caked with mud. He looks tired. He looks as if he's ridden a long way and ridden hard. The men are crowding around him now, but he's pushing his way through to the dead. I'm going to try to get up to him. One side, please. Would you step aside, please? Get off that cable. Please, let me through. Please. Who is the rider, sir? Where is he from?
Billy Travis from the Alamo. He's got a dispatch for General Houston.
The rider is from the Alamo. He's come from the Alamo. General Sam Houston has just entered the hall. The rider is talking to him now. And there's Mr. Richard Ellis, the president of the convention. The news of the rider's arrival is spread all over. All the delegates are pouring in now. General Houston is reading the dispatch handed to him by the rider. It must be news from the Alamo at last. News from inside the Alamo. Now General Houston is talking to Mr. Ellis. He's pointing to the dispatch. Wait a minute. Just a moment. Mr. Ellis is raising his hand. He's pounding the
Gentlemen, quiet, please. Please, quiet. Quiet. Gentlemen, we have here a dispatch from Lieutenant Colonel William B. Travis, commanding the garrison at San Antone de Bexar. General Houston has asked me to read it to you. To the Commander-in-Chief of the Army of Texas. On the 23rd of February, the enemy in large force entered the city of San Antone de Bexar, which could not be prevented, as I had not sufficient force to defend my position. Colonel Batters, the adjutant major of the President General Santa Anna, demanded a surrender at discretion, calling us firing rebels. I answered them with a cannon shot. The enemy commenced a bombardment with a 5-inch howitzer, which, together with heavy cannonade, has been kept up incessantly ever since. I instantly sent express to Colonel Fannin at Goliad and to the people of Gonzales and San Felipe. Our numbers are few, and I have every reason to expect an attack from the whole force of the enemy very soon. But I shall hold to the last extremity, hoping to secure reinforcements in a day or two. Do hasten on aid to me as rapidly as possible, as from the superior number of the enemy, it would be impossible for us to keep them out much longer. If they overpower us, we fall a sacrifice at the shrine of our country, and we hope posterity in our country will do our memory justice. Give me help, O my country. Victory or death. Signed, W.B. Travis, Lieutenant Colonel. So ends the dispatch.
There it is. There you have it. The first official word of the situation within the Alamo. I hope you heard it as Mr. Ellis read it to the delegates here at Washington on the Brazos this morning of March 6, 1836. Although the dispatch confirms everything, John Daly's been able to report to you from the CBS mobile unit. Although most of the information contained in the dispatch is already known, still, this is the first official word that has come through from the Alamo itself since it was besieged 11 days ago. While the dispatch was defiant, almost heroic, its meaning is clear. The situation was desperate then when there was still hope for reinforcements. It is even more desperate now that hope is dim. Mr. Ellis, General Houston, and some of the delegates have been holding a consultation. Mr. Ellis is calling to order again.
Gentlemen, quiet. Quiet, please, quiet. General Houston, I will now give you your orders. As Commander-in-Chief of the Texas Army, you're ordered forthwith to repair to such place on the frontier as you may deem advisable,
you will proceed to establish headquarters and organize an army, and you will require all officers of the army of whatever grade to report to you. And as it is impossible at this time to determine any particular line of action, you will act according to the emergencies of the occasion and the best dictates of your own judgment for the purpose of protecting our frontier and advancing the best interests of our country.
Thank you, sir. Good day.
You have just heard General Houston's orders as given to him by Mr. Ellis. The general has saluted Mr. Ellis now. He's coming this way, pushing his way through the delegates. They're shaking his hands, patting him on the back, and wishing him well. Oh, General Houston, this is CBS.
Yes?
General Houston, can you tell us anything about your plans?
It is my intention to fight Santa Anna.
But are you ready, sir? Is Texas ready to challenge to fight the immense army of Santa Anna?
When is Texas not ready to fight?
What about the Alamo, General Houston? Can you tell us anything about the Alamo?
Colonel Travis and his boys are standing at the Alamo for one purpose, to give me time to organize a defense against Santa Anna. They saw their duty. They did not waver. I will not waver in mine.
Can you give us a message to the American people, General Houston?
Yes. You heard the dispatch from Colonel Travis. He said, "Give me help, oh my country." Well, I say, volunteers from the United States for the Army of Texas will be welcome. I say to all red-blooded Americans, come to Texas. Come with a good rifle. And come soon. In the name of the men of the Alamo, liberty or death.
Thank you, General Sam Houston, Commander-in-Chief of the Army of Texas. The general is leaving the building now, surrounded by the delegates. These people have placed their highest hopes in Sam Houston, the tight-lipped, broad-shouldered ex-governor from Tennessee, upon whose military skill their very lives are now dependent. Undoubtedly, the events that have happened here in the last few minutes have given John Daly, our CBS correspondent near the Alamo, the first official news of the situation inside the mission. So now, John Daly. Heard some faint sounds from the shortwave transmitter inside the Alamo. The couriers behind Santa Anna's lines have disappeared. The silence has deepened. The wind continues to howl, and the first rays of the sun are now beginning to streak the battlefield before me. I can't tell you how deeply all of us here were moved by the reading of the message from Colonel Travis. As we heard his words, we were able to look down on the mission to see the pitiful inadequacy of its defenses. Less than 200 men against 3,000. The odds are staggering, and they become epic when you stop to think that they were chosen by the less than 200. I keep watching that road over which reinforcements must come. There's no sign of help, but there is something coming through by shortwave from the Alamo. We have a shortwave receiver tuned to their frequency, and the signal is clear. Let's listen to it.
Lieutenant Colonel Travis, our garrison commander, has a message. Here is Lieutenant Colonel Travis. To the people of Texas and all Americans in the world, fellow citizens and compatriots, I have sustained a bombardment and a continual cannonade for many days, and have not lost a man. I shall never surrender or retreat. I call on you in the name of liberty, of patriotism, and everything dear to the American character, to come to our aid with all dispatch. If this call is neglected, I am determined to sustain myself as long as possible and die like a soldier who never forgets what is due to his own honor and that of his country. Victory or death. This is the Alamo. This is the Alamo. That was the commander of our garrison, Lieutenant Colonel William B. Travis, appealing for reinforcements. I hope we're getting through. I hope you heard the colonel, because we sure need those reinforcements. Now, here's the Honorable Davy Crockett. He wants to say a word.
Howdy. Can't talk long, because it looks like we got a little excitement here about. Some of you folks are wondering what an ex-congressman is doing down here in San Antonio. Well, I had a bit of a difference of opinion with my constituents back home in Tennessee. I told them that if they didn't re-elect me, they might all go to places, and I'd go to Texas. Here I am. And here's where every freedom-loving man ought to be. I'm proud to identify myself with the fighting men of Texas. I consider it a rare honor to be able to defend, in company with my fellow citizens, the liberties of our common country.
That was the Honorable Davy Crockett talking to the people of the United States of America. Well, where are you, lads? You coming? We're waiting on you. This is the Alamo. This is the Alamo. Hope we're getting through. I reckon you folks might like to know how we're making out here. Well, we got beeves enough, corn enough, and I ain't heard no complaining yet about the supply of liquid refreshments. It's quiet now. Too darn quiet for comfort, if you're asking me. Some of the boys are catching a little shut-eye at the posts. And we made up that when the attack comes, the bell here will be rung. And that'll be the alarm. Well, now, some of the boys got some messages there they want me to send, so here goes. Pinky Benedict says for his wife not to worry, and maybe it'd be a good idea if she visited her sister in Memphis for a stretch. Wally Bradley, he says for his kid brother to be sure he watches out for his traps, he said, in the bayou, and to move him over to Short Creek for beaver in about a month. Now, this next one is kind of personal, so all you people listening, stop up your ears, see? It's from Dick Simon. He says to his wife that he sure loves her a heap, and to kiss the baby for her. Kiss him for me, too, Mom. Well, now, that's all for now. This is the Alamo signing off. We'll try to get back on the air again soon. Signing off. Signing off.
You have just heard the first radio message direct from the Alamo. The convention on the Brazos must have heard it also, so back to Convention Hall and Ken Roberts. The impact of the message from the Alamo on the delegates assembled here was profound. They gathered around the radio and hung on every word. Their faces reflected their anxiety, their anguish, their prayers for the boys at the Alamo. But they have not permitted their feelings to sway them from their determination to make Texas free. The delegates have taken up their new day's labor on the draft of the Constitution. They are determined that the time granted them by the stand at the Alamo must not be wasted. These few days of respite may mean the difference between victory for free Texas or death for its dream of independence. And help is on the way, we know that, as Travis and his men hold off Santa Anna on the western frontier. Volunteers from the United States are pouring in from the east. They're coming, they're on the march. Men from Kentucky, Tennessee, Ohio, and Indiana. Men from Maine and New York and Massachusetts. Right at this moment, a transport loaded with troops headed for Texas is about to pull out from a wharf somewhere in Louisiana. For an on-the-spot description of the embarkment of these volunteers, we take you now to Jackson Beck.
This is Jackson Beck on the wharf in Louisiana. A crack regiment of militia, Colonel Thomas Watson commanding, is aboard ship and ready to sail for Texas. There's a band here on the deck serenading the boys, and hundreds of people have turned out to see them off. I'm not permitted to give you their exact number, but I can tell you that the number is not meager, and the men are packed with fight. For the past few days, ever since news of Santa Anna's advance and the siege of the Alamo reached New Orleans, an air of wild excitement has spread over the city. Though the United States government maintains a strict policy of official neutrality, it is inevitable that the natural sympathy for the American colonists in Texas should be translated into action. Enlistment officers are on every street corner. The roll of volunteers swells every hour. Beside me now is the man who commands this detachment, Colonel Tom Watson. Colonel Watson, it looks like your men are anxious to get to Texas.
Anxious, If that steamboat don't sail fast enough, I reckon as how they'll get out and swim. We're all anxious. We're proud to be able to lend a helping hand to our brothers of Texas. To fight for freedom, sir, is man's greatest privilege. If the boys at the Alamo are listening, here's our message to them. We are coming. We are marching to Texas. Victory or death.
Thank you, Colonel Watson. There goes the ship's bell. She's ready to go out. Colonel Watson's going aboard. The excitement of the crowd is now at peak level. The lines have been thrown off. There's the ship's whistle. Big side wheel's beginning to turn. You can probably hear it, threshing the water as the ship gets underway. Now the crowd's going stark raving crazy.
This is the CBS studio in Washington on the Brazos. We have interrupted Jackson Beck because we have a report of action at the Alamo. We take you now to John Daly.
Santa Ana has begun the attack on the Alamo. The Alamo bells are sounding the alarm. The Mexican bugles are calling for the charge. We can see it all. It's like a play on a stage spread out before our eyes. The Mexican infantry, dragging escalades to scale the walls, is pouring over the little patch of ground that has separated the Alamo from the Mexican forces. They've been met with a withering fire from the Texans' rifles and small cannon. But although Santa Ana's men are falling like flies, they're still pressing forward. The ground is covered with bodies. The Mexican losses will be terrific no matter what the outcome. But no one can doubt their bravery. Some of the escalades are against the walls of the Alamo now. But as far as I can see, not a single Mexican has yet been able to scale them. The smoke and the dust of battle has settled like a pall on this bloody scene. We can hear gunfire, the shouts of officers, the moans and the screams of the wounded. It's a ghastly, horrible glamour of blood and war. There seems to be some slackening of fire from within the Alamo, and Mexican troops have rallied and are storming the walls once again. They're up on the escalades. I think they've mounted the ladders and are getting inside the Alamo, but there's so much smoke and dust, it's impossible to be sure. Here come the Mexican cavalry. About 1,000 horsemen, they're charging across the field. Their sabers are glittering in the sun. Their horses setting up a terrific cloud of dust. The Alamo is calling. Our shortwave receiver is blasting a message. The Alamo is on the air.
I'm here in the little shop. I can see them pouring over the wall and dropping into the courtyard. It's a whopping fracas, you take it from me. Over yonder way, on some kind of a scaffolding or something, Colonel Travis has set up a little cannon. He's got it aimed right smack at the courtyard. It's out like a blue, clean, red ass. But it ain't stopping others from coming over the wall. They're coming even faster. Travis and his boys are trying to reload the cannon. But now the Mexicans have opened up. They're firing point blank at him. Travis is down. He's down, but he's still got his pistol. Look at that. He's aiming at one of the officers. Got him. Now they're headed this way. Some of the boys there squatted down and back of the windows and doors. We ain't got time for reloading, and they're coming straight on at us. The boys have turned their rifles upside down. They ain't gonna walk in like this here was a meeting house. You listening? This is the Alamo. Folks in here, still fighting. And whatever happens out there, you keep right on fighting, understand? Reckon a lot of boys could use an extra hand. Travis is dead. Boy is dead. But we ain't. Not yet. Marcelo!
This is John Daly. The signal from the Alamo has failed, finished. The flag of Texas is coming down from the mast. The battle is over. The Alamo has fallen. We remember the blood-red flag, the no quarter sign which flew from Santa Ana's lines, and we wonder how many Texas survivors there are, if any. Santa Ana has promised there will be none, and Santa Ana is noted for his cruelty. He has gained the Alamo, but strictly from a military point of view, he has lost something far more precious, surprise and time. If the defenders of the Alamo had not held him here for 2 weeks, if they'd permitted him to march eastward into the heart of Texas, it's impossible to say what the consequences would have been for Texas' dreams of independence. But now, because of what these less than 200 heroes have done against the enemy's 3,000, now Texas has a fighting chance for freedom. Undoubtedly, they've won for themselves immortality. Undoubtedly, they'll never be forgotten. There will be others who will take their places. Of that you may be certain, for Texas has only just begun to fight. And at this very moment, General Sam Houston is gathering an army of volunteers, men who will soon be ready to take the field against Santa Ana, men who are even now dedicating themselves to avenging the slaughter here. Mexicans are still scaling the Alamo walls amidst the confusion of the littered battle.
San Antonio, March 6, 1836. The Alamo falls, but Texas independence is saved.
You have been listening to CBS Is There, the sixth in a special summer series of broadcasts of famous events. Next week,
the Roman Empire, August 26, 79 A.D. Mount Vesuvius erupts and destroys Pompeii. CBS Is There.
CBS Is There is produced and directed for Columbia by Robert Louis Cheon. Tonight's broadcast was written by Irv Tunick. Democracy isn't just a system of government. It's a doctrine of mankind. It teaches that the next fellow's as good as you, whether he's white or colored, Jew or Gentile. Some people with Nazi techniques are trying to sow the seeds of hatred and prejudice in America. America's no place for it. If someone runs down a neighbor's race or religion, remind him that he's out of joint with democracy. Help keep America democratic and strong. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Noxima's two famous products.
Noxima Skin Cream for a smoother skin.
And Noxima Shave Cream for a cooler shave. Presents The Mayor of the Town, starring Lionel Barrymore. Help to softer, smoother, lovelier-looking skin. That's Noxima's promise to you girls with facial problems, like rough, dry skin or externally caused blemishes. You see, Noxima is a medicated formula, a real aid to healing. Noxima helps smooth and soften rough, dry skin, helps heal ugly, externally caused blemishes quick, and I mean quick. Prove it for yourself. Apply Noxima night and morning. It's greaseless, non-sticky, quickly vanishes into the pores to form an ideal base for powders. And what a thrill when you discover how quickly Noxima helps your skin become lovelier to look at, softer to touch. So don't wait. Get Noxima Skin Cream right away. And now, The Mayor of the Town, starring Lionel Barrymore, with Agnes Moorehead as Marilli and Conrad Binion as Butch. Well, it's a fine Memorial Day morning in Springdale. The sun has risen bright and warm, and the mayor and his housekeeper Marilli are in the kitchen. His ward Butch is just coming in the back porch door.
Gardner! Oh, yeah, Marilli?
Can you throw that screen door just one more time?
Oh, now, look. What do you expect him to do? Snub the door with his nose like a seal?
Oh, bang him, bang
Well, he's only got two hands, you know. And you've had him lugging in armloads of those peonies all morning.
Tiny.
I said peonies.
Well, you can say peonies till you run out of breath, but my mother grew 'em and my grandmother grew 'em, and what they raised was Tiny's mare.
Is that a fact?
Yes, that is a fact.
Well, sometimes I think how much more peaceful life would be around here if your mother had confined herself to raising posies.
Oh, where'll I put these, Marilli?
In the sink, Roscoe, in the sink.
Oh, I got 24 red peonies and 22 white pionies and 18 pink peonies.
Wait a minute. Let's not speak in foreign tongues.
Oh, that's what Abby Peters calls them, Mayor.
No.
Oh, well, Abby Peters is practically illiterate. She can't add 7 and 5 and get 11.
Can you?
Well, didn't you just hear me? Why?
Never mind.
Well, anyhow, the correct pronunciation is Tiny.
No.
You want me to get the dictionary, Marilli?
Well, no, that wouldn't prove anything, Roscoe. It was written by a man, and men always stick together. No matter what Mr. Webster and his family choose to call them, we Joneses will still say Tiny.
There, I got your Masson jars all washed.
Oh.
Where do you want them?
In the market basket with the trowel.
Ah.
My land, that's all.
Oh, I'll get it, Marilli. It's probably old Abby Peters wanting to know what time we're going to start.
Oh, doggone it, Marilli. Did you promise to take Abby and her mother to the parade?
Well, I was just forced to, Mayor. He hinted and hinted.
They're two of the world's greatest backseat drivers.
Well, Abby doesn't have much joy and jollity, you know. Won't hurt you to spare her a few drops of the milk of human kindness.
Oh, I would gladly give her a whole gallon of Gray A homogenized. Every time the car goes over 20 miles an hour, she wouldn't get... Look how the boiler's going to bust.
Well, as I told you before...
I know. Abby learned to drive 30 years ago in a Stanley steamer.
Well,
it's like I guess, Marilli. It was old Abby Peters, and she wanted to know what time we'd be coming by.
Oh, well, I do hope you can find us a nice shady spot to watch the parade, Mayor.
Yes, sir.
It always makes Abby's mother faint to her stomach when she perspires, you know.
That's right. Say, look.
Huh?
Why don't we stop at Tony's and pack our bustle with dry ice?
Oh, Roscoe, you might as well carry these things out to the car on your way.
Oh, okay.
My camp stool and my rubber cushion,
Oh, yeah.
my umbrella, my thermos bottle, and my flags to wave, and my sunglasses.
Now, aren't you going to take your wading boots and your snowshoes?
Oh, there's no need to put in a sarcastic or, Mayor. These are small necessities that allow me to enjoy the parade in comfort.
Yes.
Now, go along, Roscoe.
Yes, guys, it's really getting hot out.
Oh, doggone it, Marilla. There's no sense in picking on him all the time.
Well, if you could see how that banging sets off my whole nervous system.
Oh, sure.
Bang from the top of my head right down to my toes.
Fine. So why don't you enter your name as Miss Atom Bomb in 1946?
Oh, you may laugh. You may wax ironical, Mayor, but you won't think it's a terrible funny on the day I fly to pieces and they deliver my straitjacket.
Well, you better get your order in now.
Well.
Or didn't you know there was a clothing shortage? You might reserve one for me if they have size 42 with an extra pair of pants.
Oh.
Mayor?
Yeah, Butch?
Hey, one of the tires is kind of soft. Will you unlock the back so that I can get the pop?
I'll be right out.
All right.
Here, Merle. I guess you'll have to take over pruning these posies.
Oh, now don't go and get yourself dirty. Don't forget you have to be in the parade, you know, and you don't want to ride up the main street looking like an oil gorilla.
The term, I believe, is grease monkey. And it's a noble calling. Each man is master of his pit, pouring oil on the troubled joints and differentials of outrageous fortune.
What?
Never mind, Rosie. Come on out to the car whenever you're ready to start.
Oh, Mayor, it's the right back tire.
Yeah.
And with old Abby Peters and her mother both in the back seat.
That's a load, isn't it? But why pump it? Can't we stop at a service station?
Oh, we might miss the parade. Well, you know what always happens. They both head for the ladies' room to look at their faces, and we don't see them for 20 minutes.
Oh, yeah, I guess you're right.
Good morning, Mayor.
Hey, good morning, Mrs. Atkins. Here's Keith, Butch.
Oh, thanks, Mayor.
The way you've been keeping yourself. I don't think you've been here in months.
Oh, I haven't been much of anywhere except home, Mayor. But today I left the baby with Mother and decided to take a long walk.
Aren't you going to parade?
No.
Well, quite a few of Charlie's friends will be marching.
Yes, I know. And if Charlie were with them, I'd be standing on the curb watching for him, proud as all the other wives. But he won't be. There's not much sense in my going, is there?
Well, maybe not, Mrs. Atkinson.
Instead of standing on the curb and envying other wives, I'm going to walk out toward Blueberry Hill.
Yes?
We used to go out there a lot. Picnics, wiener roast. Charlie often mentioned it in his letters. Once the Army censor took it out. Guess he thought it was code or something. Well, it was, in a way. Blueberry Hill meant, gee, I wish I was back. Gee, I'm homesick. Gee, I love you.
Oh, sure. I know, Mrs. Atkinson. I know because I knew Charlie.
Well, I mustn't keep you. Goodbye, Mayor.
Goodbye, Mrs. Atkinson. Goodbye. Please stop and see us whenever you're passing this way.
Thank you, Mayor. I will.
Roscoe? Yeah, Roy? Are you ready to go?
Yeah, I'm just doing the load of hair.
Well, go right in and do it. It's getting late. Mayor?
Yes, Marilla, right over here.
Abby just called again, and we've got to pick her up before she has nervous prostration. What in the world are you doing out here?
Nothing at all, Marilla. Just looking at the rose bushes.
Oh, Aphis?
Now, come on. Let's load up and get started for the Memorial Day parade.
Mister, if you think you have a tough time shaving, listen to the story of Harold Schaefer of Sayreville, New Jersey, as written us by Mrs. Schaefer.
My husband works in a plant where they use acid. Sometimes the fumes are so strong his face burns terribly and his skin becomes dry, tender, and sore-looking. Imagine the torture of shaving over a skin like that. His razor just pulled and burned. Well, one day my druggist wrapped a jar of Noxema shave cream.
Well, the Springdale Memorial Day Parade is now moving slowly along the route of march to Greenwood Cemetery. A band is playing. And now and then, scattered hand-clapping or cheers are heard as some particular group of veterans pass by. The mayor is riding in a car draped with red, white, and blue bunting. And as he sits there, the May sun warm on his uncovered head, his thoughts run like this.
Well, now, here we are. Going up Main Street again on another Memorial Day. Let's see now. How many times have I done this? 19 from 46. Good Lord. This is my 27th Memorial Day parade. Too many years. Too many wars. Too many dead. I used to like Memorial Day when I was a kid, but not anymore. Too many people I used to know aren't marching. It's funny, I can't seem to get that Mrs. Atkinson out of my mind. Now we're swinging into Maple Street by Baum and Carr. That signboard with Springdale's Roll of Honor looks white and clean against those new green leaves. And people don't stop to look at it anymore. Before VJ Day, they used to stand and watch whenever a man appeared to paint a new gold star. Well, gold stars. A stranger would say that was a reasonable price to pay for victory. But a stranger wouldn't know the men and boys those gold stars stand for the way I knew them. Yeah, I certainly knew them well. First star is Charlie Atkins. Charlie taught mechanical drawing and coached the basketball team at Springdale High. He was married to Sandra Holmes, and they went on picnics and wiener roasts at Blueberry Hill. It was very clear in Charlie's mind what he was fighting for.
Like it or not, it's a job that has to be done, Mayor. It's got to be done so the kids growing up can have the same things we have.
Yeah. And Gold Star number 2 is Fred Baker, police reporter for the Morning Pariah. Tough, hard-boiled, disillusioned about the human race at the ripe old age of 24. Yet people down in their luck called him the softest touch in town. I remember Fred stopping to say goodbye.
Well, it's like this, Mayor. No mug's got the right to push little punks around. So I don't like it. So I joined the Army. So long, Mayor.
Sure. And our 3rd and 4th Gold Stars stand for Art Casey and Johnny Eric. Soda jerks at Grayson's drugstore. Well, you'd hardly expect a couple of kids to trade their jalopy for a Jeep or their hot trumpet for a bazooka. But as Johnny explained it sounded reasonable.
Look, Mayor, if a guy likes Harry James or Bing Crosby or Red Skelton, that's his own business, see? And when anybody thinks he can tell people what they can hear or read or say, nuts to him.
Yes, sir. Then Joe Green was awarded our 5th Gold Star. Joe Green, ne'er-do-well, jack of no trade, lived in a shack down by the Coon River Dam. He never owned a thing that could be stolen, borrowed, or taxed. I didn't think Joe owned anything he wanted to fight for either, but it seems he did.
Well, I figure it this way, Mayor. We can't have a lot of hoodlums running wild through the world's backyard, tearing down clotheslines, trying to scare fellas that never wore no man's collar into wearing a black or brown shirt. You just keep the fish bite until I get back.
Sure. And then comes Ben Jones. Yeah, Ben Jones, our Gold Star number 6. Ben refused to carry a gun and was referred to as our conscientious objector. He went away to serve as a stretcher bearer and was mentioned several times in dispatches for bravery under fire. And now, still unarmed, he sleeps honored and at peace under a cross in some far-off island. Yes, it was Ben who said to me,
War isn't right, Mayor. No, war's never right. But when it comes, a man's got to do what he can, the very best he can. The Lord's got a bad job ahead with all the hurt and dying. Even 2 hands as weak as mine can help him out.
Yep. Then Gold Star 7, 8, and 9 stand for T. Koisu of the Satsuma Nursery, Carl Ottermeyer of the Frankfurt Market, and Tony Rico of the Neapolitan Cleaning and Pressing. 3 names that emigrated in friendly years from Japan, Germany, and Italy. But Koiso, Ottermeyer, and Rico traded in their pruning shears and butchers, cleavers, and pressing irons for 3 Gold Stars painted on a white board in Barman Park. What did they do it for? Well, as Mrs. Ottermeyer told me,
I just got to go fight, Mama. That's what Mankau said to me, Mayor. I just got to show that Adolf fella he don't speak for all the people over there.
that he done tough for you and me and all us now Americans.
Well, that brings us down to Gold Star number 10. That's Joe Reed, boy who lived just across the street from me. I watched him grow out of rompers into overalls and into his first long pants. Yeah, Joe was in his last year at high school, and he planned to be an electrical engineer. And he dreamed of marrying a girl named Louise. Yep. And the sniper couldn't possibly know when he pressed the trigger that it wasn't a soldier he killed at all. It was only a red-headed kid in a sweatshirt and corduroy pants. Well, why did Joe leave the green leaves of Elm Street to die on the beach of a coral island? Well, I don't know. Maybe you can figure out for yourself.
Gee, I couldn't really tell you why I got to get in it, Mayor. I hear a lot of stuff, and I read a lot of stuff. You know, fancy talk from the big shots. But it ain't that with me. I guess it's just a feeling I'm on the right side. And that side's got to win, regardless.
Yeah, and our Gold Stars 11 and 12 belong to Carlos Santana, second hand of the CS&O Railroad, and Wilhelm Van Dorn, chairman of the board of the Springdale State Bank. Well, death doesn't inquire your professional, financial standing, or marital status, color, or religious preferences. Death has no prejudices at all, no intolerance, and no class distinction. Well, here's Greenwood Cemetery just ahead. The real end of our Springdale Memorial Day Parade.
It was a real nice Memorial Day, Mayor.
Yes, it certainly was, Millie, sure.
Oh, am I tired? My goodness, I must have walked 20 miles around that cemetery.
Yes?
Mm-hmm. Well, I guess I'll go in and lie down and listen to the radio before I go up to bed.
Yeah. Go ahead. I'm going to sit here and smoke a while.
Oh.
Too nice a night to be inside.
Yeah. Well, good night, Mayor.
Good night, Millie. Good night. Good night.
My goodness, the house smells real stuffy. Mayor?
Huh? Who is it?
Mrs. Atkinson.
Oh, sure. Come on in for a few minutes, won't you?
Thank you. How was the parade?
Oh, fine. Very nice. How was Blueberry Hill?
Very peaceful.
Yeah,
Mayor,
Mrs. Atkinson.
I've been walking and thinking, do you believe my baby will ever have to go to war and die like his father?
Well, it all depends on us, Mrs. Atkinson.
On us?
Yup. On all of us who belong to those thousands and thousands of men who died in this war.
I don't think I understand.
Well, they gave their lives because they'd been promised that this was to be the last war, final war, to bring lasting peace forever. Those boys believed that promise, and they died for that promise.
Yes, but...
Yeah, we won the war, all right. Never in all history has there been a more complete, decisive, and unconditional victory. Now it's our job to hold the world to its part of the bargain. Now, it's got to be made to hold to its promise of everlasting peace as made to those boys. And if one man, any man, tries to go back on that promise, somehow, in some way, we've got to destroy it.
Yes. Yes, you're right, Mayor. Remember that speech of Lincoln's that we learned in school? That from these honored dead, we take increased devotion to the cause for which they gave their last full measure of devotion.
Oh, yeah, sure, yeah. And that these dead shall not have died in vain. Yeah, for no more wars, Miss Atkinson. No more wars ever. And no new recruits for our future Memorial Day parade.
Have you written us your Noxema experience? Remember, if we read your letter on this program, we'll say thanks with a grand gift jar of Noxema. Here's a letter that sent a gift jar of Noxema skin cream to Mrs. A. Cahill of Chicago, Illinois.
I use Noxema both as a night cream and powder base. Noxema helps my powder stay on all day. My face looks as nice when I come home in the evening as when I leave in the morning. I especially like Noxema because it's greaseless, non-sticky.
You'll be thrilled with Noxema, too, once you see what Noxema can do for your skin. Noxema quickly helps smooth and soften rough, dry skin. Quickly helps heal externally caused blemishes. So get Noxema skin cream right away. Be sure to be with us next week at the same time when the makers of Noxema again present The Mayor of the Town, starring Lionel Barrymore, in a chapter called 2 Votes for Marilli. Our script tonight was written by Charles Caswell, music by Bernard Katz. Mr. Barrymore appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Two Sisters from Boston, starring Katherine Grayson, June Allison, Lauritz Melchior, Jimmy Durante, and Peter Lawford. Stay tuned in now for Ned Calmer and the news over most of these stations. Now, this is Ken Peters wishing you all a very pleasant good night for two famous products.
Noxema skin cream for a smoother skin.
Noxema shave cream for a cooler shave. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The name George Washington has become a symbol of liberty and freedom wherever man has read the records of history. In man's long and bitter struggle for the right to be free, for the right to govern himself, George Washington is a guiding beacon as enduring as history itself. 209 years ago today, George Washington, American, was born. To him, to his principles of freedom, of unity, of tolerance, of democracy itself, this program is dedicated.
The unity of government, which constitutes you one people, is also now dear to you. It is justly so, for it is a main pillar in the edifice of your real independence, the support of your tranquility at home, your peace abroad, of your safety, of your prosperity, in every shape of that very liberty which is so highly prized. The name of American, which belongs to you in your national capacity, must always exalt the just pride of patriotism more than any appellation derived from local discriminations. With slight shades of difference, you have the same religion, manners, habits, and political principles. You have in a common cause fought and triumphed together. The independence and liberty you possess are the work of joint councils and joint efforts, of common dangers, sufferings, and successes.
This is a decisive hour in American history. What George Washington said almost 200 years ago is pertinent and meaningful today. For this reason, we have restored with faithful accuracy, from documents, letters, and other historical records, the wisdom, the ideals, the thoughts, and the hopes of George Washington for America. Playing George Washington will be the distinguished actor, writer, director, Orson Welles.
I want you to hear a story of America. A story of a people who came here to find a refuge of hope and security. I want you who live today to hear facts from an historical diary of one who faced a world as difficult and as troubled as your own. I want you, my countrymen, to know how we met those problems, how we faced them, and how we overcame them. It is April 19th, 1775. A fateful day in American history. First blood is shed in the American War of the Revolution.
Who is it?
Courier from the Continental Congress.
Just a minute.
What is it? Important dispatch, sir.
Let me see it. You are hereby requested to attend the special meeting of the Second Continental Congress, which will sit in Philadelphia in May this year, 1775, for the purpose, among others, choosing a commander-in-chief of the Continental Armed Forces. Signed, John Hancock, President of the Congress.
Order, gentlemen, please. Mr. President. The gentleman from Massachusetts, John Adams.
Mr. President, members of the Congress, I believe that the Commander-in-Chief of the American Army should be a man satisfactory to all. We want Virginia to support our New England cause. Therefore, we should give our suffrage to a Commander-in-Chief from Virginia.
Mr. President! The gentleman from Virginia, Edmund Randolph.
I propose Colonel William Byrd,
commander of the Virginia force.
I nominate General Andrew Lewis, that gallant soldier from Virginia.
He has neither the experience nor the ability.
I protest, sir.
And so do I, your
Order.
Mr. President. The gentleman from Massachusetts, John Adams.
Mr. President, I propose we end this bickering. I name for your consideration Colonel George Washington as Commander-in-Chief of the Continental Army.
Mr. President, the gentleman from Virginia, Patrick Henry. If you speak of eloquence, there are others more experienced. If you speak of solid information and sound judgment, Colonel Washington is unquestionably the greatest man on the floor. I propose we take a vote. Order. All in favor? Aye! Opposed? Then it is carried. Colonel Washington, this Congress has nominated you to be General and Commander-in-Chief of the Army of the United Colonies. Will you accept the position tendered you?
Yes, gentlemen, I accept it. Though I'm truly sensible of the high honor done me in this appointment, yet I feel a great distress from a consciousness that my abilities and military experience may not be equal to the important trust. However, if the Congress desire it, I will enter upon the momentous duty and exert every power I possess in the service and for the support of this glorious cause. Philadelphia, June 18th, 1775. My dearest Martha, I'm now stepped down to write you on a subject which fills me with inexpressible concern. I've used every endeavor in my power to avoid it, not only from my unwillingness to part with you and the family, but from a consciousness of its being a trust too great for my capacity, and that I should enjoy more real happiness in 1 month with you at home than I have the most distant prospect of finding abroad, if my stay here were to be 7 times 7 years. But as it has been a kind of destiny that has thrown me upon this service, I shall hope that my undertaking it is designed to answer some good purpose. Your affectionate husband. Continental Congress of our nation drafted the document which I hold here in my hands. The Declaration of Independence. I'll read it to you. When in the course of human events it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another, and to assume among the powers of the earth the separate and equal station to which the laws of nature and nature's God entitle them, a decent respect to the opinions of mankind requires that they should declare the causes which impel them to the separation. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed, that whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it, and to institute new government, laying its foundations on such principles and organizing its powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. And for the support of this declaration, with a firm reliance on the protection of divine providence, we mutually pledge to each other our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor. Our numbers were quite inadequate to the task of opposing General Howe, being reduced by sickness, desertion, and political death. We're obliged to retire before the enemy. New York, north into White Plains. We retreat across the river to New Jersey. Across New Jersey to the Delaware. Few people knew the predicament we're in. On 1,000 accounts. Fewer still would believe if any disaster happened to these lines, from what cause it flowed. I've often thought how much happier I should have been if, instead of accepting a command under such circumstances, I'd taken my musket on my shoulder and entered the ranks, or if I could have justified the measure to posterity in my own conscience, and retired to the back country and lived in a wigwam. So I shall be able to rise superior to these and many other difficulties. I shall most religiously believe that the finger of divine providence is in it. The hand of providence would seem to be in it indeed. For on Christmas Eve, we attacked Trenton, capturing 23 officers and 866 men. Justice to the officers and men, I must add that their behavior reflected the highest honor among them. Princeton, too, we established ourselves more firmly on the Delaware. The odds soon told. For at Brandywine, our small army was beaten and forced into retreat. Through the want of shoes and stockings, the hard frozen ground, you might have tracked the army from White Marsh to Valley Forge by the blood of their feet. Strong symptoms of discontent appeared in particular instances. Nothing but the most active efforts everywhere could avert a shocking catastrophe. Come in.
General Washington.
Yes, Colonel?
General Washington. The men are in a bad way, sir. 10,000 starving, frozen men. What you're asking them to do is impossible.
And what do you propose?
Surrender on whatever terms we can get, sir.
Mm-hmm. Are you cold, sir?
Of course.
Hungry?
Yes.
And discouraged?
Discouraged and beaten, too, sir.
Beaten? Huh. I'm cold. My home's a shelter like yours. I'm hungry. My food's no better than yours. I'm discouraged. What man wouldn't be? But beaten when we've nothing but a few wooden buildings to lose. Man, there's freedom to be gained.
The price is so great, sir.
We've fought long and hard together, haven't we?
Yes, sir.
And won sometimes, too. Haven't we?
Yes, sir.
Why can't we win again? And if we should win again, would the price then be too great? Would any price be too great for freedom? For liberty?
Colonel Washington, tell me, do you really think we have a chance? Do you really believe that after this sort of sacrifice, that we can hold out?
Before God, before the men who entrusted me with this command, before all that I love, I do believe it, Colonel.
I'll tell the men that, sir.
Presents the Screen Guild Players. The Screen Guild play tonight, Casablanca. The starring players.
This is Humphrey Bogart.
This is Ingrid Bergman.
And this is Paul Henry.
Lady Astor presents the Screen Guild Players in Warner Brothers' exciting story of romance and intrigue in wartime Africa, Casablanca, with the original stars of the picture, Paul Henry as Victor Laszlo, Ingrid Bergman as Ilsa Lund, and Humphrey Bogart as Rick Blaine. Barely escaping the conquering Germans' entrance into Paris, Rick Blaine fled to Casablanca. There, months before the American troops landed, he was operating Rick's American Cafe. Casablanca swarmed with refugees, and Casablanca's more permanent foreign residents did a land office business in exit visas and letters of transit. Rick, however, avoided involvement in that dangerous business until the night our story began. He was in his office above the cafe, where he could watch and hear the crowd below when his head waiter called to him.
Yes, Carl?
The prefect of police, Captain Renault, would like to speak to you.
Well, send him in.
Yes, sir. Oh, Rick will see you, Captain Renault.
Thank you, Carl. Hello, Rick.
Hello, Louis. Why the formality?
Well, I have some unpleasant news for you, Ricky.
I mean, you're looking for more graft.
Oh, no. At least not right now. My men arrested Ugarte on his way to your roulette wheel, Ricky.
Well, except to Ugarte, what's so unpleasant about that?
Well, in itself, nothing, but we arrested Ugarte for murdering 2 German couriers and stealing their letters of transit. Ugarte did not have those letters of transit when he was arrested, and he's seen no one but you, Ricky, since the murder.
What are you building up to, Louis? Arresting me?
No, not immediately at any rate. I just want to give you a word of advice. Ugarte was going to sell those letters tonight to Victor Laszlo.
Laszlo? Here in Casablanca?
Yeah. Well, you know, Ricky, this is the first time I've ever seen you so impressed.
As head of the underground movement, Laszlo's impressed half the world.
Yes, it's my duty to see that it does not impress the other half.
Rick, Laszlo does never reach America. He stays in Casablanca.
20,000 francs says he doesn't.
I'll make it 10,000. After all, I'm only a poor, corrupt official.
All right, it's a bet.
Well, no one else would dare supply Laszlo with exit visas, Ricky, and since he can't leave Casablanca without them, make certain that you don't give him those letters of transit.
Right.
Oh, you needn't deny it, Rick. I'm certain you have the letters.
Even if I had those letters, Louis, you know I stick my neck out for nobody.
Yes, to date. But I suspect, Ricky, under that cynical shell, you're a sentimentalist. Now, if you'll come downstairs with me, I'll introduce you to Major Strasser and Victor Laszlo and his charming companion, the most beautiful woman who has ever come to Casablanca.
You must remember this. A kiss is still a kiss. A sigh is just a sigh. The fundamental things apply as time goes by.
Sam!
Yes, boss?
I thought I told you never to play that song again.
Well, boss, you see, I didn't really...
Sam's not to blame, Rick. I asked him to play it.
You? Hilda?
Yes, Rick. Ilsa.
What are you doing in Casablanca?
Just traveling through with Victor Laszlo.
Where is he?
He'll be right back. He's looking for someone.
Well, I found your wandering escort, Mademoiselle Lund. Ricky, I have the honor of introducing...
We're old acquaintances, Captain Renault.
Oh, you know each other? Well, then, Ricky, do you also know...
This is Mr. Victor Laszlo.
Well, here's a great deal about Rick in Casablanca. And about Victor Laszlo everywhere. I congratulate you.
What for?
Oh, your work.
Thank you. I try.
We all try. You succeed.
I can't get over you and Mademoiselle Lund knowing each other, Ricky. Under the circumstances, it worries me.
Well, it needn't.
Let's see, Rick. The last time we met...
Was it La Belle Aurore?
Oh, nice, you remembered. But, of course, that was the day the Germans marched into Paris.
I remember every detail. The Germans wore gray. You wore blue.
I don't wish to be the one to say it, dear sir, but it's late. We'll come again, Monsieur.